Chapter 1 Demoted to a son-in-law. I, the Destined Prince, one sword to slay the immortals. The eighth prince, Yetion, has disgracefully invaded Queen's Cumbers under the influence of alcohol with intentions of committing a lewd acts. Such vile behavior reflects poorly upon her court. However, considering his past military achievements, we shall impose a lighter punishment. This military authority will be revoked, ultimately stripped, yet he shall retain his status as a prince. His ordered to marry in Toth Great Joe dynasty and wa prince of greats who dotona for his transgressions. Thus decreed. The emperor often sure guarded Yetion with a frigid expression. Your Majesty, this cannot bellowed. At this moment, other ministers within the grand rosy in defense of Yetion. Your Majesty were real celebrating Together last night. The eighth prince, inebriated, could not possibly have been to the queen chambers. Why implore your Majesty to show leniency? Yet, the emperor often remained in unmoved hysteneous area, suggesting that half queen has deliberately slandered him. The queen nearby immediately began to keep tears. Your Majesty is speaking lithetruth. Thepala sunuk sand maiden scanates the tegways indeed faith prince wo stumbled and intoxicated. Once inside, huttered valiant obscene words send of an attempt to remove emiclething. Though I am a stepmother, how could danger such humiliation from faith prince? The queen covered her face and wept bitterly, her anguish on deserving to inflame the emperor's fury wretchedson. What further explanation do you have? How could he have a beast? Yetion replied coldly to fabricate a crime, one need not lack for pretexts. It is well known that although I am a prince, I possess no martial prowess whatsoever. Setting aside the fact that there are masters girding the harem, even a random palace made Aruna could possess at least 30-year cultivation. How could a drunken man like him breach their defenses? Smack! The emperor's lamadis balmu ponthitable Yetion deo deretiquable, I witness deo your presence ain't he herm with mine own eyes, williodonta nu edident? I shall no acknowledge deeds it did not comet. Silence! The emperor interrupted rebelliousn. If I or rito admit your guilt o penly, e would still regard you as a man. Alas, your refusal to speak the truth, filled with lease, has left mutterly disheartened. Were it not for the fact that he war myson, e would have already hedeo your head severed. Since father is irresolute, he have nothing further to clarify. Yetion said to delicid Lukov disdain from Queen Hofened sorrow once again. Your Majesty, if the prince insists in his innocence, the need must indeed be my fault. I cannot bear to live. Though I am but a stepmother, if this matter becomes public, our entire dynasty shall be ridiculed. I would gladly approve me innocence. The emperor felt no stirrings in his heart, yet this gazette were Yetion wasting it with even greater contempt. Yetion washizian jestson, and theon held in theliast regard. When Yetion was born, it was during a time of foreign turmoil, and the emperor had hoped this would bring him honor. Instead, it was discovered that his meridians are blocked, rendering him unable to cultivate. It is known that the was a nation built upon martial prowess for the emperor to have sired a prince incapable of cultivation ways an unparalleled disgrace to him. For many years, Yetion had remained a mere shadow. Only in recent years did the emperor recalcithon, assigning him to participate in some minor affairs of state. To his astonishment, within 3 years, Yetion had adeptly managed pestilence, flooding, and corruption, and eventually border rebellions with remarkable order. His capabilities in governance and military affairs far surpassed those of the others of princes. These inquietus missid martial wastrel had risen to become a politic luminary in the Chu dynasty, garnering increasing acclaim among the populace. Moreover, with the implementation of his policies, his prestige soared. In terms of capability, esteem, and intellect, he eclipsed not only his fellow princes but even the emperor himself. Rumors circulated that military officers stationed beyond the capital were now relying under Yetion's banner. With America command from, troops would march into the capital, compelling the emperor to abdicate in his favor. A wasting capability of cultivation, yet this prestige now outshone emperors. How could danger such a transgression? The emperor's furorichdite zenithasha bellowed watario steel doing there, getutitans, war forbidden from returning to the Chuffertniers. At that moment he cared little for the truth of Queen's word Shasatan le fourth world to recognize him as the supreme ruler of this nation. Yi Tian regarded Themperor with a calm demeanor, a cold smile lurking within. Last night he had merely exited the banquet when he was struck unconscious, entirely unaware of what had transpired. Upon waking he found himself lying at the entrance of Queen's chambers. Realization dawned upon him in recent years, his burgeoning power had indeed incited jealousy in his so-called father. Simultaneously the Queen feared he might usurp son's position a share. Despite lacking martial prowess, his authority as far surpassed those of her ruthless offspring. He had been ensnared in a scheme orchestrated by both his father and the Queen. A foolish monarch coupled with a wretched king who will surely meet his demise within 3 years. Yi Tian could not help but sign wordly. Since discovering his inability to cultivate, he had meticulously navigate his way through the tumultuous politic landscape, striving to gain a modicum of influence to survive in this chaotic era. Yet he had underestimated the supremacy of martial power in this world. Devoid of strength even as a high-ranking official, the Queen could easily send Simiana to incapacitate him. Even under the pretext of a marriage alliance, they could cast the masse d'assassin-in-law. Gazing upon the foolish emperor and the treacherous Queen, Yi Tian is brimmed with disdain. Your Majesty, I bid you farewell. Turning, he left the hall. At that moment, the ministers Nultinunazan, pleading webseach your Majesty to show mercy and no texilate Prince. Impudence! Whoever the rest to plead for this rebellious son shall drag it away and executed. The Emperor already in anger informed the historians to erase all records of Etienne's achievements, not documentation shall remain. Upon his death he shall not be permitted burial within the royal mausoleum. None within the court shall utter his name again though does alpha seeks termination of their entire lineage. As Etienne stepped outside he shook his head in dismay. Ad arranged Emperor. Summer Silas de war disonsen. If this place do as nother born, another shall. I shall no longer play their games. Upon exiting the golden one hall, Yi Tian exhaled deeply, relieved to distance himself from the court strife, feeling lighter than ever. Perhaps from the start, he should have refrained from striving so hard. It would have been better to live as Alan get fish. Without cultivation, attracting attention would surely lead to his demise. 8th Prince. A señorita approached from behind, his voice dripping with sarcasm. 8th Prince, do not be in such a hurry to leave the journey to great Suislong, and the Queen has gracious led to Japan was swift steed. Yi Tian regarded the donkey before Hyman scoffed. Please convey my gratitude to the Queen his dinky perfectly. Impudent! The eunuch's voice sharpened due to return self Queen as a donkey. Smack! Yi Tian delivered a sharp slap, cola stating your wretched eunuch, though he have been stripped off my title, I am still a prince. How dare you speak to mine such a manner? The eunuch's flesh shed with rage, having always been a favored confidant of the Queen, who was accustomed to being fond of and had never been challenged. Now, publicly struck, he could hardly bear such humiliation. The eunuch's shrill voice reader to the Santo Besson-in-law, abandoned Bethednesty, is no different from a commoner. 8th Prince, you should be cautious na missteep in your journey, and the omelosera life. Yi Tian's expression shifted on alarm. Whereth they truly so eager, thema mentha stepped beyond the palace gates, the soeto eliminatum. He hadless this bower and possessed na cultivation. I fambushed who would undoubted lipperish before he escaping the capital oftichu. Swish! At the palace gates, overrados and assassins merged. The eunuch speaking voice declared 8th Prince, once he aware dead I shall ensure your corpses left to rot in the wilderness, and your head shall serve as a feast. Yi Tian barked bold servant, Uter to Kilmahir is still possess royal status. Chapter 2 Successful Counterattack. Royal status? The eunuch scoffed to Miruist without cultivation. I shall inform them Emperor of 8th Princessa cum toilness. Thesasines closed in around Dition and have begun to feel the weight offension. He possessed no martial prowess whatsoever if the attacked, hewled surly neathizend. Damn it, amitralito dialectus? Such hatred. Ding. Sign and system activated, complete the task to receive a various rewards. Ding, signing in the Palaskates grants a century of cultivation rewards. Yitian was momentarily stunned, and then nearly overwhelmed with joy. After waiting for so many years, he had finally encountered this opportunity. Had it arrived a few years earlier, he could have avoided so much suffering. These ways a standard feature for transmigrators, yet if the Donli no come to him. Had it come just a little later, he would have perished right here. The might of a martial artist was a mething Yitian had longed for deeply, even dreaming of becoming gone. Yet, his intuitive had always kept them from growing stronger. Even as a prince. Even with remarkable achievements. He was deluki danupan biothers. The realms of martial artists are categorized from anatonintiers, above uically ethemasters, grandmasters, and therialms of terrestrial immortals. A Sony surveys the vast expanse of great Shu, it becomes evident the tasic strength warrior canis into the position of a commander, while those of the rank above Mazervi's generals. Among the revered masters, there exist merely 4 or 5 throughout the entire dynasty. The grandmasters are even more elusive, with only a single representative ain't great Shu. As for the realm of earthly immortal, Yitian had only encountered its mention within the Pigsoft books, never having met in reality. Now having endured countless hardships, he finds himself in possession of a system that promised to elevate him to thested as of an earthly immortal into a time. Yitian inhaled sharply, for the opportunity for his counterattack had arrived. Sign in. Deep, signen successful, reward of a century's worth of cultivation granted. Boom! In an instant, energy of overwhelming power flooded into him from above, causing Yitian to experience a excruciating pain as if his very bones were being crushed beneath the weight of a cold sweat pouring from him. The force of a century's worth of cultivation weighs too much for his frail body to bear, as if his internal organs are on the verge of shattering. Deep detection indicates Shast's body cannot tend to recultivation will not be granted in installments. From now on, cultivation will automatically replenish daily until there were fully bestowed. Damn it! Yitian grimaced in agony, cursing his own frail physique thought could not assimilate the cultivation atons. I twice have changed to an installment plan? How infuriating! Then a cacophony of creaking sounds emanated from within his body, as he began to undergo profound transformation. His since frail form grew significantly more robust. As he clenched his fist, a power he had never dared to imagine surged through him like a soaring dragon. Is this the sense of being a warrior? Yitian sparkled with exhilaration. The vital energy he had longed for was finally within his grasp, no longer would he known to relabel him as a waste. On Seth the joy subsided, Yitian's gazeterned cold ashes surveyed his scenes surrounding him. He had been the pre, but no theatable chad. Though he was soon certain of the extent of his newfound strength, he was confident they could deal with his assassins. At that moment, the assassins lunged at him, and Yitian unleashed a punch in an instant. Boom! His fierce punch burst forth, annihilating Galth's assassins in an instant. Theodor Lyunuk stood in stunned insolence, exclaiming, "You! How could this be possible? This occult waste, how was insane capable of cultivation, had suddenly become so formidable? Doyo thilmi auka kankilm, preparito meteor end." Yitian struck fiercely, shattering Theodor Lyunuk's skull. How satisfying! Yitian reveled in his triumph. Such is the power of a warrior, indeed, it is formidable. In the past, he had been like Yafraginal, believing that warriors were merely such. Yitian Siesga met with determination. At this moment, he realized that Amir Greatkia was not where he was mentalinger. World of warriors beyond await his exploration. This longer mentroregan asabatosor. Deep new mission issued. Proceed to the Great Zhou Dynasty, Signanev Library Pavilion, reward of a century's worth of cultivation and a heavenly skill. Doyo accept? Yitian's lips curled into a slight smile. Such an enticing mission would be foolish to refuse. Since you was leaving this place anyway, why not return and eliminate the Doge Emperor? Yitian mused, yet shook his head slightly. Every emperor meant to be shielded by a protective ray of imperial fortune. Torach Lakilian would invite a retribution. As the texts indicated, only an earthly immortal would be immune to such backlash. Dog Emperor, just wait. Once I become an earthly immortal, I shall sever your head and survey to say delicacy. Yi Tian thought viciously. Suddenly Yi Tian sensed a Dakalingaray of murderous intent locking onto him from behind. He glanced over, letting out a cold snort. Daman Thatchaman Gempress. Asifsitten Gatrop with Fielder Layanuch Wasantina, Shehada Bakuplin, bring onas manius theramave hawud eliminate tethamel. With that, Yi Tian swiftly departed from Thessene, making his way outside the city. Prince Yi, please wait. Attacked voice scowled out as a figure clad in black block a dispathy. The black clad individual wasted no time, stating, Prince Yi, choose if I can leave your corpse intact. A warrior? Yi Tian immediately discerned that this individual was not to be underestimated. Had it been before, he would have had no concept of survival. But now, he felt neither fear nor trepidation, instead, he was filled with exhilaration. After all, this was the first formidable opponent he had encountered. Is the treacherous Empress so eager to see me dead? Does he not fear that a death within the imperial city would lead to her exposure? Yi Tian scoffed. Thesis did not conceal his intentions, speaking as if addressing a corpse. Do you believe I thought the Empress would react without the Emperor's consent? What? Yi Tian's pupils constricted slightly, clenching his fists involuntarily. Could it be thought the Emperor had to sidley approve these? To permit his own son to be killed? Having been cast aside, Heffel utterly disconnected from the imperial power, yet the Emperor remained so ruthless. Even in his lack of cultivation, he was still the Emperor's biological son. How could he allow others to take his life? At that moment, Yi Tian felt no remnants of paternal affection for the Emperor. Prince Yi, have I decided done your manner of death? Thesis seen stone dripped with mockery. Yi Tian stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his voice calm. I shall spare our life, ego informed the treacherous woman the third day serene bared. You truly are full, Prince Yi. Do you think that by eliminating gay few lackeys, you will become invincible? Seeking death. Thea Swisson struck swiftly, his bloody medruthless lie at Yi Tian's throat. Clang! The blade met Yi Tian's body, yet it felt as though it had struck her in, unable to penetrate. Thesis's expression shifted in an instant, exclaiming, protective vital energy? This is impossible. Seeing the protective vital energy enveloping Yi Tian, Thesis's pupil shrunk to Thesis of pinpricks as fear surged through him. This waste, how was insane capable of cultivation, how could it possess protective vital energy? To emit vital energy, one must at least be 8th rank warrior. Such a level of power was deemed to core a figure within the dynasty, capable of commanding a legion. Thesis could not fathom with eyes was happening, and fear gripped him entirely. Yet, at that moment, he had no to meet upon her further. Yi Tian slowly raised his arm, delivering gauge until palm strike, causing Thesis to scream and retreat desperately.
Chapter 3 Departure from the Imperial City. Yet this strike seemed to possess an innate tracking ability. No matter how one attempted to evade it ultimately landed squarely upon the assassin's chest. Crack, the assassin's sternum caved in entirely. And he erupted with a spray of crimson, shrieking as he was flung backward. Up, how could you have cultivated such power? Have you been concealing your abilities all along? The assassin, in a state of sheer terror, scrambled to his feet like a dog before making a hasty retreat. While Yi Tian maintained an expression of calm indifference, he had intentionally allowed the adversary to escape, for the force had already infiltrated the assassin's body. And he would not survive long. The assassin staggered into the queen's chambers, where a maid rushed forward to assist him. Commander Chen, what has happened? How did you sustain such injuries? I have urgent news to report. Commander Chen stammered, forcefully pushing open the door and collapsing onto the floor, his voice trembling as he spoke. The queen's assassination attempt has failed. The queen's countenance darkened. You worthless fool, you are a 6th rank master. How could you fail to eliminate that waste? Commander Chen coughed up a mouthful of blood, his voice quavering. That young man is a martial artist. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden searing pain surged through his chest, followed by a resounding explosion as his body disintegrated within the room. The queen, now splattered with blood, stood in shock. A living person had just exploded before her eyes, sending her into a state of panic. At that moment, a letter floated in through the window, landing before her. Upon opening it, she read, "Wretched woman, when I return, you and your family shall perish." The queen collapsed to the ground, her face ashen, repeatedly scanning the letter to confirm it was indeed Yition's handwriting. How could this be? That waste! A sense of horror gripped the queen. Oh, how had that waste managed to achieve this? The elite she had dispatched had been turned against her, even sending a letter to threaten her. At that moment, the queen was fast consumed by rage, quickly followed by an inferno of fury. This boy had been masquerading as a fool only to become a martial artist, but so what? In her eyes, the newly formed martial artist was no different from a worthless individual. A few thousand elite soldiers could easily eliminate him. Yet this waste, Yition had concealed himself too well. Thankfully, she had taken the initiative to frame him, otherwise her son would never have been able to surpass him in this lifetime. However, she was left pondering if Yition was indeed a martial artist. Would the intoxicating aroma in his drink still have an effect? After a moment of contemplation, a fierce glint returned to her eyes. Why Yition must not be allowed to live, she promptly ordered her secret guards. "Find my brother and instruct him to pursue this beast with all his might. He must not be allowed to reach Dezhou alive." The queen's sharp cry rang out. Why Yition rode swiftly to the outskirts of the imperial city. At that moment, civil and military officials, former subordinates, then thousands of citizens awaited him. Thousands of citizens knelt before him, pleading, "Prince Yi, please do not leave us, the dynasty needs you." The officials were equally choked with emotion. "Prince Yi, what shall we do in your absence? Shall we not petition the emperor together?" Former subordinates, their eyes reddened, recalled their camaraderie with Yition, having fought side by side and referred to each other as brothers. Now, with Yition facing disgrace and destined to become a son-in-law in the Dezhou dynasty, their hearts were heavy with grief and anger. "Prince Yi, if you raise your hand, we will follow." Yition admonished them, "You are all generals of the Chu, some words should not be spoken lightly. During my absence, protect the people well. I will return shortly. Everyone, go back. Yition, I'm merely going to marry. I am not dying." With a flick of the reins, Yition urged his steed onward, departing the scene. "Farewell, Prince Yi." Everyone knelt, tears streaming down their faces. Upon hearing this news, the emperor was infuriated, smashing everything in the hall. After leaving the imperial city, Yition rode fast towards the Dezhou dynasty. Dezhou lay 1,000 miles away. He had visited a few times before, and its customs were known to be quite fierce. With numerous sects in power along the way, Yition had already penned a letter in advance intending to withdraw from the engagement, as he had no desire to become a mere son-in-law. After all, Yition had long since lost any feelings for the foolish emperor and had no obligation to heed his commands. With his formidable strength, there were countless opportunities before him. Suddenly, a chill wind swept through the woods. Yition narrowed his eyes. "Come out, you have already revealed yourselves, Prince Yi." More than 20 figures emerged before him. Recognizing their weapons, Yition identified them as the secret guards, the strongest elites of the royal family. Each possessing at least 7th rank strength, these individuals rarely left the palace. The only ones capable of commanding them and laying an ambush against him were none other than the emperor or the queen. The third wave of attack, how delightful! You wish for my demise, do you? Yition's heart turned cold, his gaze filled with hatred. "Prince Yi, we mean you no harm. However, the queen's brother is en route. You must take a detour." The secret guards parted to create a path. While Yition clenched his fists, the queen's brother was her biological sibling and the only grandmaster in the Chu. Presently, he had yet to absorb all his powers. And the disparity in strength was too great. It was best to avoid confrontation for now. Once he completed his next task and absorbed all his strength, he would have the opportunity to eliminate his enemies. If he has the guts, let him pursue me. Etion rode off, taking a detour. After racing several hundred miles, he finally shook off his pursuers. At this moment, the sky darkened, and a torrential rain began to fall. Etion found a tavern to rest. As he sat down with a cup of tea, the surrounding patrons began discussing his situation. Have you all heard? Prince Yi has committed a grave offense. Been stripped of his position, and is to be sent to Dazhou as a son-in-law. What a pity. Prince Yi truly had our best interests at heart. During the drought, he opened the granaries and saved countless lives. Indeed, Prince Yi holds great prestige. We all admire him. How could the emperor do such a thing? It is precisely because Prince Yi lacks cultivation. What does cultivation matter, as long as he treats us well? If I could choose the next emperor, I would definitely select Prince Yi. Have you lost your mind to speak such words? Be quiet. Listening to the discussions around him, Etion felt a wave of emotion. The deeds he had performed over the years were still appreciated by many. It was worth it. At that moment, a merchant caravan entered the tavern, instantly silencing the entire establishment. Initially, Etion paid little heed. But he soon noticed a group of individuals brandishing swords closing in on the caravan. In an instant, the caravan was ambushed, plunging the tavern into chaos. Why Etion calmly continued to eat, as such occurrences of murder and robbery were not new to him. Suddenly, a woman clad in white from the caravan rushed to him, pleading, "Friend, can you help us? I will give you 100 taels of gold." Why Etion shook his head. He had no desire to meddle. The white-clad woman's eyes filled with despair. Meanwhile, the remaining members of the caravan were being slaughtered, and the robbers menacingly surrounded her. "Miss Lin Ling, you are the last one left. How shall we have our fun with you?" Lin Ling bit her lip, ready to take her own life with a sword, but one of the robbers snatched the weapon away and shoved her onto the table. "What are you staring at? Get lost, don't waste my time." One robber backed at Etion. Why Etion pointed to the food on the table, indicating he had yet to finish his meal. "Eat your mother's head." The robber flipped Etion's table over. Chapter 4. I have come to withdraw from the engagement. Having gone an entire day without food, Etion could no longer suppress the anger boiling within him upon seeing his meal overturned. Swish! Etion unleashed a punch, shattering the robber into a mist of blood. For him, killing a fast-rank robber was akin to bullying a child. The remaining robbers were left in shock, their comrade obliterated in a single blow, sending shivers down their spines. "You motherf!" Before the robber leader could finish his curse, Etion's fist had already crashed into his head, exploding it into hundreds of fragments. The other robbers quickly regained their senses and raised their weapons. But Etion dispatched them with a few swift punches, leaving the tavern awash in a gruesome tableau of blood and carnage. Many patrons were left retching. "Barkeep, another serving of fresh food." Afterward, Etion nonchalantly patted the table. Blood and flesh lay scattered across the floor. Who could possibly eat in such a state? The barkeep had already fainted from shock. At this moment, Lin Ling trembled as she spoke. "Thank you for saving me. I hail from the Dazhou royal family. My surname is Lin. Once I return, I will certainly express my gratitude." "What shall I call you, benefactor?" Upon hearing her identity, Etion mused. The Dazhou royal family, with the surname Lin. What a coincidence. However, the princess he was to marry was also named Lin Yiren. "Do you know Lin Yiren?" Etion inquired. "She is my elder sister." "Do you know her?" Lin Ling's excitement surged. "Are you friends with my sister?" "I do not know her. I have never met her," Etion replied, shaking his head. "You must be a friend of my sister. I never imagined my sister would know someone so skilled." "What a pity. She is about to marry." Lin Ling pouted. "My sister is to marry that Prince Etion. I heard that prince is a hostage and possesses no cultivation. He must be a despised waste." Poor my sister having to marry such a person. I detest him. If that Prince Etion is ugly, I would feel nauseated just looking at him. The thought of him kissing my sister makes me feel as if that flower of hers will be ruined by him. Woo, let us not speak of that person. What is your name, benefactor? I am Etion. You must be that detestable waste, Prince Etion. Surely you cannot be him, Lin Ling exclaimed, her mouth slightly agape and her eyes wide with astonishment. You truly are Etion, the son-in-law my sister has chosen, Etion responded with a knowing smile, nodding in affirmation. Oh my brother-in-law, you are indeed my brother-in-law. What a remarkable coincidence. Lin Ling's excitement was palpable as she continued. I've long heard tales of your impressive demeanor, with your chiseled features and striking gaze. Now that I see you in person, it is indeed as they say. If my sister were to meet you, she would surely be overjoyed. She has a penchant for handsome men. With you backing her, she shall no longer be bullied by those other suitors. Etion chuckled softly, recalling how just moments ago this young girl had expressed concern about potentially being unattractive. How quickly her demeanor had transformed. Indeed, one's appearance often speaks volumes. Brother-in-law, do enlighten me. What rank of martial artist do you currently hold? 7th or perhaps 8th tier? Lin Ling implored eagerly. Why? Etion merely smiled and remained silent. The truth was he himself was uncertain of his current standing. However, he believed he could hold his own against a master if the need arose. Meanwhile, a letter of annulment he had penned had already reached the Dashou dynasty. Princess Lin Yiren gazed at the elegantly penned words and couldn't help but feel a mix of anger and amusement. A prince without martial prowess dares to initiate a divorce. This union between two dynasties was of grave importance, and news of it had spread far and wide. If he were to retract his proposal now, where would that leave her reputation? Lin Yiren snorted in disdain. Beside her, a maid remarked, Princess, I have heard that this prince, though lacking in cultivation, possesses considerable abilities in Dachau. However, I suspect that if he truly had such talent, the Emperor of Dachau would not have allowed him to become a son-in-law. The rumors must be exaggerated. Perhaps it would be prudent to acquiesce to his request and dissolve the engagement. Absolutely not, Lin Yiren replied coldly. My affairs have already been made public, with everyone aware of the Dachau prince's intention to marry me. If this were to fall through, it would lead others to believe that I am undesirable. I am, after all, a princess. I cannot become the subject of ridicule because of this matter. If a divorce is to occur, it must be done in front of witnesses, and I shall be the one to voice it. Shortly thereafter, clad in inconspicuous attire, Lin Yiren, accompanied by her maid, awaited the arrival of Prince Yi at the city gate. She was determined to ascertain the true character of this Etion. Within half an hour a carriage appeared. Sister, Lin Ling joyfully leapt from the carriage, embracing her tightly. Sister, I have missed you terribly. Lin Yiren patted her sister's back, smiling. It has been too long. We must have a proper conversation tonight. Her gaze then shifted to Etion as he disembarked from the carriage, scrutinizing him closely. Why? Etion, in turn, appraised her, despite her modest attire. Her sharp gaze and aloof demeanor suggested she was not a woman to be trifled with. You wish to annul the engagement? Lin Yiren asked directly, her tone fierce. And if I do? Etion shrugged. You simply write me a letter, and our engagement shall be nullified. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Lin Yiren's expression hardened. My father has already given his consent, and the other dynasties have been informed to extend their congratulations. How can Dashou explain your abrupt withdrawal? Etion's face darkened at her words. Are you all in such a hurry? Has the news already spread so quickly? Just days later. You don't seem that old. Are you so desperate for marriage that there's something wrong with you? You are the one with issues, Lin Yiren retorted, her temper flaring. If you wish to annul the engagement, you must accompany me to meet my father. And you shall explain your reasons directly. Sister, we cannot annul the engagement, Lin Ling interjected urgently. Brother-in-law is formidable, he is a master of his craft. If you annul this engagement, you will be the one to suffer. Just him, Lin Iran scoffed, releasing her aura as a 6th-tier martial artist. I could subdue him with a single hand. Sister, you cannot defeat brother-in-law. He is at least an 8th-tier master, Lin Ling protested, having witnessed Yition's prowess in easily dispatching bandits. He was undoubtedly stronger than her sister, yet Lin Iran remained unconvinced, believing that the most powerful young men she knew barely reached 8th tier. In her mind, Dachu could not possibly nurture any genuine talent. Especially given the rumors that Yition was unable to cultivate and was merely a waste of potential. At that moment, a chilling aura descended upon them. Lin Iran's heart raced. She looked up just in time to see 2 assassins charging towards her. With a resounding crash, she was sent flying, blood spattering from her lips. The assassins lunged again, their sword energy aimed straight for her brow. Lin Iran's pupils dilated in terror. She thought she was done for. Suddenly, a figure interposed itself before her, effortlessly repelling the 2 assassins' onslaught. With a swift motion, Yition broke the necks of the attackers. Lin Iran gasped in shock. 2 6th-tier assassins had been so easily dispatched. This Yition was far more formidable than she had anticipated. Thank you, Lin Iran expressed gratefully. Initially, she had underestimated him, but now she realized how narrow her view had been. Why? Yition nonchalantly replied. I acted to prevent your death. I wouldn't be able to explain myself otherwise, especially since I am new here. If you were to die in front of me, I would immediately become the prime suspect. Sister, are you unharmed? That was terrifying. How could they dare to attack in broad daylight? Lin Ling seethed, her teeth clenched in anger. Lin Iran let out a derisive snort, already suspecting who had orchestrated the attack, one of her brothers. Not long ago, her people had discovered a rich vein of spirit stones within a cave. It was common knowledge that such stones could significantly enhance one's strength, and their allure had made many envious. This was not her first assassination attempt. She had successfully evaded several prior attempts due to the guards surrounding her, but now, in disguise, she had still been tracked down. Lin Iran's gaze turned icy as she looked at her maid beside her. Only the maid knew of her whereabouts. Princess, it wasn't me, the maid cried, sinking to her knees in terror. You have been by my side for over a decade. We are like sisters, yet you betray me. Lin Iran's voice was devoid of warmth. Leave, the maid wept bitterly. It wasn't me, I swear. But before she could finish, she suddenly drew a dagger from her bosom and lunged at Lin Iran with a swift motion. Lin Iran struck her down, shattering her skull with a single slap. Why? Yition raised an eyebrow. This princess was ruthless and decisive, not at all the fragile girl he had imagined. He shook his head internally. Regardless, once he met the Emperor of Dezhou to annul the engagement, he would have no further ties to this princess. Hours later, Lin Iran led Yition into the palace to pay her respects to her father. Father, this is the Dachu Prince Yition, she said, lowering her head slightly. Haha, excellent, he is indeed a striking young man. The Emperor of Dezhou, Lin Yu, laughed heartily. Dachu has sent an exceptional prince. Your wedding is set for 3 days hence. Why? Yition quickly shot Lin Iran a glance, silently questioning whether he should speak up or let her handle it. Lin Iran replied, I defer to my father's judgment. I am quite pleased with Prince Yi. Why? Yition was taken aback. This isn't how it was supposed to go. I was meant to announce the annulment. He felt a growing unease. Wait, I have something to say. Just as Yition prepared to voice his intention, Lin Iran swiftly covered his mouth and continued, Father, I believe 3 days is rather too soon. Marriage is a matter of great significance for a woman. I would like to discuss the date with Prince Yi first, if you would allow. Very well, take your time to discuss the date and let me know. I shall inform the other dynasties to prepare their congratulations. Lin Yu agreed with a smile. Once outside the grand hall, Lin Iran tugged Yition aside. He frowned slightly, saying, What has changed? Did we not agree on annulling the engagement? I was not fully considerate before. Lin Iran explained. I initially agreed to your request, but upon reflection, the timing is not right. My father is a man of great pride. If you were to propose an annulment on your very first day here, He might misconstrue it as dissatisfaction on your part. I am the only princess of the show. My father has aged considerably, worrying about my marriage. If you abruptly suggest an annulment without a compelling reason, it would anger him and lead to consequences for the chu. Yeon scoffed. So what do you mean? Do you truly intend for me to remain as a son-in-law? Not quite, Lin Iran replied calmly. In due time, I will approach my father to propose the dissolution of our engagement. I will cite irreconcilable differences, claiming to have found someone else I prefer. By then, my father will not hold you accountable. However, for now, you must endure a bit of discomfort. Prince Yeon smirked, pondering what scheme she was concocting. Did she think he was merely a handsome trophy to be claimed? What are you staring at? He challenged. Lin Iran instinctively took a step back, her expression wary. Why are you looking at my legs? To assess a woman, one first examines her eyes. If they do not meet your gaze, then you observe her legs. Yeon stated matter-of-factly. Lin Iran scoffed. What nonsense is that? I have never had such a thing. It is wisdom passed down from a mentor, Yeon replied. Then tell me, do my legs appear attractive? Lin Iran queried unexpectedly. Yeon was taken aback. How could the seemingly aloof and reserved Princess Lin pose such a question? Could it be that this woman possessed a striking contrast in her character? Is that not my little princess? The person beside her, slender as a bamboo pole and with an appearance that could only be described as unremarkable. Could this be my brother-in-law, the sixth prince? Lin Fengwu approached with a beaming smile, clapping his hand heavily on Yeon's shoulder. Brother-in-law, having traveled such a great distance to arrive in our daesho, I, as your brother-in-law, must not neglect you. I am hosting a poetry gathering and you two must join us shortly. Remove your filthy hands, do not touch my shoulder. Yeon forcefully slapped Lin Fengwu's hand away, causing him to gasp in pain and quickly retract his hand, which was beginning to tingle. Sixth brother, show some respect. After all, he is a prince of the Chu. Lin Iran said coldly. What is the Chu? Is he truly a prince? Lin Fengwu sneered. I have never heard of any prince who could be sent away as a son-in-law. It was said that this young man was quite arrogant in the Chu, disregarding orders and opposing the royal family, making him a thorn in their side. Thus, he was expelled by the emperor of the Chu. Sister, your judgment is rather poor. Marrying off to a prince who is not favored, you are likely to suffer greatly in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran's expression soured, and she felt a surge of anger. This man was her sixth brother, who often delighted in troubling her. However, due to the strict rules of the royal family, she dared not retort outright. Brother-in-law, allow me to introduce myself. I am Lin Fengwu. Lin Fengwu raised his chin, taking great pride in his name. Noticing Yeon's lack of response, he boasted again, isn't my name quite melodious? I shall tell you. When my mother was about to give birth to me, she dreamt of a phoenix landing on a parasol tree, hence she named me Lin Fengwu. Every time he recounted the origin of his name, Lin Fengwu appeared exceedingly smug, as if his nostrils were reaching for the heavens. Yeon couldn't help but mock. Fortunately, she dreamt of a phoenix. Had it been a chicken landing on a banana tree, would you not have been named? Chapter 6, Composing Poetry. I can do that too. Lin Fengwu's expression immediately darkened as he gritted his teeth. Yeon, what do you mean by that? Are you mocking me? Yeon merely smiled without replying. Seeing this, Lin Fengwu's eyes filled with hatred. Yeon, we shall meet at the poetry gathering. He turned and left. While you may have gained the upper hand verbally, soon you shall find yourself in trouble. Lin Iran shook her head in resignation. I simply will not attend, Yeon declared. You cannot do that, she retorted. This is an inescapable predicament, Lin Iran explained. In the past, the princes who came here had to endure the trial of the poetry gathering. Yet not a single one among the 10 or so managed to pass. Failure would not only invite ridicule from the world but also bring shame upon your dynasty. Yeon, astonished, asked, what do you mean by 10 or so? Lin Iran replied coolly, surely you do not believe you are the first prince to arrive. Before you there have already been several princes who came through, none passed the trial, and they all returned home in disgrace. Yi Tian broke into a cold sweat, pondering how foolish those who came before him must have been. Were they truly so inept as to fail at a mere poetry gathering? At the poetry gathering, around 50 literati and scholars had gathered, all of whom were the most erudite within the Dezhou dynasty. Among them were 7 or 8 who had once been tutors to princes. Whether in the arts or poetry, they were the Xiami de la Xiami of Dezhou. Lin Fengwu, drinking his wine in frustration, said through clenched teeth, "Old Lu, when that good-for-nothing arrives, make sure to teach him a lesson. Present an exceedingly difficult poem that he cannot answer." Old Lu stroked his beard, confidently responding, "Rest assured, sixth prince, the poem I present will be beyond the capabilities of anyone in Dezhou, let alone a mere son-in-law from a small place." At that moment Yi Tian and Lin Iran arrived at the poetry gathering. As soon as they were seated, all eyes filled with hostility fixed upon Yi Tian. Lin Fengwu feigned a smile, saying, "Seventh sister, today we have esteemed teachers and literary scholars present. Shall we follow the usual protocol? Old Lu will present a poem, and let Yi Tian respond." Lin Iran interjected, "Esteemed teachers, I apologize, but Prince Yi is unwell and has lost his voice. It seems he will be unable to perform at today's gathering." "Nonsense." Lin Fengwu slammed the table, retorting mockingly, "Just moments ago, this fellow was perfectly fine. Now he claims to be unable." "Seventh sister, if he believes himself lacking in talent, let him kneel and bow his head to me. He should then return to the Chu and continue his existence as a good-for-nothing. My Dezhou does not need such a cultured wastrel." "Sixth brother, you are being unreasonable. Prince Yi has journeyed far. After arriving in Dezhou, he is simply unaccustomed to the environment and has fallen ill. It would not be too late for him to engage in poetry in a few days." Lin Iran attempted to pacify, but Lin Fengwu pressed on, "Seventh sister, spare me the excuses. He cannot escape today's poetry gathering. He must either kneel and bow or produce a response to Old Lu's poem. If he cannot speak, he should write it down." Seeing no way to avoid this predicament, Lin Iran began to smile wryly to herself. Although she did not know Yi Tian well, she had heard of him to some extent. It was said that Yi Tian had never received any favor, nor had he been nurtured by tutors. His cultural level was certainly lacking. Furthermore, the poem would be composed by Old Lu, a highly esteemed scholar of Dezhou, greatly revered in literary circles. Why Yi Tian had no chance of winning? Lin Fengwu looked at Yi Tian with a smug expression, thinking to himself that this little wastrel from a small place had dared to insult him. Today he would surely be taught a lesson and made to look foolish. At that moment, Old Lu stood up, speaking with a solemn demeanor. "If that is the case, then I shall begin." "Wait a moment," Yi Tian interjected. "Before we commence, I would like to propose a condition." Lin Fengwu scoffed. "Feel free to state your condition. If you can win against Old Lu, I shall leap into a latrine." Yi Tian chuckled. "If my poem is commendable, all I ask is that you gift me your finest residence. I have just arrived in Dezhou and have yet to settle down." "Very well," Lin Fengwu replied without a moment's thought, confident that Yi Tian would never win. "Alas," Lin Iran sighed inwardly, already considering how to salvage the situation should Yi Tian lose. She could easily imagine the humiliation he would face thereafter. At that moment, Old Lu stood in the center with an air of gravitas, softly stroking his beard before his gaze sharpened with inspiration. Spring breezes bring the fragrance of blooming flowers as swallows return to build their new nests. Summer's heat brings forth the chirping of cicadas, while lush trees provide ample shade. Before Old Lu could finish, Yi Tian could no longer contain his laughter. Noticing all eyes upon him, he struggled to suppress his mirth. "It's fine. It's fine, please continue, do not mind me." However, Yi Tian ultimately could not hold back, bursting into laughter once more, even shedding tears from the hilarity of it all. He had initially thought Old Lu's skills were formidable. Especially after Lin Iren had whispered to him that this individual was a literary scholar who could compose poetry at 3 and write at 7, commanding great respect in their show. Hearing this had made him quite anxious for a brief moment, yet was this all, this level of competence? With the very first line uttered, Etion could no longer maintain his composure. What utter rubbish! This was the most ridiculous doggerel he had ever heard. What are you laughing at? Old Lu glared, his expression darkening. Is there something amusing about the poem I have presented? Well, it possesses a certain comedic quality. Etion admitted. I apologize, I did not intend to laugh, but I simply could not endure it. He hastily covered his mouth, his face reddening as he barely managed to stifle his laughter. Lin Fengwu pounded his fist on the table, reprimanding Etion. Do not overstep, or how dare you mock Old Lu's poetry? You are exceedingly bold. The other literati and scholars glared at Etion with fiery eyes, given they considered the previous line of poetry to be of remarkable quality. Certainly beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person, Old Lu was a revered scholar whom they admired. This good-for-nothing prince from a small place dared to show such disrespect. Their anger was palpable. Such a person from a small locality truly lacked decorum and cultural refinement, an uncivilized brute. Old Lu's face turned ashen, nearly apoplectic. Who claims that I lack culture? Do not speak without basis. Regaining his composure, Etion replied coolly, is it not merely a matter of composing poetry? Coincidentally, I can manage a few lines myself. You, of all people, can compose poetry. Old Lu sneered. Go ahead and respond to the poem I just recited. There is no need for perfect structure. As long as you can produce a complete stanza, you shall be deemed the victor. Etion smiled, rolling up his sleeves, and said, bring me the ink and brush. Allow me to show you all what I can write on the spot. Before the first line was uttered, all present cast scornful glances, their expressions rife with disdain. Even Old Lu wore an air of contempt, convinced that such a barbarian could possess no culture whatsoever. He deemed that even if something were to be composed, it would only be of a child's caliber. However, when the first stanza of poetry was finally unveiled, the demeanor of the crowd shifted to one of solemnity. The line "the wind howls high, the apes cry mournfully" evoked an immediate and vivid imagery. Old Lu's countenance turned gravely serious, and the others fell into a profound silence, resembling lifeless beings. As the second line was revealed, Old Lu's pupils trembled, and his entire body quaked uncontrollably. The others stood rigid as ice, their hearts tumultuous with astonishment. Soon as the last character was inscribed, Etion elegantly discarded the brush. Old Lu seized the paper, reading it repeatedly. With each recitation, his heart was shaken anew, cold sweat beading on his forehead as his body trembled. Why? Etion chuckled inwardly. For this line of poetry was the crown of the 7-character regulated verse, unmatched throughout history. In the realm of the show, it was inconceivable that anyone could compose something superior. Lin Fengwu remained oblivious to the unfolding events, scoffing as he remarked, what rubbish have you written? Even Old Lu has chosen silence, clearly finding it unworthy of comment. Silence, Old Lu suddenly admonished, startling Lin Fengwu, who stammered, Old Lu, what is the matter? Ignoring him, Old Lu fixed his serious gaze upon Etion and queried, Your Highness, where did you acquire this poem? Are you implying I have plagiarized? Etion retorted. No. Old Lu hastily shook his head, his voice trembling. This poem is exquisite beyond compare. I dare say no one in the world could replicate it. I have been in the literary circle for over 60 years, having penned thousands of poems, yet compared to your Highness's work, mine is but a pile of dog feces. It is magnificent, truly magnificent. To witness such poetry in my lifetime would leave me with no regrets. Your Highness is indeed in the prime of youth, with unparalleled literary talent. Old Lu's eyes brimmed with tears of excitement as he choked out, Your Highness, I was blind to your brilliance. In comparison to your talent, I am but a fool. I apologize for my earlier impoliteness. He then bowed deeply. Lin Iren stood in a daze. To witness a literary giant like Old Lu bowing in acknowledgement was unprecedented in her life. Lin Fengwu also gaped in astonishment only to be overcome by fury. He thought, is old Lu losing his mind, apologizing to a worthless individual? What kind of poetry could possibly be so exceptional? He refused to believe that anyone could surpass his own talents. Show me what you have written, he demanded, snatching the paper away, eager to scrutinize Yition's work. As he read through the lines, Lin Fengwu, after the first perusal, scoffed, "What nonsense is this? I cannot comprehend it at all. This level is no different from what I could write at 3 years old." Upon hearing this, old Lu and the others widened their eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "The level of this poetry is undoubtedly top tier. Your Highness, you must look again. Look at what, this trash. I could write 100 of these in a day," Lin Fengwu retorted disdainfully, yet he read through it a second time. Suddenly, he felt something amiss. Alone on the stage, afflicted by illness for a century, Lin Fengwu's pupils constricted, and in that instant, a vivid image of a solitary, aged emperor seated forlornly upon a cold throne flashed through his mind. Cold sweat began to bead on his forehead. Such simple words contained profound meaning that he knew he could never replicate. This poetry is extraordinary. If I possessed such literary prowess, I would already be renowned across the land. Lin Fengwu's heart began to swell with envy, realizing he had underestimated Yition. "Lin Prince, what do you think of this poetry?" Yition inquired with a smile. Lin Fengwu trembled, his eyes ablaze with fury. "You have some skill, it seems," he gritted through clenched teeth, staring at Yition, thinking, how can this uncultured fellow produce such verses? Even he had to concede that this poetry was epoch-defining, completely overshadowing old Lu's work. "Old Lu, if you are unconvinced, you may compose another piece. If it surpasses this one, I shall immediately leave the show." Why, Yition stated with calm assurance. "I would not dare, Your Highness," old Lu replied with utmost respect. "This poetry is unparalleled and incomparable. My abilities are limited. Even if I were to compose for 1,000 years, I could not match it. In this poetry gathering, Your Highness has shone brilliantly, and you are sure to achieve great things in the literary world. Sixth Prince, we concede, your literary talent is unmatched, and we must return to our studies for another several decades." With that, old Lu promptly took his leave. "You bastards." Lin Fengwu's face turned pale with rage as he watched them flee. Feeling utterly humiliated, he kicked over a table in frustration. "Lin Prince, are you going to jump into a cesspit?" Yition asked with a smile. Lin Fengwu's expression fluctuated as he replied, "Who said anything about jumping into a cesspit? I never uttered such words." "Humph, what does it matter how skilled you are at poetry? You are still a useless individual when it comes to cultivation. In the show, respect is reserved for warriors. And I am already a 5th-tier warrior, a dragon among men with boundless prospects," Lin Fengwu declared scornfully, attempting to salvage some dignity. Why, Yition merely smiled and remained silent. A warrior, he was no longer the feeble prince without strength. He would soon achieve mastery, and even become a land god with ease. "I wonder how long you can remain so arrogant." Lin Fengwu cast down the keys to his estate and left in disgrace. After departing from the poetry gathering, Yition noticed Lin Yiran stealing glances at him. "I acknowledge that I possess some charm, but you need not gaze at me so shamelessly. I do charge a fee for such attention," Yition remarked nonchalantly. Lin Yiran slowly responded, "I truly cannot fathom how someone your age could compose such poetry. I thought I would witness another embarrassment today, yet you managed to make my brother lose comprehensively. Those scholars from earlier looked at you with admiration." Why, Yition chuckled, "What can I say? Those old fellows are rather foolish. Their poetry was simply atrocious." Lin Yiran sighed. "The other dozen or so princes who came before you pale in comparison. You are several hundred times their superior." "Thank you for the praise." Why, Yition paused, then asked, "Where is the library? I have matters to attend to." He intended to complete his sign-in task. "I will take you there," Lin Yiran offered. Meanwhile, within the imperial study, the poem Yition had just composed lay before Emperor Lin. Chapter 8, Gaining the Fortune of Destiny. "Good poem, splendid poem," Lin Yu exclaimed as he read through it multiple times. Unable to contain his admiration. I never expected such quality from someone so young. Indeed, a eunuch interjected, this prince possesses considerable talent and bears a striking appearance, making him a suitable match for the princess. Quite so, Lin Yu nodded thoughtfully. I initially believed that the Chu would send over a good-for-nothing, yet this individual seems to have some merit. It is a pity, though, that despite his literary prowess he will only serve in the court and cannot dominate this world. Lin Yu sighed. Prince Yi has been unable to cultivate since childhood a wasted potential, which leaves me somewhat dissatisfied. If Iran were to marry him, he might lack the ability to protect my daughter. My sons all possess the aptitude for cultivation. Beyond inheriting my throne, they can join sects and venture into the vast world. Iran's competitive spirit is strong, constantly vying with her brothers, but ultimately, she is just a daughter and cannot best them. The eunuch replied, Your Majesty, the crown prince possesses great talent and has already joined the Shenzhen sect as a direct disciple. He will not ignore any matters concerning the princess, so there is no need for Your Majesty to worry. I hope that is the case, Lin Yu said, his eyes filled with concern. At the entrance of the library, Lin Iran said, I will leave you here. I shall not accompany you inside. She yawned, having no interest in reading and finding the sight of books tiring. Yi Tian nodded. He had not come to read but rather to complete his sign-in task. Upon entering the grand hall, rows of shelves dazzled the eye, housing countless books that encompassed nearly all knowledge within the dynasty. Yi Tian moved forward, seeking a quiet corner to sign in, worried that a successful sign-in might create a significant commotion. Stop! Suddenly, several guards blocked his path. The crown prince is resting here. No one is permitted to approach. How ridiculous, Yi Tian muttered under his breath. After circling around, he found an unoccupied storeroom in the back courtyard and locked the door behind him. Sign in. Yi Tian silently urged. Ding, sign in at the library completed. Ding, reward acquired, 3000 sword chi technique. Ding, reward, 200 years of cultivation experience. Ding, reward, 3rd tier alchemist qualification. Ding, reward, fortune of destiny enhancement, true dragon aura. Boom, immediately an immense surge of energy began to pour into Yi Tian's body. 2 centuries of cultivation forcefully surged into his dantian. Just like last time, every bone in his body felt as if it were disassembling, and the excruciating pain caused Yi Tian to break out in cold sweat. Ding, noticing that the host's body could not withstand the pressure, the cultivation reward was temporarily sealed, to be unsealed once the body's capabilities improved. What on earth? No, I can handle it. Yi Tian panicked, wondering why it was sealed again. He would endure the pain if it meant receiving the reward. However, no matter how loudly he called out, his cultivation did not continue to rise. Frustrated, Yi Tian cursed his weak physique, lamenting that he could not even claim his reward. Next time, he vowed to strengthen his body substantially to seize the reward as soon as possible. He then reviewed the introduction to the acquired technique, the 3000 sword chi technique, which uses one's own true energy as a guide. Can condense countless sword energies to unleash devastating attacks, or it can trigger resonance, utilizing the swords of the world as one's own. A splendid treasure. Yi Tian's eyes brightened. He had been troubled by a lack of powerful offensive techniques. And now a formidable killing move had arrived. Yi Tian examined another reward, 3rd rank alchemist. This reward was no less significant than the sword chi technique. Alchemists are categorized from 1st to 12th rank. As is well known, alchemists are revered in any realm. Within the entire Great Zhou, the strongest was merely a 6th rank alchemist. In the past, the Great Chu had expended considerable effort to invite a 3rd rank alchemist, treating him with utmost respect. If they were to learn that I am now a 3rd rank alchemist, they would undoubtedly regret it deeply. Yi Tian scoffed. Suddenly, the room began to tremble. Yi Tian sharply raised his head and beheld a phenomenon in the void. Roared, a deep dragon's roar echoed throughout the Great Zhou dynasty. Destiny and fortune, the aura of a true dragon. unexpectedly a phenomenon had manifested. Ye Tion's gaze sharpened, and he took a deep breath, promptly closing his eyes. The spectacle in the void astounded the entire Great Zhou dynasty. Countless people emerged from their homes gazing incredulously at the sky above. From whence did this phenomenon originate? Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Your Majesty, it comes from the library pavilion. The Crown Prince is meditating there. Excellent, Lin Yu exclaimed with delight. It must be my son who has gained an opportunity, causing the true dragon to appear. Heaven bless our Great Zhou dynasty. He hurried over. What is this? Lin Yiran stood in awe, staring at the sky, where a dragon's phantom spiraled above the clouds. The terrifying dragon's might instilled fear in people's hearts. Princess, this is the phenomenon of a true dragon. It is said that only those favored by heaven can trigger it. That direction is towards the library pavilion, but it must be the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince, brother. Lin Yiran's gaze sharpened. Among the princes, the Crown Prince possessed the most extraordinary and monstrous talent. Additionally, he had been accepted as a direct disciple by the Shenzhen sect. It was hardly surprising that the Crown Prince triggered such a miraculous phenomenon. Soon after, a multitude gathered before the library pavilion. Sixth Prince, please slow down. This old servant cannot keep up. Step aside, do not block my way. Lin Fengwu hurried up the steps, his gaze fixated on the phenomenon in the sky. Brother has such an opportunity to comprehend this ability. From now on, the Great Zhou will likely no longer be able to contain my brother's stride. With the Crown Prince's protection, it is a blessing for all the people. A cheerful voice echoed as everyone respectfully bowed. National Master, what brings you here? The National Master is a Grand Master within the Great Zhou dynasty, and Lin Fengwu and the others quickly bowed in reverence. Indeed, true dragon fortune is rare, occurring only once in a millennium or even 10,000 years. With such an opportunity bestowed upon the Crown Prince, he will surely soon enter the realm of terrestrial immortals. I can guarantee that the Great Zhou will thrive for at least another 10,000 years. The National Master could not contain his joy and laughed heartily. At this moment, civil and military officials, as well as heads of various clans, flocked to the scene. Lin Yu quickly arrived, feeling the oppressive aura from the sky, and could not help but laugh heartily. My Crown Prince splendid. Lin Yu beamed with joy. Proud of his eldest son's remarkable talent, with such fortuitous protection, the Great Zhou dynasty would face no risk of obliteration. Congratulations to your Majesty. With such an opportunity, my brother is bound to reach even greater heights. Perhaps even achieving immortality, Lin Fengwu said with a flattering expression. Congratulations, Your Majesty. The civil and military officials were equally overwhelmed with joy. Lin Yiran stood by, her emotions incredibly complex, though she possessed decent talent and was diligently cultivating. When compared to her brother, she felt vastly inferior. Now that her brother had triggered such an opportunity, how could she possibly compete? Her dreams of becoming an empress were utterly shattered in that moment. Chapter 9, Mayflies witnessed the azure sky. Soon after, the phenomenon dissipated. Ye Tion opened his eyes, and within his left eye, a dragon's shadow flickered past. Is it over? Ye Tion rubbed his arm. Just moments ago, his body had felt ablaze. That extraordinary aura of fortune had surged into his body with great force. Now, he sensed no remarkable changes. He wondered what this thing was truly capable of. Ye Tion stretched lazily. Now he felt invigorated, brimming with boundless energy. His strength had become significantly more formidable than before. He pondered whether he would stand a chance against a Grandmaster. Ding! The new task had been issued. Proceed to MOU Academy to complete the check-in. A new task had emerged. He wondered what splendid rewards awaited him. Anticipation began to swell within him. Ye Tion then stepped out of his room, only to be startled by the scene before him. What was happening? Why were there so many people outside? The emperor, civil and military officials, and countless unfamiliar faces, over 1,000 individuals stood respectfully at the foot of the steps. No way had he merely been in seclusion for a short while. And now so many had come to greet him. this was too grandiose. Hello, everyone, Etion waved in greeting. Come here quickly. Lin Iran urgently pulled him aside and whispered, everyone is waiting for the crown prince to emerge. Do not just stand there. So they are not waiting for me. Etion laughed helplessly. Waiting for you? You have such a grand presence. Lin Iran pouted. Brother triggered a heavenly phenomenon, ensuring our great show's prosperity for a millennium. Did you not see? Etion rubbed his nose, thinking that the phenomenon earlier should have been caused by him. Could it be that the crown prince had too? Just then, the doors of the library pavilion swung open. The crown prince appeared. Congratulations, Your Highness. The civil and military officials were ecstatic, instantly kneeling, tears brimming in their eyes. Crown Prince Lin Jianfeng raised an eyebrow, perplexed by the multitude outside. At that moment, Lin Yu rushed over and spoke. Jianfeng, your decision to join the Shenzhen sect was indeed wise. With the true dragon's aura protecting you, you will be the guardian of the great show in the future. Your father is very pleased. Lin Jianfeng was bewildered, completely unaware of what was being discussed. He had indeed been in seclusion and had comprehended some insights, yet he had not caused any phenomenon at all, hearing others talk about true dragon aura and fortune. He was certain it was a misunderstanding. Father, I actually, Lin Jianfeng attempted to clarify, but Lin Yu patted his shoulder. I know you wish to keep it a secret, but this matter cannot be concealed. The entire Great Zhou has witnessed it. You are the son of the true dragon. I have seen it with my own eyes. Your Highness the Crown Prince is indeed a destined individual. The people of the Great Zhou shall enjoy heavenly blessings forever. Long live the Great Zhou, long live. The civil and military officials chanted in unison, weeping as if their parents had passed away. Lin Jianfeng sighed slightly. Since everyone was so convinced, there was no point in explaining. Tomorrow was, after all, his son's birthday. Good fortune indeed came in pairs. Lin Yu was overjoyed. Brother, congratulations, Lin Fengwu said respectfully. With you around, no one in the Great Zhou will dare to bully us again. Brother, you've grown stronger. You're not a 9th rank master now, are you? Lin Iran approached with a smile. About that, Lin Jianfeng nodded slightly. Brother, let me introduce you. This is Prince Yi from the Great Chu, who has come to visit. Lin Iran took the initiative to introduce. Lin Jianfeng glanced at Etion, appraising him from head to toe, and said, he is unworthy of you. Brother, please don't say that. Lin Iran felt quite embarrassed. She had hoped for her brother's approval but received this instead. Lin Fengwu seized the opportunity to add, brother is right. This fellow is a discarded prince from the Great Chu, born unable to cultivate. What good is being skilled in poetry if his potential is limited, unable to compare with you, brother? Lin Jianfeng spoke with indifference. A prince who cannot cultivate. How can you protect my sister? Etion remained calm and composed. There is nothing I can do. Although I lack strength, I possess a thick skin. I can stay and enjoy the benefits. Everyone around wore dark expressions, enjoying benefits. Lin Jianfeng was taken aback by Etion's response, feeling somewhat speechless. Forget it. Given my current status, there is no need to argue with you over such matters. You cannot cultivate and do not know my strength. I do not blame you. If you were to cultivate, you would understand, seeing me as one gazing at the moon from the bottom of a well. Lin Jianfeng chuckled and departed. Prince Yi, do not be upset. My brother has that temperament. He did not mean anything by it. Lin Iran clarified. Why? Etion smiled. He certainly was not upset. He also felt that Lin Jianfeng's words were quite astute. Etion muttered to himself, likewise I too have words to bestow upon you. When your realm ascends, you shall meet me as a mayfly meets the azure sky. What are you mumbling about? Are you envious? Lin Iran chuckled and said, my elder brother possesses remarkable talent. He could wield a sword at the age of 3, was already a second-tier master by 7, and joined the Shenzhen sect at 10. This year, at merely 20, he has already attained the rank of a 9th-tier powerhouse, and in just a few years he is likely to reach the level of a master, perhaps by 100 years. He could even enter the realm of terrestrial immortals. You need not be overly envious, it is quite rare to find such a prodigy among millions. Yetion smiled silently, he harbored no envy towards anyone. Come, let us leave the palace and prepare a birthday gift for my elder brother. Tomorrow is his birthday banquet, and this year, I wish to present him with something unique. Lin Yiren arrived at the bustling marketplace. Intent on gifting her brother a medicinal pill. Yetion inquired, do you not have many royal alchemists at your disposal? Why come here to purchase? Lin Yiren shook her head, the royal alchemists are not easily accessible. Furthermore, all the pills produced are controlled by the fifth prince, with whom I have a rather poor relationship, hence, I can only come to the common folk to procure my pills. The two entered the apothecary, where Lin Yiren approached the proprietor to request a third-tier pill. The breaking chi pill. The breaking chi pill, upon consumption, can significantly increase the storage of true energy for several hours, proving extremely useful at critical moments. As they awaited, Yetion surveyed the surroundings, noticing a line of people ahead. What were those waiting in line for? They were there to test the alchemists, Lin Yiren explained. Once a test is successfully passed, one can become a certified alchemist, thereby being courted by various families, ensuring a life of plenty. Yetion pondered, contemplating whether he too should seek certification. Miss Lin, please follow me for a moment, there is a matter to discuss. The owner cheerfully announced, you wait here for me, do not wander off. Lin Yiren entered the room. After a moment of contemplation, Yetion boldly approached the front of the line. Soon, it was his turn. Upon entering the room, several elderly men sat upon stools, with a cauldron in the center. The herbs were laid out on the table, and one had to select from a dozen or so recipes. Successful concoction would equate to passing the certification point, one elder casually remarked. Yetion glanced at the recipe but hesitated to make a choice. The elder, growing impatient, urged, what are you still dawdling for? Hurry and begin, you have only half an hour. Yetion spoke, esteemed mentors, do you have a more formidable recipe? I wish to certify as a third-tier alchemist. What, third tier? The previously drowsy elders instantly packed up, their eyes widening. Yes, third tier, Yetion affirmed. Young man, do you comprehend the difficulty of reaching third tier? Even we as mentors have only attained that level. Indeed, it is third tier. I am certain, Yetion asserted confidently. The mentors, taken aback, immediately exchanged recipes and herbs, then focused intently on Yetion. Although it was his first time refining medicine, Yetion executed the process with the grace of one who had done it countless times before, adding herbs, melting, condensing, and finally forming the pills. With a loud bang, the cauldron's lid flew off, and 4 or 5 pills landed before the mentors. The elders stared in astonishment, scrutinizing the pills. Remarkably, they were of the highest quality. Excellent, truly excellent, the mentors smiled broadly. Yetion, how old are you? 19. What, you are only 19? The mentors were so shocked they stood up abruptly. A 19-year-old third-tier alchemist, there is not another in the entire great show. Young brother, which family do you belong to? Are you betrothed? My daughter is 18 this year, beautiful and charming. I believe you two would be a perfect match. Get lost, old man. My granddaughter is as lovely as a celestial being, the most beautiful in the great show. She is the one meant for this young brother. In another room, Lin Yiren was seething with anger. The price they had initially agreed upon had suddenly doubled, now demanding 50 spirit stones. This is extortion. This third-tier pill is worth at most 20 spirit stones. Lin Yiren was furious. The proprietor rubbed his hands together and said, we do not wish to raise prices, but alas, the cost of materials has risen significantly, and it is increasingly difficult to hire alchemists. Lin Yiren fixed an icy glare on the proprietor and then spoke, this is instigated by my fifth brother, is it not? The proprietor smiled without responding. Damn it, Lin Yiren's eyes blazed with fury. She had not anticipated being monitored. Despite her efforts to evade detection, she could not escape his grasp, which greatly displeased her. Princess Lin, the fifth prince has entrusted me with a message for you. If you are willing to unconditionally transfer that mine, we will gift you 23rd tier pills free of charge. Get lost. Lin Iran coldly retorted, he is delusional, that mine is mine, and no one shall lay a finger on it. Subsequently, she tossed out 50 spirit stones. Give me the pills. Apologies, Princess Lin, but the price has increased. It now requires 5,000 spirit stones, the proprietor said with a smirk. Crack. Lin Iran smashed the table, her gaze frigid. Are you deliberately provoking me? Do you think this princess is afraid to kill you? The proprietor smiled slyly. Go ahead, princess, the fifth prince is eager to find an excuse to seize your mine. Lin Iran clenched her fists tightly, her fury boiling. She yearned to snap his neck. However, acting on that impulse could lead to her being caught up in a web of trouble, jeopardizing her mine. Suddenly, a detached voice rang out, her hesitance to kill you does not imply that I share the same reluctance. Yi Tian strode into the room while the proprietor wore a mocking expression. What are you, a worthless piece of garbage, just a useless prince from the great Chu, right? You think you can make a move? The fifth prince will surely flay you alive. Yi Tian raised his arm and, with a swift motion, sent the proprietor flying. The man coughed up blood as he crashed to the ground, his face pale with terror. How dare you? You worthless fool! Crack. Yi Tian stomped down, shattering the man's ribcage, and calmly remarked, what hesitation do I have in striking a mad dog? The proprietor felt an overwhelming chill emanating from Yi Tian. His heart racing in terror. This lad truly dared to kill him. Gritting his teeth, the proprietor ceased his defiance and said, Princess Lin, let us consider today's incident concluded. The fifth prince grants you 3 more days to relinquish the mine. Otherwise you shall bear the consequences. Lin Iran's face turned ashen. She would never part with that mine. At that moment, Yi Tian kicked the proprietor away and seized a box from the table, which contained a breaking chi pill. With the item secured, he declared, now that I have what I came for, I shall take my leave. Lin Iran tossed down 20 spirit stones and stormed out in anger. She could hardly believe that her fifth brother was still watching her. Not only had he monopolized the royal pills, but he had also extended his influence to the common market. Lin Iran was infuriated. She needed to report this matter to her father. Yi Tian spoke calmly, a common man incurs guilt through possessing treasures. Having discovered the mine, everyone wishes to partake in its bounty. If you lack the strength to protect it, you will inevitably lose it. Considering the assassination attempt you faced earlier, I suspect it is closely linked to your fifth brother. Lin Iran's eyes flickered. She had indeed considered this possibility but lacked concrete evidence to confront her brother. Moreover, her father had previously warned them against internal strife among siblings. Without evidence, she was cautious about bringing the matter to her father. Suddenly, Lin Iran halted, gazing earnestly at Yi Tian. Can you help me? Help you? Yi Tian was taken aback. What was this woman thinking? Why would he assist her? He remained here merely to await the annulment of their engagement. Not because he had any genuine feelings for Lin Iran. Yes, can you help me? Lin Iran took a deep breath. I know you can cultivate and possess great strength. You are not one of us. Here, you have no vested interests, so I trust you more. Be my ally and help me safeguard this mine. Yi Tian smirked. What makes you think I would assist you? I have no interest in courtly disputes. Lin Iran responded, as long as you agree to help me, you may propose any conditions. Any condition? Yi Tian's interest piqued, his gaze instinctively darting towards her. Lin Iran clenched her fist slightly. If you genuinely wish to stay, we could marry. I would become your woman. No. Yi Tian waved his hands. I harbor no such intentions towards you. Your figure does not entice me. What? Lin Iran was instantly enraged. Are you serious in saying my figure is not good? Yi Tian chuckled. On this matter, I do possess some experience. Your cousin Lin Ling is rather commendable, possessing all the requisite attributes. You. Lin Iran was so furious she could hardly contain herself, raising her leg to kick. Yi Tian feigned injury and fell to the ground. I am wounded, I cannot rise without 1,000 spirit stones. You are extorting me, are you? If you have the guts, lie there and don't get up. Lin Iran was both angry and amused. She never expected Yetion to actually remain on the ground, drawing a crowd of onlookers. Lin Iran felt utterly embarrassed. Get up, quickly, 8,000 spirit stones. Not a single one less. Yetion declared. Give. Lin Iran quickly nodded in agreement. Yetion sprang to his feet, as if nothing had transpired, then merrily walked away. This fellow is rather intriguing. On the surface, he appears shrewd and calculating, yet he remains somewhat incomprehensible. Lin Iran's beautiful eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Her curiosity about this man only deepened. Chapter 11, The Conflict. An incense stick later, Yetion arrived at the estate. This was a prize he had won from Lin Fengwu, and it was indeed magnificent and vast. The residence boasted at least 30 to 40 rooms. Such a large space felt rather lonely for him to inhabit alone. He needed to find some maids and servants. Princess Lin, please arrange for some servants to come. Yetion requested. All right, I will find some for you now. Once the other party departed, Yetion utilized his 1,000 spirit stones to procure a plethora of herbs. He then began concocting potions within his room. Tomorrow marked the prince's birthday, and as a royal of the Dechu, he ought to prepare a gift. In the secret chamber, flames roared within the furnace as Yetion tossed in the herbs. Embarking on his alchemical endeavor, before long he had successfully refined a third-grade elixir, fresh and steaming. Yetion sampled one, only to find the taste rather disappointing. At that moment a commotion was heard outside. Lin Iran had returned. Yetion stepped outside, and Lin Iran spoke. I have found you some servants, a total of 20. How does that sound? Over 20 maids and servants stood in a line, heads bowed. Yetion glanced at them, slightly dissatisfied, then pouted. Replace them with another batch. Lin Iran's expression stiffened. These maids were quite commendable, well-behaved and diligent. Why should he want a change? Never mind. Yetion was not one to relish trouble. He decided to let it be for now. With these maids, the room was tidied up once more, and the courtyard became a tad livelier. Yetion sat under a tree, sipping tea, leisurely watching the sunset. Previously in Dechu, he had lived in constant trepidation, always cautious, striving to showcase his abilities. In the end, he was expelled and driven away. Now, having found rare tranquility, his future days appeared ever brighter. Once he entered the realm of terrestrial immortals, he would surely compel the Dechu royal family to kneel in repentance. In the evening, Yetion bathed and soaked, attended by around 10 maids. Lin Iran stood outside the door, pouting. You certainly know how to enjoy yourself. Yetion replied indifferently, after a lifetime of fighting, am I not entitled to some enjoyment? Lin Iran fell silent, and after a moment said, tomorrow is the prince's birthday. Many esteemed guests will be present. Your name is not on the gift list from the Chu, so I prepared some gifts for you. Unexpectedly, she was quite thoughtful. Yetion mused. Why don't you join me for a soak? The water is still warm. Get lost. Lin Iran, offended by his jest, stormed off. The next day, at the prince's birthday banquet, various dynasties and royal relatives presented their congratulatory gifts. The offerings were of immense value. Dazzling the eyes, any single item was beyond the imagination of ordinary folk. Brother, a happy birthday. Your little sister presents you with a broken chipil. Lin Iran personally delivered her gift. Lin Jianfeng did not even glance at it, merely saying a detached thank you. The sixth prince, Lin Fengwu, began to mock. Seventh sister, while a third-grade elixir is commendable, just one is hardly worthy of the prince's notice. You are being rather stingy. Lin Iran did not retort. This was indeed the finest gift she could muster. If you had gifted your spiritual vein to brother, your present would surely have been the best in the hall. A sarcastic voice chimed in as the fifth prince, Lin Chenfeng, appeared, snatching the broken chipil and tossing it aside. What a worthless item, even a dog wouldn't touch it. Yesterday, brother triggered the true dragon's fortune. Heaven blesses our dynasty. Today is also brother's birthday. Little sister, you are being rather inconsiderate by offering such rubbish. You should have gifted your spiritual vein to brother. Lin Iran expressionless retorted, fifth brother, you possess at least 3 spiritual veins. Gifting one to brother would also be quite generous, wouldn't it? Lin Chenfeng sneered, my spiritual veins are for our royal family, thus they also belong to brother, yet you wish to keep yours for yourself. What are your intentions? Do you mean to share the spiritual veins with that useless son-in-law? Lin Chenfeng's icy gaze fell upon Yi Tian, who was contentedly munching on a chicken leg, and he coldly declared, what qualifications does a useless son-in-law possess to claim my Dejo's spiritual veins? Insulting me? Yi Tian put down the chicken leg, feeling vexed. His peaceful meal was interrupted by such unwarranted scorn. Yi Tian rose and fixed his gaze on Lin Chenfeng, saying, fifth prince, you are mistaken. I fell in love at first sight with Princess Lin. Her gifting me a spiritual vein as a betrothal gift is entirely reasonable. Once I marry the princess, I too shall be a citizen of Dejo. The princess's belongings are mine as well, thus the spiritual vein is also related to me. Do you not agree? Fifth prince, Lin Chenfeng's countenance darkened, you're grasping at straws, you, a mere son-in-law, dare to, with a flick of his wrist. Yi Tian tossed the chicken bone at Lin Chenfeng's face. Lin Chenfeng was instantly enraged. You dare throw bones at me? Are you seeking death? My apologies, I hail from a small place and lack proper etiquette. Allow me to clean it up. Yi Tian proceeded to wipe his greasy hands on Lin Chenfeng's attire. The scene left Lin Chenfeng livid. Given the crowd's presence, he dared not retaliate directly against Yi Tian. Merely shoving him away in frustration, Lin Iran secretly admired Yi Tian. After all these years, she had never bested her fifth brother in any confrontation, yet Yi Tian had managed to infuriate him almost to the point of losing control. The emperor has arrived. All the ministers promptly stood to welcome him. Lin Yu strode in with a hearty laugh, waving his hand. Today is the prince's birthday. Everyone should relax and enjoy themselves. Father, I have a complaint. Lin Chenfeng seethed. I have no objection to my little sister marrying a son-in-law, but this one is far too arrogant. Today, all esteemed guests brought precious gifts. Why did this son-in-law arrive empty-handed? Does he think little of Dachu? I propose we send forth an army of 10,000 to teach Dachu a lesson. Lin Iran immediately stood up, declaring, Father, Prince Yi has indeed sent gifts. His name is on the list. Nonsense, such worthless items are not worth a dog's attention. Who does he think he is fooling? Lin Chenfeng coldly retorted, I believe Dachu lacks sincerity, we should annihilate them. Who says Dachu is insincere? Yi Tian languidly replied, if fifth prince's eyes are not deceiving him, he should notice my name at the end of the list. Lin Chenfeng focused his gaze, his pupils dilating in alarm. 10 third-grade elixirs, how is that possible? Lin Chenfeng was utterly astonished. Though he dismissed a single third-grade elixir, 10 of them was no small feat even for him to produce. Where did this useless son-in-law acquire so many third-grade elixirs? Little did he know these potions were personally refined by Yi Tian just yesterday. Excellent, 10 third-grade elixirs. Prince Yi, you have certainly put in great effort. Lin Yu spoke with a smile. 10. The crowd gasped in astonishment, their breaths caught in their throats. Such a quantity was beyond even the major royal family's means. How could Yi Tian possess so many third-grade elixirs? Lin Iran herself was bewildered. She had none of those elixirs. Where had Yi Tian procured them? Yi Tian paid no mind to the curious glances directed his way, continuing to eat with his head down. He was famished. Ever since his strength had increased, his appetite had soared. With so many elixirs given away, how could he not consume more to recoup his losses? Your Majesty, the elders of the Alchemist Association have arrived. An attendant announced. 2 elderly men clad in long robes entered. Lin Iran gasped, the Alchemist Association members are here. Chapter 12, It is I, the Alchemist Association. Yi Tian glanced up, scrutinizing the 2 old men. Were they from the same place as those mentors from yesterday? The Alchemist Association was highly esteemed. All alchemists must undergo their certification. Lin Iran sighed. I attempted their test in my youth. But alas, I lacked the fortune. At this moment, Lin Yu announced, today is my son's birthday. Elder Chen from the Alchemist Association has specially come to extend his congratulations and to certify my son's status as an alchemist. What? I had no idea His Highness the Prince was also an alchemist. How impressive! Not only does he possess the true dragon's fortune, but he is also set to become an alchemist. Heaven bless Dashou. Long live Dashou! The crowd erupted in congratulations. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the Alchemist Association's elder, Prince Lin Jianfeng began refining elixirs. Hundreds in the room held their breath, too nervous to utter a word. The only one still focused on his meal was Yi Tian, who devoured the numerous dishes on the table. A glutton, perhaps, Lin Chenfeng thought disdainfully. Not long after, as the furnace lid opened, 3 elixirs emerged. Elder Chen began his examination. Very well, the quality is above average. Congratulations, Prince Lin. From this moment forth, you are officially a third-grade alchemist. Elder Chen presented him with a badge. A third-grade alchemist at such a young age? Lin Iran was utterly astonished. A 20-year-old third-grade alchemist, there is no second in all of the show. Her brother was indeed remarkable. He had secretly honed his alchemical skills all along, achieving the rank of third-grade alchemist. Lin Fengwu and the others looked on with envy. My elder brother possesses an extraordinary talent for cultivation, and it is truly astonishing to witness his remarkable achievements in the art of alchemy as well. Who in this world can rival him? Excellent, excellent. Lin Yu laughed joyfully, feeling an even greater sense of satisfaction with his eldest son. Congratulations, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Everyone chimed in unison. Elder brother, you are truly impressive. A third-tier alchemist at the age of 20. The foremost in the great Zhou, Lin Fengwu exclaimed delight. What a pity, Elder Chen replied, shaking his head slightly. At this age, His Highness the Crown Prince is not the first. What? Lin Fengwu was incredulous. Elder Chen, are you jesting? My elder brother is already a third-tier alchemist at the age of 20. Who else in the great Zhou could surpass him? Elder Chen stroked his beard and smiled, saying, just yesterday, a 19-year-old successfully certified as a third-tier alchemist. Impossible. Lin Fengwu was utterly shocked. How can there be such a prodigy who becomes a third-tier alchemist at 19? The Crown Prince also furrowed his brows, pondering to himself. His alchemical skills were commendable, having diligently practiced under the guidance of esteemed mentors. I and the great Zhou dynasty, it was inconceivable that anyone could surpass him. He felt a twinge of discontent at the thought of his title being usurped. Elder Chen, who is this 19-year-old? What is his name? Lin Yu inquired. What was his name again? Elder Chen began to ponder deeply. The crowd anxiously perked up their ears, their expressions filled with anticipation. I remember. The young man is called Yi Tian. After Elder Chen uttered this name, the hall fell into silence. One could hear a pin drop. Subsequently, everyone turned their gaze toward Yi Tian, who was munching on a pig's head. Yi Tian sensed the sudden stillness in the air and instinctively looked up, only to find hundreds of eyes staring intently at him. Did he eat too much and offend these people? Cautiously, Yi Tian set down the pig's head and mumbled, is it wrong for me to eat? I didn't expect you in the great Zhou to be so stingy, not even willing to share some meat with me. Is it really you? You are a third-tier alchemist. Lin Iran looked at him in disbelief. When did this guy become a third-tier alchemist? It couldn't possibly be him. Lin Fengwu gritted his teeth in denial, saying how could he, a son-in-law from a small place, have the qualifications to be a third-tier alchemist? What right does he have? The fifth Prince Lin Chenfeng scoffed disdainfully. There are many people in the world with the same name. This brat is brazen enough to impersonate someone else. He is simply courting disaster. The Crown Prince Lin Jianfeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Tian. He too could not believe that this lad could surpass him. Becoming a third-tier alchemist at 19. Emperor Lin Yu spoke up. Elder Chen, is it truly Prince Yi? Has he indeed become an alchemist? Elder Chen stroked his beard, smiling as he replied, I only heard this news yesterday. I only know the name but not the specific appearance. Could it be that this is the Prince Yi before us? The crowd's attention once again focused on Yi Tian, clearing his throat. Yi Tian had no intention of hiding the truth, stating, indeed, it is I. Haha. Lin Fangwu was the first to burst into laughter. You are amusing. What qualifications do you have to impersonate a third-tier alchemist at 19? You are merely the little prince of Dachu, looked down upon, reduced to being a son-in-law in our great show. If you could truly become an alchemist, wouldn't that mean your emperor was blind to send such a treasure here? Indeed, the fifth prince Lin Chenfeng sneered, a third-tier alchemist at 19, even more formidable than my elder brother, the crown prince. In the future, his achievements would at least reach the level of a sect's honored guest. And the dynasty would have to curry favor with him. The Chu must have lost their wits to send you here. Thus, I am certain that person is not you. You are merely impersonating someone else to seek our favor. The others began to whisper among themselves. The two princes presented logical arguments, and they all believed that Yi Tian was intentionally impersonating someone. If it truly is me, why do you not believe? Yi Tian was both amused and exasperated. Presenting evidence is the only way to convince us. Lin Fangwu chuckled. Do you have the identity token from the Alchemist Association? Instinctively, Yi Tian patted his pockets but found nothing. He suddenly remembered that he had changed his clothes after soaking in the bath last night, leaving the token behind at home. I do not have it, Yi Tian admitted. Haha. Lin Fangwu nearly laughed his teeth out. Of course, you are not who you claim to be. Naturally, you cannot produce it. Who do you think you're fooling, little sister? You truly found a good husband, daring to impersonate someone publicly. Are you not afraid of your father's wrath for committing treason? Lin Chenfeng mocked. Lin Yiran pouted. Although she believed in Yi Tian, she could not refute their words due to his lack of evidence. I truly am who I say I am, Yi Tian laughed. Initially having no intention to conceal anything, yet these individuals refused to believe him. What a pity. If he were really Prince Yi, he would indeed be worthy of my daughter. Lin Yu shook his head with disappointment. Subsequently turning his gaze to his eldest son, the future of the great show would have to rely on him. Wait a moment, Elder Chen suddenly interjected. The mentor who witnessed it in person yesterday is waiting outside. I shall call him in directly, and the truth will be revealed. Chapter 13, an invitation to join. That would be wonderful. Quickly bring in the mentor. I must make this little brat despair and publicly humiliate him. Lin Fangwu laughed with glee. At the poetry gathering, he had long harbored resentment, and today he finally had the opportunity for revenge. All right, a commanding voice echoed as Lin Yu spoke. Let us put this matter aside for now. Today is the Crown Prince's birthday. There is no need for any other distractions. Soon, distinguished guests will arrive. Let us not allow them to witness a farce. Lin Fangwu pouted, casting a sidelong glance at Yi Tian. He thought to himself that today this brat had escaped once. It was just his luck. Father, what distinguished guests? Are not our relatives and friends all present? Lin Jianfeng asked. Lin Yu smiled warmly. The guest arriving shortly is related to all of you princes. The princes were taken aback, wondering who it could be. Soon their curiosity was answered as two men and a woman entered the grand hall. Upon their arrival, even Lin Yu personally rose to greet them. Welcome, friends from the MOU Academy, who have traveled from afar. Lin Yu approached to extend his greetings. The attendees were astonished. These three were from the esteemed MOU Academy. Everyone promptly stood, and the princes were respectful expressions. The MOU Academy was a highly prestigious institution. Whether one was a noble from the dynasty or a genius from a sect, they would spare no effort to send their offspring to be nurtured there. Those who entered the academy were truly exceptional talents, and every graduate was a remarkable figure in their own right. The conditions for admission were exceedingly stringent. Among millions, only 2 or 3 might gain entry. At this moment Lin Yu called for his sons including Lin Yiran to come forward. Elder Wu, these are my children, please see if any of them meet the requirements to enter the MOU Academy. Lin Yu asked courteously. Despite being the emperor, he felt no different from an ordinary citizen in the presence of these three. Elder Wu, the only woman among them, spoke indifferently. There are many ways to gain admission to our academy. Exceptional talent, strategic acumen, outstanding martial skills, or even culinary expertise can suffice. You may showcase your abilities, and I shall evaluate them myself. Lin Fengwu immediately stepped forward, brimming with confidence. Elder Wu, I possess some proficiency in poetry. I can compose one on the spot. Commence your performance. Elder Wu replied calmly, clearing his throat. Lin Fengwu raised his chin in seriousness and recited, the wind is fierce, the sky is high, the ape wails in sorrow. Yition, who was drinking, couldn't hold back and spat it out. What is this, plagiarizing my verses? Are you joking? After Lin Fengwu finished, he looked expectantly, thinking this poem would surely be acclaimed. The poem is not bad. Elder Wu remarked indifferently, however, our academy does not accept plagiarists. This poem is not your original work. Lin Fengwu's expression froze. Before he could argue, Lin Yu scolded, you shameful disgrace, go stand aside. Lin Yu was furious. He had not expected his inept son to plagiarize Yition's verses, which had long circulated among the people. It was not surprising that the elder of the academy was aware of it. Let me give it a try. The fifth Prince Lin Chunfeng confidently stepped forward. I would like to demonstrate my strategic acumen. I have some expertise in this area as well. Please, Elder Wu, present a question. Elder Wu replied coolly, how much is a heart worth? After careful consideration, Lin Chunfeng answered, a heart is priceless. It cannot be measured in money. Wrong, Elder Wu stated flatly. A heart is worth 1 billion because of its singular devotion. Lin Chunfeng's expression turned blank. This was not a conventional question. What kind of absurd answer was that? Useless. I entrusted you with managing the economy of the great show, and you can't even answer this simple question. Get out of my sight. Lin Yu was once again infuriated, delivering a sharp reprimand. Both of his sons had proven to be useless, leaving him both exasperated and amused. Lin Yu's hopeful gaze fell upon his eldest son. The Crown Prince Lin Jianfeng stepped forward slowly and spoke calmly. I will test my martial prowess. Elder Wu's gaze fixed upon him. I have heard that not long ago you obtained the true dragon's fortune to protect you. Lin Jianfeng nodded in acknowledgement. Shameless, Yition muttered to himself. Elder Wu, with an indifferent tone, stated, our academy will not make exceptions simply because you possess special fortune. A test is still required. You shall focus entirely on defense while I will strike you with 50% of my strength. As long as you do not retreat more than 10 steps, you will have passed the test. Let us begin. Lin Jianfeng maintained a composed demeanor, brimming with confidence. Without any further ado, Elder Wu unleashed a punch. Striking Lin Jianfeng squarely in the chest, the impact sent shockwaves through the surroundings, causing the floor to tremble beneath them. After taking the blow, Lin Jianfeng's expression shifted dramatically as a tremendous force surged within him. His legs staggered backward with a resounding thud, the ground shattering beneath his feet. 1 step, 2 steps. With each step backward, the floor cracked further. The onlookers watched intently as Lin Jianfeng struggled against the pain. Unable to control his retreat. 7 steps. Upon reaching the 7th step, Lin Jianfeng finally managed to dissipate the force, his pale complexion regaining a hint of color. You have passed, Elder Wu remarked with a neutral expression. Thank you, Elder Wu, for your mercy, Lin Jianfeng said, cupping his fist in respect. Excellent, truly splendid. Lin Yu finally broke into a smile. Among his sons, the Crown Prince had proven himself the most capable. At last, he had passed the examination. Otherwise, he would have faced immense embarrassment today. Congratulations, elder brother, well done. Lin Fengwu and others chimed in, their eyes filled with envy. The eldest brother not only had the support of the Shenzhen sect but could also enter the MOU Academy. They felt they could never catch up to him in this lifetime. Father, I wish to try as well. Lin Iran spoke up. Lin Yu, growing impatient, waved his hand dismissively. What does a girl like you need to enter the academy for? After marriage you should focus on managing the household. Although Lin Iran felt discontent, she dared not rebut. Suddenly Elder Wu interjected, I have heard that within our great show there exists a talent of extraordinary abilities. Having penned unparalleled verses. If this esteemed individual is present, we would like to meet them. The crowd exchanged glances, uncertain of whom he spoke. Damn it, could it be that useless fellow? Lin Fengwu glared in irritation. Suddenly, the crowd's gaze instinctively turned towards Yi Tian. Surely, he cannot be referring to me, Yi Tian pondered with confusion. Elder Wu's gaze locked onto Yi Tian as he spoke. A wind rushes and the heavens soar. The ape's lament echoes. Did you compose this poem? It was I, Yi Tian affirmed with a nod. Elder Wu's cold demeanor softened into a gentle smile. This poem is quite remarkable. I have studied tens of thousands of poems, and none can compare. On behalf of the MOU Academy, I would like to extend an invitation for you to join us. What? Gasps erupted among the spectators. Surely they had not misheard. A son-in-law was being invited to the academy. Furthermore, Elder Wu had stated it was an invitation, not a test, inviting a son-in-law to join the academy. How could that be possible? Had the academy lost its mind? Lin Fengwu and the others were expressions of utter disbelief. Utterly shocked. Chapter 14. I reluctantly agreed to go. Elder Wu, is this some kind of jest? This is truly an invitation, not a test. Lin Yu questioned, equally incredulous. His several capable sons, royal princes, had to undergo testing to gain admission. Yet now someone could be invited based solely on a poem. The disparity was staggering. Indeed, it is an invitation, Elder Wu replied calmly. At the MOU Academy, we appreciate all forms of talent. That poem has earned the admiration of our Academy's head. It ranks first among all works. Our purpose today was primarily to meet this exceptionally talented young man and, incidentally, to test your son. Lin Yu was left speechless, after countless invitations had been rejected previously. He had thought this time would be no different. It turned out they had come specifically for Yi Tian. Impossible, this cannot be. Lin Fengwu seethed, his face turning a ghastly shade of green. He had failed the test himself. How could this son-in-law possibly succeed? Moreover, the academy had come personally to extend an invitation. This revelation ignited a fierce sense of injustice within him. Lin Chunfeng's gaze was filled with envy and resentment. He had prided himself as the foremost strategist of the great Zhou, yet he had been outdone by a mere son-in-law from a small place. His teeth ground together in frustration. The crown prince's indifferent gaze revealed a hint of surprise. He too had not anticipated that Yi Tian would possess such fortune. Without undergoing a test, he could enter the academy just like him. Stop dawdling, agree quickly, Lin Iran exclaimed joyfully, knowing that Yi Tian's admission would reflect well on her as well. I refuse. Why? Yi Tian's unexpected words plunged the grand hall into silence once more. Refuse. The crowd questioned if they had misheard. To dare decline an invitation from the academy? Are you out of your mind? Lin Fengwu exclaimed in shock. Refusing the academy's invitation would have dire consequences. This fellow was utterly clueless about the gravity of the situation. Lin Yu's expression shifted, and he spoke urgently. Yi Prince, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. It is not the time for childish tantrums. I do not wish to join. Yi Tian replied resolutely. What benefit would joining the academy bring me? I cannot be bothered. An opportunity others sought desperately, one that could not be grasped even by kneeling, and yet Yi Tian outright refused. The few royal princes felt their anger boiling over. Elder Wu chuckled. Our academy has stood for millennia with profound foundations. Whatever Yi Prince seeks, we possess: martial arts, techniques, astronomy, geography, historical texts, ancient treasure maps. Yi Tian's eyes lit up, feeling somewhat tempted. He was currently in need of a method to enhance his physique, otherwise, the cultivation rewards he had obtained would remain unclaimed. Additionally, his next signing task was also at the MOU Academy. Joining might not be such a bad idea. Very well, considering your earnestness, I shall go, Tion said, feigning reluctance. The crowd felt as though they might explode with indignation. This fellow had taken advantage and was now acting coy. Elder Wu smiled. Prince, once you arrive at the academy, simply seek me out. I am the head of the Emosyong Pavilion. Just arrive within 3 months. He handed Tion a token before taking his leave. How can someone like him be allowed to join? Lin Fengwu's jealousy boiled over, feeling profoundly unbalanced. Unfair. I can go. And you cannot. Why? Tion replied cheerfully. You. Lin Fengwu rolled his eyes, his face turning an even deeper shade of green. All right, Lin Yu chuckled. Prince's admission to the academy is a blessing for our great show. The Great Chu has sent us a treasure. I am quite pleased. Congratulations, Your Majesty, the ministers echoed in unison. Just a stroke of luck, Lin Chenfeng scoffed, unwilling to accept his defeat to someone like Tion. Meanwhile, in the Great Chu dynasty, the emperor was perusing the poem ascending high at his desk. This rebellious son had managed to compose such verses. The Great Chu empress noted disdainfully, Your Majesty, it is merely a mediocre poem. What is so remarkable about it? In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme. Even if he were to become a poet saint, it would be of no use. The empress retorted dismissively, Your Majesty, the latest news has arrived. Prince has joined the MOU Academy. A eunuch announced. What? He has joined the MOU Academy. The Great Chu emperor was taken aback, nearly toppling from his throne. How could this be possible? That useless fellow. The empress's eyes shimmered with cold light. The MOU Academy was not a place just anyone could enter. Even a mere janitor from within would be treated as a distinguished guest by the Great Chu. What right did that waste have? Your Majesty, Prince joined the MOU Academy solely based on that poem. If only we had not expelled him then. What a stroke of luck for our Great Chu. Silence, you insolent eunuch, dare speak for that waste. 300 lashes, the empress scolded. The Great Chu empress noted he had never misjudged a person. Why Tion was certainly no ordinary individual. It was imperative to sever ties with such a person early on. Should he cause trouble in the future, the Great Chu would bear no responsibility. As the banquet concluded, numerous ministers and distinguished guests began to depart. During the dispersal, many approached Tion to greet him, seeking to curry favor. Originally, he had been disregarded as a son-in-law and ridiculed, but now he was on the verge of joining the MOU Academy. With this newfound status, he would gain access to broader circles and connections. Various families sought to befriend him, hoping to win his favor. Naturally, Lin Yiran basked in this newfound glory as well, with many approaching her for collaboration. Lin Yiran beamed with joy. Tion, come over here. I wish to speak with you privately. The crown prince called out to Tion and turned to enter a room. Once inside, Lin Jianfeng faced away, gazing at a piece of calligraphy on the wall. Crown Prince, is there something you need? Tion asked as he casually took a seat, crossing his legs. Lin Jianfeng spoke slowly. Your admission to the academy has caught me by surprise. This was not part of my plans. I advise you to abandon the idea and refrain from joining the academy. What does that mean? Tion inquired. Lin Jianfeng replied with indifference. The academy is vast, attracting individuals from all corners of the world, including sect maidens and ancient clan elites. Each of them is not someone we can provoke, nor can you manage. Should you cause any trouble, I cannot guarantee your safety. Furthermore, if your actions implicate the Great Show, I will hold you accountable. After all, you joined the academy based on your literary prowess, and your martial skills are rather mediocre. Why? Tion chuckled. Are you implying that your martial prowess is exceptional? Naturally, upon finishing her words, a formidable aura suddenly emanated from Lin Jianfeng, one that Tion had never encountered before. I am not merely at the 9th rank, I am at the master level. I have simply been concealing my strength, Lin Jianfeng stated coolly. In the academy, my abilities are only considered above average. If you provoke others, I cannot protect you, therefore, you cannot join the academy. Chapter 15. I understand some martial arts. Are you threatening me? Yi Tian asked nonchalantly. Lin Jianfeng's expression remained calm. I am merely stating the facts. In this world, martial prowess is esteemed above all. The strong may traverse the world and even ascend to the heavens or delve into the earth. Despite your unparalleled literary talent, in the end, you may only become a scholarly figure with limited achievements. Denying you entry into the academy is for your own good. If you remain in the great show, I will ensure you live a life free of worry. Yi Tian laughed lightly and remarked, is there any possibility that I possess some martial skills as well, if it comes to a fight? Perhaps you would not be able to match me. Moreover, who knows, I might even cultivate to the master level through my studies. Lin Jianfeng chuckled softly. If you do not practice martial arts, you cannot comprehend what being a master entails. I do not blame you. If you refuse to heed my advice and insist on joining, I will not force you. However, should you encounter trouble in the future, you must fend for yourself. The great Zhou will not protect you. Very well. Yi Tian was indifferent to her warnings. He felt capable of self-preservation without relying on others. Lin Jianfeng shook her head slightly at Yi Tian's obstinacy. Once this young man experiences hardship, he will come to understand the good intentions behind my counsel today. Upon leaving the room, Lin Yiran promptly arrived, inquiring, what did my brother discuss with you? Nothing much. Your brother remarked on my handsome appearance, fearing I might be abducted by other women, and advised me to treat you well. Yi Tian replied with a serious demeanor. Get lost. Lin Yiran clearly did not believe such words. Recognizing them as mere fabrications, after returning to the residence, Yi Tian began to meditate in seclusion. During these past few days, his cultivation progressed slowly. Perhaps it was due to the lack of enhancement in his physical capabilities, resulting in the gradual absorption of the centuries' worth of stored cultivation. Opening his eyes, Yi Tian mused, it seems that after entering the MOU Academy, I must find a cultivation method that suits me. Once my physical strength increases, the stored cultivation will grant me even greater power. Suddenly, Yi Tian detected footsteps on the rooftop. He narrowed his eyes and extinguished the candle. Moments later, a shadow stealthily entered the room. The figure approached the bed and without hesitation, thrust a sword downward. The blade pierced through the blanket, revealing no one inside. Just as the shadow prepared to leave, Yi Tian appeared behind them, attempting to assassinate me. Who possesses such audacity? Slap! Yi Tian smacked the assassin's head, causing them to spit blood and die on the spot. Suddenly, several hidden weapons flew in from outside the courtyard, but Yi Tian easily evaded them. By the time he pursued outside, the assailant had vanished. Are you all right? Lin Yiran rushed over. Not long ago, she too had been targeted for assassination. Fearing for Yi Tian's safety, she hurried to him. Someone has attempted to assassinate me. It appears the target is us both, Yi Tian stated calmly. Lin Yiran's expression turned icy as she examined the assassin's corpse, discovering an identification token on them. This token belongs to my sixth brother's people. Lin Yiran's eyes filled with fury. Sixth brother has grown exceedingly bold. Out of jealousy for your talent, he seeks to kill you. I must inform Father the Emperor immediately. Lin Yiran was furious. Do not rush. Yi Tian analyzed, I have a feeling this matter is not as simple as it seems. Who carries an identification token while committing assassination? This is clearly a setup. Is that so? Lin Yiran furrowed her brow, pondering. If it wasn't the sixth prince, then who else could it be? Yi Tian interjected, as a princess you have not offended anyone, the only ones wishing to harm you are within the royal family. I will hazard a guess that the one with the most animosity towards you is your fifth brother, Lin Chenfeng. He has long coveted your mine. It would not be surprising for him to resort to such measures. Lin Yiran clenched her fists, having suspected her fifth brother for a long time but lacking evidence. Suddenly a thought crossed Lin Yiran's mind. Prince, have you devised a plan? Will you assist me? I am tired and wish to sleep. Etion yawned. Please help me. Lin Iran's gaze bore into him. No. Why? Etion declined. Lin Iran's eyes remained fixed on him. Why? Etion smirked. If you wish for my assistance, you must first give me a series of charming requests. What series? Lin Iran was taken aback. Simply put, charm me. Can you do that? I cannot charm anyone. I'm going to sleep, Etion said, turning to lie down. I will give it a try. Lin Iran hesitated, then finally blushed and said, Prince, please assist me. Have mercy on this fragile woman. Upon hearing this, Etion felt a shiver run down his spine. He nearly succumbed to her allure. It was unexpected that a woman like Lin Iran, who exuded coldness, could be so terrifying when adopting a softer tone. Stop. I agree. Why? Etion hastily interrupted her. It would be too embarrassing. If I were to yield so easily, I might as well smash my head against a wall. Lin Iran regained her previous cool demeanor, yet inside, she felt a flicker of excitement. This was her first experience with such charm. It was quite pleasant. Why? Etion began. I have a method to determine whether it was indeed the fifth prince behind this. Lin Iran perked up her ears to listen. Why? Etion continued. We will disguise ourselves as assassins and attempt to attack your fifth brother. Of course, it will not be a real assassination, rather, we will intentionally leave that token at the scene and observe your fifth brother's reaction. Lin Iran's eyes brightened. Although this plan was somewhat dangerous, it might yield fruitful results. The fifth prince's residence. Lin Chenfeng was perusing account books, smiling as he verified the finances over the past month through the illicit trade of elixirs from the palace. He had amassed a considerable fortune. Now he had stockpiled a significant amount of gold and silver and had used the elixirs to forge connections with many influential clans. He had even bribed several city guards. When the time was right, with a mere wave of his hand, he could seize control of the imperial city. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lin Chenfeng's eyes. He had long coveted the throne. The position of crown prince should have been his, but the emperor's favoritism had cost him that opportunity. Since I cannot be the crown prince, then I shall become the emperor. The great show will ultimately be mine. Lin Chenfeng clenched his fists, plotting in his heart. Suddenly, the candle in the room extinguished, plunging it into darkness. In an instant, a black figure appeared, lunging forward with a sword. An assassin! An assassin! Lin Chenfeng shouted, immediately dodging the attack and sprinting towards the courtyard. Within moments, the guards arrived. After a brief skirmish, the assassin fled in haste. Lin Chenfeng trembled with rage. Who had the audacity to attempt his life? Your Highness, the assassin left something behind. A guard presented him with the identification token. Upon seeing it, Lin Chenfeng's eyes ignited with fury. This is an item exclusively belonging to my sixth brother's guards. He actually sent someone to kill me. Immediately summon the sixth prince to see me. Lin Chenfeng, infuriated, returned to his chamber. On the rooftop, Etion and Lin Iran lay concealed. Just moments ago, it was Etion who masqueraded as the assassin and deliberately left the token behind. The two began to wait in silence. After about a stick of incense's worth of time, Lin Fengwu arrived. Fifth brother, what brings you here at this late hour? Lin Fengwu inquired. Lin Chenfeng's gaze was icy. Do you know the penalty for attempting to kill a brother? What? No, I haven't done anything. Lin Fengwu immediately shook his head in denial. Slap. Lin Chenfeng slammed the token onto the table, coldly questioning, is this not the item of your guards? It fell from the assassin. Chapter 16. I am the sixth prince's brother. This is indeed my guard's item. Lin Fengwu stammered. Several months ago, one of my guards mysteriously disappeared. How could this token be here, fifth brother? I swear to heaven he is absolutely not one of mine. We are on the same side. How could I possibly send someone to kill you? It could just as easily have been the seventh sister or even the eldest brother. Lin Chenfeng did not believe his words and slapped him across the face. I truly did not do it. Lin Fengwu felt aggrieved. Fifth brother, I have no reason to deceive you. Our relationship has always been good. We once conspired to kill our younger sister together. If you were to come to harm, it would be of no benefit to me. On the rooftop, Lin Yiran listened in shock to their exchange. She originally believed that only Lin Chenfeng harbored animosity towards her, seeking to usurp her mining veins, which led him to orchestrate an assassination attempt. Little did she anticipate that her sixth brother, Lin Fengwu, was also involved. Yi Tian sighed softly. In every dynasty, the rivalry among princes is invariably present. It was the same in the Great Chu, and it remains unchanged in the Great Zhou. Indeed, those devoid of compassion often hail from imperial families. This assertion holds true. At that moment, the two individuals in the room continued their discussion. Lin Fengwu spoke. Fifth brother assassination is of little consequence, for little sister is well guarded by her retinue of attendants. We should instead suppress her economically, compelling her to obediently surrender the spiritual veins. Do you have a plan? Lin Chenfeng inquired. Lin Fengwu continued. Months ago, an ancient tomb was inadvertently uncovered, revealing a mysterious copper mirror. It is said that placing a spiritual stone upon this mirror will instantly reduce it to an ordinary stone. If we acquire this copper mirror, we can render little sister's spiritual veins into mere rubble. Lin Chenfeng nodded slightly. If this copper mirror indeed possessed such capabilities, it could be wielded as leverage against Lin Yiran. She could either relinquish the spiritual veins or watch them all turn to stone. Where is the copper mirror? Lin Chenfeng asked. It appears to be in the possession of someone named Manue, who resides within the imperial city. He bears a distinctive scar on his face, making him relatively easy to identify. Lin Fengwu replied. Then we shall seek out this individual first thing tomorrow morning upon the roof. Yi Tian and Lin Yiran listened intently to their conversation. After the two departed, Lin Yiran remarked, we must act swiftly to locate this copper mirror. Otherwise, my spiritual veins will be lost. Yi Tian replied, I shall not go, you must find it on your own. Lin Yiran countered, if you can assist me in locating the copper mirror, I shall grant you half of the spiritual veins. Yi Tian pondered for a moment. Spiritual stones would indeed be beneficial for him, as they were often used as currency in many places. Moreover, he needed to prepare for his future endeavors at the MOU Academy. If they were to seek it out tomorrow, then they ought to start now. Let us go find this person, Yi Tian declared. That is precisely my thought. Lin Yiran smiled, pleasantly surprised that they shared the same intention. That evening, the Great Zhou dynasty imposed no curfew, and the nightlife was bustling with energy. Street vendors and performers filled the avenues. As they walked, both were somewhat bewildered, although they knew the individual they sought was named Manue and bore a scar. Finding him amidst the throngs of people proved to be a formidable challenge. Let us split up in our search. We shall reconvene here, Yi Tian suggested. Lin Yiran nodded in agreement. As they parted ways, Yi Tian began to wander about. Good sir, come and play. A row of elegantly dressed women waved enthusiastically from across the street at Chanman Lou. Yi Tian strode inside, immediately surrounded by 7 or 8 charming courtesans. Good sir, is this your first visit? Our ladies are exceptionally beautiful today. Do choose one. Yi Tian smirked. Choose one. Do you take me for a fool? I want 10. Upon hearing this, the madam's face broke into a wide grin. A distinguished guest, come ladies, we have a special patron. Once inside the room, food and drink awaited alongside a dance performance. 10 alluring women, each possessing remarkable figures and striking faces, attended to him. Some offered him grapes, others massaged his shoulders, while yet another fanned him. After a few cups of wine, Yi Tian was thoroughly entertained, unable to contain his delight. Good sir, it is time to settle the bill. Tonight's total comes to 200 taels of gold. The madam announced with a smile. Money is no object for me. Before I leave, however, I wish to inquire about someone. Yi Tian said, this person is named Manue, bears a scar on his face, and is my brother. I will pay 10 taels of gold to anyone who has seen him. Upon hearing this, the eyes of those in the room sparkled with interest. Soon, they began exchanging information, though most of it proved to be useless. I have seen that man, he is in his 50s, nearly 2 meters tall, and has a sickly daughter. He once delivered goods to us. I believe he resides in Pingan Alit, a woman reported. Yetion realized that she was indeed describing the person he sought. He promptly rose to leave. Good sir, you have yet to settle your bill. Settle my bill? Do you know who I am? Yetion exclaimed, his expression turning fierce. I shall inform you that I am the brother of the sixth prince. If any of you dare demand payment, you are courting death. If you seek gold, go to the sixth prince. Step aside. Yetion forcefully pushed the door open and departed, leaving the madam to stand to stop him. After all, who would dare provoke someone associated with a prince? Upon exiting Chanman Look, Yetion encountered Lin Iran. Where were you last night? I waited here for several hours. Lin Iran was visibly displeased. Yetion remained unperturbed. I too was busy last night, finally uncovering news about the person we seek. Let us head to Pingan Ali. Just as they were about to leave, over 20 thugs suddenly surrounded them. The madam from Alia appeared, brandishing a stick with a furious expression. The more I think about it, the more it seems awry. How could the brother of the sixth prince fail to pay? You are nothing but a fraud. You had 10 girls accompany you for the night, indulged in all pleasures, and now you wish to leave without settling the score. Dream on. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran's face turned pale. She tightened her grip on Yetion, gritting her teeth. You went to drink and indulge in pleasures last night, didn't you? Yetion replied nonchalantly. I did not indulge in drinking, I was gathering information. I did it to help you, and you should be grateful. Should I kneel down to thank you then? She retorted. That would not be out of the question, Yetion said earnestly. Get lost. Lin Iran was both furious and amused. Utterly speechless. On the surface, she was still the other party's fiancée, yet he dared to frequent such places, showing no regard for her. Hand over the money, or I shall break your legs, the madam shouted vehemently. Yetion pointed at Lin Iran. Do you know who she is? She is the princess of the great Zhou. Bah, the madam was infuriated. If she is a princess, then I am the empress dowager. Do not try to deceive me. Chapter 17. Let me handle this. Some individuals are utterly oblivious to the concept of disaster comes from the mouth. At the moment the madam claimed to be the empress dowager, Yetion felt a chilling murderous intent emanating from Lin Iran. You are finished. Instinctively, Yetion took a step back as Lin Iran boldly advanced, delivering a resounding slap to the madam's face. Ah, how dare you strike me! The madam shrieked furiously, prompting her thugs to charge forward. These ordinary men posed no challenge to Lin Iran, who swiftly dealt with them in mere moments. However, the madam was no ordinary person. She quickly called for reinforcements, and within moments, 3 fifth-rank experts appeared. Lin Iran scoffed, effortlessly countering the trio's assault. In a brief bout, the 3 fifth-rank experts were sent sprawling, coughing up blood. Now thoroughly panicked, the madam threatened. Who are you two? Do you know who is behind us? Lin Iran's expression remained indifferent. Who is behind you? Pray tell. Haha, if I tell you, I fear it will frighten you, the madam, with an air of arrogance, declared. We are backed by the fifth prince of the great show. Lin Iran chuckled softly. So it is my fifth brother who owns this establishment. What a coincidence. Her gaze shifted towards Yetion. Yetion feigned ignorance, shrugging. I was merely gathering information. I had no idea this was your fifth brother's establishment. Just then, a large contingent of guards arrived on the scene. The madam's face lit up with joy. My saviors have arrived. You two are doomed. As the captain dismounted, the madam approached with a sycophantic smile. You have arrived just in time. These two have dined without paying and are impersonating royalty. They deserve execution. Step aside. The captain kicked the madam aside and immediately knelt before Lin Iran. Your humble servant greets the princess. The madam's mind exploded with disbelief. Princess, you are the princess. Her face turned ashen, and her legs weakened as she collapsed to the ground, trembling. Commoner pays respects to the princess. Lin Iran, her expression devoid of warmth, declared, to insult the royal family is to warrant death. Take her away and execute her. Spare me, princess, please. I am one of the fifth prince's people, you cannot do this. The madam attempted to invoke her connections for mercy, but Lin Iran showed no leniency. The guards forcibly dragged her away. Yi Tian cast a glance at Lin Iran. This woman was decisive and ruthless, a truly impressive sight. Why, Yi Tian, could you refrain from such actions in the future? On the surface, I am still your fiancé. What will we do if father finds out you have been indulging in pleasures? Lin Iran said with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Are you showing concern for me? Yi Tian replied. Feigning surprise, a princess, is it possible you have fallen for me after only a few days? Indeed, such an exceptional person as myself is loved by all. Get away with your narcissism. Lin Iran laughed in exasperation. Her frustration dissipating, after a short while the two arrived at Ping'an Alley. The winding paths were numerous, and the houses stood in a state of disrepair, a place inhabited solely by the impoverished. After inquiring around, Yi Tian finally discovered a place to stay. The door of the courtyard was ajar and latched. Upon pushing the door open, he encountered a girl of about 5 or 6 years old, scribbling on the ground. Child, is your father home? Yi Tian inquired. The little girl, unfazed, gazed at the two but remained silent. Lin Iran took a quick glance into the room but found no one there. Where has your father gone? Yi Tian pressed on. The girl still did not respond. Just as Yi Tian began to assume the child was mute, a man suddenly appeared outside the door. Who are you looking for? He spoke. Yi Tian turned around, taken aback by the man's imposing stature, towering over 2 meters, with a robust physique and dark skin, resembling a black bear. A menacing scar marred his face, enhancing his fierce appearance. Are you Manuel? Lin Iran spoke up. We seek an item, you may name your price for its return. Manuel's expression turned icy as he replied, I do not possess what you seek, leave my home at once. Lin Iran scoffed, for the copper mirror was crucial to her spiritual lineage. No matter the means, she was determined to acquire it. Hand over the item, and I shall grant you any favor you desire. Lin Iran's tone grew cold. Get lost. Manuel suddenly erupted in fury, unleashing a formidable aura as he threw a punch. Lin Iran hastily defended herself, but was knocked back by the force of the blow. A 9th-tier expert, Lin Iran's expression shifted dramatically. This man was indeed a formidable 9th-tier warrior. Get out of my house immediately, Manuel seethed, raising his fists once more to charge at Lin Iran. At that moment, Yi Tian stepped in front, firmly grasping the man's arm, and said with a smile, let us not act rashly, let us converse civilly. Manuel's arm bulged with veins as he attempted to shake Yi Tian off. But Yi Tian remained unyielding, his feet firmly planted. Realizing this, Manuel's eyes widened in surprise. This young man possessed strength that rivaled his own, perhaps even surpassing it. Daddy, I'm so cold, the little girl suddenly spoke. Trembling on the ground and repeatedly crying out in distress, Manuel rushed over, scooping up his daughter and hastily administering a pill. After taking the medicine, the chill lessened slightly, but the girl continued to emanate frigid energy. A millennium-cold poison. Yi Tian discerned the girl's condition at a glance. Manuel's eyes filled with guilt. My daughter accidentally fell into an ice cave, and when we rescued her, she was afflicted with this cold poison. I have been searching for a remedy, but alas, Yi Tian interjected, this cold poison can only be cured with a blazing elixir, at least of the 3rd tier. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran declared, if you give me the item, I will procure such an elixir to save your daughter. Manuel shook his head. It's futile. Such elixirs do not exist in the entire Great Show. Impossible. A mere 3rd tier elixir can surely be found. Lin Iran asserted confidently. Not necessarily, Yi Tian replied. His daughter's cold poison is rather unique, with very few cases recorded. There aren't many seeking such elixirs, and given their exorbitant price, few dare to concoct them. You may not find such an elixir in the Great Show, Lin Iran countered. No worries, I can request the royal family's 3rd-tier alchemist to produce it. It shouldn't pose a problem. Yi Tian chuckled. The royal alchemists are under the purview of the 5th prince. Are you certain you can summon their aid? Lin Iran fell silent, realizing the 5th prince was also in search of the copper mirror. If she sought his assistance, it would be rather fortuitous. What now? Lin Iran began to fret. As a princess, she found herself unable to secure the services of a mere third-tier alchemist. I have a solution. Yi stated calmly. He himself was a third-tier alchemist, needing no assistance from anyone else. Chapter 18 Confronting the Master. What plan do you have? Can you truly locate a third-tier alchemist? Lin Iran inquired. Astonished. Why? Yi smiled. I can certainly find one. Lin Iran's faith was restored. You really can find a way to save my daughter. Hope flickered in Manuel's eyes as he said, I promise if you can cure my daughter, I will return the item to you. Agreed. Yi nodded. Within 2 days we shall return with the elixir. They departed, with Lin Iran asking, how do you know a third-tier alchemist? Do you have friends in the great show? In this world, who doesn't have a few connections? Yi replied with a smile. Shortly after they left, hundreds of figures suddenly appeared, encircling the entire Ping'an Alley. The fifth prince, clad in plain clothes, entered the courtyard with an indifferent expression. Who are you? Manuel concealed his daughter behind him, eyeing the intruders warily. Hand over the copper mirror, and I shall leave you with a whole corpse. Lin Chenfeng spoke coldly. Manuel's expression hardened. They were here for the copper mirror once more. However, this man did not match the previous two in demeanor. I have nothing. You've mistaken me for someone else, Manuel replied icily. Playing dumb, this prince shall send you to your death. Attack. Lin Chenfeng had no intention of engaging in further dialogue. Killing him would still yield the item, but soon Lin Chenfeng realized his grave error. A ninth-tier expert, his expression shifted as he realized the hulking man was indeed a ninth-tier warrior. Capture his daughter. Seize his daughter. Lin Chenfeng backed. Dozens of guards surged into the room, grabbing the little girl. Manuel roared in fury. Let go of my daughter, you seek death, stay back, or I shall strangle her. Lin Chenfeng threatened. Hand over the copper mirror, quickly. The item is not with me, I have hidden it away. Let go of my daughter and I shall deliver the item to you. This prince does not believe you. You have 1 day to bring me the copper mirror, or I will collect your daughter's corpse. Lin Chenfeng sneered as he took his leave. Manuel, filled with rage, let out a roar. Yi spent an entire day gathering the necessary herbs for the elixir. Inside the room, flames flickered within the cauldron. Once the temperature was right, he skillfully added the herbs. The elixir being concocted was known as the fire dragon pill. This pill, once consumed, would generate immense heat within the body, capable of incinerating an ordinary person. However, for one afflicted with cold poison, it would perfectly neutralize the searing energy. The herbs melted into liquid form shortly after being added. Yi's expression remained calm as he deftly maneuvered through the process. After several hours, the pills began to coalesce, filling the room with a rich aroma. It's done. Yi opened his eyes, tapping the lid of the cauldron, and several pills flew out. He carefully stored them in a vial. Mindful of their heat. A total of 10 pills, he would give one to them, keeping the rest for emergencies. You never know when they might come in handy, Yi murmured to himself, exiting the room. He instructed the maid to summon Lin Iran. When Lin Iran hurriedly arrived, she asked, so, did you obtain the elixir? Yes, it's in hand, Yi affirmed. Lin Iran was astonished. You really do know a third-tier alchemist? What is his name? Can you introduce me? Yi smiled. I shall introduce you another day. For now, let us hurry to find Manuel. I fear your fifth brother may have outpaced us. All right, Lin Iran nodded. The two returned to Ping'an Alley. The courtyard door stood wide open, and upon entering, they could still see traces of blood on the ground. The walls bore the marks of a struggle. We are too late. Yi's expression darkened. Your fifth brother must have been here. We arrived a moment too late. Lin Iran clenched her fists, her expression furious. We cannot allow the copper mirror to fall into their hands. Let us split up and search. Meanwhile, in a valley, Lin Chenfeng had been waiting with several elite warriors. Moments later, Manuel, fully armed, arrived, his face clouded with anger. Where is my daughter? I have brought the mirror you requested. Lin Chenfeng smirked. First, show me the item, and I will return your daughter. Let me see her first, Manuel retorted. What a dog you are, barking at this prince. Lin Chenfeng scoffed, waving his hand. Two subordinates emerged, carrying the little girl. Daddy, the girl, suffering from the cold poison, appeared pale and struggled to breathe. Manuel's heart ached as he hurriedly tossed the package he held. Upon opening it, he revealed an ancient mirror. However, Lin Chenfeng had never seen such an item and casually tossed it to an elder beside him. Elder Mu, check if it's genuine. Elder Mu ran his fingers over the mirror's patterns, his tone icy. It's a fake. What? Lin Chenfeng seethed. You sent me a fake, kill his offspring. Lin Chenfeng's fury erupted. Suddenly, Manuel unleashed a flurry of hidden weapons, dispatching the guards and swiftly reclaiming his daughter. As Manuel prepared to flee, Elder Mu suddenly appeared before him. Get out of my way, Manuel struck with all his might. You overestimate yourself, Elder Mu replied indifferently, as a vast surge of true energy emanated from his body. With a single punch, the protective energy sent Manuel crashing backward, injuring him and causing him to spit blood. True energy projection, a master. Under the full moon, Manu's heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of dread. The inconspicuous old man before him was, in fact, a master of extraordinary skill. Lin Chenfeng scoffed. Is it too much to have a master by my side? You came here today with no intention of living alive. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Manu understood that against a master, he could only fight with all his might. After a low growl, all the blood energy within him coalesced at his brow, causing his aura to surge dramatically. Old Mu spoke with indifference. Is this the secret technique of the Blood Blade camp? Are you one of their remnants? Prepare to die. As Manu launched a punch, the air trembled, echoing a low, thunderous roar akin to a tiger's growl. Old Mu's gaze was filled with contempt as he casually raised his palm, shattering Manu's arm with a resounding crack, sending him hurtling backward with a scream. Just as Manu was about to rise, Old Mu had already seized him by the throat, coldly inquiring, "Where is the mirror?" "You'll never find out," Manu bellowed in fury. "Refuse to speak, then I shall slay your illegitimate child." Old Mu concentrated his energy in his palm, aiming at the little girl in the distance. "No!" Manu cried out in horror. With a thunderous blast, energy shot forth from Old Mu's palm, targeting the girl's head. Just as the energy was about to crush her skull, a powerful force intercepted the attack. "Who dares to be so blind?" Old Mu glared darkly. "Old fool, how can you even think of killing such a delightful little girl? You are utterly inhuman." Yetion appeared with an air of nonchalance. Chapter 19, Slaying a Master is as easy as slicing vegetables. What kind of dog are you rolling in here uninvited? Mind your own business or prepare to die. Manu was incensed. An insignificant insect daring to insult him. "Today, I will shred you to pieces." "Yetion, it's you," Lin Chenfeng spoke coolly. "I didn't expect you to be searching for that copper mirror as well. Do you think you are worthy? With your capabilities, how could you possess such a treasure? Truly laughable." Lin Chenfeng yawned before continuing. "Old Mu, this brat is merely the consort my sister summoned, just a small fry. Kill him. Afterwards, I'll claim he died of misfortune," giving further a plausible explanation. With that, Lin Chenfeng reclined in his palanquin and departed. Old Mu's eyes turned icy. "I wondered who spoke so arrogantly. Turns out to be a mere consort. Killing you would be beneath me." Though Yetion appeared calm, a chilling murderous intent flickered in his eyes. In an instant, Old Mu struck, his fist transforming into a torrent of energy that swept across the ground. "Little brother, be careful, he is a master," Manu urgently warned. Yetion scoffed. "A master, more like a dog's hair." He retaliated with a punch of his own, and with a resounding clash, their powers collided. Remaining evenly matched, Old Mu was taken aback. This brat could actually withstand his attack. Old Mu launched into another fierce assault, employing cunning and lethal moves. Yetion, inexperienced in combat, focused solely on defense, unsure how to strike back. However, he soon began to mirror Old Mu's techniques, gradually finding his footing in the fight. Old Mu, astonished, realized this brat was learning his moves. Damn it, so you wish to steal my techniques, Old Mu? In a fit of rage, summoned a sword from thin air, unleashing dozens of sword energies in a flurry. You lack martial ethics, using weapons. Yetion cast then joined his fingers together, channeling his energy to condense a 3-foot-long sword energy. Condensing a sword with energy, Old Mu's expression shifted in surprise. The magnitude of Yetion's energy was at least 10 times greater than his own. With a snap, the sword in his hand shattered. And Old Mu felt a deep shock. This boy's strength was undoubtedly superior to his. I must retreat. Old Mu feigned an attack before swiftly withdrawing. Yetion had already discerned his intention and thought, escaping won't be that easy. Let me show you my myriad sword energy technique, Yetion declared, standing tall as a tempest surged from within him. With a deafening roar, an extraordinary phenomenon erupted in the sky. A colossal storm visible to the naked eye began to wreak havoc. Old Mu abruptly looked up, his pupils shaking. What is this? Before he could react, he saw thousands of sword energies converging at the storm's center. Disaster! Old Mu's face paled, horrified. Such a terrifying technique exists in this world. Who are you? You are from the Shenjian sect. Before he could finish, the multitude of sword energies shot toward him without hesitation. Without doubt, the dense barrage of sword energies effortlessly tore through Old Mu's protective energy puff. Within mere moments, Old Mu was reduced to a mere pile of flesh, utterly annihilated. The storm dissipated swiftly, leaving no trace of the chaos that had occurred. Yetion's complexion turned slightly pale. Damn it, my body is still too weak. I unleashed a powerful technique but only utilized a fraction of its potential. Had my physical strength been sufficient, the sword energies would have far exceeded a mere few thousand. It is imperative that I dedicate time to refining my body. At that moment, the sound of sobbing reached his ears. Manu cradled his daughter, weeping bitterly. The child, afflicted by a cold poison, had lost all signs of life, her body rigid as if frozen. Let me take a look. Yetion hastily took her into his arms. And upon sensing a faint pulse, he sighed in relief. He then administered a fire dragon pill to her. As the pill dissolved, the little girl's body grew warm. Father, the girl began to awaken gradually. Manu, overwhelmed with joy, wept tears of happiness, only to suddenly spew a mouthful of blood. She is safe now, the cold poison is gone. You needn't fear the cold anymore. Yetion remarked. Now, will you tell me where the mirror is? Manu, filled with gratitude, responded, Thank you, I thought you were jesting. I hid the mirror beneath a red stone in the wind-howling valley. At that moment, Lin Yiren arrived, her expression one of shock as she surveyed the devastation. This place had clearly witnessed a fierce battle. How did Yetion survive? You take them away from here, I'll go find the mirror. Let us meet at my home, Yetion instructed. All right, Lin Yiren nodded. Within the estate, the fifth prince Lin Chenfeng basked comfortably in the sun, severing pastries while awaiting Old Mu to bring him Yetion's head. Once the copper mirror was in hand, the entire Dejo spiritual vein would belong to him, the throne would be within his grasp. A sly smile crept across Lin Chenfeng's lips. Your Highness, a box has arrived, quick, bring it here. Lin Chenfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, wondering if it contained the copper mirror or Yetion's severed head. When the box was placed on the table, Lin Chenfeng opened it eagerly. Inside instead lay a gruesome mass of mangled flesh. Lin Chenfeng recoiled in shock. He recognized the markings on the flesh. It was Old Mu's body. The master is dead. Lin Chenfeng's expression shifted dramatically. A master had been slain, killed by a useless consort. Damn it, Lin Chenfeng seethed, kicking the box away. It must have been Lin Yiren's doing. She has a master by her side. Lin Chenfeng's fury knew no bounds. He refused to believe that Old Mu had been killed by Yetion, a mere consort. He was convinced that Lin Yiren had enlisted the aid of a powerful expert. If the copper mirror falls into your hands, then my spiritual vein is as good as lost. Uve forced my hand. Lin Chenfeng immediately summoned his sixth brother Lin Fengwu. Upon his arrival, Lin Fengwu, believing the mirror was secured, chuckled, "Fifth brother, Lin Yiran is doomed now. With the mirror in hand, she'll have to kneel and beg us." "Be quiet, who said the mirror is secured?" Lin Chenfeng's gaze turned icy. "That wretched woman has a master by her side. Even old Mu was no match for him." Lin Fengwu was taken aback. Although old Mu was forcibly elevated to master by the elixir, he was still formidable, far superior to an ordinary 9th grade expert. My sister doesn't seem to have such a powerful ally. "Hell if I know, regardless, he is dead. If it wasn't Lin Yiran, could it be that useless Yition? Would the Chu be so foolish as to send a master to serve as a consort? Has their emperor's brain been kicked by a donkey?" Lin Fengwu instinctively nodded, as it did seem plausible. Who would be foolish enough to send a master as a consort? What shall we do next? "If the mirror lands in my sister's hands, our business is finished," Lin Fengwu inquired anxiously. Chapter 20, The Evil Spirit in the Mirror. "Why are you panicking? I could slap you for this cowardice." Lin Chenfeng was furious, wanting to give him a sound thrashing. "Fifth brother, this is truly troublesome," Lin Fengwu faltered. He had never been particularly interested in the spiritual vein, were it not for fifth brother's promises of numerous top-tier elixirs. He might not have conspired to murder his own sister. "Troublesome, my foot," Lin Chenfeng laughed in anger. "Although old Mu is dead, I have plenty of experts like him by my side. This. Lin Fengwu was astonished. "Fifth brother, could the rumors be true? Have you secretly trained many death warriors?" Rumors had circulated that Lin Chenfeng had misappropriated royal resources to concoct forbidden elixirs, allowing 9th grade experts to break through to the master level. It sounded simple, but this elixir had a dire drawback. Those who forcibly ascended to the master level would not survive beyond 6 months. A master of the 9th rank, under normal circumstances, would never resort to such actions unless absolutely necessary. However, over the years, Lin Chenfeng has inexplicably managed to garner the support of numerous 9th rank masters through various means. He has even persuaded them to consume pills that propelled them into the realm of grandmasters. A derisive smile crept across Lin Chenfeng's face as he contemplated this. Surrounding him were no fewer than 10 such formidable experts, which would undoubtedly serve as his most potent trump card when he ascends to the throne. "If father finds out about this, you are doomed," Lin Fengwu gulped nervously. "If you keep it to yourself, no one will know," Lin Chenfeng retorted coldly. "My younger sister is a thorn in my side. She must be eliminated, or I shall be unable to sleep at night. I have devised a plan that may tarnish the royal family's reputation, but I wish to give it a try." "What method?" Lin Fengwu inquired. Lin Chenfeng replied nonchalantly, "There are my people around my younger sister. I will discreetly add something to her food. Afterward, I will arrange for someone to take care of her." Lin Fengwu was taken aback. This method was exceedingly malicious and ruthless. "Elder brother, this is not right," he protested, feeling a pang of conscience. "You worthless fool, are you feeling pity for that wretch?" Lin Chenfeng spat venomously. "She must die, otherwise the truth of our affairs will be revealed, and it will be our heads on the chopping block." Left speechless, Lin Fengwu could only nod silently. Within the wind-howling valley, Yition spent an entire day searching for the place. Here the winds howled year-round, the environment was harsh, and the ground was strewn with stones. There was not a soul in sight for hundreds of miles. "Where is the red stone?" Yition's gaze intensified as he began to search meticulously. After more than an hour, he finally discovered the elusive red stone in a secluded corner. Upon moving it aside, he uncovered a box. Opening the box, he found indeed a copper mirror inside. Picking up the mirror for a glance, it appeared utterly ordinary, the kind that one would not bother to pick up even if it fell to the ground. Could this truly possess the ability to turn spiritual stones into mere rocks? Afterward, Yition retrieved a spiritual stone from his ring to conduct an experiment. As the stone neared the copper mirror, it emitted a hazy glow, and in an instant the spiritual stone lost its energy. transforming into an ordinary rock. To his astonishment, it truly possessed such a function. Just as Etion intended to store the mirror away, it suddenly began to vibrate and heat up on its own. In an instant, the mirror slipped from his grasp, following which a terrifying wail erupted. A malevolent ghost burst forth from the mirror, lunging directly at Etion, having never encountered such a thing before. Etion was momentarily startled. Without a second thought, he concentrated his sword energy and flung it outward. With a slicing sound, the ghost was sent flying by the sword energy. Roar! The ghost emitted a low growl once more. Etion scolded, "What are you bellowing for? Trying to scare a child? Taste my sword energy." He unleashed hundreds of sword energies into the air, mercilessly shredding the ghost into pieces once the initial wave of attacks concluded. Etion was about to continue when the ghost suddenly surrendered. "Spare me, grandfather," the ghost pleaded, prostrating itself on the ground. "I was wrong, I won't dare again, please stop, it hurts." "What in the world, you can talk?" Etion was astonished. The ghost nodded repeatedly. "In my past life, I was a human. I was cursed, which is why I ended up like this. I have been hiding within the mirror, surviving by consuming spiritual stones." Realizing this, Etion finally understood. No wonder the mirror could transform spiritual stones into ordinary rocks. It was because this malevolent ghost absorbed all the spiritual energy. "You are of no further use to me. I shall kill you," Etion declared with disdain. "No, grandfather," the ghost cried in fear. "If you kill me, the mirror will lose its efficacy. Spare my ghostly life, and I can be of assistance to you. Besides consuming spiritual stones, I can also terrify souls, and during your battles, I can emerge to help." Etion smirked. The ghost was desperately clinging to life. After some consideration, he decided that keeping the mirror could indeed be useful, and he needed to take it back as a report. "For now, your life is spared. Henceforth, you shall be my servant." "Thank you, grandfather," the ghost exclaimed eagerly, then cautiously added, "Grandfather, may I return to the mirror now?" "Hurry up," Etion waved his hand. The ghost quickly retreated back into the mirror. With a flick of his finger, the mirror flew into his hand. This object was of decent quality. In critical moments, it could serve as a weapon. In the manner, after settling down, the father and daughter duo, Lin Iran, awaited Etion's return. At that moment, Manu approached her, exclaiming, "So you are a princess." With that, she suddenly knelt down, choking back tears. "Princess, I implore you to seek justice for me." "What is the matter?" Lin Iran asked, bewildered. Manu took a deep breath. "I was once a member of the Blood Knife Camp." "What?" Lin Iran gasped in shock. "You are from the Blood Knife Camp? But hasn't it been completely wiped out? Out of 500 brothers, I am the sole survivor." Manu lamented bitterly. "During the city defense battle, we could have emerged victorious, but we were ultimately betrayed by counterfeit pills that led to our demise. After consuming the pills, many of my brothers suffered explosive injuries to their dungeons and perished in agony. Upon investigation, I discovered that these pills were supplied by the royal family, and they were managed by the fifth prince. This must be linked to him." Lin Iran's expression turned grave. The Blood Knife Camp had once been the mightiest force in the Great Show, capable of holding off tens of thousands of enemies with merely 500 men. She had always believed the truth to be that adverse weather and a surprise attack from a powerful foe led to their annihilation. Completely unaware that it was due to counterfeit pills. "Princess, as long as you are willing to help my fallen brothers seek justice, I am willing to meet the emperor and personally testify to their wrongful deeds," Manu declared with fervor. Chapter 21, "I have no money on me. You may rise." Lin Iran spoke. "If this is true, then the fifth prince has indeed committed an unspeakable crime. I can take you to meet my father, and you can personally recount the entire sequence of events to him." "Thank you, princess," Manu exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. As long as she could meet the emperor and convey the truth, she could finally provide an explanation for her fallen brothers. "I am back." Etion cheerfully entered the room, and Lin Iran's face lit up with joy. "Did you bring the mirror?" "No, I lost it," Etion replied, shaking his head. Lin Iran's expression changed drastically. "Lost it? Have we missed our chance again?" her countenance soured immediately. I was just teasing you, Etion suddenly chuckled, casually placing the mirror on the table. Lin Iran, taken aback, burst into laughter. You actually tricked me on purpose. How shameless of you. She felt utterly speechless. With this mirror, the spiritual pulse shall be mine. Lin Iran gradually became exhilarated. Why Etion contemplated revealing the ghost's existence to her, but reconsidered. After all, if he disclosed that secret, it might frighten the young lady. He would then have to comfort her. In the early morning, while Etion was having breakfast, a maid delivered an invitation. Your Highness, this is from the Starry Sky Treasure Auction. An auction? Etion initially showed little interest, yet he suddenly thought, what if there were items he needed at the auction? Desperate for a body refining technique before heading to the MOU Academy, it might be worth checking out. After more than an hour, Etion arrived at the Starry Sky auction. This auction house was the most prestigious in the Great Zhou, with formidable connections to various royal dynasties. Upon presenting the invitation, Etion was assigned the finest seat available. As he perused the auction list, he soon fixated on a technique called the overbearing body technique. This technique had a total of 6 levels, each level enhancing strength, refining bones, and radically transforming the flesh. Upon perfecting all 6 levels, one could attain an indestructible body. Quite a boast, but in reality it's just an average technique. Etion scoffed. He was well aware that techniques were graded from 1 to 12. And the overbearing body technique was at most a 5th rank technique. Not particularly high, yet not too low either. Previously, he had inquired with Lin Iran about any body refining techniques within the royal family, to which she had replied there were none, as most individuals strengthened their bodies as they began their cultivation journey. Very few specialized in body refinement. In this world, body refining techniques were not particularly sought after. Etion, with no prior cultivation experience, was likely the only one on the entire continent who transitioned directly from an ordinary person to a powerful being. At this moment, around 1,000 people had gathered at the auction site, and Etion, seated in the prime position, drew many curious glances. Who is that person? He looks unfamiliar. How could he sit in such a prime spot? Isn't that reserved for royalty? I don't recall seeing him before. Hey, you've asked the right person. Have you heard? Not long ago, our princess was seeking a consort, and then a prince from the Chu was sent over. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly gathered around. Tell us more about this prince. What is there to say? My friend told me that in the Chu this Prince Yi is quite the glutton and lazy. Rumors suggest he possesses immense abilities to quell bandits, avert disasters, and manage floods, but all of that is false. The historical records of the Chu do not document any of his achievements. The crowd whispered among themselves, realizing he was merely a useless son-in-law. He looks decent enough. It seems our princess has a preference for handsome men. Let me have a go. I think I could manage. Why Etion feigned ignorance to the discussions surrounding him. It appeared that after his departure, the ruthless emperor of the Chu had indeed erased all traces of his accomplishments. Such cruelty was truly remarkable. Simultaneously, a growing anger simmered within him. After years of hard work, all that he had achieved was so easily obliterated. Surely, the citizens of the Chu would not fare well either. How could he not feel indignant? They attempted to erase my existence and deny my contributions. Very well, the royal family of the Chu, it seems, has truly overstepped. Why Etion clenched his fists, his fury churning. Once he ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, free from the backlash of fate, he would personally deal with that treacherous emperor. Half a stick of incense later, the auction commenced. Why Etion found no interest in the items being sold. Feeling drowsy with eyes closed, after what felt like an eternity, it was finally time for his coveted body dominance technique. As the starting bid was announced at 200 spirit stones, Etion raised his paddle without hesitation. I bid 500,000. A dispassionate voice chimed in, and soon others began to contest him. 2,000. Why Etion calmly raised his bid again, knowing that it was not his spirit stones being spent, but rather Lin Iran who would cover the cost. 5,000. 1 million. 3.5 million, Yetion remained composed as he called out his offers, causing the entire auction house to gasp in disbelief. Had the Yi Prince lost his sanity? What did 5 million spirit stones even signify? The body dominance technique was of no high rank. Why the fervent bidding? No one understood why Yetion was so adamant about acquiring this particular item. Only he knew in his heart how crucial it was for him. 5 million spirit stones. What audaciousness! Even as a royal son-in-law, one could hardly produce such an amount. A challenger coldly remarked, I suspect you are deliberately inflating the price. I shall request the auction house to verify its authenticity. The auction manager furrowed his brow. 5 million spirit stones was no trivial sum. Though Yetion bore the title of son-in-law, he could not simply call out any price he fancied. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain calm, the manager said with a smile. Ye Prince, could you come with me for a moment? Very well. Yetion followed him into the reception room. The manager politely introduced himself. I am Li Bai. I kindly request that you present the spirit stones to prove your ability to pay. Li Bai, can you compose poetry? Yetion inquired instinctively. Naturally not, I am merely the auction manager. Yetion responded nonchalantly. I do not possess such a sum of spirit stones. Li Bai's expression shifted to one of frustration mixed with amusement. You are quite candid, Yi Prince. If you cannot provide the spirit stones, the body dominance technique cannot be given to you, then what do you propose? I must take the body dominance technique with me today, Yetion shamelessly asserted. Li Bai rolled his eyes, unable to find another who could express such unabashedness so naturally. Yi Prince, I shall not make things difficult for you. If you cannot produce spirit stones, there are alternative options. You may pawn or sell something of equal value, and we will purchase it at a high price. I am entirely destitute, I possess nothing, Yetion continued. Li Bai was exasperated. How could this Yi Prince be so brazen? Yi Prince, you could sell poetry. Suddenly a cool voice resonated as a woman stepped forward. Yi Prince, you are immensely talented. If you would be willing to compose a few verses for our auction house, we would gladly bestow the body dominance technique upon you. Who might you be? Yetion scrutinized the woman who had appeared unexpectedly. She was of pleasing stature and appearance, possessing all the attributes one might desire, along with a pair of alluring fox-like eyes that could enchant any normal man at first glance. I am the manager of this auction house. You may call me Chinya, she said with a smile. Since childhood, I have adored poetry, and I must say, the verse penned by Yi Prince is unparalleled. After reading it, I found myself unable to sleep, as the realm of that poetry is beyond my imagination. If Yi Prince would be willing to showcase his talent once more today, we shall gift you the body dominance technique. Yetion chuckled. The woman had a clever idea, seeking to have him compose poetry. With his vast reservoir of knowledge, he could easily bankrupt her with his creations. However, he lacked the spirit stones necessary. The body dominance technique was imperative for him to obtain. It seemed that today he would have to trade some of his talent. Bring me paper and ink, I shall compose 3 poems for you, Yetion stated with composure. Chinya smiled, having been prepared for this moment. As Yetion grasped the brush, a myriad of thoughts flooded his mind as he contemplated what to write. Soon, inspiration struck him. While Yetion wrote with a flourish, Li Bai muttered softly, Miss, are we truly going to give it to him for free? If this Yi Prince produces subpar work to deceive us, we would suffer great loss. Besides, many eyes are on the body dominance technique outside. Is it wise to offend so many families for the sake of a son-in-law? Chinya replied coolly, sometimes one must broaden their perspective. My suggestion for him to write poetry is merely a pretext. The true aim is to befriend this Yi Prince. Befriend him? Li Bai was taken aback. Miss, our star auction house knows many influential figures. What could we possibly gain from befriending a son-in-law? He cannot be of much assistance to us. This seems unnecessary. Chinya spoke slowly. Though he is a son-in-law, he possesses remarkable abilities. What we value is his connection to the MOU Academy. Once he enters the academy, he will encounter countless individuals beyond our imagination. One day we may indeed require his assistance. Upon hearing this, Libai was enlightened. It was indeed because of the MOU Academy. Miss, your foresight is admirable, he said with utmost respect. At this moment, Etion had completed his 3 poems. Chinya picked up the paper, initially dismissive, believing Etion had merely scribbled 3 verses to appease her. However, upon reading the first line, her expression shifted dramatically. 8,000 mountains, no birds take flight. Chinya's face displayed disbelief. She had never anticipated that such brevity could transport her into a vivid scene. What a magnificent poem this was! Libai could not help but praise it, utterly astonished. What more can be said? What poem could surpass a 5-character quatrain? Etion smirked. Chinya carefully studied the piece multiple times, each reading leaving her profoundly moved. To witness such verses firsthand was a privilege she would cherish for a lifetime. After a moment of admiration, she picked up the second poem, The Ancients Have Taken Flight Upon the Yellow Crane. As she read the first line, Chinya did not react much. However, upon completing the poem, she was left speechless. For a time the first part depicted scenery, while the latter expressed emotions. What a fine poem, truly exceptional, she exclaimed, instinctively overwhelmed by its brilliance. Even with her extensive knowledge, she found herself at a loss for words. Gently placing the paper down, Chinya's gaze shifted to Etion, now filled with respect rather than disdain. Initially believing that the first poem was merely a stroke of luck, she reconsidered after witnessing Etion produce a second masterpiece. It became clear to her that this prince possessed genuine literary talent, not mere fortune. Among all the individuals she had known, it was likely that even the current literary saints could not rival him. After her astonishment, Chinya took up the third poem, The Calls of the Pheasants. As she read further, her expression grew peculiar. There was something oddly amiss with this poem. Ye Prince, this final piece suits you remarkably well. Etion remarked with a smile. After rereading the poem several times, Chinya finally grasped its meaning. A blush crept upon her cheeks as she admitted, this poem is indeed splendid, even surpassing the previous 2. Ye Prince, are you free tonight? I possess a 1,000-year-old fine wine at home. Would you care to enjoy it under the moonlight? I am not free. Etion shook his head in refusal. He had to practice diligently after acquiring the body dominance technique. He had no time for wine. Chinya's eyes dimmed slightly as she responded, Ye Prince, let us arrange another meeting. There is ample time and opportunity ahead. I shall take these 3 poems back to my father, hoping he may derive some insights. Libai, please fetch the body dominance technique for Ye Prince. Certainly, the other turned to leave. Meanwhile, the crowd at the auction awaited the outcome. Libai announced to everyone, after our verification, Ye Prince meets the conditions, therefore, the body dominance technique rightfully belongs to Ye Prince. What? The audience erupted in disbelief. Several million spirit stones exchanged for a 5th-tier technique. Was there any sense of justice left? A mere son-in-law from a backwater district had such an ability. Damn it, where did he procure such spirit stones? Could it be the princess is footing the bill? As the crowd murmured, Libai clarified, ladies and gentlemen, please do not misunderstand. This transaction was made possible because Ye Prince composed 3 poems that are of equal value to the body dominance technique. Stop with the explanations. That fellow writing 1 good poem was mere luck. I suspect it is the princess's spirit stones at play. The young man has been thoroughly exposed for living off the wealth of others. A chorus of criticism erupted from the crowd. Yet, most men were merely envious of his apparent fortune, lamenting their own lack of such capabilities. In an adjacent room, Etion overheard the chatter dismissing these foolish individuals who failed to recognize his talents. With a slight curl of his lip, he remained unfazed. After acquiring the body dominance technique, he hastily returned to his estate, secluding himself in a secret chamber to delve into his studies. After several readings, Etion began to practice according to the diagrams and incantations laid out before him. Hours later, he opened his eyes, feeling a peculiar sensation. During his initial training, a chilling energy coursed through his body. leaving him cold and even causing his limbs to stiffen. This was not in accordance with the introduction. Why Etion suspected a misstep and reviewed the instructions once more. To his dismay, he realized he had misread the diagram. Amused by his own blunder, he chuckled to himself. After properly orienting the body dominance technique, the patterns appeared far more agreeable. Why Etion closed his eyes once again, continuing his practice. This time, he distinctly sensed a mysterious force flowing through his sinews and bones. At that moment, his physical condition underwent a transformation of monumental proportions. Time slipped away, and it felt as though he had drifted into a dream. Upon completing the first cycle of his training, Etion opened his eyes to inspect his body. He could clearly perceive the changes. His muscles and bones felt considerably stronger than before. His cultivation had also intensified alongside the enhancement of his physical capabilities. How much power would I wield with a single punch now? Has the first level truly been mastered? Etion was astonished. The body dominance technique comprised only 6 levels, and he had achieved the first in such a brief span of time. It was nothing short of remarkable. Encouraged, he decided to continue his training, curious to see if he could reach the 6th level in one breath. With newfound enthusiasm, he turned to the second page and resumed his practice. 3 days swiftly passed without him emerging from the secret chamber. Remarkably, he had effortlessly reached the 6th level of the body dominance technique. Upon achieving this pinnacle, he absorbed the centuries' worth of cultivation he had been rewarded. Raising his arm, he felt the vital energy within him flowing freely as if it were alive. My vital energy is a pale yellow. It is said that golden vital energy is extraordinarily potent and fierce. I wonder if I can cultivate it. Why Etion pondered, recognizing that while his physical capabilities had surged, he needed to evolve his vital energy as well. His next step was to find a technique capable of refining his vital energy. He wondered if the Stardust auction house held what he sought. Stretching, he had a series of pops emanating from his body. After days of seclusion, his strength had significantly increased. Should he encounter someone like Elder Mu again, a single punch would likely suffice, rendering the need to unleash the myriad sword chi technique unnecessary. Exiting his room, Etion instructed the maidservants to prepare a lavish feast. He could easily consume dozens of dishes on his own. Has the princess not sought me out these past few days? Etion inquired. The maidservant replied, the princess visited once but left upon learning you were in seclusion. Why Etion nodded slightly, surmising that the woman, having obtained the mirror, would likely be devising a plan to acquire the spiritual vein. Just then a servant rushed in, exclaiming, Prince, something has happened. The princess has been unreachable for 2 or 3 days. Do you know where she might be? What? Etion exclaimed, his expression one of surprise. He wondered what could have happened to Lin Iran suddenly vanishing without a trace. She could not simply disappear, after all. His engagement had yet to be annulled. If she were to vanish, he would be left with the stigma of a broken engagement. According to the laws of Dazhou, should one party in an engagement abruptly pass away, the other party must observe mourning as if they were a spouse. This could not be allowed. Etion immediately ordered his maidservants to search for Lin Iran's whereabouts while he began his own inquiries. Albeit to no avail. Before long he thought of Manu. Arriving at her residence, he had barely begun to speak when Manu remarked, I've caught wind of some rumors. Is the princess truly missing? Do you know anything? Etion questioned. Manu sighed, this may also be my fault. As a survivor of the Blood Blade camp, I impulsively asked the princess to seek justice for my fallen brothers. After that she went to find the commanding officer at the time, General Zhao. Ever since there has been no word from her, and I fear, Etion inhaled deeply. Logically, given Lin Iran's status, few would dare to harm her unless they were utterly reckless. I will go to the Zhao residence, he declared, turning towards the estate of Zhao. Upon arrival he found the gates firmly shut and the street eerily deserted. Knocking on the door, he received no answer. As he prepared to force it open, a servant swung the door open, shouting, "Who dares to pound on the door so rudely?" Etion coldly retorted, "And you are what, a mere servant, daring to speak so insolently?" The servant sneered, "What is it to you? You look like someone just begging to be insulted. Get lost." With a swift kick, Etion sent the servant flying, who subsequently coughed up blood. "You dare strike me? You're asking for death," the servant roared in fury. Why Etion swiftly snapped the servant's arm, saying coolly, "Enough of this nonsense. I'm here for the princess." "Where is she?" "What princess, you insolent wretch? I'll have you torn to pieces." The servant's arrogance was astounding, indicative of the Zhao family's overweening pride. Why Etion crushed the servant's skull beneath his foot. Moments later, a throng of guards emerged, encircling him. The head steward spoke coldly. "Who dares to invade the Zhao residence and cause a ruckus? I seek the princess." "Where is she?" Etion replied with indifference. The steward sized him up, then scoffed, "Oh, it's merely the son-in-law of the princess. A worthless parasite, and you dare act so brazenly, killing my Zhao family's servants? Do you think you can challenge us? Kneel and apologize at once." Etion curled his lip in disdain before delivering a resounding slap across the steward's face, sending him spinning several times before spitting out a tooth. "You dare strike me? Kill him," the steward roared in a fit of rage. As the guards moved to act, Etion unleashed a tempest of vital energy that sent them hurtling through the air, cries of anguish echoing as they were flung dozens of meters away. The steward, aghast, attempted to flee, but Etion seized him by the throat, demanding, "I'll ask you one last time, where is the princess? Let me go, you worthless wretch." The steward gasped, his eyes bulging with rage. "You're finished, parasite. The Zhao family will not spare you. Prepare to die." With a swift motion, Etion snapped the steward's neck, unwilling to waste another moment on him. He stormed into the main hall, searching for any sign of the princess. After scouring dozens of rooms without success, he was confronted by a stern voice. "You insolent wretch, how dare you trespass here?" A man in a Daoist robe blocked his path again. Etion frowned slightly. "You Zhao family have the audacity to lay hands on the princess. This is a crime deserving of annihilation," the Daoist replied coldly. "The princess is not here. Even if she were, you would have no chance to speak with her, for you are about to become a corpse." With that, the Daoist unleashed a terrifying wave of vital energy, causing the very plants in the courtyard to bow beneath its weight. Vital energy released. Etion's expression remained impassive. This old Daoist was undeniably formidable. "You may yet kneel and plead for mercy, and I might grant you a complete corpse," the Daoist said, his demeanor as frigid as ice, as though addressing a lifeless entity. Why Etion chuckled lightly, finding such condescension intolerable. Without further ado, he tightened his fist and launched an attack. This punch was delivered with half his strength, a mere probe into the old Daoist's true power. With a resounding thud, Etion's fist met an invisible barrier. Failing to breach it, the old Daoist chuckled derisively, his expression suggesting that Etion was nothing more than an ant unworthy of his attention. Frowning, Etion unleashed a second punch with full force, a faint blue glow radiating from his body. The power of this strike was magnitudes greater than before. With a visible impact, his punch shattered the barrier and collided forcefully with the old Daoist's ribs. The old Daoist's expression shifted drastically as the overwhelming force surged through him like a wild bull. Bones cracked, and he let out a harrowing scream, spewing blood as he was sent crashing through several buildings before finally landing heavily in a water basin, his blood staining the water a deep crimson. "How is this possible?" the old Daoist exclaimed in disbelief, raising his head. He was a master-level practitioner, nearly at the half-step grandmaster stage. In all of the Zhou, few could claim victory over him, yet he found himself utterly incapable of warding off the opponent's punch. What kind of force was behind that strike? "Aren't you merely a useless son-in-law? I have heard that you are incapable of cultivation. How could this be possible?" The old Taoist was profoundly astonished. A useless individual who could not cultivate had managed to severely injure him. It was simply astonishing. So, you are acquainted with me, are you? What a farce, Etion retorted sarcastically. You claim to know who I am and that I am searching for the princess. Yet you display such a demeanor. If I had unleashed my full strength upon you, your ancestors would surely be turning in their graves. The old Taoist was both shocked and enraged, exclaiming, "This is the Zhao family residence. Lord Zhao is a prominent figure in the great show. Do not bring others to bear down upon me." Etion's eyes suddenly gleamed with a chilling murderous intent. What I detest most is the audacity of those who presume to dictate my actions. I shall inquire once more, where is the princess? The old Taoist was rendered speechless. Never had anyone dared to speak to him in such a manner. Never. You are but a useless son-in-law. The old Taoist, filled with resentment, rose to his feet and produced a box from his person. After opening it, he consumed a pill. Upon ingesting this elixir, flames erupted spontaneously from his body, soaring into the sky, engulfing the heavens in a furious blaze. In an instant the entire Zhao estate was shrouded in a sea of flames. With the flames fueled by my blood, I can scorch your very soul. Today you shall experience the agony of despair. The old Taoist spoke in a grave tone, and with a flourish of his arms the flames coalesced into a dragon of fire that surged directly towards Etion. Etion concentrated his sword energy into his fingers and struck down fiercely. Although his sword energy shattered the fire dragon, it reformed in the blink of an eye with a deafening roar. The fire dragon lunged forth, consuming Etion whole. The old Taoist spat blood, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. He had not employed this technique in over a decade. Using it once required years for him to recuperate. As long as he could eliminate this useless son-in-law, he would be content to recuperate for a few years. The old Taoist said with a sense of relief. Are you, perhaps, celebrating prematurely? A derisive voice rang out. The old Taoist abruptly lifted his head, his pupils contracting in disbelief. You are unharmed. How can this be possible? Etion emerged unscathed from the flames, not a hair on his head singed. The old Taoist's mind was thrown into turmoil. This technique was designed not to attack the body, but to burn the very soul. Even those of equal cultivation would have their souls turned to ash. Yet, how could this useless individual remain unscathed, unless the opponent's soul cultivation was beyond his imagination? You useless wretch! The old Taoist was filled with both shock and fury, beginning to retreat in a flurry. He simply could not comprehend why the other was unharmed. His most formidable killing move had failed to affect this youth. Now, the only option left for him was to flee. Why Etion approached him slowly. His tone calm. That last move was quite impressive. It did cause my soul some discomfort for a few seconds. Fortunately, this prince is an alchemist, with a soul stronger than that of an ordinary person. Otherwise, I would have suffered greatly. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist gasped in shock. This so-called useless prince not only had the ability to cultivate but was also an alchemist. The corners of the old Taoist's mouth twitched. Was my intelligence faulty? In the Great Chu, you are clearly not favored. Moreover, how could the Great Chu Emperor bear to send you here? Are they fools? Etion chuckled. To say that the Great Chu Emperor is a fool would be an overestimation. You see, pigs can actually be quite intelligent, you know. The old Taoist's expression froze. He had no idea that pigs could be clever. At that moment, Etion raised his hand, preparing to end the old man's life. The old Taoist panicked. He had worked hard to reach his current level and did not wish to die. Not kill me. I will tell you everything I know. The princess is locked away in a secret chamber. But without a special key, you cannot open the door. If you spare my life, I will unlock it for you. Etion let out a light laugh and without hesitation, struck the old man's head, shattering it. Killing you. The key is already mine. Why Etion rummaged through the corpse and indeed found a key. He then proceeded to locate the secret chamber and used the key to unlock it. With a click, as he turned the key, the entire chamber trembled and massive stone walls began to crash down, trapping Etion completely. Deceiving this prince, Yi Tian was immediately incensed. The old wretch had dared to trick him. These crumbling stones could not hold him. In an instant an overwhelming surge of sword energy emanated from Yi Tian. With a series of sharp cracks, the door was blasted open. Upon entering, Yi Tian discovered Lin Yiren. Suspended in midair by chains weighing hundreds of pounds, her body bearing numerous whip marks, her breath was faint, barely a whisper of life remained. After rescuing her, Yi Tian gazed at her pitiful state and sighed softly. Just as he prepared to leave with her, reinforcements from the Zhao family arrived. Hundreds of heavily armored guards surrounded him. A figure clad in white robes, wielding a halberd, emerged. "Our god, you worthless thing. Today this war god shall not allow you to escape." The speaker was Zhao Ying, the eldest son of the Zhao family, renowned as the greatest war god of the Great Zhou, yet another fool seeking death. Yi Tian's gaze turned icy as he fixed his eyes on Zhao Ying. "Your Zhao family has kidnapped the princess. Such a crime deserves death, and the extermination of your entire lineage would not be excessive." "Exterminate my entire lineage?" Zhao Ying twirled his halberd with a contemptuous smile. "As long as you die here, who will know it was us? Afterwards, I will report to the emperor. You, a useless son-in-law, attempted to act against the princess. I shall aid in severing your head. The princess will then become this war god's woman, and I will proudly bring her into the Zhao family." Yi Tian laughed heartily. "You are ugly and delusional. Do you truly believe this prince will perish here? Otherwise?" Zhao Ying's eyes were filled with cold indifference. "Surrounding you are the elite forces trained by my Zhao family. Even a master would meet a bitter end here. What do you have to fight with? Kneel and beg for mercy now, when perhaps this war god may show mercy and spare your miserable life." Haha. Zhao Ying's face was filled with disdain. Yi Tian's tone remained calm. "This prince is curious. Why do you wish to do this? Who instructed you to kidnap the princess? A dead man asks too many questions." Zhao Ying's gaze turned murderous. "If you do not kneel and beg for mercy, then you shall die. Attack." With a command, hundreds of elite soldiers surrounded Yi Tian. A powerful sword intent surged from Yi Tian as he spoke slowly. "Today, this prince is in a rather foul mood. Only by flattening your Zhao family will I find a semblance of joy." Haha. A worthless fool speaking grandly. Zhao Ying threw his head back in laughter. 10,000 sword technique. Yi Tian raised his arm, and in an instant, all the weapons in the chamber began to tremble. Subsequently, the weapons held by the elite soldiers flew uncontrollably into the air, circling above Yi Tian's head. "What is this?" Zhao Ying's eyes widened in horror. This boy could control flying swords. Impossible. He had never witnessed anyone wield such a technique. "Kill." Yi Tian's tone remained calm, and with a flick of his arm, he sent the seized weapons hurtling forth, with cries of anguish echoing through the air. In the blink of an eye, all the elite soldiers of the Zhao family were slain. Zhao Ying stared in terror at the scene. These brothers who had fought countless battles alongside him were slaughtered just like that, all in one move. "What kind of monster are you? Who are you?" Zhao Ying bellowed in rage. "Who am I? I am your father. So listen closely." Yi Tian's tone was frigid. "You will die." Zhao Ying was livid, swinging his halberd down with great force. Yi Tian sidestepped effortlessly, avoiding the blow, although Zhao Ying was the war god of the Great Zhou. His attack speed was simply too slow. Yi Tian carried Lin Yiren out of the chamber, and Zhao Ying did not manage to lay a finger on him. Upon exiting the courtyard, they found themselves surrounded by the Zhao family's troops. Thousands of heavily armed soldiers stood guard, making escape impossible. Haha. Zhao Ying continued to laugh maniacally. "Useless wretch, are you not filled with despair? My Zhao family holds military power and can mobilize hundreds of thousands at any time. Even if you are a master, a grandmaster, do not expect to live alive." "Who said this prince wishes to flee?" Yi Tian had no intention of running. He placed Lin Yiren on a stone bench and calmly surveyed the surrounding army. "Today, this prince shall flatten your entire Zhao family. Just you." Zhao Ying scoffed coldly. "I admit you possess some skill, but it is far from sufficient. I know you are trying to play the fool. But today this war god will ensure you become a true pig. Etion stood with his hands behind his back, the gentle breeze swirling around him, and then a vortex appeared above the Zhao family estate. The vortex expanded rapidly, and within a few breaths it engulfed a large portion of the Great Zhou. What is this? Such an anomaly caught the attention of countless powerful beings. Emperor Lin Yu was also taken aback. Looking up in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the vortex, something he had never encountered before, such a powerful sword intent. Suddenly, Lin Yu's expression shifted dramatically. Within the swirling vortex, terrifying streaks of sword energy emerged, numbering at least in the tens of thousands. Your Majesty, could this be the sword energy of the Shenzhen sect? It bears an uncanny resemblance. What could they be plotting? Are they intent on annihilating our great show? Impossible, there must be some misunderstanding. A surge of alarm coursed through Lin Yu's heart, prompting him to hasten to the scene. What on earth is happening? Xiao Ying stood transfixed, gazing upwards at the colossal vortex, where countless sword energies densely filled the air. Could this possibly be the doing of Etion? The chilling aura sent shivers down Xiao Ying's spine. At that moment he felt the icy grip of death's terror from the depths of hell. Stop, let us converse civilly. I may have raised my voice earlier, Prince Yi, but let us sit down and discuss this matter properly, Xiao Ying urged anxiously. However, it was too late for apologies. Why? Etion regarded him with an expression devoid of joy or sorrow. Today the Zhao residence shall undoubtedly face annihilation. No one can save it. With a casual flick of his arm, the multitude of sword energies cascaded down like a torrential rain. Boom, following a deafening explosion. The entire Zhao estate was reduced to a desolate ruin. Thousands of heavily armored soldiers were mercilessly shredded into a mist of blood by the relentless sword energy. Xiao Ying's anguished cries echoed as the sword energies sliced through his flesh and bones, swiftly turning him to dust. Within mere breaths, the once magnificent Zhao residence was left as nothing but a wasteland. Swish, figures emerged 100 meters away, having arrived just a moment too late. The Zhao residence is gone. The National Master spoke gravely. National Master, you have arrived even faster than I, Lin Yu responded, his eyes widening in shock upon witnessing the devastation. Who could have done this? Is the Zhao family truly no more? The National Master's tone was serious. Your Majesty, the sword energy is far too terrifying. I can sense it even from 100 miles away. This technique is likely beyond the capabilities of even a Grandmaster. The sword energy bears an eerie resemblance to that of the Shenzhen sect. Lin Yu was taken aback. Not even a Grandmaster can wield such power. Could it be a terrestrial immortal? Does our great show truly possess such a formidable figure? The National Master inhaled deeply before respectfully clasping his fists and addressing the unseen elder. Esteemed one, I am uncertain what wrong our Great Zhou has committed to incur your wrath. I am the National Master of Great Zhou, and beside me stands the Emperor. We humbly request your presence, and our nation shall offer you our sincerest apologies. The National Master, a formidable Grandmaster, spoke with such reverence, indicating his belief that the one who had acted was indeed a terrestrial immortal. Not only did he fear to offend, but the entirety of Great Zhou dared not provoke such a powerful being. In the ruins, silence reigned. Lin Yu felt a pang of concern. Had they unwittingly offended this elder? The thought left him feeling uncertain and anxious. If they had truly angered a terrestrial immortal, the future of Great Zhou was bleak. Suddenly, several figures arrived swiftly. Upon seeing their attire, Lin Yu's gaze sharpened. Members of the Shenzhen sect had arrived. Could it truly be their doing? The Shenzhen sect was an immensely powerful faction residing atop Shenzhen Mountain, rarely showing themselves to the outside world. It was a rare occurrence to see their disciples descend. The two individuals who had come were actually elders of the Shenzhen sect. Lin Yu quickly approached them with utmost courtesy, greeting the two with respect, though he was the Emperor of Great Zhou. In the presence of a sect, he was no different from an ordinary individual, for the Shenzhen sect's power could easily elevate a beggar to the throne. Elders, has the Zhao family committed some grievous error to offend you? Lin Yu inquired, his tone respectful and cautious. Do you presume it was we who acted? An elder replied coolly. We sensed the terrifying sword energy and came merely out of curiosity. Such power is beyond our imagination. Your great Zhou harbors such formidable strength, Lin Yu. You have concealed it well. Lin Yu was taken aback by this revelation. It appeared that the one who had acted was not a member of the Shenzhen sect. Who could it be? A wandering elder passing through this area. At that moment, more figures arrived, dressed in azure robes adorned with the emblem of a flamingo. Members of the Huozong had also come. Lin Yu was astonished and hastily approached them. The Huozong had assisted Great Zhou centuries ago in quelling turmoil, and he was aware that their elder was also a terrestrial immortal. The Huozong elders, however, ignored Lin Yu, directing their attention toward the Shenzhen sect elders. That sword energy feels remarkably familiar. Was it your Shenzhen sect that did this? Not us. The Shenzhen sect elder shook his head. Heck, if it wasn't you, then who could it be? The power of that sword energy is exceedingly rare in our lifetimes. You Shenzhen sect have violated the rules. There exists an agreement between our sects that prohibits interference in the affairs of the empires. The Huozong elder retorted. The Shenzhen sect elders nodded. Do not place blame upon us. This was not the work of our sect, and we shall not take responsibility. How lively this gathering is. So many have come. A light-hearted voice chimed in, and a young woman appeared. Upon seeing her, Lin Yu's expression grew grave once more, and he quickly approached her. Saintess of the Shuizong. It has been a long time. The newcomer was the Saintess of the Shuizong. Though she was of similar age to his daughter, she had already attained the mastery of a grandmaster. Saintess of the Shuizong, what brings you to this commotion? The Huozong elder frowned, as there had always been a rift between the Huozong and the Shuizong, leading to a tense atmosphere whenever they met. The Shuizong saintess giggled. I, too, was drawn here by the recent sword energy. I have never witnessed such a multitude of sword intent before. Surely, not even within the Shenzhen sect could anyone wield such power. The Shenzhen sect elder coldly snorted, neither confirming nor denying the accusation. Meanwhile, the national master had remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on the ruins, attempting to discern the presence of the elder. Suddenly, someone emerged from the wreckage. The national master's eyes widened. Could it be that the elder was willing to reveal themselves? At that moment, the members of the Shuizong also noticed the figure emerging from the ruins, all eyes fixated on the person. Breath held in anticipation. Moments later, the figure's face became clear. Prince Yi. Lin Yu recognized the individual instantly and quickly inquired, Prince Yi, what brings you here? Yi Tian, cradling Lin Yiran in his arms, replied, she encountered a bit of trouble. So I came to check on her. Lin Yu pressed on. Prince Yi, have you encountered the elder? What elder? Yi Tian asked, confusion evident in his expression. The national master interjected, Prince Yi, we are awaiting the elder's appearance. You should leave this place. Understood. Why? Yi Tian, eager to assess Lin Yiran's condition, promptly departed with his entourage. After Yi Tian left, the rest remained behind, anticipating the chance to witness the elder's grandeur. However, after several hours of waiting, no one emerged. Very well, it seems the elder has departed, the Shenzhen sect members declared as they took their leave. The Huozong followed suit. The national master sighed, Your Majesty, the elder's unwillingness to meet us signifies that they bear no malice toward us. This matter shall simply pass. We cannot seek vengeance for the Zhao family. What nonsense, Lin Yu retorted angrily. The Zhao family brought this upon themselves by offending the elder. It is a privilege that the elder does not hold us accountable. I have no intentions of seeking revenge. At that moment the Shuizong saintess spoke up, Your Majesty Lin Yu, I have heard that the crown prince recently activated the true dragon's fortune to shield him. I am quite curious, may I be introduced? Of course, I would be delighted to, Lin Yu replied, elated. Should the Shuizong saintess take an interest in his son, Great Zhou would gain another formidable guardian. He felt immense joy, proud that his eldest son would be the one to protect Great Zhou in the future. Meanwhile, Yi Tian returned to his residence with Lin Yiran to allow her to rest, after administering healing elixirs. He quietly waited nearby. However, after a while, Lin Yiran's breathing suddenly quickened, her face flushed and feverish. "So hot," Lin Yiran exclaimed, feeling intensely uncomfortable as she began to tear at her clothing. Yeon sensed something was amiss. Lin Yiran's condition resembled that of someone poisoned. What to do? Would he have to sacrifice his own purity for her sake? Gritting his teeth, he resolved that, for the purpose of saving her, he had no choice but to make a sacrifice. The next day, Lin Yiran awoke from her stupor, her entire body aching as if it had been shattered. She lifted the covers to discover her clothing had been changed. "How do you feel?" Yeon inquired. "Why am I here?" Lin Yiran furrowed her brow, recalling the vague sensation of her clothing being removed while she was unconscious. Could it be? Her complexion paled, and she cast an indignant glare at Yeon. You took advantage of me while I was unconscious." Yeon remained calm. "I did it to save you. You were the one who tore off your own clothes. I was the victim in this situation. I'm just a young and handsome man. How could I remain idle when you were so forward? Moreover, it was a mere trifling matter for me. You ought to thank me." Yeon brought his fingers to his nose. Inhaling deeply, Lin Yiran did not engage in any unreasonable outbursts or loud proclamations. After a moment of calm contemplation, she stated, "Prince Yi, what transpired last night must remain a secret, otherwise this princess will ensure your silence." Yeon nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. "Fear not, nothing occurred last night. You merely had a dream. That's a relief." Lin Yiran exhaled, then rose from the bed. Suddenly, a sharp pain caused her to gasp. Tears streaming down her cheeks, with a gaze filled with melancholy, she looked at Yeon and lamented, "Could you not be a bit gentler?" Chapter 27, The Harsh Truth. Gentle, what does that even mean? Yeon retorted, adopting an expression of grievance. "It wasn't my initiative. You were the one who was particularly irritable, incessantly shouting, 'Haven't you eaten? Haven't you eaten?' You repeated such phrases dozens of times, compelling me to comply with your demands." "Be quiet, just be quiet." Lin Yiran's face flushed crimson with shame, wishing she could vanish into the ground. At that moment, she was utterly disoriented, unaware of her own actions. "Heavens, I can't believe I am such a person." How utterly mortifying! She could no longer face Yeon, feeling her previously aloof image had been completely shattered in his eyes. "You must take responsibility." Tears brimmed in Lin Yiran's eyes, her innocence irrevocably tarnished. "I cannot let this man escape without accountability." Yeon resolutely refused. "I acted to save a life. If you expect me to take responsibility, that is out of the question." Fine, Lin Yiran said, almost amused by her own frustration. "No accountability it is. I have no intention of clinging to you." On a serious note, how were you captured? Yeon inquired earnestly. Lin Yiran took a deep breath and replied, "I was investigating the truth behind the incident at Blood Knife Camp. The affair was linked to the Zhao family, so I took the initiative to inquire. Unexpectedly, after sipping a cup of tea, I lost consciousness. Upon awakening, they had seized my mirror." The mirror? Lin Yiran suddenly realized her bronze mirror had likely been taken by the Zhao family. Yeon raised an eyebrow, noting the theft of the mirror. He hadn't paid attention to it before. "Curse the Zhao family. I shall report this to my father and demand justice." Lin Yiran was exceedingly furious. Yeon chuckled. "Is it necessary to punish the deceased? That seems unnecessary, does it not?" "What deceased?" Lin Yiran asked, puzzled. Yeon explained, "The Zhao family has already been eradicated." "Good riddance," Lin Yiran declared. "How dare they kidnap me? They deserved to be punished." "Wait a moment, who was responsible for their demise? Was it my father?" Lin Yiran inquired, astonished. "Not by my hand." Just then Lin Yu entered, stating, "The Zhao family offended a formidable elder, who utterly reduced them to ruins. I have just confirmed that you were captured by them." "Humph, I shall not spare any remaining members of the Zhao family." Lin Yiran thought, shocked that a mysterious powerhouse had annihilated the Zhao family. What kind of formidable expert could possess such might? Father, I wish to inform you about the events surrounding Blood Knife Camp. Lin Iran began. I am already aware, Lin Yu replied slowly. The annihilation of Blood Knife Camp was indeed peculiar. The matter is far more complex than mere counterfeit elixirs. However, if you wish to accuse your brother, you must present evidence. If you can procure new evidence, I may hold the fifth prince accountable. Lin Iran fell silent, pondering how to procure new evidence after so many years. After Lin Yu departed, she sighed, realizing she had no idea how to assist. I advise you to give up, your father is subtly warning you. Yi Tian said with a smile. If your father were utterly oblivious to the events of that time, it would be implausible. If it truly involved your brother, do you believe he would pursue accountability for his own son? His words rendered Lin Iran speechless. She was not naive, she understood that her brothers were well-favored. If the counterfeit elixirs were genuine, her father would at most reprimand the fifth prince, but would not impose any substantial punishment. What if my father? Lin Iran thought, harboring a glimmer of hope. There are no what-ifs, such matters are not foreign to this prince. Yi Tian scoffed. He recalled his own experiences in Dachu, where he had encountered a similar situation during his first significant deployment. While quelling a rebellion, the supplies were tainted with sand. Yi Tian had uncovered evidence implicating a crucial royal figure, yet the emperor had refrained from punishing the perpetrator and had instead berated Yi Tian. Had he not been clever enough to devise a solution, defeat would have been inevitable. In the aftermath, he would have borne the blame. With respect to the Blood Knife Camp incident, Yi Tian could easily surmise the underlying truths. If Lin Yu were entirely unaware, that would be impossible. I must consult my mother about this matter. Come with me to meet my mother, Lin Iran suggested. Yi Tian casually asked, since arriving in your great show, I have yet to see your mother. I assumed she was no longer with us. She is in somewhat of a peculiar condition, Lin Iran replied. My mother suffers from a rare ailment that prevents her from being exposed to light. Thus she must remain in a darkened chamber. Yi Tian was taken aback, considering such a peculiar affliction. Within the royal residence of the Crown Prince, Lin Jianfeng was engaged in a game of chess with the saints of the water sect. This was already the 10th round, with each having their victories. Crown Prince, your chess skills are quite commendable, the saintess remarked calmly. In terms of chess, I am unable to completely dominate you, she continued, but in terms of strength, you are no match for me. Should we engage in combat, your chances of victory would be a mere 30%, Lin Jianfeng replied calmly. What do you mean by that, saintess? You are not the one who has triggered the true dragon's luck. Are you? The saintess scrutinized him. All who invoke special phenomena possess an inexplicable aura that I can perceive. While you exude a notable presence, you lack that distinctive scent. Thus, I am certain that it is not you. Lin Jianfeng, aware he could not deceive her keen insight, chose not to deny her assertion. The saintess shook her head. Since you are not the one, you are unworthy of me. I shall take my leave. Lin Jianfeng, somewhat irked, interjected. Saintess, do you believe I am unworthy of you? Indeed, the saintess replied calmly, while your talent is commendable, it is evident you are concealing your strength. However, individuals like you exist in every dynasty. I have encountered many. I only favor those extraordinary prodigies, and you are not among them. You may become a significant figure in the future, but you are not the type I desire. Her words struck Lin Jianfeng deeply. Shattering his pride, the very qualities he valued were rendered insignificant in the presence of the sect's saintess. As the saintess hummed a tune while walking, she encountered a man and a woman approaching. Wait a moment, the saintess suddenly called out to them, her gaze fixated on the man. What is your name? Yi Tian glanced around, confirming she was addressing him, his expression one of confusion. I didn't call out? Chapter 28. You are this saintess' man. This saintess is inquiring about your name, not whether you called out, the saintess replied with a frosty demeanor. Yi Tian stated, I truly did not call out. You? The saintess' eyes narrowed, realizing he was deliberately feigning ignorance. I shall not jest with you any longer. My name is Yi Tian. Miss, do you have any advice? Yi Tian inquired with a smile. The scientist smirked. You possess an aura that I find appealing. Come with me, and be this scientist's man. Her sudden declaration left Yi Tian feeling taken aback despite her stunning beauty akin to a goddess. Her boldness was quite presumptuous. He was not the kind to be so easily swayed. What do you mean? He is my betrothed and I am the princess of Great Show. Do you think you can just snatch him away? Have you gone mad? Lin Iran exclaimed angrily. The scientist coolly responded, do not think that being the princess of Great Show grants you immunity, even if you were the emperor of Great Show. I could still take him. Your man will henceforth be mine. He shall have no further ties to you. Such domineering words infuriated Lin Iran. With a sharp exhale, she immediately launched an attack. The scientist effortlessly dodged and, with a mere finger, sent Lin Iran flying. Enraged, Lin Iran called for the guards, intent on subduing this woman. Princess, do not act impulsively. The head eunuch appeared, kneeling hastily. Princess, please refrain from acting rashly. She is a royal guest and the scientist of the water sect. Someone we cannot afford to provoke. Upon hearing the title of the sect as scientist, Lin Iran's expression shifted instantly. She knew the weight that those 4 words carried. The entirety of Great Show could not afford to offend her. Scientist, how dare you attempt to steal my man? How shameless! Lin Iran gritted her teeth in defiance. And what of it? Who decreed that I cannot steal? The scientist replied with a smile. I simply have a penchant for this sort of thing. What of it? Hold on. Yi Tian could no longer endure the situation and interjected. Scientist, have you sought my consent before assuming I would accompany you? Am I merely an object to be taken at will? The holy maiden's gaze turned icy as she declared, if you refuse to accompany me, I shall annihilate the Great Show. Then do so, for I am not of this land, Yi Tian replied nonchalantly. Shrugging his shoulders. In that case, I shall obliterate your own dynasty, the holy maiden retorted, her eyes brimming with murderous intent. Then I must thank you even more. I welcome you to destroy the Great Chu. Yi Tian countered, you are indeed impervious to reason, are you not? The holy maiden scoffed coldly. With a calm demeanor, Yi Tian responded, I am the sort of person who cherishes freedom, loathing any form of constraint. If you wish to be my woman, you must line up behind the others. Perhaps one day, when I am in a favorable mood, I may acquiesce to your desires. Upon hearing this, the holy maiden was both furious and amused. She had never encountered such a bold man. Very well, I admire your spirit. You are indeed a person of exceptional fortune. Remember my name. I am Hon Bingji. This prince cannot remember. Yi Tian shook his head. Hon Bingji, in a fit of frustration, thought that had she not been attracted to such a type, she might have crushed him with a slap. I shall return another day, and then I shall bestow my favor upon you. Hon Bingji said with a wicked smile, turning to leave. What a lunatic this woman is, Yi Tian muttered. Lin Iran was exceedingly upset, wondering if all the sect's holy maidens possessed such character, brazenly snatching another's fiancé without a shred of shame. Yi Tian too felt something was amiss with that holy maiden. It was their first meeting and she already wished to claim him as her own. His damned charm could not be concealed. Soon, Yi Tian followed Lin Iran to the queen's chambers. The room was fortified with special protections, allowing barely a sliver of sunlight to pierce through, the ambience illuminated only by dim candlelight. Mother, how do you fare? Lin Iran approached. Yi Tian stood at a distance observing, and could discern a regal woman whose features bore a striking resemblance to Lin Iran. Prince Yi, please step forward. I have long heard of your remarkable talent. You have penned a poem that has astonished the world, the queen remarked. Yi Tian took a few steps forward and, after scrutinizing him, the queen smiled. Indeed, you are quite the handsome gentleman, a perfect match for Iran. However, I have heard that you intend to break off your engagement. What is the reason? Yi Tian replied calmly, I dislike being orchestrated by others, especially as I harbor no affections for the great Chu royal family. I have no desire to heed their commands. The queen asked. Prince Yi, should you leave, where do you intend to go? Yi Tian answered, I shall wander the world seeking to explore the realms beyond. The queen suggested. Why not establish a home here first? Even if you possess unparalleled abilities, nothing is more comforting than having a wife at home to prepare meals for your return. Yeon stated, matters of the heart cannot be forced. The queen nodded slightly. Prince Yi, you are young and capable. This small place of the Great Zhou cannot possibly contain a dragon such as yourself. The MOU Academy will be the most significant stepping stone in your life. I wish to ask a favor of you. Could you take Kiran with you to the MOU Academy? Yeon responded, she has not undergone the assessment. By rights, she cannot enter. Suddenly, the queen produced a token, saying the academy once owed me a favor. This will allow Iran to gain entry alone. She cannot protect herself, and the world is fraught with treachery. I worry for her safety. I implore you, Prince Yi, to lend your assistance. Even if you two do not end up together, surely becoming friends would not pose a problem. Yeon chuckled inwardly, pondering whether he was truly a good person. Wasn't this akin to sending her into the mouth of a tiger? Very well, I shall ensure her safety. Yeon agreed with a smile. After exiting the queen's chambers, Lin Iran appeared somewhat despondent. She sensed that her mother's condition had worsened. She longed to assist, yet this rare illness could not be cured by ordinary elixirs. Just then a subordinate rushed in, exclaiming, Princess, there has been a grave incident at the spiritual vein. What? Lin Iran's expression changed. The spiritual vein was of utmost importance. It must not be jeopardized. She hurried to the mine. Whereupon arriving, she found workers strewn about, many dead, with a significant amount of spiritual stones stolen. Who dares to rob the royal family's possessions? Lin Iran inquired, her anger mounting. The person in charge trembled as he responded. A group of masked bandits. They murdered our miners and fled with half of the spiritual vein. Lin Iran was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. These brigands were audacious beyond measure. She vowed to lead a campaign to eradicate these scoundrels. Yeon frowned nearby, sensing that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Wait, he halted Lin Iran's impulsive action, saying, no mere bandits would possess such audacity. Soon, Lin Iran calmed her thoughts and realized that these were not ordinary bandits. Then who could it be? She pondered. Princess, we have captured one of the bandits. Excellent. Lin Iran's face lit up. Shortly, the captured bandit was brought forth. Lin Iran demanded, who is your master? Speak. Chapter 29, Masters in Ambush. The captured bandit remained silent, merely sneering. Suddenly, blood seeped from his mouth. He had concealed poison within his teeth and chose to commit suicide. Lin Iran, frustrated, kicked the corpse, lamenting that their lead had been severed. Princess, Princess, a flustered individual rushed in, calling out, we have discovered the transport team. The bandits who stole our spiritual stones have split into two groups, heading east and west. Hearing this, Lin Iran's heart raced. Now that they had caught sight of the bandits, there was still a chance to reclaim the spiritual stones. I shall lead the pursuit to the east. Prince Yi, you shall take the west. If you manage to intercept them, all those spiritual stones shall be yours. Lin Iran urged eagerly. Yeon smiled, realizing that if that were the case, he would certainly seize this batch of spiritual stones. The two then parted ways, with Lin Iran taking a group to the east while Yeon ventured westward unaccompanied. After about half an hour, Yeon found himself in a canyon where he spotted the fleeing bandits. There were over 20 bandits, with 8 horse-drawn carts laden with at least tens of thousands of spiritual stones. Yeon swiftly positioned himself to block their path, whereupon the mounted bandits drew their weapons and shouted, who dares to obstruct our way? Get lost. Yeon calmly regarded them, stating, you dare to steal this prince's spiritual stones? Even if the heavens themselves descended upon you today, you shall meet your demise. You little rat, you seek death. Several bandits bellowed, immediately swinging their blades. Yeon's fingers converged, channeling sword energy that extended for dozens of feet, then sweeping outward. With a tremendous crash, all the bandits were obliterated by the sword energy. After effortlessly dispatching them, Yeon lifted the curtain of one cart, only to discover it was filled with stones. I've been duped, Yeon muttered, momentarily stunned. As he pondered this, two figures appeared before him. Silent as shadows, their sword energy radiated outward, their vital essence profound. At such a young age, you have already reached the master realm. Given another decade or so, you might become a figure we all fear. One of the men remarked. His tone detached, his gaze as frigid as though he were looking at corpses. Yetion studied the two, sensing their formidable presence, which instilled a powerful pressure upon him. Two masters, he mused, recognizing their formidable prowess. No wonder they were so self-assured. You are deliberately waiting for me, aren't you? Yetion chuckled. You have set a trap for me. I am curious, how did you know I would come this way? You even went so far as to station two masters here for my arrival. The man's tone dripped with sarcasm. You may wish to ponder, perhaps there are also two masters awaiting the princess in the direction she has chosen. Upon hearing this, Yetion's heart sank. If there were also two masters to the east, then Lin Yiran was in grave danger. The opposing force consisted of mere 6th-rank warriors, far from the master realm. Should they encounter two masters, survival would be improbable. He had to go to her aid. He could not allow Lin Yiran to perish so soon. Step aside, do not obstruct this prince's path, Yetion commanded as he turned back. The two masters, one in front and one behind, blocked his way with an indifferent tone. Want to leave? First relinquish your head. Yetion coldly replied, I acknowledge my handsomeness, but there is no need to take my head back for your enjoyment. The two masters' expressions darkened simultaneously, each thinking, is this brat out of his mind, seeking death? A terrifying aura erupted from the two, and in an instant the winds howled and the air churned violently. The two unleashed their formidable energies, crashing forward with brute force. Yetion smirked, gathering sword energy upon his fingers, and with a fierce flick he unleashed it. The protective vital essence of both masters was rendered futile against the onslaught of the sword energy, which pierced through their chests. The two masters' faces turned pale with dread. They had been dispatched in a single stroke. You are not a master. Before they could finish their words, they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Yetion himself was taken aback, glancing at his fingers. He had miscalculated his strength and inadvertently killed them. You are far too weak, he mused, slightly exasperated with these two men who had presented themselves with such confidence. He had expected them to be formidable opponents, yet they were merely mediocre. Shaking his head, Yetion hurried towards the eastern direction, hoping he wasn't too late. At this moment, Lin Yiran had also caught up with the fleeing bandits. Commanding, halt, return my spiritual stones, her furious shout echoed as she confronted the audacious thieves who had dared to steal from her. Seize them. Lin Yiran, unwilling to engage in idle chatter, promptly commanded her subordinates to take action. The bandits were formidable, most of them being warriors of the 4th or 5th rank. The leader, however, was a striking 8th rank master. An 8th rank master could easily contend with hundreds of heavily armored soldiers. Nevertheless, Lin Yiran's companions were also elite fighters, armed with firearms. They swiftly overwhelmed the bandits, leaving only 3 or 4 captives. Who sent you? Who is the mastermind behind this? Lin Yiran demanded. Come closer, let Grandpa take a look at your sisters. One of the bandits sneered with a lewd grin. Lin Yiran's face turned icy as she thrust her sword through his heart. Who sent you? She cast a chilling glance at another bandit. The bandit laughed heartily. What a fierce beauty, Grandpa wants to take your life. With a swift motion, Lin Yiran struck him down with her sword. Kill them all, frustrated by the futility of her questioning. She realized these men would never divulge their secrets. In a flurry of blades, all the bandits were slain. Approaching the carriage, Lin Yiran opened it only to find it filled with stones. Her expression darkened significantly. Where had her spirit stones gone? Suddenly, anguished screams pierced the air. Turning around, she was horrified to see her dozens of subordinates had transformed into cold corpses, all slain by a flying sword. The sword hovered silently in midair, blood dripping from its blade. Then a figure clad in black robes slowly descended from the sky, stepping onto the sword's hilt. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at Lin Yiran with an expression of utter disdain. As cold as ice, Lin Yiran's face grew grave. This person was someone she could not afford to provoke. "Who are you, and why have you stolen my spirit stones?" she inquired. The mysterious figure slowly raised his hand. And in the next moment, the flying sword shot towards her brow. Lin Yiran's expression changed dramatically as she rolled aside, the sword grazing her arm and leaving a bloodied mark. Terror gripped her heart. The power possessed by the one controlling the sword was unfathomable. She turned to flee, but escaping from such a master was an impossible feat. In the blink of an eye, the sword hovered ominously above her brow. A palpable aura of death enveloping her. "I am doomed." At this critical juncture, Lin Yiran promptly crushed the life-saving talisman in her hand. A protective barrier swiftly sprung up before her. The sword struck down but was halted by the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Yiran retreated hastily, but within a breath, the barrier was torn apart. The mysterious figure expressed surprise. "You possess talismans, however, their power is insufficient. They can only block one strike." After speaking, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a torrent of energy that slammed into Lin Yiran. Blood spewed from her mouth as she collapsed to the ground, her complexion pale, gradually losing consciousness. The mysterious figure raised his arm, the flying sword aimed at Lin Yiran's head. And it shot forth with lethal intent. Just as her head was about to be severed, a streak of light sped towards it, colliding with the sword and sending it flying. "Who dares to disrupt my plans?" The mysterious figure spoke with icy disdain. Yetion approached calmly, declaring, "This prince has come to save the damsel in distress." "What, are you dissatisfied?" The mysterious figure's gaze turned vicious as he scrutinized him. Then said, "You must be the son-in-law summoned by the great Zhou, a mere parasite who dares to speak so arrogantly." Die. The flying sword shot towards Yetion's throat. With ease, Yetion pinched the sword between his fingers, shocking the mysterious figure. "How could this brat accomplish such a feat? Such a worthless sword, I would not even accept it as a gift." Yetion calmly remarked, and with a sharp crack he broke the sword with his fingers. "Here, take it back." He casually tossed the broken blade back. The mysterious figure raised his hand to defend, but the shattered blade pierced through his protective energy, leaving him in a state of shock as he narrowly avoided being killed by his own weapon. Cold sweat dripped from the mysterious figure's brow. "What is happening? How could I almost be slain by my own sword? You worthless parasite, how do you possess such strength?" The mysterious figure's gaze fixated on Yetion. Realizing the intelligence he had received was misleading, this brat not only could cultivate but was also formidable. Yetion replied nonchalantly, "What you see is merely what I wish for you to see. I never claimed I couldn't cultivate. All of it has been your own conjecture." The mysterious figure laughed with rage. "You flatter yourself. Do you really think that merely being able to cultivate allows you to stand on equal footing with me?" With a roar, the mysterious figure unleashed a terrifying aura, and a massive tiger, dozens of feet in size, materialized behind him. Yetion had never witnessed such a technique before. What kind of skill is this? Instead of fear, a curiosity filled him as he gazed at the tiger's phantom. It looked incredibly cool. "Before you die, let me inform you that this is the soul command technique, an 8th rank martial skill." "What a fine technique," Yetion remarked. "I think I shall take it for myself." "Haha, you shall descend into the underworld and inquire with the king of hell." The tiger behind the mysterious figure let out a deafening roar and lunged forward. Yetion dodged swiftly, but the tiger possessed an inherent pulling force that caught him off guard. With a resounding crash, Yetion was sent flying by a claw, followed by another, and soon he was plunged into a deep pit. The mysterious figure chuckled coldly. "I shall grant you a swift death. Consider it my mercy." Just as he turned to leave, a commotion arose from the pit. The mysterious figure froze in disbelief and turned around. Yetion slowly climbed out of the pit, his clothes tattered but without a single wound. "How is this possible? You are not dead?" The mysterious figure was utterly astonished. Yetion retorted, "Do you have a particular fondness for my attire? Look at the mess you've made. You've seen me in my undergarments. How could you possibly be unscathed?" The mysterious figure questioned coldly, his mind racing. The tiger's tearing force could reach thousands of tons. No one's body could withstand it. I refuse to believe you are unharmed. His eyes turned frigid as the tiger reappeared, lunging at Etion once more. This time, the tiger clamped its jaws around Etion's waist, viciously tearing at him as if to devour him. While Etion feigned pain, letting out a couple of exaggerated yelps. However, his cries were far too insincere. The mysterious figure's lips twitched. This brat was clearly mocking him. "Stop your theatrics, what are you pretending for? Oh, you caught me," Etion replied, immediately ceasing his cries and speaking calmly. "I thought my acting was quite good." The mysterious figure trembled with rage. From the very beginning, this brat had been toying with him. He was furious. "Die!" the mysterious figure bellowed, unleashing a powerful shockwave. In an instant, countless flying swords shot up from the ground, raining down upon Etion. Why Etion did not dare to be careless. He swiftly retreated, but the swords pursued relentlessly, leaving him no chance to evade. "Let us see how you escape this time," the mysterious figure smirked coldly. However, his smile quickly faded as the swords unexpectedly froze midair. The mysterious figure frantically channeled his energy, yet no matter how hard he tried, the swords remained unmoved. Suddenly, the swords slowly adjusted their trajectory, targeting him. A chill ran down his spine. What was happening? Were they turning against their master? Just as this thought crossed his mind, the swords indeed surged towards him. "What is happening? What have you done to my swords?" the mysterious figure shouted in panic, attempting to dodge. Why Etion chuckled. "Who says only you can control flying swords? My prince's myriad sword energy technique is not to be underestimated." In a matter of moments, the mysterious figure was injured by the flying swords, dozens of cuts marring his body. Finally, with a furious roar, he exploded the flying swords with his own energy, gaining a moment to breathe. Panting heavily, the mysterious figure regarded Etion now with a complete lack of the earlier disdain. So, after coming to the great show, you've been pretending to be a fool this whole time. You are not incapable of cultivating, you are simply far too powerful and have chosen to conceal your strength. The mysterious figure gritted his teeth in hatred. Etion replied indifferently, "I'm not lying, even I do not know how strong I truly am. Can you tell me?" These words struck the mysterious figure like a deliberate provocation. Little did he know, Etion genuinely had no idea how formidable he was. The mysterious figure's face flashed crimson with anger as he exclaimed, "Even if your rank surpasses mine, you shall not insult me like this. Today, I will slay you, worthless parasite." As he spoke, the mysterious figure swallowed a pill, and moments later his internal energy transformed into a long rainbow, shooting skyward. With a thunderous roar, a tiger even more terrifying than before materialized behind him. Why Etion raised an eyebrow, realizing this guy was preparing for a desperate final strike. He could not afford to be careless. "Myriad sword energy technique," Etion declared, and behind him 1,000-foot-long sword energy emerged. Like a radiant sun, blinding and resplendent, the enigmatic figure was rendered speechless, utterly captivated by the terrifying intent of the sword, which had instilled a profound sense of dread within him. This maneuver was beyond his capacity to withstand. Flee. If he did not escape now, death would surely be his fate. The mysterious individual abandoned his final desperate move and chose to turn and flee, thinking to escape. Etion chuckled softly. "Should you manage to elude me, it would be akin to seeking death by colliding with a tofu block." With a sweep of his arm, countless sword energies surged forth like a tempest, shooting towards him. Roar! The mysterious man unleashed the illusory image of a fierce tiger behind him, attempting to shield himself from the onslaught of sword energies. However, the myriad sword energies swiftly obliterated the illusory tiger. At that moment, the mysterious figure had already fled hundreds of miles away, finally evading capture. He found a secluded valley to conceal himself, feeling a surge of delight. Once he returned, he would expose Etion's secrets, and naturally, others would come seeking to eliminate him. "Oh, you think you can hide here like a mere mouse?" A dispassionate voice echoed, as if the king of hell was demanding his soul. The mysterious figure felt a sudden chill of terror. By the time he raised his head, it was already too late. Countless sword energies ruthlessly tore through his body. After a single anguished cry, only a pile of bones remained. Why Etion smacked his lips in surprise. He had not anticipated that cultivating the tyrant body technique would significantly augment his strength. He estimated that he could now contend with a grandmaster, drawing closer to the prowess of a land immortal. Suddenly, Etion spotted a ring left on the ground. He picked it up and glanced inside. Discovering that the stolen spirit stones were all concealed within. Moreover, he found several commendable techniques. The soul control technique, such a thing truly exists. Why Etion's eyes gleamed with interest as he examined the technique's description. The soul control technique, an 8th grade skill, allows the practitioner to transform their true energy into the form of a beastly soul behind them, which can be used for both offense and defense. However, employing this technique is extremely taxing on true energy. Excessive use may even deplete one's lifespan. This technique does not seem particularly advantageous, Etion mused. Having finished the description, he suddenly felt that this technique might not be suited for him. Yet, having acquired it, he resolved to practice it during his spare time. It may lack utility, but it would be unwise to neglect training. Inside the ring, there were other items, including some low-grade elixirs and techniques. What is this? Etion discovered a battered sword in a corner. The sword was only half an arm's length, covered in rust, appearing to have been abandoned for quite some time. With a casual swing, he struck a nearby stone, which shattered as easily as tofu. Its sharpness was commendable. One strike would surely leave an enemy with tetanus. Why Etion chuckled, deciding to make do with it for now. He had not expected such an unexpected gain. He would not be returning these spirit stones to Lin Iran, but rather keeping them for himself. Subsequently, Etion returned to his previous location. He picked up the unconscious Lin Iran. Just as two individuals arrived, the sword intent had dissipated here. An elderly man with white hair remarked, "We have arrived a moment too late." He then turned his gaze towards Etion, inquiring, "Did you happen to see any suspicious individuals?" Etion shook his head. The elder frowned slightly. "We are from the Shenzhen sect. It would be wise not to deceive us." Another companion spoke up. "The sword intent felt similar to what we sensed earlier. That elder must still be nearby, within the Great Show. Where could this person be from? Could it be that they are targeting our Shenzhen sect?" The white-haired elder's expression darkened. If this were indeed the case, the Shenzhen sect would need to prepare accordingly. Just then, as Etion prepared to leave, the elder spoke again. "The woman in your arms is the princess of the Great Show, is she not? If you bring her to our Shenzhen sect, we possess means to heal her." Why Etion hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. The Shenzhen sect was situated atop the Shenzhen mountain. With approximately 3,000 disciples. It was Etion's first visit to the sect, and he was filled with curiosity as he surveyed his surroundings. Suddenly, he witnessed someone flying while standing on a sword, leaving him utterly astonished. So one can indeed fly, Etion murmured to himself. It is certainly possible, the elder who had accompanied him remarked nonchalantly. "Once you grasp the technique, you too can fly upon your sword." "I wish to learn." Etion's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he could master flying, he could truly traverse the world. To learn, you must join the sect. However, based on your aptitude, I fear there may be little hope. The elder mocked with a smile. Why Etion noted, he was unfazed by the elder's dismissal, for he had his own methods to learn. Several hours later, after the treatment, Lin Iran regained consciousness. "I cannot believe I am alive," she exclaimed, relieved to have survived. She was even more astonished that the Shenzhen sect would come to her aid, as the sect had always been known for its indifference. In the Great Show, only the Crown Prince maintained a connection with the Shenzhen sect. Why would they take the initiative to help her? Just then a majestic man entered the room asking, "Are you feeling well?" Lin Iran did not recognize him, but felt as though she had seen him somewhere before. "Princess Lin, this man is the sect master of our Shenzhen sect." Upon hearing this, Lin Iran quickly bowed. The sect master's status overshadowed even that of an emperor. Even her father would have to show respect in his presence. There is no need for such formality. Xiao Jian waved his hand and inquired, "How is your mother faring these days?" "My mother is as she has always been," Lin Yiran replied, feeling puzzled as to why he would inquire about her mother. "Then it is good that she is well." Xiao Jian smiled lightly, saying little more before departing. Soon after, Lin Yiran recounted this strange occurrence to Yi Tian. Upon hearing her tale, Yi Tian's imagination ran wild, and he casually remarked, "Could it be that the sect master had some past with your mother?" "Do not speak nonsense." Lin Yiran was taken aback. "My mother is not that kind of person," Yi Tian smirked. "The sect master possesses an extraordinary demeanor, and your mother is exceedingly beautiful. It would not be surprising if they had known each other in their youth." "Perhaps I am merely overthinking it." Lin Yiran fell into contemplation. She was certain she had seen that sect master when she was young. This made her question whether her mother might indeed have some connection with him. "I was just pondering who might have stolen your spirit stones. After analyzing the situation, I had a thought." "Would you like to hear it?" Yi Tian inquired. "Who? Is it my fifth brother or my sixth brother?" Lin Yiran guessed. Why? Yi Tian shook his head. "It should not be either of them. I suspect it was your elder brother, the crown prince." "That is impossible," Lin Yiran exclaimed in disbelief. "Why would the crown prince steal my spirit stones?" "What evidence do you have to prove that the crown prince took my belongings?" Lin Yiran asked. "I have no evidence. I am merely speculating," Yi Tian replied calmly. "However, those who ambushed you were all grand masters. In the entire Great Zhou, there are hardly a few who can mobilize grand masters. Moreover, immediately after your mirror was lost, individuals appeared to seize the spirit stones. If it is not the crown prince, then it must be one of your other brothers." Upon hearing this, Lin Yiran clenched her fists in anger. Among her brothers, only the crown prince had treated her well. Was that kindness merely a facade? "Do not take it too seriously. I have already said it is just a guess, and I have no evidence." "But what if it were one of your other brothers?" Yi Tian urged. "They could not possibly be involved." Lin Yiran shook her head. "My second brother passed away due to illness a few years ago. My third brother has been studying in the academy, and has not returned home for many years. As for my fourth brother, he has been away at war in the North Sea for 5 or 6 years, so it cannot be him. Aside from my fifth and sixth brothers, no one would covet my spirit stones. As for my eldest brother, with the support of the Shenzhen sect, he would not lack for spirit stones. He has no need to steal mine." Yi Tian chuckled. "I have already stated that I am merely guessing. Yet you took it to heart." "You?" Lin Yiran felt a mix of anger and amusement, realizing that her thoughts had been convoluted. This young man was simply speaking nonsense. After returning to the imperial capital, Lin Yiran began to investigate who had stolen her spirit stones. She had suffered a loss of nearly 20,000 spirit stones, which pained her greatly. Unbeknownst to her, the spirit stones she had lost were currently in Yi Tian's possession. Meanwhile, back at his residence, Yi Tian commenced practicing the soul control technique he had acquired. The technique comprised 3 levels in total. The first level allowed the practitioner to condense true energy into a beastly form. After 3 days of effort, Yi Tian successfully transformed into a massive python. With the depth of his true energy, this python could reach a maximum size of 1,000 feet, capable of devouring several houses in one bite. After a total of 7 days, Yi Tian had perfected the soul control technique to its fullest extent. "I can now condense the forms of 7 or 8 beastly spirits, providing both offense and defense. This significantly enhances my strength. However, the energy consumption is rather excessive. With my current limits, I can only use it 6 or 7 times a day, and each instance lasts no more than 15 minutes. Yi Tian felt a tinge of dissatisfaction. It seemed imperative that he hasten the enhancement of his strength to bolster his own defenses. After a visit to the Shenzhen sect, he became acutely aware of the arduous journey that lay ahead in the realm of martial arts. His horizons had yet to be fully expanded. He was even unaware that it was possible to traverse the skies upon a sword. He decided to peruse the star auction house in search of a technique that would enable him to fly on a sword. Naturally, Yetion yearned for the power to soar through the heavens and evade the earth. Upon arriving at the star auction house, he wandered around the counter, which displayed numerous martial arts manuals. Yet he found none that matched his desires. "Prince, you have arrived," greeted the graceful Chinya, whom he had encountered previously, her smile radiating warmth. Yetion replied, "I am in search of a manual that allows one to fly upon a sword." Chinya chuckled lightly. "Such manuals are not available for public sale, and each one commands an exorbitant price, no less than 50,000 spirit stones." Yetion, exuding calm confidence, declared, "Spirit stones are merely a trivial matter. This prince possesses an abundance." This time, he had no need to flaunt his talents, he could pay in cash, Chinya remarked, with the support of a princess. "Prince naturally lacks for spirit stones. By chance, I have a manual here that is currently idle, which may be of interest to you. However, this manual is somewhat peculiar. I require not only spirit stones from Prince Yi but also a poem composed by you." Yetion responded, "Let me see it first. I have no shortage of poetry. Please follow me." Chinya invited, leading Yetion to her private chamber. The room was suffused with a fragrant aroma, and as Yetion inhaled, he felt a sense of tranquility wash over him. Moments later, Chinya presented an aged and weathered manual, saying, "This technique is difficult to master and demands high standards. Do take a look." Yetion glanced at it. The manual was old and yellowed, its cover inscribed with the title 9 Stars Dragon Ascension. Upon opening the first page, he found an introduction. The 9 Stars Dragon Ascension is derived from celestial phenomena. In ancient times, the 9 dragons roamed the starry seas, leaving behind 9 paths of ascension. The manual was divided into 9 stages. The first stage enabled one to fly upon a sword, covering thousands of miles in a day. The second stage allowed one to traverse vast distances in the blink of an eye. "What of the third stage?" Yetion inquired, flipping through the pages only to find them blank, leaving him momentarily stunned. Chinya, with a hint of exasperation, explained, "This is a fragmented manual obtained inadvertently from an ancient tomb. It may be that one day, with fortune on your side, Prince Yi, you might discover the remaining portion." Yetion chuckled incredulously. "A broken manual, and yet it commands such a high price. That's highway robbery. 2,000 spirit stones is my final offer." "Agreed," Chinya acquiesced readily, "but you must still compose a poem for me, as I find great delight in your words." Realizing he had perhaps undervalued his offer, Yetion seized the brushed inspiration sparking in his mind. He wrote with flourish, and Chinya's eyes sparkled as she read, "Clouds yearn for garments, flowers desire beauty. What exquisite verses." She repeated the lines, deeply moved, envisioning the stunning figure the poem described, one whose beauty could hardly be contained by mere words. "Prince Yi, I had no idea you were such a charmer. Surely this poem cannot be about me." She teased, her heart fluttering with joy. Yetion smirked inwardly, thinking her self-importance amusing. "This poem is delightful. I shall accept it." Chinya carefully stored it away, her gaze toward Yetion now transformed, returning to his residence. Yetion was eager to master the art of flying on a sword. Sitting in a meditative posture, he diligently studied the manual. Suddenly, he noticed a small line of text: "If one practices this technique while retaining their innocence, they may unleash its full power, otherwise only a third of its potential may be realized." "How outrageous!" Yetion erupted in indignation. "I demand a refund. This is a complete scam." His frustration mounted as he grappled with the stringent requirements of the 9 Stars Dragon Ascension. The implication that he could only wield a fraction of its might if he were not pure was infuriating. No wonder Chinya kept it hidden. Had it been auctioned, it would surely have drawn scorn. Yetion pondered whether to proceed with his studies or abandon them. Ultimately, he resolved to learn first and address the purity issue later. "I shall certainly seek out a woman," he gritted his teeth. Dismissing his doubts, thus, he began to practice the first stage. His innate talent for cultivation was nothing short of prodigious. He mastered the first stage of sword flight in under 3 days and learned the second stage of special contraction in another 5. Emerging from his chamber, he flicked his finger, summoning a broken sword from his ring. "Today marks the day I take to the skies." With a smirk, he leaped, landing gracefully upon the sword's blade with a thought. The sword surged forward, but he soon plummeted back to the ground. Bewildered, he wondered what had gone wrong. "Am I afraid of heights?" Etion's eyes widened in disbelief as he tried again, only to find himself crashing down once more. How could this be? After all these years, I never realized I had a fear of heights. He laughed at his own folly. Once the sword ascended beyond 10 meters, he felt dizzy, an overwhelming urge to leap down taking hold. Sitting on the ground, he sighed repeatedly, frustrated that such a trivial fear could hinder his ambitions of conquering the world. "I must overcome this fear," he resolved, climbing to the highest statue in the great show. Standing over 50 meters tall, Etion sat cross-legged atop the statue's head, closing his eyes to fully relax. He was determined to conquer his fear of heights. "Wait, who is that on the emperor's statue?" Someone in the crowd exclaimed. "How audacious! How dare he sit on the emperor's head? Look, someone is even urinating on the statue." The onlookers gathered, their numbers swelling. "I recognize him. Isn't that the prince consort summoned by the princess? He is utterly brazen to sit atop the emperor's head. Has he lost his mind?" Soon, the city guards arrived, perplexed by the sight of their prince consort on the statue. A carriage bearing the chancellor passed by, and upon hearing the commotion, he disembarked to investigate. "Chancellor, it is indeed improper for the prince consort to sit atop the emperor's statue. Should we detain him?" a guard inquired respectfully. The chancellor stroked his beard thoughtfully. "It appears the prince consort is in deep meditation, perhaps seeking inspiration. Everyone knows he possesses unparalleled literary talent. He may be on the verge of producing another earth-shattering poem. Surely, the emperor will not hold it against him. Secure this area. I shall report to the emperor." Shortly thereafter, the chancellor entered the palace to convey the news to Lin Yu. Upon hearing the report, Lin Yu remained unperturbed. "Prince Ye's temperament is free-spirited. Let him be. If he can produce another fine poem, it will only benefit our literary world." "Your Majesty." Joyous news. The eunuch rushed in, his face alight with excitement. "Just moments ago, the prince consort composed another line of poetry. Quickly recite it for us." Lin Yu's interest piqued. The eunuch cleared his throat and proclaimed, "The perilous tower stands 100 feet high. What a magnificent poem! Truly extraordinary!" Lin Yu exclaimed, particularly taken with the latter lines, which he felt he could never conceive. He erupted into laughter, while the chancellor praised. "The line about startling the heavens is simply incredible. How did the prince consort come up with that? He is truly a literary saint." Lin Yu beamed with delight. "Great Chu must be blind to have sent such an exceptional talent my way. The emperor of Great Chu must have been kicked by a donkey." "Ha," he commanded, "issue a decree to appoint Prince Yi as the imperial scholar, and I shall personally confer upon him the title of poetic immortal of the great show." Upon hearing this, the chancellor interjected, "Your Majesty, that would be unwise. The position of imperial scholar is unique, with only 2 appointed. If a third is established, that is of no concern." Lin Yu waved dismissively, smiling. "I recognize Prince Ye's literary prowess. He is merely constrained by his status and cannot serve in court. However, in the literary sphere, he is undoubtedly preeminent. Scholars of the great show should aspire to his poetry, and this year's imperial examination must feature questions based on his works." The chancellor ceased his protests, for he too admired Etion's talent. This young man was destined for greatness. Meanwhile, Etion remained atop the statue, grumbling incessantly. He endeavored to restrain his acrophobia, but to no avail. Thus, a moment ago, he instinctively recited a poignant verse of poetry, a self-deprecating jest. However, as he descended from the statue, Etion discovered that the denizens of the street were gazing at him with a reverential admiration. By imperial decree, the eunuch appeared, accompanied by a retinue of guards, and the surrounding populace hastily knelt in deference. Consequently, Yi Tian found himself inexplicably appointed as an academician of the Hanlin Academy, even being bestowed the title of poetry immortal. Yi Tian was left in a state of bewilderment, pondering the weight of such a grandiose title. Meanwhile, a spy, who had been observing him, swiftly relayed the news back to the great Chu upon learning of Yi Tian's concurrent appointment. The Emperor of Great Chu was incensed, slamming his palm upon the table. Is the Emperor of Great Zhou a fool, to appoint such a worthless individual as an academician of the Hanlin Academy? Though he wielded no real power, it nonetheless placed him within the inner sanctum of the imperial court. Is Li knew out of his mind, the Emperor of Great Chu couldn't fathom why such favor was bestowed upon a mere wastrel. Your Majesty, Prince Yi is exceptionally talented and has penned verses of timeless beauty. What rubbish poetry, let me see it, the Emperor scoffed, entirely disbelieving that a good-for-nothing could produce anything of merit. Yet, as he read the poem over and over, a profound sense of shock gripped him. When he read the line, "Dare not speak aloud," he felt a deep reverberation within. He could almost envision the awe with which mere mortals regard celestial beings. Such verses our great Chu could not compose in 10,000 years. Could it truly have been written by that wastrel? The Emperor's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his composure. Even if he is a poetic genius, he remains a useless individual incapable of cultivation. In this world, martial prowess reigns supreme, or what is he worth? The Emperor of Great Chu chuckled coldly. Had he known that Yi Tian could effortlessly slay a master, his thoughts might have been different. Chapter 34 The Cave of the Demon King. Upon returning to his residence, Lin Yiran unexpectedly arrived. Congratulations, Yi the poetry immortal, she said with a smile. Are you mocking me? Yi Tian retorted. How could I? My praise is genuine. Lin Yiran replied. You are the first in our great Zhou to attain the title of poetry immortal. Your poetic prowess is unmatched. Furthermore, my father has made you an academician of the Hanlin Academy. Do you grasp the significance of this title in our great Zhou? Yi Tian shook his head, completely unaware. Lin Yiran explained. There are only 2 academicians in the Hanlin Academy. Those 2 are close friends of my father for decades, wielding significant authority, their status not inferior to that of the Prime Minister. Although you hold the title without real power, my father's actions indicate that he considers you one of us. Hearing this, Yi Tian raised an eyebrow. Your father trusts me, so does that mean our engagement is still intact? Lin Yiran pouted. Are you so eager to break off our engagement after all this time? Do you truly have no feelings for me? Besides, you did bully me last time. Lin Yiran's cheeks flushed slightly. Yi Tian coughed awkwardly. That was an accident. I acted to save someone, but do you like me? To his surprise, Lin Yiran boldly inquired. Yi Tian shook his head. His heart was shrouded in vengeance, consumed by thoughts of annihilating the great Chu. He had no understanding of affection. To Lin Yiran, he regarded her as a dear friend, feeling only instinctive impulses, devoid of any deeper emotional attachment. A look of disappointment filled Lin Yiran's eyes. She had thought her charm was boundless, only to realize she was merely ordinary in Yi Tian's view. Well, if we cannot be together, being friends will suffice. I shall not demand too much. Lin Yiran's mood settled as she continued. In recent days, I have been investigating those who stole my spirit stones. Yet I have found no leads, nor have I located the mirror. Yesterday, my mother's condition worsened, and I must seek a blood vine from a cave of the Demon King, located several hundred miles away. I wish to explore it. Yi Tian was taken aback. The cave of the Demon King, it sounds perilous. You cannot go alone. Lin Yiran nodded. My father believes my mother is beyond saving and does not want me to go. But I must try. Then I shall accompany you, Yi Tian declared. Lin Yiran's face brightened with joy. She had awaited this very response. I knew you cared for me, she said cheerfully. You think too highly of yourself. Yi Tian retorted with a smirk. His true motives lay in testing the efficacy of his 9-star dragon transformation art and the soul control technique, covering a distance of several hundred miles. A swift horse could reach the destination in a day's time, however they soon encountered a broad river that their horse could not leap across. Etion and Lin Iran had no choice but to abandon their mounts and proceed on foot. As evening approached, they encountered a merchant caravan on their journey. After discussions, the caravan agreed to provide them passage. That night, the caravan found a safe place to camp and rest. Etion sat beside the campfire, enjoying some meat when the merchants began to beat drums and dance. "Brother, where are you headed?" A burly man approached with a jug of wine, sitting beside Etion. "We are in search of treasure, planning to explore the cave of the Demon King," Etion replied. The man looked astonished. "That place is exceedingly dangerous. Fierce demon beasts abound, and many who venture there have perished. No worries, I possess some means of self-defense." Etion chuckled. "I am Guo Chao," the man introduced himself. "I encountered this caravan along my way. My horse succumbed to exhaustion. I intend to join the Black Wind Bandit group." Etion looked at him in surprise. "Is being a bandit a lucrative profession?" Guo Chao chuckled. "Do not laugh, brother. My wife was unfaithful, and in a fit of rage, I killed her and her lover's entire family. Now I am wanted and must find a way to survive. I heard the Black Wind Bandit group has a good reputation, so I intend to join them. Would you care to join me? Once we ascend the mountain, women and wine will be plentiful." Etion declined. Lin Iran approached, stating coolly, "We lack for nothing and shall not become bandits." Guo Chao chuckled. "I mistook you for siblings. It seems you are family. My apologies." He rose to leave. Etion smiled. "Princess, I find the notion of being a bandit rather appealing. I almost wish to try it." "You jest. With your talents, you could make a living anywhere," Lin Iran replied with a laugh. "Once you attend the MOU Academy, I fear the senior sisters will all be enchanted by you." Etion chuckled. Who could argue with that? As dawn broke, Etion and Lin Iran set forth once more. This time, they successfully located the cave of the Demon King. Standing at its entrance, a chill wind swept past them. Lin Iran's expression turned grave as she spoke. "Inside it twists and turns. I have had it descend several thousand meters into an unknown, dark world. We must follow the map and not wander aimlessly. If we lose our way, we might never escape." With that, Lin Iran produced the map and lit a torch to lead the way. The initial hours of their journey were relatively smooth, with their destination drawing near. However, danger soon struck. A bat the size of a wild boar suddenly attacked, biting Lin Iran's arm. Etion reacted swiftly, obliterating the creature with a single punch. Lin Iran grimaced in pain, clutching her arm as the venom swiftly spread to her neck. She hastily swallowed an antidote to alleviate the poison. This bat possessed strength equivalent to a 6th-tier martial artist. It was truly terrifying. "We cannot linger here, it is too perilous," Lin Iran said, her face taut with concern. Etion nodded slightly. "Our goal is not far, we shall soon acquire what we seek and return." After a brief rest, they ventured deeper into the cave. Suddenly, a terrifying roar reverberated through the air. The sound was so chilling that their hair stood on end, and their skin prickled, reminiscent of a ghostly wail. Lin Iran was so frightened that she found herself frozen in place. Etion furrowed his brow, pondering the nature of the beast that could evoke such fear, even in him. Abruptly, the cave began to tremble. Then, out of the shadows, the creature with the body of a lion and the face of a man emerged. Charging forth from the darkness, Lin Iran cried out in terror. "It is the ghost-faced Lion King, equivalent to a Grandmaster-level human warrior." "We are doomed." Etion pressed his fingers together, channeling his sword energy, bracing for confrontation. Unexpectedly, the ghost-faced Lion King ignored them and leaped aside, fleeing in haste, glancing back with evident fear as if evading some dread presence. Etion's gaze remained fixed on the cave's shadows, pondering what monstrous entity could induce such a reaction from a Grandmaster-level beast. Chapter 35 An unexpected windfall. Shortly thereafter, the horrifying wails grew ever closer. A shadow flickered in the darkness of the cave, exuding an unsettling aura. Lin Iran's heart raced, instinctively grasping Etion's arm in trepidation. Etion's expression grew serious as his internal energy surged within him. The impending appearance of this creature is undoubtedly a terrifying prospect. One might fear that even he might not be able to withstand it. Soon as a plume of black smoke dissipated, the true form of the creature was revealed. Etion and Lin Iran were momentarily stunned. The monster had indeed materialized, yet it was vastly different from their imaginations. This creature was no larger than a small dog, and rather than being ferocious, it appeared innocently adorable. The contrast was staggering. Etion was astonished. Could this be the very being that had just emitted such a horrifying cry? Prince, am I not seeing things? This is far too cute." Lin Iran's face lit up with joy as she immediately scooped up the little creature. Etion scrutinized it carefully. Its exterior resembled that of a lion. Yet it possessed horns. A dragon, a chilen, or perhaps a chungchi. Etion, for the moment, could not ascertain what this creature truly was. "What are you staring at? Have I bewitched you?" Suddenly the little creature spoke, startling Lin Iran into a scream as she tossed it away. Etion, reacting swiftly, unleashed a blast of sword energy at it, causing the little creature to yelp in pain. "Don't hit me, don't hit me, it hurts, dear sir. What manner of creature are you? Speak quickly, or I shall slay you." Etion's eyes glinted with murderous intent as the sword energy radiated a chilling aura. "I am no mere monster, I am a divine beast," the little creature puffed up proudly, proclaiming. "You insignificant humans, take heed, I am a divine beast. Do you understand? A divine beast. I've never heard of such a thing. Roasted, it must taste delectable," Etion remarked nonchalantly. "How dare you? You wish to consume a divine beast." The little creature was instantly terrified, its short legs flailing as it attempted to escape. However, Etion seized it by the scruff of its neck, lifting it into the air. Its tiny paws flailed helplessly. "Release me, let go of this esteemed one." It then exhaled flames, but Etion swiftly clamped its mouth shut, narrowly avoiding being scorched. Interesting. Why? Etion smiled, realizing that this little creature's strength seemed rather modest, equivalent to that of a mid-tier human warrior, yet how had it frightened off that formidable beast just moments ago? "From now on, you shall be called Xiao Bai. Submit to me and become my companion." "Do you have any objections?" Etion inquired coolly. "Indeed, I do. I am a divine beast. Oh, how dare you suggest I become your toy?" Slap! Etion delivered a sharp smack, and the creature immediately quieted down. "Xiao Bai, do you know where the blood vine is located?" Etion asked reluctantly. Xiao Bai replied, "The blood vine is still inside. That is my sleeping nest. What do you intend to do? Bring the blood vine to me." "We have need of it. Etion commanded. "From now on, you shall accompany me wherever I go. A divine beast like me would surely starve, unless there are beautiful women around." Xiao Bai's expression shifted dramatically. Etion, realizing this creature had a penchant for beauty, smacked it again, and it obediently led them to its lair. Soon, they arrived at a small cavern, the air thick with a rich aroma. Etion's gaze roamed around until he spotted a vast spiritual spring. A spiritual spring? Etion was taken aback. A single drop of spiritual liquid could be utilized for an extended period, even enabling breakthroughs, yet before him lay an entire pool of pure spiritual liquid. "How much spiritual liquid is this?" Lin Iran was utterly astonished. "One drop of spiritual liquid was worth dozens of spiritual stones. A spring of this magnitude could not be compared to even dozens of spiritual veins. What's so special about this worthless trinket?" Xiao Bai scoffed, then lifted a hind leg and urinated into the pool. To their shock, the liquid that emerged was actually spiritual liquid, a divine beast that produced spiritual liquid. Such news would send the entire Tianwu continent into a frenzy. Lin Iran sat in stunned silence, unable to fathom the implications of a divine beast capable of generating spiritual liquid. Unworldly humans. "Do you now recognize my greatness?" Xiao Bai stood proudly, its front paws crossed in a human-like embrace, baring its teeth in a haughty manner. Etion's eyes were fixed intently on the spiritual liquid. He was determined to seize it, whether for personal use or for trade. It was an invaluable treasure. To think that his quest for a blood vine would yield such a bountiful reward. With a wave of his hand, he attempted to store the spiritual liquid in his ring. Etion soon realized that the liquid could not directly enter the ring, it had to be contained in a bottle. "Ha, you lack the means to carry it away," Xiaobai grinned maliciously. Do not rejoice too soon. Etion waved his hand again, and dozens of large jars materialized. Xiaobai's expression froze. Who carries so many empty jars? These jars were for storing medicinal herbs. As Etion was also an alchemist, after filling the jars with the spiritual liquid, Etion felt immense satisfaction. From this day forth, he would possess an inexhaustible supply of spiritual liquid. Especially with a divine beast capable of producing it at his side. At that moment, Lin Yiran had also procured the blood vine. The blood vine was a highly toxic substance. A mere morsel could render an ordinary person unconscious and halt their heart. However, it also possessed the ability to neutralize other toxins. Whether it could save Lin Yiran's mother remained uncertain. As they exited the Demon King's cave, a torrential storm raged outside. Etion initially intended to wait for the rain to cease before departing. Suddenly, a series of harrowing screams pierced the air, then several corpses were hurled toward them, crashing heavily at their feet. Etion focused intently and recognized the bodies as belonging to the merchant caravan they had encountered not long ago. The corpses were torn asunder as if ravaged by some monstrous teeth. Just then a heavy, labored breathing echoed around them, and Etion sensed a significant drop in temperature. Looking up, he beheld a snow-white beast advancing menacingly toward them. This creature exuded an intensely frigid aura, freezing even the raindrops in mid-air. It's the ice snow ape. "We are in grave danger," Lin Yiran gasped, her breath hitching. Such a creature could encase an entire city in ice. It was exceedingly formidable. Prince, what shall we do next? Should we fight or flee? Lin Yiran looked to Etion, seeking his guidance. Etion summoned a broken sword into his hand, speaking calmly, "We fight. Otherwise, if this beast follows us back, the royal city will be in peril." With that, Lin Yiran drew her longsword, and they both positioned themselves, ready for combat. The ice snow ape's cold gaze pierced through them, and a wave of chilling energy erupted from within, coalescing into a tempest that surged toward them. Etion swung his sword, shattering the tempest, and with a clang, struck the ice snow ape's back. But the blow was deflected by its icy exterior. Remarkably, its defenses were formidable. After several strikes, his arms felt numb from the impact. As the battle raged on, Etion suddenly noticed Xiaobai attempting to sneak away. He flicked a sword energy in its direction, causing Xiaobai to yelp, "Is this a sneak attack? I merely wished to keep my distance, but I had no intention of fleeing." Such words were only fit for a child. Etion was not deceived. Suddenly an overwhelming chill enveloped Etion, and numerous ice spikes shot toward him. In response, Etion unleashed his abundant chi, conjuring a majestic lion phantom behind him. Roar! The lion lunged forward, shattering all the ice spikes with a single paw. Next, Etion unleashed a powerful wave of sword energy, severing one of the ice snow ape's arms. The pain incited the beast's fury. It stomped the ground, and in an instant a blizzard transformed into a whirlwind aimed at them. "Myriad sword chi!" Etion shouted, and a dense mass of sword energy gathered behind him, soaring hundreds of feet into the air. Subsequently, the myriad sword energies surged toward the icy tempest. The two forces collided, resulting in a violent explosion that shook the entire mountain range. When the dust settled, much of the mountain had been encased in ice. Etion crawled out from beneath the snow, gazing up to find the once lush forest transformed into a snowy wasteland. The ice snow ape's head had been severed by the sword energy, leaving behind an ice sculpture. "Help save this esteemed beast," Xiaobai cried from beneath the snow, flailing its tiny paws. Etion grasped its tail and yanked it free. "Ouch, I'm freezing to death." Xiaobai trembled uncontrollably, its eyes filled with a pitiful gaze. "Are you all unharmed?" Lin Yiran rushed back from the mountainside, having been blown far away by the shockwave of the earlier explosion. I'm in distress. I am so cold and in need of a warm embrace. Xiao Bai's eyes fixated on Lin Yiran, ready to leap into her arms. Yition swatted Xiao Bai away, saying, "Enough nonsense. Don't think I'm unaware of your thoughts. You letcha lead the way down the mountain." "I'll remember this, we shall see." Xiao Bai gritted its teeth, reluctantly guiding them down the mountainside. After several hours, the two finally emerged from the forest. As the two prepared to hasten back to the dynasty, a sudden commotion arose ahead. A group of riders on swift steeds approached. "Halt, there are people up ahead." The leader, a one-eyed man, scrutinized Yition intently before turning to Lin Yiran beside him. "The men have been slain like dogs, and the women shall be taken back as concubines." "You are but a dog." "Indeed, you are a dog," Xiao Bai seethed, baring his teeth. "This dog can talk. Let us take it back and roast it." The one-eyed man guffawed, yet in the next instant his laughter was silenced as a broken sword cleaved through his neck. His bandit companions, witnessing this, were about to retaliate when the broken sword transformed into a streak of light, piercing through their chests. Lin Yiran was utterly astonished. Yition's ability to control the flying sword was terrifyingly formidable. "Just what sort of power does this prince possess? Not only can he compose exquisite poetry, but his martial prowess is astonishing as well." "How blind is the Chu?" Lin Yiran exclaimed. Yition replied nonchalantly, "Do not speak of the Chu. To call them swine would be an overestimation." The two mounted the stolen horses and began their return journey. Yet as they rode, Yition sensed something amiss. "This path seems different from the one we took to arrive here. We must have taken a wrong turn," he remarked. Lin Yiran consulted the map and said, "This area is not marked on the map. I have no idea where we are." Yition surveyed their surroundings and pointed ahead. "There lies a narrow path. Let us investigate. Will it lead us out?" "I cannot say, as I have never been here before," Yition replied. "You are just guessing, aren't you?" Lin Yiran retorted, exasperated. "What else can I do? Sometimes luck is a form of strength," Yition said as he urged his horse forward. Remarkably, fortune smiled upon him. Before them appeared a village. With a village in sight, they could surely find their way home. However, before he could celebrate, his joy was abruptly extinguished. Upon entering the village, they discovered it had long been abandoned. Not a soul remained. To their dismay, a mound of graves lay at the village's rear, numbering at least 100. Lin Yiran felt a chill of fear and clutched Yition's arm. "The atmosphere here is eerie. Something is not right. We should leave swiftly." Yition nodded slightly, feeling equally uncomfortable in the oppressive air. Suddenly, a swarm of crows flew overhead, followed by a massive shadow descending from the mountain peak. In an instant it crashed down onto the roof. It was a colossal creature, measuring several dozen meters long, with a green face and sharp fangs, a canine head upon a humanoid body, and behind it a pair of pitch-black wings. Upon closer inspection, each feather was composed of a multitude of blood-red crows, grotesque and terrifying. It's over, you've encountered a fearsome demon," Xiao Bai shrieked. "I shall be doomed by you too. This is the Black Heavenly Dog, capable of swallowing the moon." Lin Yiran's face turned pale. The Black Heavenly Dog was merely a legend. How could such a being truly exist? It was said that thousands of years ago, the Black Heavenly Dog devoured an entire dynasty in one bite, claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. On that fateful day, the moon turned blood red, and a sense of horror and despair enveloped the entire Tianwu continent. Yition's expression grew grave. If this indeed was the Black Heavenly Dog, they stood no chance against it. Was he destined to perish here today? Suddenly, the Black Heavenly Dog emitted a dark red aura that enveloped the entire sky. In an instant, the world before them was shrouded in darkness. Lin Yiran succumbed to the corrosive atmosphere, spewing forth blood as her skin began to rot, and she fainted on the spot. Xiao Bai wailed and hurriedly buried himself in a pile of dirt. Yi stood frozen, unable to move, as the oppressive aura bore down upon him. He could visibly feel his muscles dissolving, revealing stark white bones beneath. While Yi pupils constricted, he was on the verge of becoming a mere puddle of blood. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar resonated within him. Chapter 37, Witnessing Death Without Aid. As the dragon's roar echoed, the corrupted flesh on his body instantly rejuvenated. A mysterious energy coursed along his skin, dispelling the dark aura. While Yi rejoiced internally, another dragon's roar erupted from within him. The sound reverberated through the mountains, causing the black heavenly dog's cold eyes to widen in disbelief. In an instant, the black heavenly dog was blasted away by a shockwave. Unable to suppress its growl of fury. While Yi laughed heartily, "You vile creature, this prince is protected by the true dragon's fortune. You cannot harm me." With a sudden surge, Yi summoned an immense amount of true energy. Leaping forward 1,000 zhong and launching a fierce sword energy at the beast, the clash produced a metallic sound as the sword energy struck the black heavenly dog, forcing it to retreat. Just as the beast prepared to counterattack, Yi internal roar resonated once more. The imposing dragon's might made the black heavenly dog tremble uncontrollably, causing it to plummet from the sky. Seizing the opportunity, Yi charged forward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy upon it. Enraged, the black heavenly dog flapped its wings and turned to flee. As it retreated, the oppressive darkness that had engulfed the area dissipated entirely. Yi wiped the sweat from his brow. Thankfully, his unique fortune had shielded him, or he would have perished today. The strength of that black heavenly dog was unimaginable, likely at the level of a terrestrial immortal. Truly formidable. At that moment, Xiao Bai stared at Yi with wide eyes, circling him as if he were some sort of monster. "You possess a unique fortune that grants you this dragon's might. This is the first time I have encountered someone like you." While Yi scoffed, kicking Xiao Bai aside before rushing to check on Lin Yiran's condition. Lin Yiran was gravely injured, her true energy was in disarray, and her breathing was weak. She was on the brink of death. "We should find a place to bury her," Xiao Bai said, baring his teeth. While Yi replied coolly, "She cannot die yet." He then took out a medicinal pill and administered it to her. After consuming the pill, Lin Yiran's condition began to improve gradually. While Yi lifted her and sought a way down the mountain. "The black heavenly dog seems to still be watching you. It's truly frightening," Xiao Bai said, scampering at Yi heels, his short legs moving frantically as if fearing to stray too far and be devoured by the beast. While Yi reassured him, "That creature will not dare to follow us for now. We are safe." The true dragon's aura within him completely suppressed the black heavenly dog. Even if it had 100 times the courage, it would not dare to confront him again. After a day and a night, they finally emerged from the mountain range and returned to the dynasty. Upon their return, Yi took Lin Yiran to his residence, where he instructed the maids to care for her diligently. By the following day, Lin Yiran finally regained consciousness. "Where is Prince Yi? Where is he?" Lin Yiran inquired urgently upon waking. "I am here. I am fine," Yi said, entering with a smile. "You were unconscious for a day and a night. How do you feel now?" "We are still alive." Lin Yiran found it hard to believe, as she distinctly recalled the terror of the black heavenly dog before losing consciousness. The two had somehow survived. Yi chose not to explain the events in between and simply stated, "Your true energy is still a bit unstable. You should rest for a few more days." "No, I have no time. I must take the blood vine to save my mother," Lin Yiran insisted, rising from the bed, but her body weakened, and she began to topple over. While Yi, quick to react, caught her, saying, "In your condition it would be best to let me accompany you." "Thank you," Lin Yiran replied, her eyes filled with gratitude as she linked her arms with Yi as they walked. While Yi glanced sideways, thinking to himself that these two, who usually kept a low profile, surprisingly possessed some depth. An hour later, they arrived at the palace. Outside, the guards stood vigilant, and when Lin Yiran attempted to enter, she was denied entry. No one may enter without the emperor's decree, not even you. Princess, Lin Iran shouted, I possess what can save my mother, let me in at once. The guards shook their heads in refusal. Stand aside, none shall obstruct me today. Lin Iran prepared to force her way in when the guards drew their blades to prevent her passage. Just then Lin Yu appeared and inquired, Iran, what are you doing? I pay my respects to the emperor. All the guards knelt. Father, I have found the blood vine, it can save my mother, Lin Iran exclaimed urgently. It is too late, Lin Yu replied coolly. Yesterday, your mother's illness worsened and she has already. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran's mind went blank, and her body swayed unsteadily. Had she truly arrived too late? Mother, Lin Iran cried out in anguish, rushing into the chamber. Inside, a coffin lay quietly, her mother resting within. Lin Iran fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face as her heart ached unbearably. Mother, please wake up. She cried out repeatedly, her sobs wrenching. Yetion observed silently beside her, his emotions complex. In truth, she is not entirely gone yet, Xiao Bai suddenly said, ambling over. Yetion asked, what do you mean? Xiao Bai leapt onto the coffin, baring his teeth. What I mean is that your mother is not completely dead yet, but if you cry for another 5 minutes, even the gods will be unable to save her. Lin Iran immediately ceased her weeping and trembled as she asked, what do you mean? Is there still hope for my mother? Do I need to deceive you? Xiao Bai snorted, your mother still possesses a faint pulse. If someone can infuse her with substantial true energy, it could protect her heart, then your blood vine can save her life. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran's face lit up with joy as she immediately dashed out of the room exclaiming, Father, mother still has a chance. There is still hope. What nonsense are you spouting? Lin Yu retorted, believing his daughter was merely overwhelmed with grief and speaking irrationally. It is true, father, I am not deceiving you. If only we can infuse mother with powerful true energy, we can protect her heart pulse. Father, please hurry and summon the national master to assist us, Lin Iran implored desperately. Lin Yu's gaze was filled with skepticism. The imperial physician had declared that there was no hope. Could there truly be a chance? Iran, you should rest. I will take care of your mother's funeral arrangements. Lin Yu sighed. Lin Iran, in tears, continued to plead, Father, I speak only the truth, please call for help, or it will be too late. What are you doing, little sister? The crown prince Lin Jianfeng entered stating, mother passed away yesterday, we must accept this reality. It is not like that, elder brother, there is still hope. Mother can still be saved, please help, just infuse her with true energy, Lin Iran insisted fervently. However, Lin Jianfeng remained unmoved, showing no intention of assisting. Father, I beg you. Lin Iran choked back her sobs and knelt on the floor. Lin Yu responded, Iran, you must face reality. He sighed. Lin Iran's eyes turned red in an instant. She could hardly believe that her father and elder brother did not trust her. Was it disbelief, or a refusal to help, or perhaps did they simply not wish to save her? Chapter 38, Shocking Secrets. Why do you choose to stand idly by? Are you truly unwilling to give mother even a single chance? Lin Iran's gaze brimmed with resentment. She could not comprehend why her father and elder brother refused to believe her. Lin Yu said calmly, Iran, you are exhausted, your mind is clouded, and you do not know what you are saying. Someone take the princess away to rest. Stop, I dare anyone to touch me, Lin Iran shouted in fury. Father, it does not matter if you do not believe me, but why does elder brother not believe me either? If you would just lend your energy to mother, she could survive. Why are you unwilling? Nonsense, Lin Jianfeng replied coolly. The imperial physician declared yesterday that our mother has already passed. Why do you persist in this folly? Moreover, I must depart for the MOU Academy in 2 days. If I were to expend my true energy, it would cause my realm to plummet, and I may not recover for months. The fate of the Great Shou dynasty rests solely on my shoulders. Do you expect me to gamble everything? Lin Iran trembled with rage, realizing at that moment the terrifying nature of the royal family. She had always thought her father and elder brother cared for her, yet for their own interests, they would rather let her mother perish. In that instant, her heart swelled with hatred. Meanwhile, in the room, Yi Tian listened intently to their exchange. It appeared that in any realm the royal family was devoid of compassion. Why, Yi Tian scoffed. Do not speak of royalty, you pitiful humans are all much the same. Xiao Bai disdainfully remarked, I have witnessed the tumult of life. Fathers and sons turn against each other over treasures, and children can be slain without a second thought. Still, I would advise you to intervene and save her. Intervene? Yi Tian glanced at the queen's lifeless body. Xiao Bai explained, I can see that your true energy is abundant. Infusing it will have no adverse effects. Moreover, this action would be beneficial for you. What benefits? Yi Tian inquired. Xiao Bai leaped from the coffin's edge onto Yi Tian's shoulder, grinning. Your physical constitution is average. Although you have practiced body refining techniques, your level is too low. You are like an inflated balloon. Filled to the brim. If luck is not on your side, you may burst. If you dissipate some true energy and seek to cultivate more advanced body refining techniques, you can stabilize it completely. Yi Tian's gaze flickered. He could indeed feel it himself. The rewards from the system had yet to be fully absorbed. It was entirely due to his body's current inadequacy. The previous body refining technique was merely a temporary solution. Even though he had reached its peak, the upper limit remained. Present, he was constantly absorbing the rewards cultivation, and his true energy was on the verge of overwhelming him. With a gentle exhale, Yi Tian approached the coffin, grasped the queen's hand, and began to infuse her with a steady stream of true energy. As the energy flowed in, the queen's pallid complexion began to regain some color. With the vast true energy entering her body, Xiao Bai quickly instructed, now take the blood vine, crush it, and let her consume it. Yi Tian casually seized the blood vine, crushed it into powder, and placed it in the queen's mouth. Gradually the queen began to regain weak breaths, and the dark bruises on her arms slowly faded. The queen opened her eyes. I am not dead, she whispered, you saved me. Her gaze fixed upon Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded slightly. It was Iran who found the blood vine. I merely lent a small hand. The queen's eyes filled with gratitude, for she understood the danger that lay within this process. Thank you, Prince Yi. I truly did not misjudge you. The queen rose and proceeded directly toward the door. Outside, Lin Iran remained on her knees, sobbing as she pleaded with her father for assistance. Neither Lin Yu nor the crown prince showed any intention of helping. Little sister, cease this commotion. This is not the time for your tantrums, Lin Jianfeng scolded. If you do not help save mother, I will remain here on my knees. Lin Iran cried. Father, cannot we at least try? Lin Yu replied calmly, your mother has suffered enough, let her rest in peace. Do not be foolish. I will ensure she receives the highest honors in her burial. Lin Iran collapsed on the ground, her face draining of color. Suddenly a cold voice rang out, Your Majesty. Lin Yu looked up in disbelief at the queen emerging from within. Mother, you? Lin Jianfeng was taken aback. Your Majesty, I was merely feigning death. Thanks to Prince Ye's intervention, I have been saved. Good. Lin Yu's face broke into a broad smile. Excellent. Prince Ye has accomplished a great deed. I truly did not misjudge him. Your Majesty, I have recently discovered who poisoned me. I hope you can seek justice on my behalf. Quickly tell me who it is. Lin Yu's expression turned icy. He had spent years without uncovering the culprit behind the queen's poisoning, and now he finally had an opportunity for revenge. No matter who it was, they would pay the price. Your Majesty, it was the Shenzhen sect that administered the poison. The queen's revelation stunned Lin Yu into silence. Mother, you cannot say such things recklessly. Lin Jianfeng frowned slightly. The Shenzhen sect had taken him in as a disciple, provided him with resources, and treated him like family. How could they possibly wish harm upon their own mother? Lin Yu understood that this matter could not be concluded hastily. After all, the Shenzhen sect was not one they could afford to offend. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Iran, take your mother to rest. We shall discuss this further on another day. Lin Yu turned to leave. Mother, is it truly the Shenzhen sect? Lin Iran pressed. Come to my chamber and I shall explain. The queen beckoned, leading Yi Tian and Lin Iran into the room, closing all the windows. It was not the Shenzhen sect. I said that on purpose, the Queen stated. Lin Iran's expression turned to one of astonishment. The Queen continued, there are no outsiders here, so I will reveal the truth of that year to you both. It was your father who poisoned me. What? Yi Tian exclaimed, incredulous. Lin Yu had poisoned his own wife. Is this true, mother? Why? Lin Iran's mind buzzed as she struggled to accept this revelation. The Queen's eyes glinted with coldness and malice as she spoke. Have you too heard of the great Zhou's foremost alchemist? Shen Kong. Lin Iran was taken aback. Is he the sixth great Dan Wang, once the greatest alchemist of the great Zhou? He wielded immense influence. Could it be? Indeed, the medicine king Shen Kong is none other than I. The Queen revealed slowly. Chapter 39, 7 Great Pills. Mother, you are the medicine king Shen Kong. Lin Iran's face registered utter shock, struggling to process the information. Once, a century ago, Shen Kong was the most formidable alchemist in the Great Zhou. Commanding respect and loyalty, during a time of great turmoil, it was the Medicine King's influence that helped stabilize the Great Zhou. However, shortly thereafter, he vanished from the public eye, leaving everyone wondering where he had gone. Lin Iran never imagined that this person would turn out to be her own mother. Mother, if you are indeed the Dan Wang, why have you fallen to this state? Father, why would he poison you? Lin Iran's heart was filled with confusion. The Queen spoke with indifference. My influence is far too potent, posing a threat to his position. My trust in him was misplaced. I never imagined he would poison my meals daily. It was only when I lost all my cultivation and fell ill that I found myself unable to leave this chamber. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran's eyes brimmed with fury. Her father had always occupied a cherished place in her heart. Having showered her with affection since childhood, she never fathomed that he harbored a darker side. Beside her, Yi Tian wore a grin, seemingly enjoying the unfolding drama. He had not anticipated that this queen was actually a sixth-grade alchemist. Nor that the royal family of Dazhou was not as stable as it appeared. Mother, what are your plans next? Lin Iran asked, her gaze filled with concern. The Queen turned her attention to Yi Tian and inquired, Prince Yi, when do you plan to attend the MOU Academy? In a few days, I should be ready to depart at any moment, Yi Tian replied. The Queen continued, you two are in grave danger here. I strongly advise you to hurry to the MOU Academy. Once there, Dazhou will not dare to act against you. Mother, what do you mean by that? Lin Iran exclaimed, astonished. Who would dare bully us in Dazhou? Your father, the Queen stated calmly. If your father learns of this, in order to suppress the scandal, he might. Lin Iran inhaled sharply. Is father truly that kind of person? Would he kill me to keep this secret? Yi Tian scoffed, we need not overly worry about our safety. I possess some capability for self-defense. The Queen smiled faintly. I have faith in Prince Ye's abilities. With him by my daughter's side, she will be safe. Mother, why do you trust him so much? Lin Iran asked, puzzled. Iran, I am someone who has experienced many things. I can discern whether a person is reliable at a glance. The Queen sighed sadly. I currently lack power. Otherwise, as a sixth-grade alchemist, a mere gesture from me would deter your father from laying a finger on me. Upon hearing this, Lin Iran quickly asked, Mother, do you have a chance to recover your strength? It's unlikely, the Queen shook her head. Over the years, I have tried numerous methods, but none have worked. The poison I ingested has blocked my meridians, rendering my qi completely stagnant. Without the flow of qi, I cannot refine pills. What, then, is required to cure your ailment, Mother? Lin Iran pressed. At the very least, a 7th grade pill, the Queen replied. 7th grade? Lin Iran's complexion paled instantly. Such a pill might not even be found within the entire Dazhou royal family. As for a 7th grade alchemist, they were even rarer, typically residing in sects and never gracing a royal court like this. However, the Queen appeared contemplative as she said, after years of investigation, I have learned that during the burial of the late emperor, an extremely significant item was interred. It is said to be a 7th grade pill. However, the royal tomb is heavily guarded with countless restrictions and traps. Stealing it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Lin Iran took a deep breath, declaring, "As long as there is a glimmer of hope, I will attempt it." "You would be courting death." The queen shook her head in refusal. "I advise you both to head straight to the MOU Academy. My situation is not of paramount importance. If you leave tonight, along with my plea, your father should not be too ruthless." "That is uncertain," Etion chuckled. "From what I observed earlier, the emperor does not intend to let you live. I suspect they are currently deliberating on how to deal with you. As long as you survive, the poisoning will be exposed, leading to significant repercussions. Only death can preserve all secrets." The queen fell silent. As the hope she had harbored began to dissipate upon hearing Etion's words, suddenly footsteps echoed from outside, and Etion peered through the window to see a multitude of guards surrounding the area. "Your Majesty, the Emperor has dispatched his subordinates to ensure your safety," the captain stated coldly. "If the Queen wishes to leave, we will escort her with all our might," though the words seemed protective. It was clear that the Emperor had sent people to monitor her, with no intention of allowing her to exit this room. It appeared my earlier suspicions were indeed correct. Emperor Lin Yu might truly resort to silencing her. Etion spoke. Lin Iran's expression darkened as she gritted her teeth. "I will confront father and demand answers regarding this." "You cannot go," Etion interrupted. "If you do, you will be walking into a trap. Even if he does not have the heart to kill you, he may imprison you instead. Do not stray from my sight." Lin Iran was frantic. "What are we to do next?" Etion glanced at the queen and said, "The only way forward is for your mother to regain her status as the Pale King. Then the Emperor would not dare to bully you. As for the royal tomb, I will take a trip to investigate. Perhaps I can retrieve the item." "Prince Yi, I am grateful for your assistance." The queen inhaled deeply. "If I can truly restore my powers, I will repay the Dechu dynasty." Etion waved his hand dismissively. "Just repay me. Do not harbor any thoughts regarding the Dechu royal family. I hold no affection for them whatsoever. You all know that every royal family is a heartless imperial clan. No matter where they are." "Very well," the queen nodded. "Then I shall remember Prince Yi's kindness for all my days." Etion turned to leave the room. "Prince Yi is a good man. We must never let him down." The queen remarked. "Mother, I certainly recognize that Prince Yi is a good person. In fact, I quite admire him," Lin Iran confessed shyly. Chapter 40. The Perils of the Royal Tomb. Etion infiltrated the royal tomb's forbidden grounds. The tomb was situated atop a steep mountain, surrounded by perilous cliffs, with only a single path leading up. This path was heavily guarded, with sentinels positioned every 5 steps. Etion exerted considerable effort to scale the mountain. Now, standing at the entrance of the royal tomb, he faced a massive stone door blocking his way. Clenching his fist, he struck it with all his might. Bang! The force of his punch could have shattered half the mountain. Yet the stone door remained utterly unmoved. "This stone is no ordinary material. Your fist cannot break it." Xiao Bai, perched on Etion's shoulder, yawned. "Do you recognize this stone?" Etion inquired. Xiao Bai lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "This is called the time-sealing stone, a celestial object of formidable hardness. Unless you find something even harder, you won't be able to open it. Give up. Go find a place to sleep instead. I'm tired." Etion snorted. Having come this far, he was not about to give up easily. He retrieved a broken sword from his ring. Xiao Bai burst into laughter. "What a joke! You think this scrap metal can cleave the stone? If it could, I'd stand on my head to urinate." Boom! Etion swung the sword down, and to his astonishment, the stone cracked open. "It worked!" Etion exclaimed, grinning. Xiao Bai's laughter abruptly ceased, and he wore a ghostly expression. "Where did this broken sword come from? How could it possibly split the time-sealing stone?" "Forget what I just said. I didn't hear anything." Xiao Bai offered a sheepish smile, realizing some things should not be said too definitively, lest he be proven wrong. Etion had no time to dwell on this. The commotion would surely attract the guards outside. He quickly entered the tomb. Inside, he discovered a labyrinth of burial chambers. The Dazhou dynasty had been established for thousands of years, with nearly all emperors and royal family members interred here. Due to the absence of cremation, most bodies were preserved within coffins. Yi Tian identified the occupants through their memorial tablets. Which tomb did the queen mention the pile would be in? Yi Tian pondered. I forgot. Xiao Bai reminded him. She said it should be in the tomb of the third-generation emperor. You need to continue forward. After passing through several secret chambers, Yi Tian inadvertently triggered a mechanism unleashing a barrage of hidden weapons. He quickly summoned his chi to deflect the onslaught. Suddenly, he stepped into empty air and plummeted into a bottomless abyss. Yi Tian hastily stood on his flying sword, hovering in midair. Thankfully, he had learned to travel on a sword, otherwise he would have met a fatal fall. Peering into the dark void below, he quickly ascended. After navigating through several more traps, he finally reached the tomb of the third-generation emperor. The coffin before him was remarkable, crafted from spirit stone, capable of preserving a body for millennia without decay. Yi Tian had read about this in texts. Spirit stones were unique, preventing the body from decomposing and ensuring its preservation. He then pushed open the heavy coffin lid, revealing a perfectly intact corpse lying within. In the abdominal region of the corpse lay a small box. Yi Tian reached out, grasped the box, and upon opening it a peculiar fragrance wafted forth. Could this be the 7th grade elixir? Inside there flowed a mysterious luminescence. Truly a sight to behold. It was Yi Tian's first encounter with such an object. After examining it closely, he tucked it away. With the item in hand, it was time to depart. As Yi Tian turned to leave, he suddenly paused and said, Xiao Bai, have you heard any unusual sounds? What do you think? Xiao Bai pointed a claw towards the coffin. Did you not see that the corpse inside has sat up? Yi Tian turned back, only to discover that the imperial corpse within the coffin had indeed risen to a seated position. Who dares disturb this emperor's rest? The corpse spoke, its eyes opening to reveal pupils shimmering with a sinister purple light. Yi Tian inhaled sharply. The corpse had come to life. What kind of jest was this? Boom! The corpse pushed aside the coffin lid and slowly floated upwards, then landed barefoot on the ground. Yi Tian could sense the lingering aura of death emanating from it. This entity was not truly resurrected but existed in a half-dead state. Yi Tian dared not be careless and casually unleashed a sword chi to test the other's strength. Clang! The sword chi struck, producing a clear sound as if it had hit metal. Be cautious, young one. This is already at the copper corpse level. Ordinary attacks will be ineffective against it. Xiao Bai lazily warned. No kidding, I can see that. Yi Tian scoffed, his form retreating rapidly, appearing 1,000 feet away in an instant. However, the corpse moved even faster, blocking his path in the blink of an eye, disturbing this emperor's rest and still wishing to live. Stay and accompany this emperor. A pair of pitch-black claws reached directly for Yi Tian's neck. Behind Yi Tian, a phantom of a python emerged, its massive tail swinging out with a bang, sending the corpse flying. The entire imperial tomb trembled. At that moment, the guardian of the tomb suddenly opened his eyes wide. Who dares cause trouble in the imperial tomb? The guardian rushed out of the secret chamber and moments later arrived at the scene. Who dares to intrude upon the imperial tomb? He shouted in anger. Yi Tian, cloaked in obscurity, ensured he was unrecognizable as the guardian brandished a spear weighing hundreds of kilograms and thrust it toward him. Suddenly a pair of black claws seized the guardian's neck, snapping it with a crack. Yi Tian's lips twitched. The guardian was indeed quite unfortunate, having been killed by the very emperor he was meant to protect. Seizing the opportunity, Yi Tian hastily made his exit. Upon fleeing the imperial tomb, he discovered that the guards had completely sealed off the area. Loose the arrows. Swish! A flurry of arrows flew toward him. Yi Tian utilized his true chi to deflect them before quickly stepping onto his sword and soaring into the sky. A few breaths later, he successfully escaped the tomb, evading all pursuers after a stick of incense had burned. Yition returned to the palace. He pushed open the door to the queen's chamber, finding not only the queen but also another presence inside. Lin Yu, Prince Yi, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you here for a leisurely stroll? Lin Yu inquired with a smile. Why? Yition replied calmly, I couldn't sleep, so I wandered about. I didn't expect to end up here, Lin Yu remarked. Prince Yi, unable to sleep at midnight. Wandering into the queen's chamber, isn't that a bit inappropriate? What could be inappropriate? I am merely seeking a conversation with my mother-in-law, which seems quite reasonable, doesn't it? Yition's words left Lin Yu momentarily speechless. On the surface there appeared to be no issue, yet it was the dead of night. You are wandering in the queen's chamber. Lin Yu's lips twitched. Fortunately, he knew Yition's character was relatively decent. Otherwise, he might have suspected he was being robbed. At that moment, a guard entered and whispered something into Lin Yu's ear. Lin Yu nodded without changing his expression and said, Madam, do take care and rest early. He did not linger, casting a glance at Yition before rising to leave. The queen let out a quiet sigh of relief, saying, You arrived just in time. Lin Yu has already laid his cards on the table with me. He seems to be aware of my intentions to restore my strength and is using various benefits to threaten me. Had you arrived even a moment later, he might have even attempted to kill me. How did things fare at the tomb? Were you able to retrieve the item? No, Yition shook his head. The queen sighed in disappointment and waved her hand. If it cannot be obtained, then so be it. The defenses of the imperial tomb are extremely tight. It is nearly impossible for an ordinary person to breach it. We shall consider other methods. I was deceiving you. I did acquire the elixir. Yition turned his palm, revealing the box. The queen's eyes widened in shock. You truly managed to obtain it. In such a perilous place as the imperial tomb, you were able to enter and exit unscathed. Yition replied, upon retrieving this object, the third-generation emperor unexpectedly revived. What? The queen gasped in astonishment. Lin Qing, the former emperor, is not dead, Yition elaborated. In that state, he is half alive, likely clinging to the last remnants of breath. This is dire. The queen's expression turned grave, her fists clenched. That is the third-generation emperor, who once orchestrated the slaughter of millions of innocents during the Great Show War, ruthless and merciless. Moreover, his power in life was exceedingly formidable. It is said that the third-generation emperor had already reached the realm of terrestrial immortals. If he is indeed alive, not a soul can contend with the Great Show, even if I were to restore my alchemist's abilities. It may be futile. Why? Yition scoffed. Regardless, the elixir is now in my possession. We must first restore our strength before considering other matters. Agreed. The queen nodded gently. As long as she could regain her status as a 6th-grade alchemist, she would be able to summon many allies. As for whether they could contend with the royal family, that was a matter for future consideration. At the entrance of the imperial tomb, Lin Yu arrived in haste with the guards. Upon seeing the severed stone that separated the worlds, his expression darkened considerably. Can we ascertain who intruded into the imperial tomb? Lin Yu coldly demanded. The tomb guards trembled as they replied. The intruder's movements were elusive. We are still investigating. Additionally, the guardian. What of the guardian? Lin Yu pressed. He was slain by me. A cold, hollow voice emerged as a gaunt figure clad in a dragon robe stepped forth. Upon seeing this individual, Lin Yu immediately bowed in respect. I pay my respects to the ancestral spirit. Why have you awakened so suddenly? Humph. Lin Qing's eyes glimmered with a purple light as he spoke frostily. Someone has stolen the accompanying 7th-grade elixir. Disturbing this emperor's slumber. He began to cough violently, the black death energy surrounding him intensifying. For so many years, I entrusted you to seek the Qingmu divine body. Have you found it? Lin Qing's tone was filled with menace. Lin Yu replied solemnly, Ancestral spirit, the Qingmu divine body is exceedingly rare in this world. I have been searching diligently. Please grant me some more time. Bang! Lin Qing struck Lin Yu, sending him flying, and backed. Without the Qingmu divine body, this emperor cannot fully resurrect and will remain in this half-dead state. I grant you 10 more days. Should you fail to find it, I shall pass the curse on to you. Lin Yu dared not utter another word. He understood the torment of such a curse, yet to save his ancestor, he would have to sacrifice his daughter. No one knew that his daughter, Lin Yiren, was the Qingmu divine body. He had originally thought that as long as the ancestral spirit remained in slumber, he could delay this matter. Little did he expect someone would infiltrate the imperial tomb, steal the elixir, and awaken the ancestral spirit. Lin Yu returned to the queen's chamber, his heart heavy with contemplation about what actions to take next. He faced a dilemma: either sacrifice his daughter to lift the curse from the ancestral spirit, thereby granting the great Zhou another terrestrial immortal, or feign ignorance and allow the ancestral spirit to perish under the curse. After a night of deep reflection, Lin Yu sighed, for the sake of the great Zhou, for the preservation of our ancestral legacy, a measured sacrifice is warranted. Go and inform Yiren to come to the palace to see me. Yition sat leisurely in the courtyard, indulging in pastries. Xiao Bai lounged on a nearby table, basking in the sun with an expression of utter contentment. Yition cast a glance into the room. The queen had been in seclusion for an entire night, and he wondered how her recovery was progressing. Just then the sixth prince, Lin Fengwu, hurriedly approached and said, Yition, I have something of great importance to discuss with you. Is it convenient to chat for a moment? Not convenient, Yition declined. It's truly urgent, concerning my younger sister's life, Lin Fengwu insisted anxiously. Yition's eyelids twitched, suspecting that this fellow was up to some mischief again. Lin Fengwu then said, yesterday there was an incident at the imperial tomb. Have you heard? No. Yition shook his head. There was no way he could reveal that he was the one who had intruded into the tomb. Lin Fengwu immediately lowered his voice, speaking nervously. I also heard that the third-generation ancestral spirit has awakened. The third-generation ancestral spirit has been cast and has lain dormant in the imperial tomb for a long time. If he awakens, my younger sister will be in grave danger. You must help, or else my sister is doomed. Yition asked coolly, what do you mean by that? How is this related to Lin Yiren? Lin Fengwu took a deep breath, his expression grave, and replied, the ancestral spirit's curse can only be lifted by my sister. This secret, known only to me aside from the emperor, is one that even my younger sister remains oblivious to. Have you ever heard of the Qingmu divine body? Upon uttering these words, the nearby Xiao Bai suddenly opened one eye. Qingmu divine body, what the hell? This dog can talk? Lin Fengwu was taken aback. You are the dog, I am the divine beast, Xiao Bai growled in anger. Lin Fengwu waved his hand dismissively and continued, my sister was just summoned by the emperor. I am certain it is related to the curse. Yition, if you do not wish for my sister to perish, you must devise a plan. Yition's expression darkened as he inquired, are you suggesting that your father would sacrifice Lin Yiren to lift the curse placed upon your ancestor? Indeed, Lin Fengwu nodded. Our ancestor was extraordinarily powerful, having swept through dozens of dynasties. Should he fully resurrect, our Dashou would undoubtedly become the preeminent dynasty in the world. The emperor would certainly choose to sacrifice my sister. Chapter 42. I am not that kind of person. I did not expect your father to be so ruthless, willing to sacrifice his own daughter. Yition's tone dripped with sarcasm. Lin Fengwu snorted coldly. Yition, you were also born into a royal family. You should understand the nature of the imperial court better than I. Regardless, I have relayed the situation to you. Whether you choose to intervene is entirely your affair. Should my sister perish, you may as well return to your Dachu. With that, Lin Fengwu turned to leave. What a convoluted scheme, Yition lamented. Xiao Bai yawned and remarked, that fellow is quite clever. He deliberately came to inform you of this predicament, placing you in a quandary. To save or not to save, Yition replied, I too am contemplating whether to intervene. I would advise you to save her, Xiao Bai said. If that woman truly possesses the Qingmu divine body, you would stand to gain immensely. How so? Yition's gaze sharpened, intrigued. The Qingmu divine body is exceedingly rare, and those who possess such a physique are destined to reach unfathomable heights in the future. Of course, this may not hold much significance for you, however, if you were to share a bed with someone of that physique, it would undoubtedly unlock your potential. Furthermore, any offspring born of such a union would possess extraordinary talents. Capable of flying through the air from birth. Have you heard of this? Etion scoffed. I haven't even had my fill of life yet. Why are we discussing children? What if I, a mere prince, have no desire for offspring? After all, raising one is quite troublesome. Xiaobai looked at him disdainfully. Not wishing for children is fine, but wouldn't you want to enjoy the process? Let me be frank, sleeping with someone of the Qingmu divine body will guarantee you a taste of divine bliss. Etion's eyes flickered with intrigue. Is it truly that exhilarating? Believe it or not, I have no time to deceive you, Xiaobai said, settling down to sleep once more. After a moment of contemplation, Etion declared, I suppose I shall rescue her. After all, she is still my nominal fiancée. Moreover, with my strength, it would be a simple task to bring her away. Xiaobai opened one eye and remarked, You are just pretending. It is evident you are coveting her form while feigning seriousness. So what? Etion retorted. Father, you summoned me. What is the matter? Lin Yiran inquired. Lin Yu smiled warmly. The longevity fruit in the orchard has ripened. I specifically summoned you to taste it and see how it fares this year. You used to eat dozens in a day when you were younger. A single tree bore only 3 or 4 fruits. And they were all consumed by you. Lin Yiran gazed at the longevity fruit on the table, which indeed was her favorite delicacy. Picking one up, she took a bite. The flavor remained unchanged, just as she remembered. Father, I have finished eating. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Lin Yiran rose to depart, but Lin Yu waved his hand. Please sit, I have something to discuss. What is it? Father, Lin Yiran asked. Lin Yu fixed his gaze upon her and began, You are still young. There are many matters within our Lin family of which you may be unaware. Long ago, the 3rd-generation emperor of Dazhou valiantly saved our dynasty from peril on multiple occasions. He was also the only one among us to attain the realm of land immortals, yet, during the zenith of Dazhou's glory, our ancestor inadvertently fell under a curse and subsequently succumbed to a deep slumber. Lin Yiran's heart raced. Could it be that the 3rd-generation emperor is still alive? Father, why are you sharing this with me? Lin Yiran questioned, puzzled as to the relevance of the 3rd-generation emperor to her. After a brief silence, Lin Yu continued, Yiran, your constitution is unique. You possess the Qingmu divine body. Your extraordinary physique holds the potential to lift the curse upon our ancestor. For years I have concealed this secret, revealing it to no one. I had hoped that as long as our ancestor remained dormant, we would not need to lift the curse. However, I did not anticipate that someone would intrude upon the royal tomb yesterday and awaken him. He has granted me a mere 10 days. Lin Yiran stood up in shock, her voice trembling. Father, what do you mean? Are you saying that I must lift the curse? Lin Yu spoke slowly. I understand this is not a decision to be taken lightly. But our ancestor's power is formidable. He can safeguard Dazhou. No, I refuse. My elder brother has already joined the Shenzhen sect, and with his remarkable talent, he will surely protect Dazhou. There is no need to resurrect any ancestor. Lin Yiran spoke passionately. Lin Yu replied, Your brother's growth will require many years, while our ancestor is a ready-made strong force. For years, dozens of neighboring dynasties have kept a watchful eye on us. Without our ancestors' presence, Dazhou will ultimately remain in turmoil. Yiran, all I ask is for you. I refuse. Lin Yiran's face turned icy. I will not sacrifice myself to save an ancestor. I am not that noble. Father, I shall take my leave. She turned to exit, but after taking only a few steps, she suddenly felt dizzy and collapsed to the ground. The longevity fruit. Lin Yiran's face paled. Father, you actually. Lin Yu's expression was devoid of emotion as he stated, For the foundation of Dazhou, some sacrifices must be made. If that person were to be me, I would agree without hesitation. Lin Yiran trembled all over, her heart aching. She never imagined her father would choose to sacrifice her life. She had no desire to die, driven by her instinct for survival. Lin Yiran crawled towards the door, but the poison within her swiftly took effect, causing her to lose consciousness. Lin Yu sighed softly. He did not wish for this outcome either, yet he was terrified of the curse. If he failed to assist the ancestor, the curse would inevitably befall him, leaving him in a state of neither living nor dead. Take the princess away, Lin Yu commanded expressionlessly. A guard entered, lifting Lin Yiran and carrying her out. Wait a moment, Lin Yu called out. Whose subordinate are you? I have never seen you before. The guard hastily made for the exit. Halt! Lin Yu exclaimed, swiftly positioning himself in front of the guard, his tone frigid. You are not one of my guards. As he spoke, Lin Yu struck down with his palm, prompting the guard to raise his hand in response. With a resounding crash, the two forces clashed, shattering nearby structures. The guard, momentarily taken aback, realized that Emperor Lin Yu was a hidden super expert, at least at the master level. The guard was of course Yi Tian in disguise. Not wishing to engage in a prolonged confrontation, Yi Tian carried Lin Yiran and utilized the technique of shrinking space, swiftly departing the palace in mere moments, just as they believed they were safe. Lin Yu descended from above, blocking their path. When did Dazhou have such a master? Have the courage to reveal your true identity, so I may see who you truly are. Lin Yu's gaze was icy as he locked onto Yi Tian. Yi Tian squeezed his throat and replied, You beast, willing to harm your own daughter. Chapter 43, starting to doubt. This is my personal matter, it is not for you to meddle in. Have the courage to reveal your true identity, so I may see who you truly are. Lin Yu's gaze was cold as he scrutinized Yi Tian. And the next moment, he suddenly unleashed a palm strike from a distance, a tremendous force attempting to shatter Yi Tian's disguise. Yi Tian snorted, his inner energy immediately forming a barrier before him, blocking the attack. The external energy emanated from him, a master. Lin Yu's pupils flickered with a cold light. It seemed this individual was a skilled protector of his daughter. Under normal circumstances, he would never recklessly slay a master. However, today it was imperative that Yiran remain for the sacrifice to the ancestor, and thus this person must die. Lin Yu flicked his arm, and a long blade appeared in his hand. Slicing through the air with a crimson glow aimed directly at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, wishing to avoid entanglement, focused on his goal of taking Lin Yiran away, otherwise surrounded by a large contingent of guards. Escape would prove difficult. With a swift motion, Yi Tian stepped forward, instantly appearing 1,000 feet away. Such incredible speed, Lin Yu was taken aback. This person had almost instantaneously traversed 1,000 feet. What kind of martial skill was this? Moments later, Yi Tian successfully exited the danger zone, finding himself in a safe location. However, Yi Tian remained vigilant, fully aware that the danger had yet to dissipate. Hours passed, and Lin Yu had scoured the imperial city without any success. Unbeknownst to him, Yi Tian was hiding nearby the Empress's chambers with Lin Yiran. This phenomenon is aptly described as darkness beneath the lamp. Lin Yu, oblivious to this possibility, assumed that the masterful expert had taken his daughter beyond the city walls. The prolonged absence of any leads on the mysterious expert suggested that he was no ordinary foe. A chilling aura emanated from Lin Yu's visage. Failure to deliver the individual to his ancestors within the allotted time would result in dire consequences for him. He had no desire to bear that curse. Yi Tian gazed at the unconscious Lin Yiran, feeling somewhat at a loss regarding his next move. Kid, consider yourself fortunate. What are you waiting for? Hurry and sleep. This was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Xiao Bai, grinning beside him, added, She is a rare Qingmu divine body, endowed with formidable self-healing abilities. She will awaken on her own shortly. If you don't act now, you may never have another chance. Ensure she carries your child. The offspring you both produce will undoubtedly possess extraordinary potential. At that point, you could dominate the myriad realms. Xiao Bai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yi Tian scoffed, She is my fiancée. Why are you so gleeful, prancing about? He then seized the nape of Xiao Bai's neck and unceremoniously tossed him out the window. Just then, the Empress unexpectedly entered, and Yi Tian was taken aback. Her aura seemed markedly different, having undergone a profound transformation. A nebulous energy now enveloped her. Fortune smiles upon me. I have regained 80 to 90% of my strength, the Empress declared, her smile radiant. Thanks to the efforts of Prince Yid, I owe my current state to your invaluable assistance. Should you require anything in the future, I shall provide my utmost support. Her tone brimmed with gratitude. At this juncture, she noticed Lin Iran lying unconscious on the bed, and her expression shifted dramatically. Prince Yi, what is the meaning of this? You and Iran are already betrothed. Is it wise to rush things? Yi Tian hastily clarified, please do not misunderstand. I rescued her from Emperor Lin Yu. The Empress's countenance paled, and she quickly inquired for details. Yi Tian provided a brief account of the events that transpired during Lin Iran's seclusion. What? A Qingmu divine body? The Empress was visibly shaken upon hearing this name. In recent years, I have failed to observe closely and overlooked such crucial details. Iran possesses this extraordinary constitution. Her eyes gleamed with a unique light. For as the Medicine King, she understood the significance of a Qingmu divine body. She also comprehended Lin Yu's motivations. That scoundrel was willing to endanger his own daughter to preserve his reign. The Empress clenched her fists tightly, gritting her teeth. If he is so heartless, then he should not blame me for being ruthless. Not long ago, she had contacted several acquaintances from her past. Once they arrive, I shall have a serious discussion with Lin Yu. The Emperor of Dezhou need not be a man. The Empress's gaze radiated a chilling resolve. Just as Yi Tian was about to speak, a commotion arose outside, and a swarm of guards entered. Lin Yu emerged from his palanquin, stating coolly, Madam, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Yi Tian whispered, we cannot let him know that Iran is in the room. The Empress nodded slightly before stepping outside. Your Majesty, what brings you here unexpectedly? She inquired in a detached manner. Having regained her strength, she no longer felt the need to be so submissive. Lin Yu initially appeared unperturbed as he replied, the palace has been somewhat unsettled of late, so I arranged for some guards to ensure your safety. I appreciate your concern, but it is quite tranquil here. There is no one to trouble us. The Empress responded nonchalantly. Lin Yu smiled, but there was an edge to his expression as he said, though this place is serene, I remain wary of those with ill intentions. Just then, Yi Tian emerged from the room. Lin Yu's smile froze as he questioned, Prince Yi, what brings you here? I have nothing to worry about, just taking a stroll, walking the dog. Yi Tian quickly replied while lifting Xiaobai, you are the dog. I am a divine beast, Xiaobai retorted indignantly. Lin Yu's expression darkened as he remarked, Prince Yi, what business do you have in my wife's quarters? It seems rather inappropriate, does it not? It became apparent to him why the Empress's demeanor had soured towards Lin Yu in recent days. It had all begun after this young man arrived. Lin Yu's expression grew frigid, his gaze fixated on Yi Tian with an icy intensity. The Empress subtly interjected, Your Majesty, I have been feeling somewhat fatigued lately and shall not accompany you for leisure. Lin Yu offered no further comments, casting one last penetrating glance at Yi Tian before departing in his palanquin. Fortunately, he did not suspect that I rescued Lin Iran, Yi Tian mused with a smile. No, he suspects something else, the Empress replied. Yi Tian was taken aback. That cannot be, I have done nothing to warrant suspicion. He found Lin Yu's jealousy rather perplexing. The Empress chuckled softly, regardless of whether he is mistaken. It brings me joy to see him perturbed. Had I not been foolishly infatuated with Lin Yu all those years ago, I would not find myself in this predicament today. It is all a consequence of my own actions. As they spoke, a carrier pigeon suddenly flew into the room. The Empress opened the bamboo tube on her lap, and a look of delight spread across her face. My friends have arrived, Princey. Come with me. As she stepped outside, the guards immediately blocked her path. Your Majesty, where do you intend to go? They inquired. Step aside, mind your own business, the Empress scolded, her irritation palpable. If you do not move, you shall face dire consequences. A few guards hesitated but ultimately complied and stepped aside. Shortly thereafter, Etion followed the Empress to a courtyard where 7 individuals stood, 5 masters and 2 grandmasters. Etion was somewhat astonished by the Empress's formidable influence, capable of summoning such prowess with ease. Xian Kong, you have finally appeared. It has been decades since we last met, a white-haired elder greeted with a warm smile. The Empress replied, for many years I have been plagued by illness, but I have finally recovered. I have informed my friends of the situation. What are your thoughts? The elder asked. The Dazhou dynasty is inconsequential. If we are provided with what we desire, we can eliminate the emperor at any time, the elder responded with a grin. However, the palace is home to numerous formidable opponents, including the national master, a celebrated grandmaster. With just our group, we may not be able to escape unscathed, the Empress cautioned. I do not require you to engage in battle, I merely need you to stand guard, she clarified. That poses no issue. With us here, no one can harm a hair on your head, the elder assured her confidently. Surveying the group, the Empress inquired, where is Genshin? Why is he not present? He has come, but he remains outside the imperial city and has not entered, was the response. Why does he not come in? The Empress questioned, puzzled. You will have to ask him that yourself, came the reply. Very well. I shall see if this old man Genshin still dares to avoid me, the Empress declared, striding toward the city outskirts. Along the way, Etion sensed someone trailing them. Do not concern yourself with them. They are merely the Emperor's spies. I am no longer afraid of being monitored by him, the Empress stated coolly. Why? Etion nodded slightly. With her status as a 6th-grade medicine king, she could easily rally such powerful allies. Even if Lin Yu were to learn of this, he would hesitate to act rashly. Before long, they arrived outside the imperial city, where an ancient locust tree stood. Beneath it, a ragged old man was leaning against the trunk, fast asleep and reeking of alcohol. Genshin, awaken, the Empress commanded, tossing a stone at him. Genshin opened one eye and yawned. Show, Empress, is that you? It has been years, yet you remain as lovely as ever. Why do you not enter? Are you afraid to see me? Still harboring resentment for my past rejection, the Empress spoke with a hint of sarcasm. That was decades ago. I have no intention of holding a grudge, Genshin replied lazily. I do not enter the imperial city due to special circumstances, he added. The Empress scoffed. Spare me your excuses. You have no valid reason to avoid me. I lack the confidence to negotiate with the royal family without you present. Come inside with me at once. That is out of the question. Genshin shook his head in refusal, stating, I can sense an extraordinarily formidable power within the imperial city. That power has disrupted my swordsmanship, rendering me unable to act. What do you mean? The queen's brows furrowed in concern. Genshin uncorked his gourd and took a sip of wine before continuing. There exists an invisible sword aura above the imperial city. That sword aura connects heaven and earth and is immensely terrifying. Within the city, there must be an exceptionally terrifying master of swordsmanship. This person's sword intent undoubtedly surpasses mine. I cannot make a move in their presence. Upon hearing this, the queen scoffed in disbelief. Enough of your nonsense. I see you are merely seeking excuses. There is no one in the great show as you describe, and you, Genshin, are a master of swordsmanship in your own right, having once shattered thousands of armors with a single strike, rising to fame in battle, moving freely amidst 10,000 soldiers, traversing heaven and earth. Even the Shenzhen sect would have to call you senior in your presence. Genshin waved his hand dismissively. I am not deceiving you. That person's swordsmanship has reached a level beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like us. Not long ago, that terrifying sword aura made its presence known. Did you not notice? The queen furrowed her brow. Indeed, not long ago a mysterious powerful figure had acted within the imperial city, annihilating the Zhao family and startling numerous sections, yet no one knew the true identity of that enigmatic individual. Genshin, with a wry smile, remarked, that formidable being remains within the city, having not departed. Moreover, the sword intent within me is trembling violently, indicating they are not far from me. Even before engaging, the swordsmanship I have cultivated for hundreds of years has already begun to fracture. If a confrontation were to ensue, I would undoubtedly be no match for even a single strike. The queen, upon hearing this, was deeply astonished. Genshin's level of mastery was something she understood better than anyone. He was once capable of standing against earthly immortals, a singular force capable of withstanding thousands of troops. A single sword aura could sweep away multitudes unrivaled. Even Emperor Lin Yu would have to respectfully address him as Senior Genshin, yet now Genshin described someone he had never encountered in such a manner. Just how powerful could this mysterious individual be? Genshin was not jesting. Without your presence beside me, I feel uncertain. The queen sighed. Genshin took another couple of sips of wine, a smile playing on his lips as he said, unless that person appears, I will not enter the city. As a practitioner of swordsmanship, I have no opportunity to strike against someone stronger than myself. If that individual is aiding the royal family, I advise you to resign yourself to fate and abandon any hope of victory. The queen clenched her fists tightly, her eyes ablaze with fury. It has been decades since we last met, and you have grown timid. Once you would have fought earthly immortals for me. Why do you lack courage now? Genshin chuckled helplessly. Before earthly immortals, I still had a chance at survival. However, facing such a master of swordsmanship, I fear I would struggle to escape. So, you are unwilling to assist me, even if I were to kneel and plead. The queen fixed her gaze intensely upon him. Genshin smiled in resignation. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Unless I can ascertain that person's identity, I truly cannot make a move. Wait a moment, both of you. At this moment, Yetion stepped forward, declaring, you need not search further, I know who he is. Chapter 45. Another chance granted the queen and Genshin turned their astonished gazes towards Yetion. Prince Yi, are you speaking the truth? You truly know that mysterious senior? The queen asked, visibly shocked. Yes, I know him. Yetion nodded, nearly revealing that the individual was himself. Forgive my ignorance, but how could you possibly know such a senior? Genshin began to scrutinize Yetion seriously. Previously, he had regarded this youthful figure as inconsequential, merely a follower of the queen. Now he realized he had misjudged. There was an aura about this young man that eluded his understanding. Why? Yetion spoke calmly. That mysterious strong man is my friend. The commotion recently was indeed caused by him. So you both need not worry. My friend is not under the emperor's command. Excellent, the queen exclaimed with delight upon hearing this. Genshin, did you hear? That mysterious senior is not aligned with the emperor. Now you should be able to act right. If that mysterious presence does not intervene, no one in the Great Zhou dynasty can stop me. Genshin replied slowly as he rose from the ground, his tone unperturbed. The queen had eagerly awaited this affirmation. With Genshin by her side, she felt empowered to negotiate with the emperor. Give me 2 more days to prepare. I still have some friends who have yet to arrive. This time I will definitely confront Lin Yu and demand an explanation. Fury filled the queen's eyes. Though she could tolerate being poisoned herself, she would not allow anyone to harm her daughter. That was her bottom line. Within the imperial study, Lin Yu surveyed the words in the secret letter, a glimmer of cold malice flickering in his gaze. What was the queen plotting, gathering so many masters? Did she truly intend to sever ties with him? Lin Yu clenched his fists. The sudden influx of so many powerful figures into the imperial city filled him with a sense of foreboding. Your Majesty, the national master stated calmly from across the table, the queen has been dormant for decades, suddenly recovering from illness and beginning to rally support. I fear she has regained her strength. The queen had once been a 6th-tier alchemist. Her charisma could potentially destabilize the Great Zhou. Lin Yu inhaled sharply, a storm of emotions brewing within him. He had once deemed the queen too proud to heed his commands. A rising figure in court who even posed a threat to his throne. Thus, he had resorted to poisoning her, causing her to fall victim to a strange illness and lose all her power. Now, the queen was secretly gathering allies behind his back, making it hard not to believe she sought revenge. Your Majesty, the queen is a hidden threat. She must be eliminated, the national master stated matter-of-factly. Lin Yu sighed. She is, after all, the woman I love most. I must give her one more chance, the national master replied coldly. Your Majesty, do not forget the time agreed upon by our ancestors. If the princess is not found by then. Lin Yu's eyes grew complex as he remarked, am I being too ruthless? First I poisoned the woman I love most, then now I am prepared to sacrifice my daughter, the national master replied. Your Majesty, you are the emperor of the great show, the livelihoods of countless subjects depend on you. Any ruler must make choices between gains and losses. The thousands of subjects in the great show are your foundation. A wife can be replaced, a daughter can be born anew, but if you fail to protect your throne, you will lose everything. The national master's words struck Lin Yu like a revelation. His expression gradually turned cold. As an emperor, he could not afford to err in matters of personal affection. Throughout his life, he had never lacked women or children. Sacrificing 2 women to secure the foundations of the great show for millennia was no loss at all. 2 days swiftly passed. Yetion witnessed just how formidable the alchemist's influence truly was. In a matter of days, he had managed to summon 40 to 50 masters. Among them were over a dozen at the master level and 3 grandmasters, while the remaining were mostly warriors of the 7th tier or above. Yetion could hardly believe that so many masters, typically elusive, had gathered all at once. He remembered how, during his time as a prince in the Great Chu, the Dog Emperor had expended immense resources to invite grandmasters for his birthday celebration, treating them with great reverence. Now, however, grandmasters were present like they were free of charge, all seated in the hall, awaiting the queen's commands. Yetion thought to himself that although he was merely a 3rd-tier alchemist for now, he had boundless potential. Once he became an alchemist king, he would surely not lack the support of such formidable figures. Thank you, friends, for traveling from afar to lend your assistance, the queen said calmly. This time, I am entirely reliant on all of you. I appreciate it. There is no need for such formality, esteemed alchemist. We are all here for the promised conditions. As long as we receive what we desire afterward, that will suffice, a master elder chuckled. The queen assured them, rest assured, after the matter is resolved, each of you will receive everything promised. As a 6th-tier alchemist, I will certainly not go back on my word. With that, the queen began to secretly devise her plans. Yetion, uninterested in listening further, stepped outside for a stroll. At that moment, Lin Iran approached with a troubled expression, saying, I thought that once my mother regained her strength, we could live together in peace, but I never imagined things would unfold in such an unimaginable manner. Yetion smiled and replied, as the saying goes, tomorrow and unexpected events are unknown as to which will come first. If not for your father seeking to harm you, your mother would not have chosen this course. She is protecting you. Lin Iran's eyes brimmed with tears as she instinctively understood that her mother's actions were intended to shield her from the harm of her father, the emperor. Can you hold me for a moment? She choked, feeling utterly helpless after enduring so much. Her heart was in disarray. All she desired was to lean on Yetion's shoulder and weep freely. Yetion opened his arms, thinking that a brief embrace wouldn't hurt. At such a moment, a woman desperately needed the comfort of a handsome man. Suddenly, a chilling aura swept through the air, accompanied by the distant sounds of cavalry. Yetion leapt to the rooftop and squinted into the distance. The street below was teeming with countless golden-armored soldiers. These individuals, clad in golden armor, were all members of the palace's elite imperial guards, each a master of at least the 5th rank. The emperor had arrived. Iran, Yetion said calmly, you should hide away and ensure your father does not discover you. She is likely here for your mother. I will investigate the situation. Lin Iran suddenly grasped Yetion's hand. Her eyes filled with pleading, though she remained silent. Yetion softly reassured her, do not worry, nothing will happen. I will protect you. This phrase seemed to serve as a soothing balm, and Lin Iran finally released his hand. Chapter 46, The Power of the Grandmaster. Inside the hall, the Empress and others were also stirred by the sound of the cavalry outside. However, they remained composed, as they were surrounded by formidable individuals renowned for their prowess. Even in the face of thousands of cavalry, they could maneuver with ease. At that moment, Etion was the first to step inside, announcing, "Everyone, the Emperor is coming, prepare yourselves." Just after he spoke, Lin Yu entered the room alone. Leaving the guards stationed outside with so many present, Lin Yu first scanned the surroundings, disregarding the grandmasters and focusing his gaze on the Empress. "Madam, when did you acquire so many acquaintances?" Lin Yu said with a smile. The Empress, however, was not inclined to engage in idle chatter, fully aware of Lin Yu's purpose for being there. "Lin Yu, we have known each other for many years, we are both well aware of our respective agendas. Let us dispense with the pretense." The Empress's forthrightness elicited Lin Yu's admiration. "Madam, you have returned to your former self, speaking boldly and without evasion. If you wish for an open exchange, then I shall not waste words. Have these individuals lived, and I will treat this as if nothing has occurred. You will continue to be the Empress of Dezhou, relishing in your wealth and glory." With a resounding slam, the Empress struck the table, her voice seething with fury. "Lin Yu, can you not be so hypocritical? Do you think I covet such things? Had it not been for my assistance, would you have been able to sit securely on that throne? To think you would turn on me and poison me, rendering me unable to step out of my chamber for decades. I recognize your fear of my abilities, fearing I would threaten your reign. Thus, for the sake of our children, I have endured years of suffering, yet now, you would not even spare our daughter, intending to sacrifice her to your ancestors. Your ancestors are human, does that mean our daughter is not?" Lin Yu smiled faintly. "Our ancestors, too, were cast for the sake of Dezhou. As long as our ancestors stand, the foundation of Dezhou will remain unshaken. Furthermore, I bear the responsibility for millions of citizens. What is the sacrifice of my own flesh and blood in comparison? If Iran is here, then hand her over. Let us avoid further embarrassment." The Empress's eyes blazed with fury. "Lin Yu, you are devoid of conscience. There is no redemption for you. As long as I am present today, you shall not lay a finger on our daughter." Lin Yu sighed lightly. "Stubbornness begets conflict. Since you wish to sever ties, I shall refrain from further discourse. Everyone here is a person of stature. Today's affairs are a private matter of the Lin family. Should you choose to depart, you will remain esteemed guests of the royal family. However, should you persist in your folly, you shall live only with your corpses." With that, the Grandmaster rose. "What is this small Dezhou to us? You think you can threaten me?" Laughter erupted around the room. These were all rogues, living on the fringes, where one person's hunger meant another's feast. They dismissed Lin Yu's threats entirely. Lin Yu scoffed, then waved his hand. In the next moment, over 20 individuals entered from outside, all masters of at least the 9th rank. Dezhou was prosperous and strong, having cultivated many superlative warriors. Thus, Lin Yu did not regard those inside the room with much respect. Suddenly, one individual unleashed a surge of overwhelming energy, swiftly brandishing dual blades. In an instant, before anyone could react, a head fell from a nearby figure. My goodness, a brother, are you that ruthless? Spare the chatter. If we kill the Emperor, we can obtain what we desire. Soon, fierce conflict erupted, the clash of grandmasters wreaking havoc. Within mere breaths, the room was reduced to shambles, as dozens of grandmasters unleashed their chaotic energies, creating a tempest for miles around. Countless golden armored guards were thrown to the ground. Lin Yu's gaze turned icy, his body as immovable as a mountain fixated on the Empress. She, in turn, returned his gaze with equal coldness. At this moment, the National Master appeared silently behind him. Speaking in a measured tone, "Your Majesty, I have long advised against engaging in dialogue with such a woman. It is best to eliminate her directly. Ultimately, I granted her a chance." Lin Yu replied indifferently, "Let us conclude our decades-long relationship today. Upon hearing this, the National Master stepped forward, his aura erupting. The terrifying energy made everyone tremble. A pinnacle Grandmaster could maneuver effortlessly amidst thousands of troops. Yetion stood nearby, his eyes filled with curiosity. This was the first time he had comprehensively felt the true power of a Grandmaster. He had witnessed the National Master repel thousands of enemy troops in the Chu effortlessly. The National Master before him was evidently much stronger than the one from the Chu. As the National Master moved, over 10 powerful figures could not withstand him, swiftly falling to his mic. I in the blink of an eye, he stood before the Empress, his gaze as sharp as a blade. Empress, we have known each other for decades, I shall grant you a swift end. The National Master raised his arm, condensing his energy into a blade of light aimed at the Empress's neck. Bang! The barrier appeared before her, blocking the strike. The National Master shifted his gaze, noticing a ragged old man slowly approaching. The last time we met, you were just an inexperienced youth. Who the hell are you? The National Master did not recognize Genshin and coldly retorted, "Get lost, it has been a long time since anyone spoke to me in such a manner." Genshin stifled a yawn, casually waved his hand. And a wave of profound energy surged forth. The National Master immediately countered with a punch. With a resounding boom, the seemingly inconspicuous energy sent the National Master flying several dozen meters. In midair, he spewed blood before crashing heavily to the ground. The National Master's face turned pale as he looked up in disbelief. "Who are you? Have you already forgotten my name after only a few decades away from the show?" Genshin spoke with indifference, then raised his arm, the dazzling sword energy forming in the sky. In the next moment, the sword energy descended violently, obliterating thousands of golden-armored cavalrymen, shaking the very ground. What terrifying sword energy! You are Genshin," the National Master exclaimed, his hair standing on end at that moment. Recognizing the identity of his opponent, the National Master became acutely aware of the perilous situation. Genshin's reputation was formidable. He had once shattered armor of thousands with a single strike, instilling fear in many. The National Master understood he was no match for him. "Senior Genshin, you should not have come," Lin Yu spoke solemnly. "If you leave now, the show can grant you any request. I implore you to depart and not intervene." "What do you think you are, a mere puppet emperor, giving me orders?" Genshin looked down on Lin Yu with disdain. Lin Yu's expression darkened. "Since you refuse to heed my warning, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy today. Ancestors, it is time for you to take action." Chapter 47. Do I need to step in? "You worthless beings, unable to resolve such trivial matters, I must intervene personally." This cold and merciless voice thundered like a storm in everyone's ears. Subsequently, a frigid and violent aura of death swept through the scene like a hurricane. All those engaged in combat halted abruptly, their faces filled with terror as they looked up. A figure clad in an imperial dragon robe, enveloped in a black aura of death, descended slowly like a deity. The moment this individual appeared, the faces of all Grandmasters turned ashen, trembling involuntarily under the weight of this terrifying presence. What an overwhelming force of death! Who is this formidable being? No one knew his identity. However, some had already caught a whiff of impending danger, their expressions turning to sheer horror. "Lin Qing, could it be that he is Lin Qing, an esteemed and venerable Grandmaster?" Visibly shaken, uttered in disbelief. "Senior, who is Lin Qing? And what is his connection to the Lin family?" A voice from the crowd impatiently inquired. The Grandmaster instinctively retreated several paces, his countenance etched with terror, as he stammered, "Lin Qing, he was the formidable emperor of the Great Zhou. Feared across the realm for centuries, was he not already deceased?" "What, the emperor of the Great Zhou from hundreds of years ago?" The crowd, upon hearing these words, stood agape, their eyes brimming with profound dread. A deceased monarch, now resurrected, such a notion seemed utterly preposterous. His revival was not the sole concern. The true fear lay in the fact that Lin Qing had once been an unparalleled powerhouse, the terrestrial immortal. The Grandmaster's voice trembled as he spoke. Upon hearing the term terrestrial immortal, an oppressive silence enveloped the assembly. Countless pairs of eyes widened in shock and bodies began to quiver. They understood all too well the weight of what terrestrial immortal signified. If a Grandmaster represented the pinnacle of a dynasty's martial prowess, then a terrestrial immortal could effortlessly topple any empire. For millennia, the Great Zhou had flourished, boasting a population exceeding 100 million. With hundreds of cities and millions of mercenaries at its disposal, yet a single terrestrial immortal could raze it all to the ground. Faced with such a superlative being, even a dozen Grandmasters would stand no chance. It's over, we're doomed. Why did the elder Danwang not warn us of such a monster within the royal family? One voice quivered. A terrestrial immortal could extinguish us with a mere breath. Fear began to take root, for in the face of absolute power, even these masters were but ants. Fear not, what is there to be afraid of? We still have Senior Genshin with us. He has once faced a terrestrial immortal. We still have a glimmer of hope. Instantly, every gaze turned towards Genshin, their collective hope resting upon him. Terrestrial immortal, the third emperor of the Great Zhou, Lin Qing. Genshin's demeanor shifted from disdain to gravity. He had heard of the legendary Lin Qing, recognized as a formidable adversary. Nevertheless, having faced a terrestrial immortal before, he understood the stakes. Dismissing all his own powers might not guarantee victory. At that moment, Lin Qing's cold, indifferent gaze swept over the crowd as he proclaimed, "Is the woman who can lift my curse present here? My ancestor cannot escape, she must be nearby. If we capture my wife, we shall locate her." Lin Yu spoke respectfully, "She will surely be close at hand." A strange smile crept across Lin Qing's lips. After countless years afflicted by a curse, hope had finally arrived. In the next instant, Lin Qing let out a long howl, and the deathly aura surrounding him surged forth like a tempest. All warriors in proximity to him perished instantaneously. The ordinary Grandmasters screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, their bodies succumbing to decay, their breaths extinguished. In one chilling howl, more than half of the masters present had met their demise. The horrific scene instilled terror within the hearts of all, their legs trembling uncontrollably. Elder Danwang is far too powerful. A terrestrial immortal is beyond our capabilities. One individual, gripped by fear, turned to flee. Witnessing this act of cowardice, panic spread anew, causing the remaining spectators to falter in their resolve. At that moment, Genshin stepped forward, his voice cold and resolute. "Leave Lin Qing to me, you need not worry." His words quelled the tumult, restoring a semblance of calm. "Go, Genshin, we believe in you," came the rallying cries from the crowd. Genshin, now grave and focused, raised his arm, unleashing a torrent of profound energy that coalesced into numerous strands of sword chi above him. With a swift motion, hundreds of sword chi surged towards Lin Qing. The latter scoffed, coldly laughing as his withered claw reached out, shattering the sword energy with ease. The two immediately engaged in combat, while the remaining onlookers refrained from fighting, fully aware that the outcome hinged upon Genshin's prowess. As all eyes remained fixated on their duel, the queen quietly whispered to Yition, "Yi Prince, you should take Yiren and leave at once." "Why?" Yition inquired. With a slight sigh, the queen replied, "If Lin Qing were at his peak, we might all perish here today. Though Genshin is formidable, he still falls short of a terrestrial immortal. You must escort Yiren to the MOU Academy. Once you escape the Great Zhou Empire, you will be safe." Yition chuckled, "If I leave, you will all meet your end here." The queen, now frantic, exclaimed, "If you do not depart, we shall all perish together. Lin Yu will surely find an excuse to eliminate you as well. Both of you must leave this place immediately." Yet Yition remained resolute, his gaze locked onto Lin Qing, his eyes narrowing. A terrestrial immortal, he was not without the means to confront such a being. With a thunderous roar, Genshin unleashed his full power. He concentrated his essence into hundreds of feet of sword chi, which he then slashed downwards. Lin Qing laughed uproariously. "You overestimate yourself. Today, I shall demonstrate the chasm that lies between us." With a mighty shout, black-red energy erupted from Lin Qing, coalescing into a shield in midair. The sword chi struck the shield with a resounding thud, and the two forces began to clash violently, yet, within mere moments, Genshin coughed up blood, his own power rebounding him backward. Elder Genshin, the onlookers gasped in horror. Ants, daring to vie with the sun and moon, merely caught their own demise. Lin Qing's face twisted in derision. Today, I shall shatter your flesh and sever your veins. Laughter erupted from Lin Qing, an aura of dread enveloping the spectators. The queen's face turned pale, her body swaying unsteadily. What had once seemed certain was now a harrowing reality. They were on the brink of death. No one can save you now. Lin Qing's grin morphed into something more sinister. Not so fast, Etion interjected calmly, stepping forward. Ye Prince, what are you doing? Come back, the queen shouted anxiously. She had intended for Etion to take her daughter and escape the great show, but why was he advancing toward danger instead? What are you plotting? Lin Yu's gaze was frigid. I admire your poetic talent. In a few years you shall undoubtedly become a literary saint. It would be wise for you to refrain from meddling today. Lest I show you no mercy, Etion replied, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. Your Majesty, do you truly believe I am such a fool? This scandal will not remain contained. Everyone present must be silenced, myself included. Lin Yu chuckled. Indeed, Ye Prince is astute. After today, I shall ensure you do not live alive. Such a waste. With your literary prowess you would surely find your name in the annals of history. What a pity. Etion's voice was steady. Your Majesty, do not be overly confident. The outcome of today is far from certain. What? Lin Yu's eyes glinted with mockery. Ye Prince, do you wish to challenge the ancestors of the Lin family? Genshin could not defeat me in a single strike. What makes you think you are any different? Etion's gaze locked onto Lin Qing as he declared, you old relic, your era has long passed. I advise you to make your exit sooner rather than later, and you seek death. Lin Qing's eyes blazed with malice as two beams of black light shot forth, aimed directly at Etion. With a flick of his finger, Etion shattered the two beams. Lin Qing snorted in disdain, stomping his foot, summoning a black dragon formed of deathly energy that lunged at Etion, enveloping him entirely. The queen and the others turned pale, lamenting the refusal to flee, now facing imminent demise. However, in the next moment, Lin Qing's cold expression shifted to one of surprise. With a resounding crash, the black energy was obliterated. And Etion emerged unscathed. This spectacle left Lin Yu dumbfounded. He had always known Etion to be incapable of cultivation, yet the reality before him contradicted everything he believed. Ye Prince, you actually, the queen stammered. Utterly bewildered as she struggled to comprehend how he had survived. I see now, Genshin said, his pallor evident. So it is him, he has concealed himself well. Genshin, what are you talking about? The queen asked, perplexed. I mentioned not long ago that there exists an exceptionally mysterious powerhouse within the Great Zhou. His swordsmanship surpasses even mine. That individual is none other than this Ye Prince. Impossible, the queen gasped in shock. I know Ye Prince possesses remarkable poetic talent, but in the Dechu he is considered a non-cultivator. How could he possibly possess such terrifying abilities? Genshin smiled knowingly. This young man exudes an aura that defies comprehension. He is undoubtedly destined for greatness. Your Majesty, you have struck gold, with Eren by your side. No one shall dare harm you both. At that moment, a formidable energy erupted from Etion, a visible aura coalescing around him. This energy, sharp as a blade, surged skyward, tearing through the void, ascending to heights beyond imagination. Following this, the sounds resembling crackling electricity emanated from Etion, as if a seal had been lifted. Feeling the terrifying sword intent emanating from Etion, Lin Yu was so frightened that he staggered backward. His pupils shaking violently. Prince Yi, you have been concealing your strength all this time. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly, deeply shaken within. Initially, he had looked down upon Etion, but now he realized he had misjudged him. The depth of this young man's cunning was beyond his comprehension. As Etion revealed his prowess, the previously despondent crowd felt a tremor of hope surge within them. Their survival today depended on him. Coughing, Jian Xen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued, "Prince Ye's strength is undoubtedly superior to mine. Perhaps we really can win." The queen trembled at the thought. Did Yi Tian truly possess the ability to contend with a terrestrial immortal? After all, how old was he? It seemed far-fetched. Crack, the floor beneath Lin Qing shattered, and a deep, ominous growl resonated as a suffocating aura enveloped him, propelling him forward like a cannonball. Yi Tian maintained his composure and charged in the same manner. When their initial strikes collided, a tempest erupted at the center, sweeping away all within a 10,000-meter radius. It was so swift that the movements were nearly imperceptible, only the sound of sonic booms could be heard. Even the Grandmasters could only discern a blur of shadows, yet, amidst the air, violent explosions punctuated the atmosphere, confirming that both were unleashing their powers at an extraordinary speed. Jian Xen barely managed to discern their movements and slowly remarked, "Lin Qing is formidable. He wields earth-shattering power with just a flick of his hand." At these words, the crowd felt a tightening in their chests. Were they truly destined to perish here? However, Prince Ye's methods were equally formidable. An overwhelmingly powerful energy radiated from him, suppressing the ominous aura entirely. Jian Xen's words quickened the crowd's heartbeat, igniting a strange fervor within them. Were they about to witness history today? Would they see the fall of a terrestrial immortal? Lin Yu's gaze was fixed upward, an uneasy premonition stirred within him. At that moment, the sky suddenly filled with a dense swarm of sword chi, shooting forth like a torrential storm. The shield before Lin Qing was bombarded by the sword chi, cracking under the pressure. In an instant, Lin Qing was pierced through by the sword chi, crashing heavily to the ground. Had they won? The crowd could not help but express their ecstatic joy. However, Jian Xen interjected, "No, a terrestrial immortal would not fall so easily." Indeed, Lin Qing rose from the ground, and his wounds visibly began to heal. Lin Qing spat a mouthful of black blood, though his external injuries healed. His internal wounds were severe. "You insignificant ant, how dare you injure me?" Lin Qing's eyes burned with a frenzied rage, his heart filled with unquenchable hatred. Despite being at a lower realm than him, he felt as though his power was being suppressed by an unseen force. He could not fathom that within Yi Tian resided the protective aura of a true dragon capable of countering all evil. The emperor once stood invincible, quelling rebellions and slaying millions of enemies, single-handedly establishing the Great Zhou dynasty. Lin Qing's voice turned icy. "I refuse to believe that you, an insignificant ant, can kill me." As he spoke, the dark aura within Lin Qing converged at his crown, forming a skeletal visage. He was prepared to risk everything, unleashing his full power in an attack. Yi Tian remained unfazed, slowly raising his arm as his true energy coalesced into the void, manifesting a resplendent sword chi 1,000 feet long. Chapter 49. The Emperor, am invincible. Above Yi Tian, the 1,000-foot sword chi hovered, releasing terrifying waves of energy that seemed capable of tearing the very heavens apart, instilling a sense of dread in all who bore witness. Jian Xen, his technique is remarkably similar to yours, yet is it ineffective? The queen's face was filled with urgency and concern. Jian Xen's expression grew grave as he replied, "His sword chi is even more formidable and awe-inspiring than mine. Its cultivation level must be extraordinarily high. However, this strike alone cannot slay Lin Qing. What shall we do?" The queen felt her heart plummet. She understood that Lin Qing was an invincible presence within the dynasty. Although Yi Tian was impressive, he was still young. In terms of combat experience and the intensity of his power, he was undoubtedly inferior to Lin Qing. If Yi Tian were to lose, they would all be doomed. In that moment, the aura radiating from Yi Tian was no less than Lin Qing's, and the swirling energy enveloping him had completely suppressed Lin Qing's ominous aura. Lin Qing chuckled. "It has been long since I've encountered such an exceptional young man. You possess a striking resemblance to my former self. If you kneel and submit to me now, I may consider making you the next emperor of the Great Zhou." Yi Tian responded with a calm smile. "You are merely dreaming. Once I slay you, the throne will rightfully belong to me." "Stubborn, ignorant, blind fool, I have given you your chance, it is you who did not cherish it. Die!" With a thunderous roar, Lin Qing's skeletal shadow lunged at Etion, the terrifying deathly aura manifesting a cacophony of wails that caused many to suffer from excruciating headaches and bleeding eardrums. Etion's gaze turned cold as he raised his arm, the 1,000-foot sword chi erupted with blinding brilliance and struck down fiercely. Clang! The clash between the skeletal form and the sword chi resulted in an earth-shattering explosion. A shockwave rapidly spread outward, causing hundreds of nearby structures to collapse into ruins. A tremendous gale sent the golden-armored soldiers careening backward, and even the royal warriors were buried beneath the debris. After a prolonged silence following the explosion, the crowd slowly rose to their feet. Looking around, gasps filled the air. What was once a row of connected houses had been utterly flattened, as if a calamity had descended upon this place. Was this the power of a terrestrial immortal? With just a flick of their hand, such destruction was wrought. The grandmasters were filled with trepidation. It was already incredible to stand against 1,000 foes. Yet before true top-tier experts, they realized they didn't even have the qualification to approach. What is the outcome? Who has won? A grandmaster inquired urgently. All eyes turned to the center where two massive craters had formed. Yet Etion and Lin Qing were nowhere to be seen. Just then a figure emerged from the depths of one of the craters. It was Lin Qing. The ancestor is unharmed. Lin Yu's face broke into a joyous expression. Wonderful, the ancestor has won this battle. In stark contrast, the queen's side was pale and trembling, their faces ashen. If Etion were dead, it would mean that they were next. The queen slumped to the ground, trembling as she implored Jian Xan, "I beg you for one last favor, take my daughter and leave this place. Go to the MOU Academy, you must hurry." Jian Xan sighed deeply. If he chose to leave, no one could stop him, yet once he departed, the queen and her companions would surely be killed. Ha ha, Lin Yu laughed maniacally. "Lady, now no one can save you. Hand over Iren, and for the sake of our years together as husband and wife, I may spare your life." The queen's eyes burned with hatred. "You are unworthy to be her father, you bastard." Lin Yu's smile turned icy. "I am the emperor of the Great Zhou. Countless subjects depend on me for survival. I would never sacrifice the interests of the entire dynasty for the sake of one or two individuals." Ancestral master, do not worry, I will send people to search for her and certainly help you lift the curse. Lin Qing stood silently, not uttering a word. Suddenly, he coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his aura rapidly declining. "Ancestral master," Lin Yu gasped in alarm. "I am fine." Lin Qing waved his hand dismissively, his face cold. "That brat sword chi is indeed impressive. It shattered my heart-protecting mirror and nearly crushed my heart vein. If given 2 or 3 more years to cultivate, I might truly have perished beneath his sword chi. However, it is too late now. He is ultimately too young and impetuous, believing he can challenge my authority." Lin Qing chuckled coldly. Suddenly, the surroundings fell into an eerie silence. No one spoke. Lin Qing found it strange. Thinking time had frozen, looking up, he saw that everyone had turned woodenly to stare behind him. Was there a ghost? Why did they all wear such expressions? Lin Qing instinctively turned around only to see a strikingly handsome young man approaching with a bemused smile. This person was none other than Etion. You are not dead." Lin Qing's pupils contracted, his body trembling. "Why would this prince die?" Etion replied calmly, "The earlier explosion merely sent me flying. I saw you here proclaiming your victory, so I refrained from interrupting, silently watching you put on a show. Eventually, I could no longer bear to watch and decided to step in." Upon hearing this, Lin Qing's expression turned ashen with rage. He had been made a fool of, publicly humiliated by a waste from a small place. In an instant, an inferno of fury ignited within his chest. Black flames blazed in Lin Qing's eyes, and his deathly aura soared to the heavens, filling the great show with wails of the damned. Why Etion gazed at him with indifference, casually waving his hand to conjure a divine bird engulfed in flames behind him. This was the phoenix form he had summoned using the soul control technique. Though it pales in comparison to a true phoenix, the searing heat it emanates is even more intense than that of the sun. What is this creature engulfed in flames resembling a divine beast? Does this lad harbor within him a celestial entity? The crowd's eyes brimmed with astonishment. Such beings as phoenixes exist only in legends and ancient texts, never witnessed by any. Behind Yition, the magnificent creature unfurled its wings spanning 1,000 feet, casting a shadow over the world akin to a deity of the highest order. Lin Qing's aura of death had coalesced to its utmost intensity. He understood this was his final assault. If he were to falter, death would be his fate. How could this emperor perish at the hands of an insignificant insect? This emperor shall not be defeated. Fury filled Lin Qing's eyes. He had never tasted defeat in his life, and he would not begin now. 10,000 ghosts devour the heavens. Lin Qing howled. Chapter 50 The Fall of the Earthly Immortal. An endless shroud of black mist enveloped the skies above the great show. The sunlight obscured, plunging the imperial city into darkness. Suddenly, a piercing cry resounded. The phoenix, ablaze with fiery flames, shattered the darkness in an instant. Its scorching heat warping the very fabric of space. Countless wisps of black mist disintegrated before they could approach, entirely evaporated by the flames. Lin Qing growled lowly, the deathly aura within him surging forth unceasingly. Alas, despite exhausting all his means, he found himself powerless against the might of Tion Ke. Tion chuckled softly. In terms of the purity of true energy, he could obliterate Lin Qing 100 times over. He could manifest a phoenix from his true energy, a feat others could never replicate. Today, this prince shall eradicate you, vile spectre. Tion spoke with indifference, then thrust his palm outward. Boom, the phoenix above descended fiercely, consuming Lin Qing whole. With each anguished scream, it was evident that the black mist was utterly incinerated. This emperor shall not perish. This emperor shall never die. Still clinging to delusions of grandeur. Die, then, Tion snorted coldly. Clenching his palm with fierce resolve, the phoenix emitted one final shriek before exploding. With a resounding roar, flames erupted in the void, taking with them the remnants of the black deathly aura once come returned. The lingering heat dissipated, leaving the arena in a profound silence. Gulp, someone swallowed nervously, tentatively asking, "Did we win?" "We won." Genshin nodded gravely. "Lin Qing has been burned to death. He is gone. Hooray!" Instantly, those on the queen's side erupted into ecstatic cheers. "We have triumphed, we have triumphed, ha ha ha. Today we have witnessed the fall of an earthly immortal. We shall boast of this for a lifetime." Laughter echoed. Lin Yu stood in a daze, repeatedly muttering a single phrase. How could our ancestor be dead? How could he die? In an instant, Lin Yu felt deflated, collapsing to the ground, his gaze vacant. Our ancestor was an earthly immortal. How could he perish? How could he perish? The achievements of our ancestor could fill volumes, and he had always been the most illustrious figure of the Lin family. The great Zhou stood tall, sustained by the existence of our ancestor. Yet now, the invincible figure in his heart had fallen to a worthless prince. "Your Majesty, do you have anything to say?" The queen's gaze was frosty. Lin Yu lowered his head, slowly replying, "Madam, I am still the emperor of the great Zhou. My fate is not yet fulfilled. You cannot kill me. A million troops await outside, ready to invade at any moment. We can have a proper discussion." The queen's eyes brimmed with hatred as she brandished her sword, ready to strike him down. "Wait," Genshin intervened, saying, "The emperor cannot be killed." "Why? I have awaited this day for long," the queen exclaimed in fury. Genshin replied, "His fate is not yet sealed. If you rashly slay an emperor, the backlash of fate will ensue. Until one reaches the realm of an earthly immortal, no one can personally slay an emperor." Upon hearing this, the queen's gaze turned icy. "If I cannot kill you, then abdicate the throne and surrender the imperial seat." "I shall not relinquish it," Lin Yu scoffed. The queen retorted, "If you do not yield the throne, I shall slay your beloved consort, your kin and friends. Until you comply." Lin Yu trembled, fully aware that the queen was not merely speaking empty threats, she was capable of carrying out her words. "You have 10 breaths to answer me." 10, the queen began her cold countdown. Lin Yu kept his head bowed, lost in thought. 3, 2, the queen's eyes grew colder, her murderous intent intensifying. 1, no need to count further. Lin Yu suddenly raised his head, his gaze now serene. I will not surrender the throne. The emperor of the great Zhou shall always bear the surname Lin, stubborn and unyielding. Do you think I fear to kill you? The queen gripped her sword again, preparing to strike. Suddenly, an eerie voice echoed in their ears. And in an instant the sky darkened. The crowd looked up to see a dense swarm of flying demon beasts descending from beyond the mountains. They are demon beasts, they are attacking the imperial city. Panic surged through the people despite being masters of their craft, facing an onslaught of tens of thousands of demon beasts. None could expect to survive. Lin Yu snorted, without my command, 1,000,000 troops will not engage. In that case, the imperial city will be besieged by these demon beasts, and all its citizens shall perish. Those present would naturally find no escape. The queen spoke ominously, a hand over the military talisman. Lin Yu laughed heartily. I am the military talisman. Without seeing me in person, no general outside will heed any order. Queen, let him go. We must address the demon beast assault, or the great Zhou will be doomed. Genshin interjected. Though furious, the queen recognized the need to make a choice in this moment. If they do not defend the city, they will all perish. At this moment, countless demon beasts had already reached the city outskirts. Beginning their relentless slaughter, the defending forces mobilized. A cavalry of thousands surged forth, launching the first wave of counterattack. What a chaotic day it has been. Etion stood atop the city tower, unable to suppress a sigh. Just as he had quelled the internal strife of the royal family, the demon beasts struck once more. Such is the trivial existence of humanity. Xiaobai ambled over, leaping onto his shoulder, and said, ordinary people spend their lives vying for power and position, only to turn to dust a century later. Fortunately, you will not remain confined to this small dynasty for eternity. Beyond lies a far broader world waiting for you. Etion nodded slightly. Once he was merely a minor prince of the great Chu. Had his fate not shifted through marriage, he too might have met his end a century later, forgotten by the world. Do you have the confidence to make your name known across the realm? Xiaobai inquired. Of course. Etion's face brimmed with confidence. In the future, my name, Etion, shall echo throughout the Tenhu continent. In every corner. I shall become an unparalleled powerhouse, living alongside the heavens, unyielding as the cosmos. Ha ha ha, Xiaobai began to yawn. As long as you possess this confidence, this divine beast shall accompany you as you grow until one day you conquer the entire Tenhu continent and become the supreme powerhouse. Etion asked, but what if I meet my demise along the way? If you perish, I shall simply find another. Xiaobai replied nonchalantly. I suddenly crave dog meat. Etion declared. Scrum, you are the dog. This divine beast is no dog, Xiaobai retorted, baring its teeth in irritation. Why? Etion chuckled, but his expression gradually turned grave. He noticed a dark figure amidst the throng of demon beasts, slowly approaching. The black sky hound. Etion spoke with a hushed voice, his heart trembling slightly. Chapter 51, I shall take action. What is this wretched creature doing here all of a sudden? Could it be that these demon beasts were summoned by it? Etion's gaze remained fixated on the black skyhound, murmuring to himself. I suspect you are insulting me, though I have no proof. Xiaobai scoffed, then remarked, it is evident that this sudden large-scale assault by the demon beasts requires the command of a demon king-level entity. No one else could orchestrate such a thing. Why? Etion replied, then the great Zhou is evidently doomed. I wonder if they can withstand it. Very unlikely, Xiaobai noted. Look, the thousands of cavalry charging out have already been overwhelmed by the demon beasts. Etion focused his gaze. Indeed, the vanguard cavalry that had just surged forth to counterattack had vanished without a trace. Soon, the city gates swung wide, and a second wave of heavy troops began to mobilize. Meanwhile, the remaining two city gates were also under siege from various demon beasts. At least hundreds of thousands of demon beasts were attacking. Frenzied. Etion took a deep breath during his time in the Great Chu. He had encountered demon beast attacks before, but those were merely a few thousand easily dealt with, yet now there were at least tens of thousands of demon beasts lurking outside the city, even if the great show boasted over 1 million soldiers. It was impossible to deploy them all at once. The forces within the city would surely be unable to withstand this onslaught. At that moment, flying demon beasts broke through the air, despite a volley of arrows. They managed to survive. Subsequently, the demon beasts descended into the city, launching attacks against the citizens. Prince Yi, the queen hurriedly approached and spoke. Prince Yi, the great show is doomed this time. You must swiftly take Iran and leave. What about you? Yi Tian inquired. The queen shook her head and replied, you need not concern yourself with me. I wish to leave and can do so at any moment. Suddenly, 3 monstrous beasts charged forward. Yi Tian turned to see that the city gates had been breached. This is disastrous. Great Zhou is about to perish. Dan Wang, we must retreat at once. The reinforcements, sensing the dire situation, quickly concocted excuses to flee. The queen attempted to persuade them to stay and assist, but they had already vanished without a trace. Prince Yi, you must leave at once, Zhen Xian urged. These beasts will annihilate all of Great Zhou. No one can stand against them. Take Iran to MOU Academy. With your skills, they will not be able to pursue you. Understood? Yi Tian nodded in agreement. I will not leave. At that moment, Lin Yiren appeared, her voice urgent. Great Zhou is my home. As a princess, I cannot simply abandon it. Mother, I know you wish to share in Great Zhou's fate. I will not leave alone. Yiren, you must listen. Your presence here serves no purpose. Quickly go with Prince Yi, the queen admonished. I will not leave. Lin Yiren's eyes were filled with determination. As long as Great Zhou stands, so shall I. Prince Yi, you must persuade her, the queen implored. Yi Tian found himself at a loss for words, for he could see that Lin Yiren did not wish to forsake her people. In her, he recognized a reflection of himself. In the past, during his time in the Chu, he had been deeply beloved by the common folk, his reputation surpassing even that of the despotic emperor. As a prince, witnessing his people suffer and be oppressed brought him great anguish. Thus, he could comprehend Lin Yiren's sentiments. If none of you wish to depart, then I shall stay and assist. Jian Xen sighed. He then ascended the city wall, gazing at the multitude of ferocious beasts outside, and summoned his true energy to strike. Boom! As the sword energy unleashed its wrath, thousands of beasts were torn asunder. The soldiers were instantly invigorated, thinking that with such a formidable ally, victory was assured. However, Zhen Xian was ultimately not a celestial being, and having just engaged in battle, he had not yet fully recovered. Within a short span of time, his true energy was depleted. Zhen Xian forced his energy, injuring his heart meridian, and soon collapsed to the ground. The queen's heart ached. She immediately lifted Zhen Xian, saying, you need not do this. I do not fight for Great Zhou, I fight for you, Zhen Xian replied with a bitter smile. The queen gently caressed Zhen Xian's face, realizing that even after decades his feelings for her had never wavered. If we both survive this, I shall part ways with Lin Yu and give you a chance. Upon hearing the queen's words, Zhen Xian's murky gaze suddenly sparkled with hope. Quick, help me up, I can still fight. Zhen Xian gritted his teeth and struggled to rise, channeling the remnants of his true energy to continue battling the beasts. Our love is indeed a double-edged sword. Even the venerable elder cannot escape the fate of a lovesick fool. Yi Tian observed this unfolding drama with a sense of bemusement. What do you plan to do next? Just stand by and watch, Xiao Bai lazily asked. What else can I do? Should I intervene? Yi Tian replied, this is not the Chu, the fate of Great Zhou is of little concern to me. Xiao Bai continued, do you not see that the Heitian Go is coming for you? I suggest you take action to save the people of Great Zhou. Once you defeat the Heitian Go, you will be hailed as their savior. At that point, supporting your wife to become empress would garner you considerable support. Yi Tian chuckled, having Yiren as empress, that sounds quite appealing. Suddenly, the horde of beasts breached the second city gate, and thousands of them surged into the city, instantly tearing apart several thousand soldiers. The horrifying screams echoed throughout the imperial city. While Etion took a deep breath, in the face of such catastrophe, there seemed to be no one but him capable of saving Great Show. He then mounted his flying sword and proclaimed, "This prince shall capture the demon king. Etion, go, you must hold this position until I return. Great Show, I shall save you." With that declaration, Etion shot forth like a meteor. Heading directly toward the most perilous location, the citizens of Great Show, along with the royal family, gazed in shock at the direction Etion had taken. No one had anticipated that in their hour of need, they would rely on a son-in-law for salvation. "Father, can that lad truly help us?" Lin Fengwu spoke in astonishment. Lin Yu's eyes flickered, his fists clenched tightly. He understood Etion's motives. Should Etion succeed in saving Great Show, he would become the savior, and Lin Yu would be reduced to a mere puppet emperor. In that moment, he finally comprehended why the Chu had sent Etion here. This lad was far from useless. He was extraordinarily capable of saving an entire dynasty with his own strength. At that point, he would become a hero among the common folk. Who could rival such prestige? "Prince Yi, you must be cautious." Lin Yiren's eyes brimmed with worry as she began to pray for Etion's safety. Does he truly intend to confront the Etion go alone? Jen Xan's expression was one of utter astonishment. After all, that was the king of all demons, a creature from ancient tomes, who in this world could harm the Etion go. Chapter 52, Salvation. Etion soared atop his flying sword. Traversing swiftly above the heads of the beasts, soon he arrived at the heart of the mountain forest, where the demonic energy surged like a tempest, with countless powerful demons lurking in the shadows. The moment Etion appeared, dozens of ferocious gazes locked onto him. Etion go opened its blood-red eyes, unfurling its wings, and the crimson demonic energy swirled into a storm that enveloped the sky. "We meet again." Etion calmly fixed his gaze on Etion go, wary of this legendary beast that existed only in tomes. "I have sought you for a long time," Etion go uttered with an icy tone. Its eyes filled with a frenzied murderous intent. "What do you seek me for? We are not acquainted," Etion replied nonchalantly. "Though this prince possesses some charm, it does not warrant your attention." Hearing this, Xiao Bai on his shoulder nearly tumbled off in shock. Etion go momentarily wore a look of astonishment, clearly not expecting such a retort. "You!" Etion go's fury ignited, its dark wings flapping as thousands of bats surged toward Etion. Etion summoned a protective barrier of true energy, deflecting the onslaught of bats which were sent flying. With a sharp command, he unleashed a wave of true energy that obliterated the bats in an instant. Etion go's body quivered, confronting Etion at close range, its oppressive aura leaving one breathless. While Etion stealthily stepped back, pinching his nose. "As a demon king, have you not bathed in thousands of years? Yurik." Etion go's blood-red pupils glinted with a chilling malice as it raised its claw, poised to strike. While Etion's true energy surged within him, ready for a fierce battle. Suddenly, Etion go lowered its claw, its tone indifferent. "I cannot bring myself to kill you. Kill me, you must first prove you have the ability," Etion scoffed. Etion go continued coldly, "For millennia you are the first human to survive in my presence. You possess a unique fortune that I admire." While Etion chuckled, "Of course, as the chosen one, I am destined for greatness." As he spoke, Etion furrowed his brow, sensing something peculiar in Etion go's gaze, the look of admiration. How bizarre! Etion felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly retreated, maintaining his distance. Could this hideous creature possibly be a female? Has it truly taken a liking to me? Etion pondered anxiously. At this moment, Etion go, having retracted its murderous intent, waved its hand, commanding the surrounding beasts to withdraw, leaving only the two of them. Etion go then shrank in size, settling at around 2 meters. It said, "Human, accompany me for a chat. I have not conversed with anyone for millennia." While Etion smirked, "Are you mad? Hurry up and fight me so I can return to fulfill my duty. This prince has no desire to share a drink with you." Haetion Go retorted. If you drink with me, I shall cease my attacks. Why? Tion's eyes narrowed with suspicion. What is in your drink? You wouldn't be attempting to drug me, would you? Haetion Go's expression darkened. Human. Do not be so self-absorbed. I am also a male. Oh, then I am relieved. Why? Tion hadn't anticipated such a reaction from Haetion Go, and he broke into a grin. Haetion Go dropped its aloof facade. Snorting disdainfully, I merely admire you and wish to share a drink and conversation. However, I had no idea how to find you and could only rely on your aura to locate you in Great Show. Thus, I sent my minions to invite you. Why? Tion replied. You attacked Great Show merely to find me. Impressive. Haetion Go grumbled. I invited you, yet you refused and spoke arrogantly. Had I been female, you would not have escaped today. Alas, I hold no interest in you. Why? Tion countered. If you were female, you would not escape either. Shao Bai on Tion's shoulder rolled her eyes. For heaven's sake, both of you have gone too far. Humans and demons cannot be together. Tion burst into hearty laughter, and opposite him Haetion Go also chuckled. At that moment Lin Yu was hiding within the palace, too afraid to emerge. His table was already cluttered with urgent messages, all seeking his assistance, yet at this juncture he was barely able to save himself. Faced with such an overwhelming assault from the monstrous beasts, the Great Zhou simply could not withstand it. Your Majesty, there is news from the Shenzhen sect. Wonderful, Lin Yu exclaimed with joy. Quickly summon them in. Great Zhou has hope. However, the response was not what he anticipated. They did not come in person, but merely conveyed a message. Lin Yu's expression froze. What message? Your Majesty, the Shenzhen sect states that the calamity befalling Great Zhou is fated, and they have no authority to intervene. Third, Lin Yu collapsed into his chair, his face ashen. No authority to intervene. This was clearly just an excuse. The Shenzhen sect simply did not wish to offend the Haetion Go. Just as he sank into despair, suddenly the elder of the water sect and the Sentis arrived. Lin Yu seemed to glimpse hope and tremulously spoke. Elder of the water sect, thank you for coming. Great Zhou is saved. Sentis Honbingji replied coolly. I am here to find Tion. Where is he? Lin Yu's expression grew grim. Sentis, Prince Yi is from Great Zhou. Honbingji spoke indifferently. Great Zhou is doomed. I must take him away from here. Where is he? Lin Yu was utterly dumbfounded. The water sect was not here to assist. They intended to take Tion away. What nonsense! Was Tion not merely a prince of the Great Chu? Why would a Sentis have her eyes on him? At this moment his calls for help had all been rejected. Not a single sect was willing to lend aid. Even the nearby dynasties showed no intention of sending troops for support. Lin Yu immediately sensed that his fate was sealed. Today would be his last. Great Zhou was finished. I have become a sinner. I have let down my ancestors. Lin Yu found himself alone at the imperial mausoleum, kneeling before the tombstones of his forebears. This time, no one knew what Lin Yu was thinking, nor did anyone pay attention to his whereabouts. On the city walls, the queen and others were still desperately holding their ground. Faced with the endless onslaught of the monstrous beasts, the soldiers simply could not endure. Even the masters and grandmasters felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Your Majesty, to die alongside you is worth it. Gen Xian had already exhausted his true energy. Leaning against the wall, gazing deeply at her, the queen managed a bitter smile. I once thought that after avenging myself, I could seize control of Great Zhou. I never imagined it would lead to its destruction. Prince Yi has not returned for so long. He may already be dead. Poor Prince Yi, he should not have been entangled in this. The queen felt immense guilt. Chapter 53, Long live Prince Yi. Indeed, Prince Yi, though young, was capable of slaying seasoned powerhouses like Lin Qing. Given a few more years of cultivation, he would undoubtedly become a terrestrial deity. Gen Xen sighed helplessly, but Prince Yi went to confront Haetion Go to save Great Zhou. Haetion Go is a being that can devour terrestrial deities at will. If he goes, his chances of survival are slim. Who do you say has slim chances? Honbingji approached, her expression cold. I am looking for Tion. Where is he? Gen Xian replied. Prince Yi went to confront Haetion Go. over an hour has passed. And he has yet to return, so, upon hearing this, Honbingji's fists clenched tightly. The man I have set my eyes upon shall not dare to die without my permission. I will go save him. Sainties, you must not, the sect elder immediately intervened. That is the king of 10,000 beasts, Haitian Go, who has survived countless millennia. No sect dares to provoke him. His power surpasses our imagination. We cannot throw away our lives for a man. How infuriating! Honbingji was extremely agitated. I finally convinced my parents to allow me to take him to the water sect. How dare this fool seek death? I am displeased. What gives you the right to be displeased? Lin Iran interjected. Prince Yi is my betrothed. Though you are a saintist, you have no right to take him away at will. Honbingji shot her a sidelong glance. The man I have chosen does not require anyone's consent. You, a mere princess, have even less authority. Lin Iran met her gaze directly. Prince Yi will not go with you. I dare say so. It is not up to him to decide. Honbingji scoffed. Ladies, please do not quarrel. Why are we bickering over a man at such a critical moment for Great Zhou? Saintist, can your water sect lend a hand to save Great Zhou? Jian Xian spoke up. Not at all. Honbingji replied coldly. If Great Zhou falls, another dynasty will arise to take its place. That is the natural order. Our sect will not intervene. Since Prince Yi is not present, I have even less reason to care for you. I shall take my leave. With that, Honbingji departed with her entourage. As they left, despair once again enveloped the crowd. Who would save Great Zhou? Who would rescue us? Many generals knelt on the ground. Weeping inconsolably, the citizens within the city were also crying out, pleading for salvation. The entire imperial city was shrouded in the terror of death. Lin Iran's eyes were red as she watched the citizens perish. Her heart ached, yet her strength was insufficient to help. In the face of countless monstrous beasts, individual power seemed utterly insignificant. At that moment, Chinya from the Star Auction House arrived, accompanied by several masters. Princess Lin, let me take you away. I will not leave. Lin Iran gritted her teeth. Chinya replied calmly, I am offering to take you away out of respect for Prince Yi. I admire his talents. Which is why I am willing to assist you this once. Lin Iran shook her head again in refusal. What a pity, Chinya said placidly. Such a good person as Prince Yi has fallen. The world has lost another literary saint. Suddenly, the queen acted swiftly and knocked Lin Iran unconscious. Miss Chinya, please take my daughter away and send her to the MOU Academy, the queen implored earnestly. Very well, Chinya nodded slightly. For Prince Yi's sake, I will escort her to the MOU Academy. Thank you. The queen expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Subsequently, Chinya took her leave. With Lin Iran gone, the queen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Several monstrous beasts towering dozens of meters high smashed through the city walls. With each step, countless houses crumbled. The heavily armored cavalry appeared as fragile as ants before them, crushed underfoot within the imperial city. Flames of war raged and cries of anguish resounded endlessly. Countless generals lost hope and began to abandon resistance. The last batch of defenders within the palace was soon encircled by the monstrous beasts. The leading general's face turned pale, his body trembling. Behind him, all the soldiers bore expressions of terror, their weapons trembling in their hands. In the next moment, the hundreds of meters tall giant raised its foot to stomp down. Everyone despairingly closed their eyes, yet soon, the anticipated stomp did not occur. The giant's foot, which had been raised, was slowly lowered again. What is happening? Why did the monstrous beasts stop their assault? What is going on? Confusion filled the air as the monstrous beasts seemed to cease their slaughter. At that moment, a soldier noticed a figure slowly approaching from the crowd of monstrous beasts outside the city. The figure stood tall, walking step by step into the city, while the surrounding beasts began to retreat frantically. That silhouette looked so familiar. It was Prince Yi. It is Prince Yi. Someone recognized the young man's face and exclaimed in surprise. What, Prince has returned? The queen and others immediately looked out with wild joy. Etion stood alone quietly in the middle of the street. At that moment, the monstrous beasts within the city began to crazily retreat. In the blink of an eye, they vanished without a trace. This scene left countless people astonished. The soldiers and citizens who survived stepped onto the streets, gazing blankly at Etion. A miracle, it is Prince who saved us. Third, someone instinctively knelt on the ground, clasping their hands together and beginning to bow respectfully. Soon, one after another, people began to kneel. Initially, it was the citizens, then the soldiers, and finally members of various families, all kneeling with expressions of reverence. Prince Ye's might is unparalleled. He has saved our great Zhou dynasty. Long live Prince Yi. The surviving citizens wept bitterly, viewing Etion as their savior, a heavenly being descended to earth. The queen's eyes widened in shock. She had not expected Etion to return alive. Jian Xian could not help but exclaim, "This kid is incredible, he is truly remarkable, I can't believe he came back alive." Jian Xian burst into laughter. Throughout the imperial city, cheers erupted. "Prince Yi, Prince Yi." Countless voices screamed his name in a frenzy. Etion was hoisted high by the citizens, tens of thousands marching through the streets, passionately shouting his name. In that moment, perhaps many did not even know their emperor's name yet, but that instant everyone in Great Zhou knew who Etion was. "Prince Yi, you have saved Great Zhou, in place of my subjects. I express my gratitude." The queen's gaze brimmed with appreciation as she knelt upon the ground. "Please, rise," Etion urged, swiftly assisting her to her feet, a smile gracing his lips. It was merely a stroke of luck. Nothing more. Chapter 54, Departure to save the dynasty. There is no such thing as luck. The efforts and actions of Prince Yi were evident to all. The queen's eyes shimmered with gratitude. Her kneeling was indeed warranted. Had it not been for Etion's intervention, the Great Zhou would have perished, and countless lives would have been devoured by the demonic beasts. "Your Majesty, why not seize this opportunity to claim the throne?" Jian Xian suggested. "Let us locate Lin Yu and demand his abdication." Indeed, the queen nodded earnestly. "With Prince Ye's current renown, the common folk will rally to our cause." They proceeded to search for Lin Yu within the palace. But he was nowhere to be found. Soon, news emerged that Lin Yu had hidden himself within the imperial mausoleum. The group hastened to the site, only to discover, with horror, that Lin Yu had hung himself from a tree. He had taken his own life, leaving behind a note, "I am ashamed to face my ancestors and the people of Great Zhou." This emperor possessed a modicum of conscience, Jian Xian remarked. The queen, her face devoid of expression, replied, "Though he was cruel to us, he regarded the people of the dynasty with some measure of decency. His burial in the imperial mausoleum shall afford him a semblance of dignity in death." Days later, the chaos within the imperial city temporarily subsided. With Lin Yu's demise, the Great Zhou dynasty found itself without an emperor. Consequently, ministers began deliberating on which prince should ascend to the throne. The crown prince Lin Chenfeng had departed for the Mou Academy and was thus unavailable. Only the fifth and sixth princes remained as contenders. I propose the sixth prince as the rightful heir. His literary talents are exceptional, and he is destined to become a wise ruler. I support the fifth prince for the throne. Having managed the treasury for decades, his strategic prowess is formidable, ensuring the prosperity of Great Zhou. As the debate raged on, the queen suddenly entered the great hall, accompanied by heavily armored soldiers. The ministers were taken aback, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. The queen ascended the steps and seated herself upon the dragon throne. Speaking with gravity, "For a millennium a Great Zhou has thrived." Lin Yu's departure was abrupt, and he left no testament. "The princes are too young to govern the state. Henceforth, I shall temporarily assume the role of emperor and oversee all affairs." The ministers were rendered speechless, grappling with the implication of her words. Was the queen declaring herself empress? This is utterly unacceptable. A woman cannot ascend the throne. It defies tradition. The queen's eyes hardened. What I say becomes the law. Who dares to defy me? The armored soldiers brandished their weapons, exuding an air of menace. The ministers, sensing the gravity of the situation, fell silent, refraining from further protest. Thus, a female emperor emerged in great show. Yi Tian sat in the garden, a smile upon his face as he perused the information in his hands. If the queen wished to solidify her position, she would need to eliminate dissenters and eradicate influential families. Yet, with her identity as the alchemist king and her formidable charisma, few would dare to challenge her. In just a few months, the Great Shou dynasty could regain its vitality. Xiaobai, it is time for us to prepare and head to the MOU Academy. Yi Tian said with a grin. Let us depart swiftly. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place any longer. Xiaobai replied lazily. Is the world truly as magnificent as you describe? Yi Tian pondered aloud. Absolutely, Xiaobai exclaimed, shaking off lethargy. The outside world is vast and teeming with wondrous beasts and ancient treasures. There are individuals capable of moving mountains and filling seas with but a gesture. Creatures that have lived for millennia, imparting wisdom in mysterious realms, prohibited areas, ancient tombs, and sects with legacies spanning thousands of years. Such marvels are beyond the imagination of a mere imperial dynasty. Yi Tian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He too had recently come to realize the enormity of the world beyond his own. It was so vast that many would dedicate their lives without ever reaching its limits, whether in Dachu or Desho. They were but insignificant specks in the grand tapestry of the Tianwu continent. The MOU Academy was merely a stepping stone to that expansive realm. The journey from here to the Academy spanned thousands of miles. A mere fraction of the world map, Xiaobai informed him, of a distant realm, suspended in the heavens, a world even larger and more boundless than the Tianwu continent. Its inhabitants were beyond their comprehension. Xiaobai referred to this place as the Divine Isle. You should not have made a pact with that black heavenly dog. Xiaobai yawned. You believe you can defeat him in a year? I find that highly improbable. That creature treats land gods as mere fodder. How could you possibly compete with him after just a year of training? Yi Tian retorted. Who do you underestimate? I merely stated a year as a conservative estimate. In reality, I could defeat him in 2 or 3 months. Xiaobai chuckled. Do you honestly believe that land gods represent the pinnacle of cultivation? Yi Tian shook his head. I once thought so. Believing land gods to be the ultimate realm, however, your words have led me to realize that land god is merely a title within the dynasty. Indeed, Xiaobai explained calmly, land gods are merely the most formidable beings within your dynasty's realm. Beyond its confines, they are but novices in the grand scheme of the continent, often relegated to menial tasks in certain areas. Yi Tian scoffed, skeptical of Xiaobai's claims. Land gods were undoubtedly more than mere servants. Yet, despite his exhaustive search through the archives, he could find no reference to the next year of cultivation, and Xiaobai was unwilling to divulge any secrets. He would have to explore this after leaving Great Shou. At that moment, the queen approached, stating, Prince Yi, I have just received word that Lin Yi will soon arrive at the MOU Academy, within half a month's time. Very well, I too intend to set forth. Yi Tian replied. The queen continued, I have already dispatched messengers to Dachu to announce the dissolution of your engagement. Thank you. Yi Tian smiled, feeling a sense of liberation with the end of the engagement. The queen chuckled. I can only imagine the emperor of Dachu's furious reaction as he slams his fist upon the table. Yi Tian laughed. Let that wretched emperor react however he wishes. I am no longer affiliated with the Dachu royal family. Once I graduate from the MOU Academy, I shall seek retribution. Prince Yi, know that no matter what happens, Great Shou will always be your home. If you ever tire of the outside world and wish to return, you will always be welcomed here, the queen said softly. Chapter 55. Unwittingly entering the battlefield, the queen's words came from the heart. And Yi Tian would remember them well. A few days later, he gathered his belongings, preparing to depart for the MOU Academy. He had an inkling that upon arrival he would encounter a world unlike anything he had ever known. Filled with diverse friends and foes. Take care, Prince Yi, and travel safely. The queen personally escorted him to the city gate, her eyes filled with reluctance. Why Etion boarded the carriage, waving cheerfully. Once I reach the academy, I will send word back, and rest assured Lin Yi will be safe with me. Although we cannot be together, she shall remain my dear friend. The queen smiled, reassured by his words. And what of the other princes? Etion inquired. Do not worry, Prince Yi, the other princes will not leave the palace again, the queen replied. Why Etion understood that she had imprisoned Lin Fangwu and the others upon Lin Yi's return from her studies. She would handle their fate. 3 days later, Etion's carriage reached the final city on the outskirts of Great Zhou. Upon entering the inn, he overheard patrons discussing his exploits. Great Zhou was on the brink of ruin. Yet Prince Yi descended like a celestial being to save us all. I witnessed it firsthand. Prince Yi single-handedly slayed 300,000 demonic beasts with a single stroke. You lie, that is utterly untrue. I stood right behind Prince Yi. I saw him shatter the heavens with his sword, and the common folk knelt in reverence. Enough of your bluster, you sound like a fool, an imposing elder. Calm and composed, interjected. You are all spouting nonsense based on hearsay. Who would believe such tales? What do you mean? Were you present at the scene? Someone challenged. Indeed, the elder replied, his gaze indifferent. I participated in that battle, surviving the bloodshed. Upon hearing this, the patrons eagerly gathered around, respectfully asking, Elder, could you recount what transpired? The elder stroked his beard, adopting an air of mystery, as he began. 100,000 demonic beasts besieged the imperial city, and tens of thousands of cavalry were crushed in an instant. At that time the sky was dark and the earth was bleak, with neither day nor night to offer illumination. Blood and fear engulfed the entire city's populace. In that moment of dire peril, an elderly man suddenly became animated. Amidst the suffocating darkness, the divine radiance appeared, and Prince Yi descended from the heavens. With a gentle wave of his hand, he repelled all malevolent creatures. In my former self, I had never believed in light until I beheld Prince Yi, and it was then that I realized there exists someone more dazzling than the sun itself. How astonishing! Is Prince Yi truly that formidable? The people within the room stood in awe, their expressions a mixture of shock and reverence. Nearby, Etion, who was munching on food, struggled to suppress a grin. This was utterly outrageous. In merely a few days, tales of his exploits had spread far and wide, yet none of them bore truth. At that moment, a weary caravan appeared, and upon entering, they began to curse vehemently. Damn bandits! They dare to rob even us. They are utterly lawless. It was far too dangerous to venture outside now. I advise everyone to remain indoors for the next few months. Our great Zhou has just emerged from internal strife, and surrounding kingdoms are beginning to capitalize on the chaos. The fourth prince alone cannot withstand this. The crowd sighed in unison. Etion, however, paid little heed to their lamentations. After satiating his hunger and replenishing his supplies, he resumed his journey. Upon reaching the city gate, he found it firmly shut, forbidding any exit. Why can't we leave? Etion inquired. The guard replied, there is fighting occurring outside. To venture forth is to court death. No one is permitted to leave. Why Etion insisted, I must go out, please make an exception. Without a pass, no one may exit, the guard stated sternly. Why Etion, unwilling to engage in further dialogue, made his way to an unguarded section and effortlessly scaled the city wall. Leaping outside, once outside, Etion beheld billowing smoke rising from the ground, and scattered around him were the recently deceased, numbering at least in the hundreds. Not far ahead, soldiers from opposing factions clashed violently. Initially intending to circumvent the conflict, Etion was suddenly assailed by a volley of arrows. Seizing a shield from the ground, he raised it to deflect the onslaught. As the first barrage of arrows ceased, he barely had time to breathe when several massive crossbow bolts hurtled toward him. Instantly, Etion grasped one and crushed it with force. Kill! Hundreds of enemy soldiers surged towards him from all directions. Etion furrowed his brow. It seemed he had unwittingly intruded upon a battlefield and needed to flee swiftly. However, the enemy had already surrounded him, compelling him to retaliate. With his current abilities, a mere few hundred foes posed no challenge. After dispatching them with remarkable efficiency, Etion accelerated towards the front, seeking to escape the combat zone. Yet soon, he encountered a vast plain where no fewer than 70 to 80,000 soldiers were engaged in combat. Etion was at a loss for words. He had intended to avoid the fray but had inadvertently charged into the heart of the battlefield. He also discerned that among the great Zhou soldiers, there were several unfamiliar factions present. You must find a way around, otherwise he will not escape, advised Xiao Bai, perched lazily on his shoulder. While Etion nodded, realizing that traversing the battlefield of tens of thousands would require him to fly on his sword. Just as he prepared to depart, a cavalry unit from Great Zhou charged towards him. Leading them was an individual clad in silver-black armor, wielding a 3-shang-long sword adorned with python patterns. His gaze as sharp as a blade fixated upon Etion. "Prince Yi," the man spoke icily. While Etion did not recognize him and retorted, "Who are you?" "I am the 4th Prince Lin Fengchen," the man replied. Etion suddenly understood. This was the 4th prince stationed at the border. A face he was seeing for the first time. "Is there something you need?" Etion inquired. Lin Fengchen's gaze bore into him. "I am aware of the recent turmoil within the dynasty." "Are you seeking vengeance for your father?" Etion countered. "No," Lin Fengchen replied, his expression devoid of emotion. "The fate of my father is of no concern to me. I am merely a son cast into exile. Unloved. We share a commonality, then, both of us are unappreciated," Etion remarked with a smile. Lin Fengchen continued, "Are you heading to the MOU Academy?" "Indeed," Etion affirmed, "however getting there may prove difficult. We are currently engaged in battle with the Flame Emperor dynasty. Combined, our forces exceed 100,000 and it will be at least a bloodbath for half a month. I can find a hidden path to escort you away. That would be much appreciated." Etion replied without pretense. Chapter 56, Can This Sword Slay Immortals? Etion mounted his horse, following Lin Fengchen along a narrow path through the battlefield. During their journey, Lin Fengchen exchanged a few casual remarks before lapsing into silence. After a brief interval, they arrived at a valley. Lin Fengchen announced, "Prince Yi, I can only escort you this far. I must return to command the defense." "Very well," Etion nodded slightly. "Take care of yourself." As they clasped fists in farewell, suddenly, hundreds of heavily armored soldiers emerged from the surroundings. Following them, numerous ferocious beasts appeared, their bloodthirsty gazes fixated on the group. "This is bad." We walked into an ambush. "It's the Flame Emperor dynasty," Lin Fengchen exclaimed coldly. "Today, I finally have you cornered, Prince Lin." A cackling man with a sharp face rode in on a fierce tiger, his grin chilling. "If I kill you here, the border will fall." "Do not harbor such delusions," Lin Fengchen shot back, his eyes glacial. "Prince Yi, you must leave at once. I will handle this." With that, Lin Fengchen brandished his long sword and charged forward. Though he was a 9th-rank warrior and possessed formidable strength, the opposing cavalry was even more brutal, attacking with a dozen ferocious beasts. Lin Fengchen was quickly overpowered and thrown from his steed. His subordinates rushed in to protect him, but they were torn apart by the beasts. "Today marks your demise, Prince Lin," the sharp-faced man declared, swinging his long sword toward Lin Fengchen's head. Suddenly a powerful force surged forth, clanging against the man's weapon and sending it flying. "Who dares to ambush me?" the man growled, his eyes filled with menace. While Etion calmly responded, "You are simply too hideous, it makes me feel nauseous. Did your mother trap your head when she bore you?" At this, the man's fury ignited, his body trembling with rage. He let out a roar and charged at Etion. While Etion raised his hand, concentrating sword energy at his fingertips, and in the next moment, with a swift thrust, the energy pierced through the man's brow. Lin Fengchen's face lit up with joy. He had long heard of Etion's prowess. And witnessing it firsthand today confirmed the tales. However, Lin Fengchen's smile quickly faded as he noticed thousands of formidable warriors from the Flame Emperor dynasty emerging alongside several exceptionally powerful presences within the throng. I never expected the sacrificial core to mobilize. Lin Fengchen's eyes burned with fury, his fists clenched tightly. The sacrificial core was the most powerful entity of the Flame Emperor dynasty, and its Grand Priest was a fearsome figure. Reputed to be the strongest beneath the terrestrial immortals, faced with such a master, Lin Fengchen felt that his chance of survival was nearly non-existent. "Prince Yi, you must leave now, they seek me, not you," he urged through gritted teeth. Yi Tian replied indifferently, "You kindly escorted me away. If I were to stand idly by, would I not be a heartless ingrate? Besides, dealing with these insignificant pests will not consume much of my time." What an arrogant youth! The Grand Priest, clad in black robes and wielding a serpent-headed staff, emerged, his tone as frigid as a viper's. "You ignorant wretch, to dare spout such bravado when death is imminent." With a shout, the Grand Priest unleashed a wave of icy energy that swiftly coalesced into towering ice walls, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Lin Fengchen and the others immediately paled at the sight. The Grand Priest's strength was evidently greater than they had anticipated. "We're doomed." Lin Fengchen's eyes glimmered with fury. Even in the face of certain death, he would fight to the bitter end. Yi Tian calmly stepped forward, now less than 3 paces from the Grand Priest. Sensing the cold aura emanating from him, Yi Tian drew a broken sword and stated, "If you can withstand a single strike from this prince, I shall grant you a complete corpse." The Grand Priest chuckled sinisterly. "You blind fool, to be on the brink of death and still feign bravado. Prepare to die." With a fierce slam of his staff against the ground, an overwhelming wave of freezing energy surged forth. Yi Tian's gaze remained unchanged. He focused the sword energy in his broken sword, which erupted with a brilliant light. And the next instant, the sword energy swept across 3,000 miles. Descending in a furious slash, boom, the immense explosion shook the entire valley, obliterating everything in its path into dust. As screams echoed, the sword energy detonated a second time, boom. After the explosion, a massive pit spanning dozens of zhong remained where the Grand Priest and the Flame Emperor soldiers had once stood. Now utterly vanished. "Oh no, it appears I miscalculated my strength. I inadvertently shattered you into pieces." Yi Tian sighed in exasperation. Sheathing his broken sword, Lin Fengchen and the others stood agape, stunned by the scene before them. The most formidable Grand Priest of the Flame Emperor dynasty, a master of great renown, had been obliterated in a single stroke. "Prince Yi, your sword." Lin Fengchen swallowed hard, feeling utterly astounded despite having witnessed numerous powerful figures before. Yi Tian smiled faintly, inquiring, "How formidable is this sword of mine? Can it sever the celestial?" "Indeed." Lin Fengchen nodded vigorously, his heart in turmoil as he remarked, "This sword of Prince Yi is capable of sweeping across the 9 provinces." Yi Tian nodded in satisfaction, realizing that his swordsmanship had indeed advanced significantly. It appeared that engaging in more battles and accumulating experience was essential for becoming even stronger. "Lin Prince, I bid you farewell." Yi Tian waved his hand in parting. Lin Fengchen gazed at his retreating figure, unable to suppress his thoughts. How could my foolish father offend someone like him? If it were me, even if he sought the throne of the great Zhou, I would unhesitatingly acquiesce. With Prince Yi here, the great Zhou could endure for millennia. My elder brother, the Crown Prince, cannot possibly rival Prince Yi in strength. My father has misjudged his choice. Immediately, Lin Fengchen's expression hardened as he declared, "The Grand Priest is dead, and the Fire Emperor dynasty has suffered severe losses. This is our opportune moment to strike back. All soldiers, follow me back and catch them off guard." Days later, Yi Tian traversed through a valley and arrived at a bustling trade district. This area was a nexus of commerce frequented by people from all corners for supplies and respite. After glancing at the map, Yi Tian noted that it would take him a fortnight of relentless travel to reach the MOU Academy from this point. It was indeed quite distant. If only I could teleport, Yition mused unconsciously. Teleport, you dare to dream, Xiaobai yawned, commenting, teleportation is a power that ordinary strong beings do not possess, even I have rarely encountered anyone capable of such feats. For an ordinary person, traversing a distance of 10,000 meters in a single breath is already an impressive accomplishment. Perhaps after another 100 or 80 years of cultivation you might master teleportation. Yition rolled his eyes, thinking, who do you look down upon? He was determined to learn teleportation. Wait a moment, there's something precious. Xiaobai sniffed the air and said, there's something peculiar, you should go take a look. Chapter 57, Ancient Precious Blood. What curious thing has even caught your attention? Yition inquired. Xiaobai replied, what I discovered is undoubtedly something remarkable. Do you want it? Of course, where is it? Yition asked eagerly. To the left, at that stall, Xiaobai directed. Yition approached the stall, which was quite small, displaying only a dozen items on a piece of carpet. That black orb, Xiaobai pointed out. Yition crouched down and casually picked it up. Asking how much for this, the vendor smiled and replied, this is a celestial artifact that fell from the heavens, said to have been used by deities millennia ago. Don't bore me with nonsense. How many spirit stones? Yition interrupted. 500 stones, the vendor stated. 50 stones, not a penny more. Yition countered. You little rascal, you're joking. It cannot be sold for less than 400 spirit stones. 40 spirit stones, take it or leave it. With that, Yition turned to walk away. All right, I'll sell it to you. The vendor considered, his expression one of exasperation. After paying the spirit stones, Yition left with the orb and asked, can you now tell me what this item is for? Xiaobai replied mysteriously, there are several beautiful women ahead, take the orb and walk towards them. Yition complied, and as he approached, the orb emitted a faint glow. Suddenly, it slipped from his grasp and landed directly inside one of the women's skirts. Yition was taken aback. What on earth? The woman, feeling something drop into her clothing, quickly reached to retrieve it. Who threw something into my clothes? How rude! The beautiful woman, visibly angered, turned to glare at Yition. Was it you? Why did you throw something into my clothing? I didn't. Yition attempted to explain, but with no one else around, it was clear he could not clarify. Fine, I admit it flew in by itself. He confessed, you did it on purpose, the woman retorted, fuming, to gain my attention. You'd resort to such tactics. Men are truly ridiculous. She initially intended to discard the black object, but her companion interjected, Chichi, isn't this the black obsidian you've been searching for? Upon hearing this, Chichi examined the stone closely, her eyes lighting up with joy. Yes, this is it, the black obsidian I've been looking for. She had searched long and hard for this object, then now it had unexpectedly come to her. Hey, whoever you are, sell it to me. Name your price, Chichi declared with determination. Not for sale, Yition asserted, reclaiming the item and turning to leave. He had yet to fully understand its value and would not part with it lightly. Handsome, don't be like this, please sell it to me. I've been searching for it for ages, Chichi pleaded, her eyes filled with a sense of urgency. She even grasped his hand, adding, this item could save lives. Have mercy, especially since you're so handsome. Am I really handsome? Yition asked, intrigued. Of course, you're incredibly handsome, the stars and moon pale in comparison to your brilliance. I thought such dazzling stars didn't exist until I saw you. Flattered by the compliments, Yition felt a surge of confidence. All right, 5,000 spirit stones. Why? Yition casually suggested. So expensive? Chichi's expression reflected her dismay. I only have 2,000 spirit stones, can you sell it to me for now? And I'll make it up to you later, Yition calmly replied. Without 5,000 spirit stones, it's non-negotiable unless you. He scrutinized her, and Chichi quickly understood, biting her lip. Though you are handsome, I am not easily swayed. You could come home and propose, my parents would likely agree. Why? Yition waved his hand dismissively. Let's skip the proposal. I just want to take a nap. He brushed off the idea of any further obligations. I will wait here, you can go home and gather the spirit stones. Yetion stated. Okay, wait for me. Chichi's face lit up with hope as she immediately dashed away. Xiaobai, what exactly is this black obsidian for? Yetion inquired. For you it has no use, but for women it is invaluable, it can enhance beauty. Xiaobai lazily explained. Do you know why I insisted you buy this? Yetion's eyes widened with curiosity. Because this place harbors a unique aura. And that woman possesses it most intensely, Xiaobai elaborated. Have you heard of ancient precious blood? Not at all. Yetion shook his head. Xiaobai continued casually. Ancient precious blood is said to originate from an extremely ancient era. Families possessing this bloodline have gradually vanished through generations. Drinking this blood can expand one's lineage, drastically improving one's foundation. That woman possesses a relatively pure form of this precious blood. If you could drink it, it would enhance your constitution, solidifying your foundation and making you stronger. Yetion pondered for a moment before asking, what if she refuses? Then kill her. Xiaobai replied. First negotiate. If she disagrees, eliminate her. Any means are justifiable for the sake of strength. Yetion chuckled, considering that killing her might indeed be a viable option. Several hours passed without any sign of her return. Yetion began to wonder if she had changed her mind. Just then Chichi appeared, bloodied and trembling, apologizing. I'm so sorry, I couldn't gather the spirit stones. I have to return this. What do you mean? You made me wait all this time for nothing? Yetion's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Chichi quickly waved her hands. No, it's not like that. I was robbed of my spirit stones. Robbed? Yetion raised an eyebrow. Do you think I would believe your nonsense? It's true, Chichi stammered. It was the people from Shenming City. They took my spirit stones and hurt me. If I hadn't run fast, I would have. Before she could finish, 7 or 8 figures in black robes suddenly appeared. Despicable woman, where do you think you're running? The lead black-robed figure glared menacingly. We only want a taste of your blood. Why are you fleeing, brother? Why waste words? Just behead her and drain her blood. Yes, let us be direct and give her a swift end. 2 black-robed figures brandished carved daggers, grinning cruelly as they aimed for Chichi's head. Yetion watched in amusement. That woman's blood belonged to him, no one else could take it. Chapter 58. This woman is poisonous. The black-robed man swung his blade toward Chichi's head. Terrified, Chichi's eyes widened, her body frozen in fear as she awaited her fate. Suddenly, a surge of true energy shot forth, piercing the heads of the 2 black-robed figures. This unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. The remaining black-robed figures turned to face Yetion, their murderous intent palpable as they charged toward him. Third, Yetion effortlessly released a few strands of true energy, swiftly dispatching these individuals. You are truly formidable. Having killed them in an instant, Chichi remarked, her voice laced with astonishment. It was merely a trivial matter, Yetion replied nonchalantly. Chichi's face brightened with delight. Not only are you handsome, but your strength is also remarkable. You are simply exceptional. Do not rejoice too soon. I am equally intrigued by your blood. Yetion's words instantly froze Chichi's expression, causing her to slowly retreat. Her voice trembling. Handsome, please don't do this. What is so special about my blood? You cannot treat me this way. Spare me. I am quite adorable. Yetion chuckled. I merely require your blood, not your life. If you grant me 1/3 of your blood, I shall find a way to ensure your safety. Should you refuse, I will have no choice but to end your life. Very well, I agree. Chichi nodded eagerly. Unexpectedly quick to acquiesce. Yetion was momentarily speechless, swallowing all the excuses he had prepared. She is quite proactive. You must seize this opportunity, Xiaobai advised him. Yetion smirked, reflecting that being handsome does indeed have its advantages. Had he been unattractive, Chichi might have preferred death over compliance. Recognizing that this was not an opportune location for drawing blood, Yetion instructed her to find a secure place. Chichi pointed ahead. Several dozen miles away lies Shenming City. We can find a quiet spot there, but could you be gentle? I fear pain, she added. Why Etion smiled, rest assured, I shall treat you delicately and tenderly. The phrasing struck an odd note akin to a dubious uncle coaxing a young girl. Etion shook his head, quickly suppressing any lingering guilt. Such is the nature of this world, where the strong prey upon the weak. What else could one expect when the other possesses ancient blood? After a stick of incense had burned down, the two arrived at Xianming City. Even before entering, Etion sensed the city was extraordinary. Several corpses hung from the city gate, blood still oozing from them, indicating they had not been dead for long. Upon entering the main street, he noted the prevalence of faces that exuded menace. The atmosphere here was heavier than anywhere else. Chi-Chi pushed open the gate of a courtyard, which appeared to have been recently cleaned and looked quite tidy. This will do, it is relatively quiet, she said, beginning to undress. Wait, why are you taking off your clothes? Etion inquired. Do you not need my blood? Chi-Chi responded. Why? Etion chuckled softly, I only require your blood, not your body. There is no need for you to undress. All right then, Chi-Chi replied, displaying a look of disappointment as she seated herself on a stool. Her head bowed. Why Etion prepared several vials, medicinal pills, and other tools. Once everything was ready, he used a dagger to slice open her wrist and began to draw blood. As the crimson liquid flowed forth, Chi-Chi's complexion paled instantly, her body trembling slightly from the pain. Wait, Xiao Bai suddenly halted him, saying, this blood seems off, let me take a look. With that, Xiao Bai dipped a claw into the blood and sniffed it. There is something wrong with this blood, he declared. The energy within is impure. Consuming it would not only be ineffective but would also ruin one's foundation. This blood is toxic, damn it. Etion was immediately incensed, pondering whether Chi-Chi had deliberately tampered with her blood. What have you ingested? Etion coldly questioned. I haven't taken anything unusual, Chi-Chi replied nervously. I have always been this way. Why? Etion furrowed his brow. Regardless of her truthfulness, there was no opportunity to ascertain it now. Is her blood entirely useless? He asked. Xiao Bai nodded slightly, then shook his head, saying it cannot be said to be completely wasted. Others would certainly be unable to utilize it. However, I am aware of several methods to restore the power within her blood. What methods? Etion inquired. Xiao Bai chuckled. The first method is to use your own true energy in conjunction with her, which would take about 7 or 8 days to purify her blood toxins. The second method involves finding an antidote pill for her to consume, which would also remedy the issue. The third method is to throw her into a pill furnace for refinement. After 49 days, a drop of ancient blood will be extracted. Why Etion pondered this information. Chi-Chi's complexion shifted as she implored, please do not kill me, I wish to live. Why Etion lifted his gaze. The first method requires 7 or 8 days. Are there any side effects? Xiao Bai chuckled. The side effect is simply weakness in the legs. Why Etion's expression darkened. There are dangers lurking at any moment. How can one face enemies if weakened? And who do you look down upon? I am not one to become weak after 7 or 8 days. I have fought for 360 days without issue, continuously. Etion snorted in frustration. He then continued, is the second method not simpler, merely requiring an antidote pill for her? That is the most difficult option, Xiao Bai replied nonchalantly. The antidote pill requires special and rare materials, with a quality rating around 6. If luck is not on your side, you may never find one in your lifetime. And the third method, throwing her into the pill furnace for refinement, Etion muttered, it takes 49 days, that is far too much time to waste. You have been informed of all 3 methods, which do you choose? Xiao Bai retorted. I suggest killing her. If we cannot obtain it, neither shall anyone else. Etion remained calm. Why are you in such a hurry? I shall first see if I can find the antidote pill. If not, the other 2 methods can be explored. What is the name of the antidote pill? Baidu. Then that name is rather unremarkable, Etion replied. Why Etion arrived at a pharmacy to inquire about Baidu. Then he soon discovered that it was indeed quite rare. The materials for its concoction were special and scarce. compounded by the fact that it was a 6th-grade pill, making it even more precious, essentially priceless and difficult to find. Yet Etion was a person blessed with the fortune of the true dragon. While others might search for millennia without success, he stumbled upon it quite fortuitously. Baidu Dan was in the possession of an individual named Su Feng. Chapter 59. Do you know who my brother is? Etion did not recognize this Su Feng, but knowing that he possessed the antidote pill he needed made the next steps clear. He could either buy it at a high price or resort to robbery. Not one to act recklessly, Etion decided to approach him first. If the man was unwilling to negotiate, then he would resort to force. After gathering information, Etion located a place where one could indulge in the company of women. Upon seeing the lineup of beauties at the entrance, he was reminded of his last experience at such an establishment. Welcome, esteemed guest. Who are you looking for? The madam approached with a beaming smile. Grasping Etion's arm, he pushed her away, adopting a cool demeanor. I am here for someone named Su Feng. He is my close friend. The madam's face lit up with delight. You are a friend of Sui. Please come in. Sui is in the private room. She led Etion upstairs, through several corridors until they reached a quiet, secluded room. Inside, laughter and playful shouts could be heard. While Etion pushed the door open. Inside the room, a dozen or so scantily clad women were playing hide and seek with a man. The sight was rather indecent, and Etion found himself involuntarily glancing a second time. Got you, Su Feng exclaimed, seizing Etion's arm, his excitement palpable. Such delicate hands. You must be fragrant. You cannot escape now. I am your father, Etion retorted. Who? Why does that voice belong to a man? Su Feng, far from intimidated, grew more animated, attempting to kiss Etion. Startled, Etion swiftly slapped him, causing Su Feng to realize his mistake. He quickly removed his blindfold. Who the hell are you? Su Feng glared at Etion with icy anger. Who are you? Who let you in? Get out, Etion replied calmly. I have business with you. Do you possess Baidu Dan? Name your price. Su Feng's expression darkened. You want Baidu Dan from me? Who do you think you are? As he spoke, Su Feng threw a punch, but Etion easily blocked it and sent him flying with a single strike. Realizing he was no match for Etion, Su Feng tossed a smoke bomb and fled the establishment. However, he soon discovered that evading Etion was not so simple. Moments later, gasping for breath, Su Feng reached the riverside, believing he had lost his pursuer. Upon turning around, he was startled to find Etion watching him with a bemused expression. Su Feng stumbled back. Who are you? Dare you reveal your name? Do you know who my brother is? Etion replied indifferently, I require the Baidu Dan from you, or hand it over and you may name your price. Do not come any closer, Su Feng threatened, retreating. I have powerful connections. Mention my brother's name, and you will be terrified. Etion advanced steadily. Su Feng, panicking, shouted, my brother is Etion, the reincarnation of the sword god. Try to harm a single hair on my head and you will see. Who did you say? Etion came to a halt, his gaze tinged with a hint of perplexity. He pondered to himself, are there truly so many people with the same name these days? Indeed, you heard correctly, my elder brother is Etion, the reincarnation of the sword god. Su Feng immediately puffed out his chest, speaking with unwavering confidence. My elder brother is the sword god. He once severed countless demons with a single strike, causing even the black heavenly dog to tremble in fear. Upon hearing this, Etion initially assumed it was merely a case of sharing a name. However, when he heard the mention of the black heavenly dog, his expression shifted to one of peculiarity. Realizing something was amiss, the Etion you speak of, could it be the one from the Great Show? Indeed, Su Feng nodded emphatically, arrogantly proclaiming, my elder brother is the sword god who saved the Great Show dynasty. I am his sworn brother. Dare to harm me and see what happens. Who told you he is the sword god? Etion chuckled in disbelief. Is it necessary to ask? Just inquire in Xianming City. Who does not know of my elder brother's renown? Su Feng, visibly enraged, retorted. When the great Zhou faced peril, my elder brother descended from the heavens like a celestial being, slaying myriad demons with a single sword. He even dared to strike down the emperor of the great Zhou, but terrestrial immortal. My elder brother is a martial saint from the heavens, the reincarnation of the sword god, and is protected by the mandate of heaven. Yi Tian quietly observed Su Feng as he boasted, martial saint, reincarnation of the sword god. How come he had never heard of such claims? Who is spreading these baseless rumors? Are you frightened, Su Feng? Seeing Yi Tian's inaction, assumed he was intimidated and became even more boastful. Rest assured, although I am my brother's sibling, I do not trouble him lightly. You were rude to me, I can forgive you. Just pay for the drinks from earlier and all will be well. Yi Tian regarded him with a bemused smile, wondering from where this fellow derived such audacity in pretending to be his friend. How well do you know this Yi Tian? Is he currently quite famous? Yi Tian inquired. Of course, my elder brother's fame resonates throughout the continent. Su Feng displayed an air of arrogance. Just the fact that he can slay terrestrial immortals and battle the demon king, the Black Heavenly Dog, is enough to secure his place in history. Look around, among the 328 major and minor dynasties, who else could achieve such feats? Even the scions of sects may not survive in the presence of the Black Heavenly Dog. Yi Tian could not help but ask, is the Black Heavenly Dog truly that formidable, more powerful than a terrestrial immortal? Are you not merely spouting nonsense? Su Feng laughed in exasperation. The Black Heavenly Dog is a creature that has existed since ancient times, capable of floating corpses for 10,000 miles in a single rage. It could swallow the moon in one bite, leaving the eternal life emperor severely wounded. To survive against such an existence, my elder brother must be unmatched in the world. Yi Tian found it amusing. How could it be that in just a few days, tales about him had become so fantastical, and now he was being linked to the sword god? Truly remarkable. After all this idle chatter, you still owe me the 100 poisons pill. Yi Tian stated. Are you impervious to reason? Su Feng's eyes widened in indignation. You know who my elder brother is, yet you dare to take my belongings. Do you believe I won't summon someone to put an end to you? I do not believe you can summon your elder brother, Yi Tian retorted. Very well, just wait, I will certainly call my elder brother here. Su Feng pretended to take out a talisman and crushed it. Just wait, if you have the courage, do not flee. My elder brother will be here shortly to deal with you. Su Feng's expression turned menacing. Yi Tian remained calm, curious to see if the other could indeed summon someone. Su Feng's gaze began to flicker as he realized he might not be able to deceive this individual. My elder brother does not kill nameless individuals. What is your name? Su Feng asked through gritted teeth. Oh, my name is Yi Tian. Yi Tian? Su Feng's expression turned one of surprise. Good heavens, you possess such incredible luck to share the same name as my elder brother. Have you lost your mind? You think you are worthy to share a name with my elder brother? Yi Tian's lips twitched. This fellow was quite abstract, not even questioning that he was the Yi Tian mentioned. He could not be bothered to explain further. Su Feng continued to rumble. You are named Yi Tian. That is truly a coincidence, sharing a name with my elder brother. If you are willing to assist me with a small favor, I can give you the 100 poisons pill. Yi Tian raised an eyebrow and asked, what favor? Su Feng pointed towards Shenming city behind him. I am enamored with a woman, but her family disdains my humble circumstances and opposes our union. Just pretend to be my elder brother and accompany me for a visit. Yi Tian inquired, aren't you quite close with your elder brother? Why not let him accompany you? Nonsense, my elder brother is a busy man. He has no time to come, he is heading to the MOU Academy, and I do not wish to disturb him. Su Feng huffed, since you share a name with my elder brother, just accompany me for this trip. You need not speak a word, merely observe my performance. Yi Tian could not help but chuckle at this, then nodded in agreement. He was curious to see what scheme this fellow was concocting. Upon returning to Shenming City, Su Feng purchased new attire and revamped his appearance before arriving at the entrance of the Li family estate. A servant opened the door, and upon seeing Su Feng, wore a face of disdain. "What do you want this time? My young lady will not meet with you." Su Feng calmly replied, "Let your master come out to see me. I have a significant person to introduce." "You are just a fraud. How could you possibly know a great figure?" The servant was clearly not convinced. Su Feng tossed 2 spirit stones. "Hurry and summon your master. If you miss this great figure, you will suffer the consequences. Wait here, I will inform my master." The servant grumbled as he departed. Yi Tian followed Su Feng into the living room to wait, during which Su Feng quietly reminded, "Just impersonate my elder brother and refrain from speaking. It may lead to exposure." Indeed. Yi Tian nodded. The notion of impersonating himself was rather amusing. Moments later, a dignified middle-aged man entered the room. Li Chen looked at Su Feng with contempt. "What do you want this time? I will not agree to let my daughter marry someone like you. Leave immediately." Su Feng maintained a broad smile. "Uncle, please do not speak so harshly. My feelings for your daughter are sincere." "Sincere, my foot." Li Chen's face turned ashen with rage. "You got my daughter pregnant, and then you wanted her to terminate the pregnancy. You speak of love, yet you utter such words." Su Feng chuckled. "Uncle, I did not say that. It was merely gossip from outside. My love for your daughter runs deep. I would even gladly die for her." "Then go die right now. Let me see," Li Chen retorted. "That is not possible. I have matters to attend to." Su Feng replied with a grin. "Uncle, your disapproval of our union stems from my lack of power and influence, but I tell you, starting today, I too have connections." As he spoke, Su Feng pointed to Yi Tian seated beside him. "This is my elder brother, Yi Tian, from the Great Zhou." "The Great Zhou, Yi Tian?" Li Chen squinted, slowly speaking. "Could it be that this person is the one who recently slew a terrestrial immortal and battled the Demon King?" "The Black Heavenly Dog, yes, that is correct," Su Feng declared proudly. "My elder brother is the reincarnation of the martial saint, the sword god descended, the embodiment of the star of literature, and the light of the earth." Li Chen's face twisted in derision. "You dare to impersonate that powerful figure with just anyone? You truly have the audacity. Su Feng, do you take me for a fool? I see that you will pay for your deceit today." Li Chen gathered a surge of energy in his finger and flicked it towards Su Feng's forehead. Suddenly, another surge of energy flew in, dissipating his attack. "Do not be so impulsive," Yi Tian spoke calmly. Li Chen's eyes fixed on him, his facial muscles twitching before he uttered, "I shall grant your younger brother this favor today. Tomorrow, the Li family will hold a competition for marriage. If he can defeat everyone, I will agree to his union with my daughter." "Show him out," Li Chen said expressionlessly. "Thank you, uncle. I shall not disappoint you tomorrow." Su Feng exited with a beaming smile. "Master, that person is a fraud. And the one beside him is certainly not the Yi Prince from the Great Zhou. We should just eliminate him." "No," Li Chen replied coolly. "The young man beside him is no ordinary individual. Although I only used half my strength, he effortlessly blocked my attack. Even if that young man is not truly Yi Tian, he is certainly not a nameless character. We must not hastily offend someone of unknown origin. Immediately investigate his identity. I want to know who that person is." Exhilarated, Su Feng could not help but hum a tune as he exited the Li family estate. Yi Tian remarked nonchalantly, "I have completed the favor you requested. Now give me the 100 poisons pill. Do not be impatient, my brother." Su Feng replied, "Once the competition for marriage concludes tomorrow, I will surely give you what you seek. Furthermore, the Baidu Dan is not in my possession. I must have a friend deliver it, and it will arrive by tomorrow. You had best not deceive me, for the consequences shall be yours to bear." Yi Tian's gaze was icy. Su Feng grinned, "Brother, do you truly think I am that sort of person? My elder brother is none other than Yi Tian, the reincarnation of the martial saint. I am a man of my word." Yi Tian snorted coldly. Choosing to trust him this once. He turned and departed. Upon returning to the courtyard, he discovered that Chi-Chi was absent. Just as Yi-Tion wondered if she had fled, Chi-Chi returned with food and drink in hand. I went to buy some food, it smells delightful. Do take a taste, Chi-Chi remarked. Why? Yi-Tion replied, I thought you might have run away. Why did you not flee? Chi-Chi responded, I have no home left. Where could I possibly go? No home. Yi-Tion looked at her in confusion. Chi-Chi lowered her head and said, I was adopted as a child. My adoptive parents treated me poorly, extracting my blood every month. She then rolled up her sleeve, revealing countless scars adorning her arms. For over a decade they have drawn my blood each month. I have grown accustomed to it, yet I do not harbor hatred towards them. After all, they took me in, otherwise I would have been devoured by wild beasts, Chi-Chi said with a smile. Chapter 61, A single kick to the death. Yi-Tion gazed at the scars on her arms. Momentarily taken aback. He had initially assumed she lived in a happy family, for how could a girl with such a radiant smile have an unfortunate background? Yet he was mistaken. This seemingly cheerful woman had endured a life of misery. In that instant he felt a pang of compassion. What is this? Have you developed feelings for her, you rascal? Shall Bai inquired. Why? Yi-Tion retorted sarcastically, I am not a heartless beast. I was once the benevolent prince of the great Chu. Perhaps I may become cold and ruthless in the future, but for now, I am not yet capable of such a state. Compassion is one thing, but I must not allow myself to be moved. Though she possesses ancient blood, she is not worthy of you, Xiao Bai stated. Why? Yi-Tion chuckled, for he was no fool. He could not fall for every woman he encountered. However, he mused that a casual liaison was not entirely out of the question. The following morning, Yi-Tion arrived punctually at the venue hosted by the Li family for the martial arts competition to win a bride. There were over 100 participants, and the lineup included not only men and elderly men but even women. The Li family was evidently quite open-minded. Are women allowed to compete as well? Yi-Tion commented, let alone women, even demons are permitted. What kind of world is this? Can't we loosen our thoughts a bit? Su Feng laughed. Why? Yi-Tion grimaced, having thought that those living in such a world would possess more traditional and rigid views. He realized instead that he himself was the one with conservative beliefs. Soon the competition commenced. Featuring contestants of varying strengths, the weakest were first- and second-tier martial artists, while the strongest approached the eighth tier. There were elderly participants who had lived for over a century, as well as grotesquely unattractive individuals and demon cultivators who had yet to fully transform into human form. The diverse array of competitors opened Yi-Tion's eyes to the allure of the Li family daughter, prompting him to utter, just how beautiful is this Li family maiden that so many aspire to win her favor. A nearby onlooker chuckled a little. Brother, you are unaware of the rumors. It is said that not only is the Li family maiden strikingly beautiful, but her figure is also quite exquisite. There is a saying circulating in Xianming City, the waist of a celestial maiden in the heavens. The allure of Li's daughter on earth. Yi-Tion was taken aback. The phrase had a certain poetic quality. Who was clever enough to compose such lines? At that moment, it was Su Feng's turn to take the stage. His strength was formidable around the 9th tier mark, and few could match him. After winning over 30 consecutive matches, he was on the verge of claiming the championship when a figure clad in black robes ascended to the platform. The atmosphere fell silent as the crowd sensed the tension. They evidently recognized the black-robed figure. Su Feng's expression turned grave as he stated, in Xianming City, from the Tongtian sect, it is Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu lifted the brim of his hood and spoke indifferently, since I have been recognized, there is no need for pretense. What brings you here? Su Feng's gaze turned frigid. Your Tongtian sect has no need for an alliance with the Li family. Do you? Zhou Wu smirked derisively. The Tongtian sect naturally looks down upon the Li family. However, I was quite displeased with my previous defeat to you, so today, I have come for vengeance. Before all, I intend to slay you here. Su Feng clenched his fists, fully aware of Zhou Wu's prowess. Their last encounter had only resulted in a narrow victory for him. This time, Zhou Wu was prepared, and he feared for his life. "Prepare to receive my attack." Zhou Wu brandished his weapon, unleashing a wave of sword energy. Su Feng wielded a three-section staff, engaging in combat. The crack of their weapons clashing echoed as the sword energy intertwined and exploded. The two fought back and forth, neither gaining the upper hand. After hundreds of exchanges, Zhou Wu's sword energy suddenly turned vicious, his strikes faster and more unpredictable. Su Feng found himself struggling to keep up. Yet, after a brief moment, Su Feng unleashed his true abilities. With a roar, his staff transformed its attack pattern, and the sound of a tiger's roar resonated throughout the arena. His ferocious strikes unleashed a tempest of energy, visible to the naked eye as thousands of staff shadows danced in the air. Zhou Wu was momentarily caught off guard, sustaining numerous blows that shattered several of his ribs. Blood spewed forth as Zhou Wu staggered back, his gaze turning fierce. "Finally, you have revealed your true skill with the tiger roar dance. I defeated you last time, and I shall do so again. You are no match for me. Get lost." Su Feng coldly replied, "Is that so?" Zhou Wu laughed heartily, his sword fragmenting in his grasp before reassembling into an axe of annihilation. Zhou Wu bellowed, wielding the axe with overwhelming force as it descended. Roar! Su Feng attempted to unleash the tiger roar dance once more, but the might of the axe shattered his momentum. With a deafening crash, Su Feng was sent flying. Die! Zhou Wu aimed the axe at Su Feng's head with murderous intent. Su Feng's pupils dilated. He was on the verge of death. In a moment of peril, a figure rushed onto the stage, swiftly pulling Su Feng to safety. The axe cleaved through empty air as Zhou Wu's venomous gaze turned upon the interloper. "Who do you think you are, meddling in my affairs?" Yi Tian replied coolly. "If he perishes, who will provide me with the antidote? You seek death?" Zhou Wu seethed, unleashing his fury on Yi Tian as he swung the axe down. Yi Tian raised his arm, effortlessly blocking the attack with a single hand. "What?" Zhou Wu was taken aback. The audience below was equally shocked. This axe could cleave mountains, yet this youth had merely used his arm to deflect it. "Begone!" Yi Tian's expression was frigid as he kicked Zhou Wu away. "Wow!" Zhou Wu coughed up blood, crashing heavily to the ground. "You!" Zhou Wu, filled with resentment, struggled to rise, but coughed up more blood before collapsing, lifeless, dead. The crowd was stunned. The son of the Tongtian sect leader had been slain. "I didn't even exert much force with that kick. How could he have died? Did he not eat?" Yi Tian chuckled incredulously. "Did you just kill him?" Su Feng was dumbfounded. "He is the sole son of the Tongtian sect leader. His death spells trouble for us. We're doomed. My elder brother is not here, and we are finished." "Brother, I apologize. I have brought you to ruin." Su Feng smiled bitterly. Chapter 62, Assault on the Tongtian sect. "Do not worry about causing trouble for me. I saved you because you have yet to provide me with the Baidu Dan. I cannot allow you to perish." Yi Tian extended his hand. "The competition has concluded, and you may retrieve the items now. The items are en route. I will urge my friend," Su Feng replied, producing a message talisman to convey his words. At that moment Li Chen approached, his expression grim. "You have slain the son of the Tongtian sect leader. My Li family will inevitably be implicated. It was an accident in the competition. He fell to his own demise." Su Feng chuckled. "Li uncle, I have claimed first place. Does that not mean your daughter can be wed to me?" "Wed you? You think too highly of yourself. Did you defeat anyone?" Li Chen's gaze shifted to Yi Tian, his tone becoming courteous. "Young brother, it was you who ultimately vanquished Zhou Wu, thus the victory rightfully belongs to you. My daughter will be entrusted to your care." Yi Tian hurriedly waved his hands. "Please do not misunderstand. I have no intention of participating. I merely..." "Do not be polite, young brother. My daughter has been waiting for you at our residence. You may retire now," Li Chen insisted, forcibly leading Yi Tian to the Li family's quarters. Su Feng was left astounded. "Brother, how can you do this? you are stealing my woman. Etion was unceremoniously dragged to the entrance of the Li family's ladies' chamber. Li Chen insisted on letting him in. After Etion repeatedly refused, he became exasperated and exclaimed, I have no interest in second-hand goods, I will not marry her. The atmosphere instantly fell into a profound silence. From within the room, a cold voice emerged, who do you consider second-hand? That is an extremely unpleasant thing to say. The door swung open, revealing Lian, her beautiful eyes glacial. Though you may be handsome, that does not give you the right to humiliate others. Dare to say another word. Yen, you finally came out, Su Feng exclaimed excitedly, but Lian pushed him away, scolding, your friend just called me second-hand, do you think the same? Of course not, I don't care how many hands you've passed through. I have always liked you, Su Feng declared passionately. Get away from me. Lian glared at Etion with fury. You owe me an explanation for such disrespect. Is being handsome such a grand achievement? Etion turned away, unwilling to engage in an argument, trying to act aloof. Are we ignoring me? Lian laughed in anger. Congratulations, you have caught my attention. I've decided to sleep with you tonight. Oh my. What a tangled love triangle this is, Etion thought to himself, feeling utterly flabbergasted. He had merely sought an antidote, yet somehow found himself the object of affection for a friend's woman. This damned charm of his was truly inescapable. After several hours of coaxing, Su Feng finally managed to silence Li Yan. Etion was oblivious to the method employed but imagined it might have been rather effective. It was not until evening that Su Feng received news from a friend that the antidote had arrived. Etion's heart raced at the thought of finally seeing the antidote after such a long struggle. He followed Su Feng outside the city, waiting for his friend to arrive. As the two waited until midnight without seeing anyone, Etion's tone grew colder. Where is your friend? Are you trying to deceive me? Impossible, why would I deceive you? Perhaps my friend encountered some trouble along the way. Let us move ahead to investigate, Su Feng insisted, firmly believing in his friend's reliability. He took the lead, and after walking several miles, they suddenly stumbled upon bloodstains on the ground, with signs of a struggle visible on the surrounding walls. Brother, Su Feng exclaimed when he discovered a blood-soaked figure wedged in a crack. They were robbed by the Tongtian sect. The friend's words were cut short as he took his last breath. Enraged, Su Feng's face flashed red. His best friend had died here because of him. Tongtian sect, I will make you pay dearly for this, he shouted in a fury. Etion felt the urge to curse as well, but thought better of it. There was no point in venting his anger here where no one could hear. Take me to the Tongtian sect, we will retrieve what is ours. Calm down, brother, Su Feng cautioned. The Tongtian sect is formidable, filled with experts. With just the two of us, we would be walking to our deaths. We need to devise another plan. Give me a few decades to cultivate and then we can seek revenge. Ridiculous. I cannot wait even a few hours, let alone decades. Etion fumed, regardless of the Tongtian sect's strength. He demanded an explanation. Seeing Etion's resolve, Su Feng pondered before suggesting, we could go, and you can continue to pretend to be Prince of the Great Zhou. They will surely give you face. Let us retrieve the antidote first, and you need not concern yourself with revenge. Thus, Su Feng led Etion to the Tongtian sect, situated atop a mountain 100 miles from Xianming City. Upon reaching the mountain gate, Su Feng politely approached to knock. Step aside. Etion strode forward and kicked the gate down. They were there to settle a score, not to make a polite visit. With the gate shattered, the entire Tongtian sect was instantly illuminated, and hundreds of figures rushed in from the surrounding woods. Who dares to cause trouble at the Tongtian sect? An irate elder with white hair emerged. Etion spoke nonchalantly. Return the antidote to me, and I will spare your lives. Who is this wild dog daring to act recklessly at my Tongtian sect? Guards, kill him, the elder roared. In an instant, dozens of sword auras surged toward them. Yetion raised his arms and his powerful true energy burst forth like a torrent. Within moments, dozens of men were sent flying. Do not be presumptuous, face my sword, the elder shouted, attacking with his blade. Only to be effortlessly swatted away by Yetion. Su Feng watched in shock, his mind reeling. Brother, are you really this powerful? Who exactly are you? Yetion had no time to answer. He stepped on the head of an elder and demanded, where is my antidote? Hand it over. The antidote is in our sect leader's possession. He will return shortly. You better not leave. The elder spat bitterly. Very well, I had no intention of leaving. I will wait for your sect leader's return. Yetion replied with a grin, striding into the main hall and taking a seat in the highest position. The members of the Tongtian sect glared at him with murderous intent, their eyes filled with resentment. Beside him, Su Feng trembled, unable to contain himself. Brother, who are you? Aren't you afraid of the Tongtian sect? Who do you have backing you? Calmly, Yetion stated, my name is Yetion, just so you know. Su Feng's eyes widened in shock. Realizing the gravity of the situation, could it be? Chapter 63, The Lord of the Trading Star Sect. Seeing Su Feng's astonished expression, Yetion found it amusing. At last, the fool realized he was indeed the true prince. Did you hide your strength? Su Feng took a deep breath and said, you scared me. No wonder you had the audacity to confront the Tongtian sect directly. Why? Yetion's lips twitched. Did this fool not understand he was not merely pretending? At that moment, several elders from the Tongtian sect arrived, their eyes filled with fury as they glared at Yetion. Among them, a few exuded an intimidating aura, their presence nearly suffocating. Who dares to act recklessly in my Tongtian sect? The eldest elder, his gaze sharp as a knife, fixed on Yetion. If looks could kill, Yetion would have perished hundreds of times over. Why? Yetion crossed his legs nonchalantly, smacking, your father is sitting right here. You ungrateful wretch, why don't you kneel and apologize? The words ignited the elder's fury. You seek death. He unleashed a powerful blast of true energy that shot toward Yetion, without flinching. Yetion raised his finger and countered with a subtle surge of energy that nullified the attack. The elder, furious, summoned a curved blade that sliced through the air like thunder, yet Yetion remained unperturbed. Leaning back slightly to dodge the strike, then gathering his true energy into a luminous sphere in front of him. And the next moment, the sphere descended like a bolt of lightning before the elder. With a resounding explosion, the elder's face was left bloodied and battered as he rolled on the ground in agony. The members of the Tongtian sect were left in shock. The elder was second only to their sect leader in strength, and he had been defeated in mere moments. Who was this seemingly unremarkable youth? Wow, brother, you are exceptional. You even defeated the elder of the Tongtian sect, Su Feng exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. You aren't some ancient monster who has cultivated for hundreds of years. Are you? Yetion merely chuckled. I was just fortunate. I could go toe-to-toe with anyone, really. Su Feng's jaw dropped. The mere thought of being able to match anyone was impressive. It seems your strength is on par with my brother's. Unbeknownst to him, Yetion was not merely a pretender. Why? Yetion continued, I will give you all 15 minutes. If your sect leader does not show up, I will kill every last one of you. What audacity! A chilling voice interjected as a towering figure strode forward. The Lord of the Trading Star sect has finally returned. This child is utterly arrogant, shattering the mountain gate and injuring the elder. We must take his life to vent our frustrations. The Trading Star sect leader's crimson eyes glared coldly at Yetion, and the next moment, two beams of red light shot forth. Yetion swiftly tilted his head, narrowly avoiding the red beams that penetrated the stone wall behind him. The Trading Star leader smirked coldly, exhaling an icy breath that rapidly froze everything in the room. Why? Yetion found himself encased in ice. Su Feng stood by, utterly stunned. What kind of power is this? He froze him in an instant, just a little and nothing more. The Trading Star leader sneered, crack. In the next moment, the ice enveloping Yetion shattered. Exploding into shards. As the smile on Texing's face gradually solidified, he realized he had underestimated this fellow, who surprisingly possessed considerable skills. Suddenly, Yetion's punch imprint appeared directly on his face, the speed being so swift that Texing had no time to react. With that single blow, Texing's entire visage contorted and he was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several artificial mountains before finally collapsing to the ground. "You damn it," Texing exclaimed, his eyes blazing with fury as he rose. Realizing that he had been caught off guard due to his own carelessness, Yetion spoke coolly. "Where is the 100 poisons pill? Hand it over." "You want that elixir?" Texing laughed in anger, revealing a vial in the palm of his hand. "The 100 poisons pill is right here, and you shall not obtain it today." With that declaration, he forcefully crushed the vial. Yetion's expression immediately darkened. The destruction of the 100 poisons pill meant he could not acquire the precious blood. "You have wronged me and cost me a chance. I will claim your life as retribution." In an instant, Yetion stepped forward, appearing before Texing, and delivered a heavy blow to his chest. Texing was sent flying. Yet he managed to launch 2 concealed weapons from his arms, striking Yetion's body. The projectiles penetrated, swiftly eroding the protective energy surrounding Yetion, leaving 2 bloody holes in their wake. The pain was considerable. Yetion frowned, pressing his fingers against the wounds to staunch the bleeding with his energy. "Be careful," Su Feng suddenly cried out. Yetion looked up just in time to see Texing wielding a heavy hammer, poised to bring it crashing down upon his head. The fierce whistle of the descending weapon was something no mere flesh could withstand. With a swift motion, Yetion summoned the broken sword from his ring. Sweeping it horizontally, the fierce sword energy collided with the heavy hammer, generating an explosive shockwave that flattened several nearby structures. Bang! The 2 combatants unleashed their full power, causing the air itself to tremble. All disciples of the Tongtion sect watched in horror. "Do not fear, our sect leader is formidable. This brat cannot last long, he will perish at our leader's hands." They were oblivious to the fact that their leader was currently within a formation, continuously replenishing his energy. "This kid is foolish enough to seek his demise, haha." Upon hearing this, Su Feng shouted, "Brother, there is an array here. Their leader's energy is inexhaustible. You must find a way to break it." Yetion narrowed his eyes, beginning to scan the surroundings. No wonder the battle had persisted for so long without Texing's momentum waning. It was clear there was a hidden array at play. Though Yetion was unfamiliar with formations, he had never encountered one before. 300 meters to your left, the little white creature piped up. Yetion nodded, feigning a move to retreat, then swiftly vanished 100 meters away. Texing's countenance shifted. How could this brat discern the flaw in the array? Boom! Yetion swung his sword down, shattering the stones beneath him. And the next moment, a visible shockwave surged from the ground, rapidly ascending into the sky before dissipating into mist. Yetion could distinctly sense the air's flow slow down, everything returning to normal. He turned to face Texing, his gaze icy. "You are doomed." Yetion advanced, sword in hand, a step by step. Chapter 64, Unexpected Gains. Texing's face darkened as he exhaled a breath of cold air. Although the array had been breached, he remained unperturbed, with hundreds of years of combat experience. Subduing this brat was a trivial matter. Texing inhaled deeply, his abdomen swelling like a toad. "This is bad. Our sect leader is about to unleash the endless Isil technique." Shangla of the Tongtion sect's expression turned grave. "This technique is immensely powerful and is our leader's signature move. Once executed, it will deplete all his energy, but the enemy will also be frozen. No one can escape. If that brat dies under this move, it will be considered his good fortune. At that moment, Texing unleashed a torrent of freezing air from his mouth, instantly transforming the entire plaza into an icy realm. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were blanketed in snow, the world turned frigid. Yetion found himself trapped within several meters of thick ice walls. Once the cold wave subsided, the entire mountain range became a frozen wasteland. Texing, his face pale, stepped back a few paces, having exhausted his energy with this technique. He was now vulnerable, yet his opponent was already frozen solid. Since I learned this technique, no one has survived. Forcing me to use my ultimate move is a stroke of luck for you, Texing sneered. It's over. My brother has been turned into an ice pop. I will perish here too. Su Feng slumped to the ground, filled with regret, lamenting that he should never have come up the mountain for revenge. Haha, that little brat has finally been slain by our sect leader, but he doesn't even know his own worth, daring to provoke us. Soon they would shatter his remains and feed them to the dogs. The elders and disciples of the Tongtian sect erupted into laughter. Suddenly, the sound of cracking ice echoed through the air. What is that noise? Everyone turned, witnessing the thick ice walls rapidly fracturing. Ye Tion's body glowed with a crimson light, followed by a piercing cry. A fiery divine bird materialized in the void, its flames illuminating the surroundings. With the appearance of this divine bird, the 1,000 miles of ice were instantly melted away. How is this possible? Texing exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of method allows for the summoning of a flaming divine bird? It resembles the legendary phoenix. Phoenix? My brother has a phoenix, Su Feng said, his gaze vacant. Not a phoenix, not at all, an elder trembled, speaking. A true phoenix does not appear like this. This brat must have utilized some method to simulate its shadow, though merely a shadow, its temperature is terrifying. Yi Tian stepped forth from the ice walls, the flaming divine bird circling above him. This is the soul control technique, a manifestation of my energy resembling a divine bird. It cannot compare to a true phoenix. If I had one, everything within 1,000 miles would be reduced to nothingness. You enjoy playing with ice, do you? Today, I shall let you taste the flames. Yi Tian spoke coldly, and Texing's expression shifted dramatically. Little brother, let us converse peacefully. This is all a misunderstanding. I was merely a bit too loud before. Let us sit down and talk this over. With a sweep of Yi Tian's arm, the fiery divine bird emitted a shriek and swooped down. By then, Texing had already depleted his energy and was instantly consumed by the flames. With a final, harrowing scream, only a few charred bones remained at the scene. The sect leader is dead. The disciples of the Tongtian sect were paralyzed with fear. The invincible figure they revered had been reduced to ashes. This was utterly terrifying. Fear spread like wildfire among the crowd. Run! Some timid individuals turned to flee. Yi Tian flicked his fingers, sending a flame that ignited one of them. The remaining elders trembled, scattering in terror. Yi Tian scoffed. Escaping would not be so simple. He clenched his palm, and the fiery divine bird erupted into thousands of flames. These flames surged toward the crowd, incinerating all but a select few powerful individuals. Within a quarter of an hour, nearly all of the Tongtian sect's members had been exterminated. Oh my goodness! Su Feng collapsed to the ground, staring at the scattered remains, his face ashen. Brother, you are truly ruthless, having killed them all, Yi Tian replied calmly. Originally, I had no desire to do so, but since they destroyed what I sought, I could not swallow my anger, and sleep eluded me for several days. Therefore, blame their leader. Upon hearing this, Su Feng could only smile bitterly. On the surface, he had thought Yi Tian harmless and honest, but he had not anticipated his decisive and merciless methods. However, he refrained from saying more. One does not annihilate an entire clan without leaving behind future troubles. Su Feng understood this principle. I apologize, brother, I only had 100 poisons pill. It is now gone, Su Feng lamented. Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. Without the elixir, other means exist. Subsequently, Yi Tian entered the treasure vault of the Tongtian sect. Upon opening the grand doors, he was dazzled by the array of treasures within, numbering in the thousands. What a windfall! Yi Tian smiled, astonished at the abundance of their riches. Beyond the previous items, there were numerous precious elixirs and various weapons and techniques. Centuries of accumulation had fallen into his hands. As he prepared to leave, the little white creature spoke up. Wait a moment, there is another hidden compartment you have yet to discover. Hidden compartment? Yi Tian turned in confusion, and the little creature pointed behind the shelves. There is a secret door. I smell a special aura. Your nose is remarkably keen, Etion remarked. You're the dog. I am a divine beast. The divine beast. I am a divine beast. It's important, so I shall repeat it thrice. Have you remembered? Shao Bai bared his teeth, his little claws brandishing menacingly. Indeed, indeed, you are a divine beast. The dog god, Etion remarked with a smirk. Shao Bai wore an expression of helplessness, his ears drooping in frustration. Etion lifted a shelf and felt the wall. It was hollow behind. With a forceful push of his palm, there was a thunderous boom as the empty wall exploded. Then a blinding golden light erupted, nearly dazzling his eyes. Chapter 65, The Power of Water. What could possibly be so glaring, blinding my eyesight? Etion shielded his eyes with his hand, and after a moment, the golden light gradually faded. Upon focusing, he beheld a translucent white sphere, quietly floating within a ceiling array. What is this? It appears akin to the water consumed by ordinary people. Indeed, this is the power of water, the most primordial force of nature. Shao Bai explained, humans possess spiritual roots, which are categorized into various attributes. The attributes of spiritual roots across the continent amount to over 100 in total, yet the most formidable ones are merely a dozen or so. The power of water is among them. Once absorbed, it grants you mastery over water's might. You've stumbled upon a treasure. Indeed, after hearing this, Etion was enlightened. It turns out he had been in a state of attributeless cultivation from the very beginning. If I could absorb all attributes, would I not be invincible? Etion mused aloud. Dream on, Shao Bai scoffed disdainfully. A human body can at most endure 2 or 3 attributes, then they cannot conflict with one another. Just like water and fire, one cannot simultaneously possess both. Attempting to merge 3 mutually exclusive attributes within oneself is a path to certain demise. Why? Etion chuckled, fully aware of the principle that water and fire do not coexist. Enough chatter, let us absorb the power of water before discussing further. He then shattered the ceiling array, and the power of water seemed to come alive, attempting to flee. Fortunately, this chamber had but one exit. And Etion swiftly grasped the water's essence. Just as he prepared to absorb it, a sudden force struck him from the side. After evading, he turned to find a woman had appeared within the chamber. She was merely half-formed, her body largely resembling liquid. This is a water spirit sealed alongside the power of water, Shao Bai remarked nonchalantly. Why? Etion nodded slightly, recognizing that the water spirit's power was formidable and should not be underestimated. Suddenly, the water spirit waved her arms, sending torrents of water crashing towards him. Why? Etion smiled. A woman's water should not originate solely from her palms. Shao Bai grimaced. What are you babbling about? I suspect you're being suggestive. Ahem, I was merely jesting, Etion replied earnestly, then began to unleash his punches. Though the water spirit was powerful, Etion was no pushover. After several exchanges, he struck the water spirit with a decisive blow, causing her to explode. Damn, this water spirit's explosion splattered me. So much water, Etion grumbled. Shao Bai rolled his eyes. Enough with the nonsense. Quickly absorb the power of water. This essence possesses immense allure for numerous beasts. They may soon arrive. Why? Etion nodded, sat cross-legged, and commenced absorbing this force. As the power of water flowed into his body, he suddenly felt a surge of violent energy coursing within him. Hours passed, and Etion remained utterly still, focused on absorbing the essence. At a certain moment, once the power of water fully integrated within him, he slowly opened his eyes. Lifting his arm, droplets of water floated above his palm, which he could manipulate into any form with his mind. Is this it? Etion inquired softly. Yes, Shao Bai affirmed. On rainy days, especially when near water, your combat prowess will increase manifold. However, in arid and desiccated places, you shall be unable to wield this power. Thus, do your utmost to avoid dry areas. Why? Etion's gaze flickered. By your reasoning, the power of thunder must be quite formidable as well. It has its merits, each power has its advantages, they complement and counterbalance one another, Shao Bai languidly remarked. Now, you must venture out, numerous formidable beasts await you to hone your skills. Upon hearing this, Yi Tian promptly exited the chamber. Outside, dozens of beasts were already gathered, some imprisoned in dungeons, others drawn by the scent of blood, and some attracted by the power of water. These great beasts, lacking full consciousness, nonetheless wielded the most primal and savage strength. With a low growl, a two-headed wolf lunged viciously at him. Yi Tian flicked his fingers, and a water arrow shot forth, piercing through the creature's belly. The remaining beasts roared and charged at him. Yi Tian swung his arm, transforming the droplets in the air into sharp blades. Whoosh, whoosh, water arrows rained down, swiftly penetrating the skulls of the beasts. Such formidable power! Yi Tian thought, excitement glimmering in his eyes. The power of water exceeded his expectations. Shao Bai spoke coolly. This is merely the beginning. As you mature, you will be able to draw water from the air in any environment. Moreover, you will also gain control over the blood within your own body at will. Yi Tian nodded slowly, realizing that this power of water would make him exceedingly powerful. After descending the mountain, Yi Tian noticed a significant decrease in the population of Xianming City, which struck him as peculiar, though he did not inquire further. Upon returning to his residence, he discovered Chi was missing. He wondered if she had fled. Suddenly, he noticed a few drops of fresh blood at the corner of the table. It was her blood. Something has happened. Yi Tian's expression turned cold. At that moment, a hidden weapon came flying from outside the courtyard. Yi Tian flicked his finger, and the force collided with it. With a loud crack, the weapon fell to the ground, still clinging to a note. Yi Tian unfolded the note, which read, "If you wish for that woman to live, come to Twilight Valley immediately." Threatening me, Yi Tian burned the note and turned to leave. At that moment, within a valley shrouded by the setting sun, dozens of figures in black cloaks stood menacingly nearby. Chi was bound by two large chains, unable to escape. He will not come to save me. You might as well give up. Chi said through gritted teeth. Shut your mouth, slap. The leader struck her, his face icy. If he does not come, I shall sever your head at once. Chi lowered her head and said, then go ahead and do it. He certainly will not come, the man sneered, drawing his blade, seeking death. Are we? Then I shall oblige. He raised his sword, preparing to strike, when suddenly a detached voice rang out, dare you harm her? And see what happens. Who? The man whipped around. Yi Tian approached leisurely, his demeanor as casual as if he were merely out for a stroll. Who the hell are you? The man shouted. Did you not summon me here? Why then do you inquire about my identity? Are you unwell? Yi Tian scoffed. Chapter 66, The Most Detestable Hypocrite. Oh, so it's you. The man involuntarily smiled before continuing. I thought you had perished at Tongtian sect. I did not expect you to still be alive. Quite a surprise indeed. Enough with the small talk. Who are you? Yi Tian impatiently asked. The people of Xianming City refer to me as Third Master. You may call me Third Master as well. Third Master, my foot. Do you think to take advantage of me? Yi Tian snorted. Release her immediately, and I shall spare your lives. Third Master laughed heartily. You truly are brazen. Do you believe yourself worthy of issuing commands to me? Behold my sword. Yi Tian suddenly struck, catching Third Master off guard. This youth was not adhering to the conventional rules of engagement. Initiating without warning left him no time to react. Bang, bang. After exchanging a few blows, Third Master realized he was no match for this youth. Do not approach, or I shall slay this woman. Third Master threatened fiercely. Yi Tian seemingly ignored his words, attacking with even greater speed and precision. In no time, Third Master was injured. Kill that woman. Third Master roared in fury. His subordinates prepared to strike, but suddenly dozens of water arrows coalesced in the air, piercing through their bodies. Subsequently, the water arrows shattered the chains. And Chi-Chi, her face alight with joy, hurriedly sought a place to hide, with no worries lingering. Etion's gaze turned icy as he focused on Third Master. Third Master trembled, knowing he was outmatched, and began to retreat cautiously. You cannot kill me, we can sit down and negotiate. Go to hell and discuss matters with the King of Hell. Why? Etion's tone was frigid as he casually unleashed a few powerful sword energies, prompting Third Master to scream and flee, yet he could not escape faster than Etion's strike. With a chilling cry, a head rolled off the cliff. You are impressive, killing him with such ease, Chi-Chi exclaimed in shock. Why? Etion inquired. Who were these people, and why did they capture you? Chi-Chi shook her head. They are the ones my adoptive parents sold me to as a blood slave. What? Etion raised an eyebrow, initially believing it to be a case of vendetta. He did not expect it to unfold in this manner. Have you found the antidote? Chi-Chi inquired. When can I provide you with my blood? The elixir is no longer available, we must resort to an alternative method. Etion responded. What method? Chi-Chi asked. The method. Etion glanced at her, pondering whether he truly needed to resort to the first option. Would that be somewhat inappropriate? Let us return to the city first, Etion suggested. Upon their return, Etion began to examine the contents of the ring for any necessary items. Soon, he discovered a valuable treasure, a clear blood pill, renowned for its extraordinary detoxifying properties, classified as a 6th-grade elixir. This should suffice as a substitute for the 100 poisons pill, Etion remarked. Xiao Bai spoke up. Its efficacy should be comparable, it is worth a try. Very well. Why? Etion summoned Chi-Chi, saying, consume this pill, it should alleviate your blood poison. Without hesitation, Chi-Chi ingested the pill. After taking the elixir, she sat cross-legged, beginning to absorb its effects. In less than half an hour, her body began to expel toxins, emanating a foul odor. It truly works. Etion rubbed his palms together, sensing that he would soon acquire this precious blood. Suddenly, Chi-Chi's expression contorted in agony, and she coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. What is happening? Etion exclaimed in surprise. I don't know, my chest hurts terribly, as if something is consuming my blood, Chi-Chi replied, her face pale. Lacking medical knowledge, Etion was unable to diagnose her ailment. Xiao Bai interjected. It seems she is afflicted by a parasite, she has been cursed. Could it be my adoptive parents? Chi-Chi chuckled bitterly, astonished that her adoptive parents not only required her blood monthly but had also secretly cursed her. Your adoptive parents truly deserve to die. Etion's eyes glinted with murderous intent. Xiao Bai stated, we need to eliminate the curse, we must confront her adoptive parents. Confront? I say we kill them. Etion's expression turned icy. At that moment, within a lavish mansion, a couple practiced their swordsmanship. A loud crash resounded, shaking the entire estate. What has happened? Reporting to the master, there is trouble. The remarkably handsome and imposing man has come to confront the young lady. Impudence. Healy's face turned cold. What does that wretched girl intend? How dare she return? Today, I shall whip her to death. Whip whom? Etion entered the courtyard, his tone indifferent. You are Chi-Chi's adoptive parents. Looking so respectable yet behaving so despicably. Who the hell are you? Healy barked angrily. I am your father, did you hear me? Etion scoffed. You seek death, barking like a dog. Healy's eyes filled with malice as he glared at Chi-Chi. You little wretch, had we not taken you in, you would have been devoured by beasts long ago, you ungrateful creature. How dare you bring trouble upon us, you ingrate? Chi-Chi lowered her head, quietly sobbing. Etion chuckled. You two wretched couple, ostensibly kind-hearted in adopting her, yet you extract her precious blood every month and have cursed her. I declare you the most malicious of all. Healy laughed heartily. So what if it's true? Do you think you're any better? You approach her solely for her precious blood. How are you any different from us? Etion replied, I am vastly different. One is a beast, the other is a human. You dare call us beasts? Healy exploded with rage, casually flicking his wrist as a flying sword shot forth like a streak of light toward Etion. After dodging, Etion retaliated with a punch. Healy grasped the air, summoning dozens of flying swords to attack Etion. Meanwhile, Healy's wife approached Chi-Chi with a whip in hand. "You little wretch. Daring to bring outsiders here, I shall whip you for your treachery." She swung the whip down fiercely, but suddenly a pair of hands seized her arm, coldly stating, "Try to harm her, old hag." Etion delivered a resounding slap, sending her flying, then conjured a massive water sphere to ensnare her entirely. Gurgling, the woman trapped within the water sphere began to writhe in agony, quickly succumbing to suffocation and drowning. "Madam," Healy cried out in alarm. "Don't feign concern," Etion retorted, unable to suppress his disdain. "She's been trapped in that water sphere for quite some time. Where were you with your so-called concern?" He detested such hypocrisy, feeling utterly uncomfortable. Chapter 67, The Detoxification. Healy fixed Etion with a hollow smile, astonished that his cunning plans had been uncovered. "Indeed, I do not care about her life or death. In fact, I would rejoice at her demise, for it would grant me freedom from her terrifying possessiveness. I owe you my gratitude for eliminating this woman." Healy's smile turned sinister. "With her gone, I shall hoard the precious blood for myself." "Truly despicable," Etion remarked coolly. To be married yet willing to watch your partner die for personal gain. Do you truly believe that with her death, you will survive?" Healy burst into laughter. "Why wouldn't I survive? Do you think you can kill me?" As he spoke, Healy suddenly removed a bracelet from his wrist. In an instant, a burst of crimson energy erupted from his body, transforming into a shadowy leopard enveloping him. His eyes turned blood red, and his aura surged dramatically. "Kid, my seal has remained unbroken for decades. To die by my hand today is your fortune." Healy's voice altered, sounding like a duck learning to speak, grating and unpleasant. Why, Etion mocked, "is this truly your greatest reliance? How disappointing." "Seek death." Healy's voice turned icy as he flung the crimson energy toward Etion. Etion raised his hand to defend, but upon contact, his energy was swiftly corroded, nearly piercing his palm. Sensing the corrosiveness of the opponent's power, Etion drew his sword and struck back. Bang, bang, the two forces clashed, uprooting the earth and shaking the entire courtyard, causing numerous buildings to tremble and collapse. Moments later, the two figures separated in midair, Etion staggering backward, his legs beginning to numb. "Why is my energy depleting so rapidly?" Etion frowned. He soon realized that the crimson energy surrounding Healy seemed to absorb his strength, causing Healy's aura to increase further. "Now I see." Etion grasped the situation. No wonder he was exhausting his energy. His vital essence was being siphoned during their confrontation. "So you wish to absorb my vital energy?" Etion sneered, his energy circulating wildly within him. In the next moment, a phantom of a fierce tiger appeared behind him. Roar! The earth-shattering roar resonated, causing Healy's crimson energy to tremble slightly. Under the pressure of the tiger's roar, Healy's leopard phantom began to exhibit signs of fear. Healy snorted coldly, taken aback that this young man possessed beast-taming skills. However, his crimson energy was forged from the blood of thousands. It would not be intimidated by anyone. Suddenly, a tiger's roar rang in his ears, causing a momentary dizziness. In that instant, the tiger lunged at the leopard behind him, followed swiftly by a punch landing squarely on Healy's face. Just as Healy prepared to retaliate, another tiger's roar echoed, plunging him into brief disorientation. This time, a broken sword sliced across his neck. Healy's eyes widened as he realized this young man was employing underhanded tactics to disorient him. Before he could emit a cry of rage, his vision abruptly inverted. "What is happening? Why can I see my own legs?" Healy's eyes bulged, and he suddenly realized my head has fallen off. As his consciousness registered, the vibrancy of life drained from his pupils, and his corpse collapsed to the ground. "I thought you were formidable, but you turned out to be a mere paper tiger," Etion scoffed, sheathing the broken sword. He hadn't even exerted his full strength before the man fell. "Truly pathetic. Chi-Chi, I have dealt with them. You are free now. No one shall bully you again," Etion declared. Chi-Chi's eyes glistened with tears as she knelt on the ground. Thank you for helping me. No need for thanks. Etion waved his hand nonchalantly. You, my friend, have committed a foolish act. Xiaobai interjected sharply. Have you forgotten your purpose here? You've gone and killed them outright. Pray tell, how shall we resolve the curse within her? Etion's smile froze. All right, I came to dispel the curse. How did I end up killing them instead? What now? Can they be revived? Etion inquired. The little white ears drooped down as she said, figure it out yourself. I possess no miraculous means to resurrect the dead. Why? Etion replied, search the room and see if you can find anything useful. Subsequently, Etion entered the room and began to rummage through everything, even tearing up the floor, yet he could not uncover a method to dispel the poison of the goo, just as he sat on the ground in despair. Chi-Chi spoke up, I know where their storage room is. Upon hearing this, Etion's eyes brightened, and he promptly urged her to lead him there, arriving at the entrance of a secret chamber. Etion smashed the door with a single punch and stepped inside. The storage room contained numerous items, most of which were valuable, along with some inconspicuous pills. As Etion scanned the surroundings, he suddenly discovered a centipede the size of a finger within a vial. This poisonous centipede emitted a green glow and had 2 antennae atop its head. It was a golden centipede. A rare breed with extraordinary toxins. Perhaps this creature could serve as a means to neutralize the goo poison. Let it bite you and see, suggested the little white ear. Etion instructed Chi-Chi to extend her finger inside. Snap! The poisonous centipede bit her finger, and Chi-Chi instantly fell to the ground, shrieking in agony. It hurt so much, unable to withstand the pain, she began to roll on the ground. Etion looked on anxiously. Is she going to be alright? Is this method even viable? I'm not sure, I was merely guessing, replied the little white ear. Etion felt an urge to strangle her. How could such a critical matter be left to chance? Soon after, Chi-Chi lost consciousness, her awareness fading. Etion glared reproachfully at the little white ear, questioning her reliability. Suddenly, Chi-Chi started slowly opening her eyes as she regained consciousness. How do you feel? Etion inquired. Chi-Chi paused for a moment before responding, refreshing. Etion's expression turned peculiar as he asked, and then, no other sensations? None. Chi-Chi shook her head. Etion rolled his eyes. Could it be that a mere bite had no effect at all? Her goo poison has been dispelled. Kids, you can finally utilize her precious blood. The little white ear chuckled. Hearing this, Etion exhaled in relief. After all this time, he could finally obtain what he sought. Next, he would see what effects the absorption of her precious blood would yield. Chapter 68. Ominous Omen. Etion collected a bowl of Chi-Chi's blood and found a secluded spot to begin the absorption process. The process was relatively smooth. As the precious blood entered his body, his entire physique began to transform. With his eyes closed, Etion remained unaware that his body was starting to glow. The little white ear, lying on the ground, observed with a glint of curiosity in her eyes. This kid is cleansing his tendons and marrow. How is it that such a phenomenon has occurred, with such a commotion? It is likely to attract quite a bit of attention. The little white ear stepped outside and looked up. A bright moon had already appeared in the sky above. At that moment the sun was high. Yet a massive moon manifested. Such a spectacular sight immediately captured the attention of many. Within Shenming City, countless powerful individuals looked up in astonishment, their gazes fixed on the moon. What is happening? What is this terrifying phenomenon? Where did that moon come from? Could it be the Black Moon? Is the fabled ominous omen truly manifesting? Several mysterious experts, without stepping upon any flying swords, floated in the air, their expressions grave as they regarded the Black Moon. This is the legendary ominous omen, the Black Round Moon. It is said that when this phenomenon appears, calamity will befall the world, causing untold suffering to the populace. Is it that serious? One companion spoke up. It is certainly no exaggeration. I have seen records in ancient texts. The black round moon signifies an ill omen, and wherever it appears, disasters will follow. Long ago, one individual used this black round moon to obscure the sun. plunging the entire world into darkness. That era of darkness lasted for thousands of years, only ending when a person of destiny intervened to restore order. Hearing this, the surrounding individuals gasped in shock. If the records hold true, then the appearance of the black round moon once again signifies that the Chenwu continent may soon descend into irretrievable chaos. What a pity, we are unable to act at this moment. As our true forms are not here, let us disperse. Before long, the one who wields the black round moon will undoubtedly emerge again. At that time, we can take action. Many powerful beings left Shenming City, heading towards the source of the phenomenon, seeking to uncover the truth. Yet, at that moment, the black moon vanished, the sky returning to clarity. Thank goodness, the little white ear sighed in relief, but it was fortunate they had not been discovered by those individuals, or they would have been in serious trouble. Yetion opened his eyes, stretching contentedly. After absorbing the precious blood, he felt revitalized, his spirit significantly uplifted, his physical prowess had undoubtedly increased several notches. Now, he felt as if he had shed his mortal coil and ascended to a celestial realm. Of course, this was merely an illusion. He had only completed the most basic detoxification. To truly attain a divine physique, he still had a long way to go. You, kid, were fortunate to conclude your absorption in time. I found it puzzling how you could summon the black round moon. That should be impossible, the little white ear remarked, perplexed. What are you talking about? Yetion asked in confusion. You're unaware, are you? The little white ear retorted. While you were in seclusion, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and a black moon appeared. The black moon signifies disaster, an ominous omen. If your identity were to be discovered, people across the continent would pursue you relentlessly. The black moon, an ominous omen. Yetion felt bewildered. During his seclusion, he had done nothing out of the ordinary. He hadn't even completed any sign-in tasks or received mysterious rewards. How could such a phenomenon arise? Be careful in the future, the little white ear advised. In darkness, your power will increase, but so will the risk of being discovered should others learn that you possess the power of the black round moon. Even 100 lives would be of no use to you. The inhabitants of the divine island would descend to hunt you down. Yetion inquired. You must tell me what exactly the black round moon is? There is nothing much to say for you at this moment. It is a calamity. Once you become powerful enough, it may bring you unexpected benefits. After all, this power once plunged the Chenwu continent into a millennium of darkness. The little white ear murmured. After exiting the room, Yetion tidied himself up, preparing to continue his journey. The distance to Moyu Academy was neither far nor near. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, he should arrive on schedule. Can you take me with you? Chi-Chi gazed at him earnestly. To bring you along? Yetion began to ponder. Take her with you, the little white ear suggested. She carries precious blood, wherever she goes. She will be sought after. It is safer for her to stay with you. After all, it's better for you to use her blood than for others to do so. Yetion chuckled. The way you say it makes me sound like a villain. No, you are a good person, Chi-Chi affirmed with a nod. Yetion replied. Having you accompany me isn't out of the question. However, I plan to go to Moyu Academy, and outsiders are not permitted entry. You might never mind, we'll discuss it upon arrival. Yetion waved his hand, deciding to temporarily take her along and assess the situation once they arrived. Brother, what about me? I'm here too. Su Feng emerged from nowhere, grinning as he said, Brother, take me along, I want to go with you. No need. Yetion declined, saying, What would I do with a male companion? I find it troublesome having too many people. Su Feng's face darkened. Brother, are you prioritizing women over friends? Am I that close to you? Yetion countered. Fine. Su Feng chuckled. Brother, take care then. Perhaps we will meet again in the future. Yetion, disinterested in further conversation, turned and left. 2 days later, Yetion arrived at a small town to replenish supplies and rest. Checking the map, he noted that there was not much distance left to Moyu Academy. I'll go get you some water to wash your face. Chi said as she ran towards a nearby stream with a water jug. This woman is quite considerate, keeping her is a good idea, the little white ear commented. Yetion remarked, keeping her as a maid doesn't seem too bad. I meant keeping her as a woman, the little white ear replied. It would be a pity to have such a beautiful and charming lady as a maid. She possesses precious blood, if you two were to have children. Their talents would likely be extraordinary, who knows, they might even awaken ancient divine blood. Imagine your child could be invincible, Yetion calmly responded. Having a fling is fine, but I don't want to be responsible. Besides, this girl appears to be quite sentimental. What if she becomes attached to me? The little white ear scowled. Can you not be so narcissistic? I'm not even as self-absorbed as you. Oh, honestly, you don't appreciate the truth. You must go away. I am a divine beast, not a dog. Chapter 69, The City of Chaos. Yetion had never regarded Xiaobai as a divine beast. In his eyes, the creature resembled a dog quite closely. The sight of Xiaobai baring its teeth in frustration, yet rendered helpless, could not help but provoke a hearty laugh from Yetion. After several days of arduous travel, a vast plain appeared before them. With a colossal city of black iron looming several hundred miles away. Black iron, a material renowned for its hardness, was commonly used to forge weapons. The towering city walls, standing dozens of meters high, were entirely constructed from this formidable substance. Such an abundance of black iron was extravagantly luxurious and undoubtedly of considerable value, remarked Yetion. Indeed, replied Xiaobai lazily. We are merely dozens of kilometers away from MOU Academy. And this place is notoriously chaotic. Most of the buildings within the city are adorned with special materials designed to withstand vandalism. In summary, this city is fraught with disorder. One must tread carefully. Chuckling, Yetion said, we shall pass through briefly, take a short rest, and then be on our way. Surely, we cannot encounter any robbers. Stop robbery. Several masked bandits suddenly leapt forth, brandishing knives and menacingly declaring, this road is ours. If you wish to pass, you must pay with your life. Yetion, surveying the bandits who appeared to be at the second or third rank of martial prowess, felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. It seemed his luck had truly turned. He had encountered a robbery. I have no money on me, only this dog. Would you care to buy it? Yetion jested. You old fool, I am a divine beast. Xiaobai growled, baring its teeth in indignation. This dog seems quite decent. Let's stew it for dinner tonight. The bandits laughed heartily, oblivious to the dire consequences of their words. In an instant, Xiaobai's fury ignited, and it swiped its paw fiercely at them. However, the strike lacked any real power, leaving only a faint scratch on the bandit's face. Yetion nearly fainted from laughter at the sight. Xiaobai, now sulking, remarked, it seems my strength has yet to recover, perhaps due to my recent excessive slumber. The bandit, who had been struck, now seething with rage, hissed, you wretched dog, you dare to injure me? Die with that. He swung his knife down, quick as a flash. Chi swiftly scooped up Xiaobai. Yetion chuckled, flicking his fingers, then several bursts of energy pierced through the bandits' heads. Bystanders merely continued with their affairs, as if such events were commonplace. Yetion mused, in this city, where death occurs so casually, do the locals not even flinch? This place is known as Black Iron City, or the City of Chaos. There is no law here, Xiaobai replied calmly. Yetion nodded slightly, sensing that lingering here was inadvisable. Within moments, he noticed numerous women eyeing him with an intensity that felt almost predatory. It was quite unnerving. Being handsome here could be perilous. He resolved to depart swiftly. After a brief purchase of supplies, Yetion prepared to make his way to MOU Academy. Suddenly, chaos erupted ahead, followed by the sounds of a brawl. As he contemplated circumventing the fray, he heard a shout, you trash from MOU Academy, today you shall all perish. MOU Academy. Yetion instinctively halted, raising his gaze to see 7 or 8 individuals clad in uniform attire, adorned with a cloud emblem, indicative of MOU Academy. So they are students of the Academy. Etion thought, surprised, since he was headed there as well. Why not accompany them to avoid unnecessary detours? Yet, these students were clearly in dire straits, besieged by formidable opponents, while most of them were merely 5th or 6th rank martial artists, no older than their early teens. Brother Ma, you must flee and fetch a mentor to assist us. One student urged. I cannot abandon you. Brother Mo's expression was grave. I am the sole 7th rank martial artist here. If I leave, you will all perish. Brother Mo, please go, otherwise we will all die, the students pleaded. Panic etched on their faces. Sister Zhao, you must hurry. I will not abandon my comrades, Zhao replied, icy determination in her eyes. We came together, and we must return together. Not one shall be left behind. With that, she lashed out with her whip, sending one adversary flying several meters. However, their foes were too strong, and soon they found themselves encircled, with escape becoming increasingly unlikely. In this moment of peril, Zhao seemed to make a resolute decision. Gritting her teeth, she gradually summoned an aura of icy energy. Zhao, you cannot unseal your powers, it will lead to your demise, the others exclaimed urgently. A frosty lotus flower manifested at her brow as she coldly declared, if I do not unseal my powers, we will all perish. What is one life sacrificed in exchange for many? As she spoke, her energy surged dramatically, propelling her from a 6th rank martial artist straight to 9th rank. With a swift motion, she unleashed a barrage of icy spikes that instantly felled 4 or 5 adversaries. Humph, so you are the famed ice elemental from MOU Academy, one elder remarked, stepping forward with a cold smile. If you had 3 to 5 more years to develop, you might have carved out a place for yourself in Black Iron City, but today, I shall extinguish your brilliance. With that, the elder emanated a terrifying aura, clearly surpassing even 9th rank martial artists. A master, that elder is a master, the students gasped in shock. Xiao's complexion darkened. Despite her forced ascension to 9th rank, the disparity between her and the master was insurmountable. She gathered her remaining strength, conjuring walls of ice to impede their foes. You all must flee, Zhao shouted. Just as they prepared to retreat, a thunderous crack echoed as all the ice walls shattered. Zhao was struck by the backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The elder approached with a grim expression, mocking, an ice elemental, and I find you somewhat appealing. Why not stay and become my pet? As he raised his withered claw to seize Zhao, she trembled, her complexion pale. Was she destined to perish here today? Suddenly a surge of energy struck, forcefully repelling the master. Who dares to meddle? You seek death. The elder bellowed, fury etched on his face. Old man, how could you even think of laying a hand on such a beautiful maiden? You truly lack appreciation for beauty, Etion remarked with a grin as he approached. Chapter 70, An unexpected encounter with the Academy's students. Who the hell are you, dog? How dare you interfere in the affairs of our Zhenjian sect? The master glared at Etion, a murderous intent radiating from him. With a wry smile, Etion replied, I am merely a passerby, unable to tolerate your bullying. I thought to teach you a lesson. What is the matter? You seem rather displeased. The elder sneered coldly. So you wish to play the hero, do you? Then I shall send you to hell alongside them. With that, he focused his energy, condensing a toxic aura that began to permeate the air ominously. Friend, you needn't concern yourself with us. You should flee, Zhao urged, her voice trembling. Thank you for your assistance. If you would, please inform MOU Academy of our plight. Why? Etion replied nonchalantly, do not worry, there is no need for farewells. As long as I am here, none of you shall perish. Brother, this is no jest, he is a master, Zhao exclaimed urgently. A master? Ha, what a joke, Etion chuckled. In the blink of an eye, he struck, his fist landing squarely on the elder's head. Bang! The elder's skull burst like a watermelon, and his toxic energy never had the chance to manifest before he met his end. The scene fell into an eerie silence. A master, typically a figure of considerable might even in the city of chaos, had been felled by a single punch. His companions immediately roared in fury and charged at Etion, but he merely stomped his foot, effortlessly dispatching them. All done, time to wrap it up, Etion remarked casually. Dusting off his hands, Zhao and her companions stood in shock, incredulous that the formidable foes they had feared to their very core had been so easily vanquished by this handsome stranger. Thank you, Zhao exclaimed, overwhelmed with gratitude. Thank you, noble benefactor. The surrounding students echoed, their eyes filled with appreciation. Had it not been for his intervention, they would surely have met a grim fate. Why thank him? We must remain cautious, his origins are uncertain, Brother Ma said through gritted teeth, clearly wary of Etion. Zhao inhaled deeply, about to speak, when she suddenly succumbed to a coughing fit, blood spilling forth. The earlier forced unsealing of her powers had taken its toll. And now the backlash was setting in. Zhao, are you all right? Oh no, I have no healing pills left. We must hurry and get Zhao to a mentor, otherwise she will perish. The group became frantic, their composure crumbling. Do not panic, Etion said, producing a healing pill. I have just the remedy for her cold poison. Wait, what is it that you have in your possession? What if it turns out to be toxic? Master Ma exclaimed, his voice tinged with anger. If we're worried about poison, then simply refrain from consuming it, Etion replied nonchalantly. It's all right, I have faith in him. Xiao Shaji promptly took the elixir and swallowed it without hesitation. Almost immediately, a wave of warmth surged within her, swiftly dispelling the coldness that had enveloped her. A look of delight spread across Xiao Shaji's face. All done, I feel perfectly fine now, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. What kind of elixir is this? It's astonishing. Master Mo's eyes brimmed with jealousy and fury as he coldly demanded, who exactly are you, and what is your intention in approaching us? Ma Tao, must you be so hostile? Zhao Mengyao interjected with a hint of displeasure. This gentleman just saved us and offered me an elixir. He clearly means no harm. Do not assume the worst of others. Ma Tao visibly irked, retorted Mengyao. How could you defend another man? Aren't you the one who despises men the most? I only harbor disdain for you, not for men in general. Besides, I find this gentleman quite pleasing to the eye. Zhao Mengyao extended her hand. Greetings, I am Zhao Mengyao, a new student at Moyu Academy. These individuals are my fellow classmates. May I ask your name? I am Etion. This is Chi beside me, and the dog on my shoulder is Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai opened his eyes, seemingly about to rebut, but then lethargically drooped his ears and resumed his slumber. Zhao Mengyao said, Thank you, Yixiong, for your assistance. Without it, we would have surely perished. We are about to participate in a poetry competition. Would you care to join us? Etion nodded and inquired, when will you return to the academy? Zhao Mengyao replied, we shall head back once the competition concludes. We are aiming for first place. The first place winner will receive a reward of a vitality pill. Etion remarked, then let us go together. I shall accompany you back to the academy. Humph, I knew this fellow harbored ulterior motives. He must have some other agenda for drawing near us. Ma Tao interjected with a sarcastic tone. What business do you have at our academy? You are not one of us. Are you perhaps seeking to steal our techniques or plunder our treasures? Etion shot him a sidelong glance, pondering whether this individual was unhinged, always targeting him. I would steal your mother, Etion replied calmly, unwilling to silently endure such provocations. You dare insult me? Ma Tao's eyes blazed with fury, his body trembling with rage. Enough with your chatter, Zhao Mengyao said impatiently. Why are you arguing with him? He just saved our lives. Mengyao, this scoundrel must have approached us with malicious intent, Ma Tao retorted angrily. Do not be deceived by his appearance. All right, I understand, you need not worry, Zhao Mengyao said dismissively, taking hold of Etion's arm as they moved forward. This fellow seems to have quite the way with women. Xiao Bai muttered. Chi observed the closeness between the two with a hint of discontent but chose not to voice her feelings. Soon, they arrived at the venue for the poetry competition, where the walls were adorned with many previously awarded poems. Etion casually glanced at them, noting that the quality was rather mediocre, with some being utterly unworthy of attention. He quickly recognized a few familiar pieces. Aren't these poems my own? How did they end up here? Etion expressed his surprise. This poem, Ascending High, I adore it every time I see it. It is truly a stroke of genius. How remarkable that someone in this world could compose such exquisite verses. Zhao Mengyao said with envy. Our mentor mentioned that this poem was penned by a prince from the great show. That prince is exceptionally talented and possesses unparalleled literary skill. I've heard he is also quite handsome. According to our mentor, he will be visiting our Moyu Academy. I hope to meet him soon. Etion rubbed his nose and remarked, in truth, that fellow isn't all that exceptional. I find him rather average. What foolishness are you spouting? The surrounding female students expressed their displeasure. That prince is our dream lover, who in the academy is unaware of his illustrious name. Do not dare to insult our idol. Can this individual truly be your idol? It seems absurd. Etion replied, adopting an exaggerated expression. How dare you speak such nonsense? Why should he not be our idol? The girls glared at him, their faces brimming with indignation. We admire men of great talent. Within our Emosyong Pavilion, we hold those with literary prowess in high regard. Etion was taken aback upon realizing that these individuals were students of the Emosyong Pavilion. How fortuitous, as that is precisely where he intends to enroll. All right, everyone, let us refrain from further discussion. This esteemed young master harbors no ill intentions, Zhao Mengyao said cheerfully. I have already registered. The competition is about to commence. We must secure first place and uphold the honor of our Emosyong Pavilion. The group nodded in agreement and began their preparations. Today's competition would consist of a poetry examination, with the initial phase assessing memory and the latter involving questions posed by professional instructors. As long as one had read sufficiently and retained the information well, they would likely achieve a commendable rank. Etion sat nearby, watching with boredom. He had perused numerous literary works in the Great Chu's repository of books. Yet the poetic level displayed here was truly mediocre. In his world, it would barely pass for elementary school level. Even if he recited a simple poem like Ode to the Goose, it would undoubtedly overshadow all others. Time passed, and after 1 or 2 hours, Zhao Mengyao and her companions successfully navigated through the rounds, securing a spot in the top 10. Those among the 10 were undeniably talented, possessing commendable literary skills. Reading can indeed lead one to an invincible realm, Xiao Bai suddenly remarked. Is that so? Etion inquired, somewhat surprised. Indeed, Xiao Bai continued. I once encountered an individual who, without any cultivation, comprehended the rules of heaven through reading. Achieving a state of unity with the heavens. Remarkable. That person's presence has elevated the status of scholars in this world considerably. Otherwise, in a society that venerates martial prowess, merely relying on books would not sustain one's existence. Etion suddenly recalled the woman from the auction who had asked him to compose a few poems. Perhaps it was related to this. Just then a wave of gasps arose, and Etion looked up to see Zhao Mengyao entering the top 3. She was now about to face a more rigorous examination. 3 Instructors would ask participants to compose verses based on a specific object present on stage. Due to the difficulty, there was an opportunity to request external assistance once. I shall go first, a poised contestant volunteered. The instructor smiled and said, then please compose a poem based on this bamboo I hold. After a brief moment of contemplation, the contestant began, in the depths of the bamboo grove. Birds sing, emerald leaves sway lightly in the breeze, with high integrity, humble yet proud against frost and snow, unyielding, the heart knows its own clarity. An admirable poem, the instructor praised. It is quite good, though not entirely perfect. Thank you for your guidance, the contestant sighed as he stepped back. Another contestant, expressionless, stepped forward and said, I am ready for the prompt. The instructor replied, please compose a poem based on the stone beneath my feet. Without hesitation, the contestant recited, the stone lies silently on the mountain. Time whispers its marks upon the surface. Weathered by wind and rain, it remains unmoved, enduring and steadfast. The heart finds peace. Very well, very well. The instructor nodded slightly, smiling. It has merit, though I am still not entirely satisfied. The contestants nodded and retreated. At this point, only Zhao Mengyao remained, feeling a bit anxious. She humbly requested, "Please provide a prompt, esteemed instructor." The instructor stroked his beard, smiling as he surveyed the surroundings before pointing, "Compose a poem based on that goose on the ground." Zhao Mengyao was taken aback. A poem based on a goose. She had never encountered such a task in her studies. In that moment, her mind went blank, unable to formulate any verses despite having read countless books. Her heart, "This is hilarious. Is this truly the level of the Emotion Pavilion? Were they not supposed to be filled with geniuses? The first head of the pavilion even reached an invincible realm. How is it that these students cannot even manage this? This is comical. I suspect this woman only got in due to her looks and lacks any real literary skill." Upon hearing the ridicule from those around her, Zhao Mengyao lowered her head, her delicate face paling as she clenched her fists tightly. Ma Tao offered consolation. "It's all right. If you cannot recall anything, placing third is still acceptable and not disgraceful." Zhao Mengyao felt a surge of frustration. She had promised her mentor that she would secure first place. Yet who could have anticipated that she would be tasked with composing a poem about a goose? This was far from her forte. As time dwindled, she contemplated forfeiting. "The time is nearly up. If you cannot think of anything, you will automatically concede," the instructor announced cheerfully. Zhao Mengyao hesitated, ready to concede, when Yi Tian stepped forward and said, "Isn't there an opportunity for assistance?" "Indeed, there is a chance," the instructor nodded. Yi Tian leaned closer to Zhao Mengyao's ear and whispered a few words. Instantly, Zhao Mengyao's eyes lit up, and she nodded repeatedly. "I remember now," she said, taking a deep breath before reciting aloud, "Goose, goose, goose," with a curved neck singing to the sky. As the poem was spoken, the venue fell into a brief silence, only to be followed by uproarious laughter. "This is utterly ridiculous. What kind of poem is this? A 3-year-old could write it," exclaimed one person, causing a wave of mirth. "Good heavens, the Emotion Pavilion truly opened my eyes today. Ha ha ha, I could laugh my teeth out." The crowd was in stitches, tears streaming down their faces. Zhao Mengyao's cheeks flushed slightly. She too felt that the poem was overly simplistic, resorting to a desperate gamble. Ma Tao's face turned furious. "You little brat, what kind of absurd idea is this? This pathetic poem is just embarrassing us. You might as well give up. Are you intentionally trying to humiliate us?" Yi Tian replied coolly, "If you don't understand, just keep your mouth shut, you." Ma Tao's anger flared instantly, his eyes gleaming with malice. While the crowd continued to mock, the three teachers had begun to discuss the situation. Moments later, the eldest teacher stepped forward, speaking slowly, "Ladies and gentlemen, the results of this competition have been announced." The other two competitors immediately stepped forward, puffing out their chests, convinced they would be declared first. "The first place goes to Emotion Pavilion." Zhao Mengyao, "What?" The audience was utterly astonished. "How is this possible? This woman actually won first place. Isn't this poem something a toddler could compose?" The crowd erupted in discontent. Chattering among themselves, the teacher explained calmly that first glance, this poem may seem simple, but one must savor its nuances. Upon hearing this, the people around began reciting the poem repeatedly, after reading it several times. The mockery in some eyes began to fade. "Indeed, this poem seems to possess a certain charm. What a fine poem." Some began to clap their thighs in appreciation. Chapter 72, The Power of Fire. At this moment, the onlookers, having pondered deeply, realized that the poem was not as trivial as it appeared. At first glance, it seemed like a child's crude poem. However, upon careful study, it revealed its depth. The initial 3 geese captured the essence of their sound, and throughout the poem, auditory and visual elements vividly portrayed the demeanor of the geese. A splendid poem. The crowd erupted in praise once more. "We apologize, we were too presumptuous. We never expected the people of Emotion Pavilion to possess such talent." The students of MOU Academy are truly remarkable. Wow, Senior Menyao, you are incredible. How did you craft such an exquisite poem? The crowd gathered around, excitedly showering her with compliments. Metao itu wa a smile. Menyao, I always knew you were the best. You are the most talented among us. It wasn't me, it was young Master Yi who assisted me. He guided me, Xiao Menyao said, turning her gaze to Yi Tian. Thank you, young Master Yi. I never imagined you were so capable. No need for thanks, it was merely child's play, Yi Tian replied with a smile. Meanwhile, Matao's eyes burned with jealousy. Why are you being so polite to him? That brat must have copied it from somewhere. I can tell he's up to no good. We must not be deceived by him, Zhao Menyao assured. That won't happen. I have a keen eye for character. Young Master Yi is not that kind of person. Metao scoffed. He is definitely not a good person, I can assure you all. Yi Tian shot a sidelong glance at him, sensing the strong hostility directed at him. He resolved to find an opportunity to deal with this irritating individual. Soon, Zhao Menyao received her first place reward, which included not only a vitality pill but also some spirit stones. Next, we should return to the academy. Will you accompany us? Zhao Menyao inquired. Yes, I happen to have matters to attend to at your place, Yi Tian answered. Wonderful, we can enjoy each other's company along the way, Zhao Menyao said, feeling a bit pleased. After their brief interactions, she found Yi Tian to be quite amiable. His gentle nature and cheerful disposition were exactly her type. Throughout their journey, Zhao Menyao initiated conversations with Yi Tian, while Matao's envious gaze was fixed firmly upon them. Just as they were nearing the academy, they encountered a volcanic eruption that blocked their path. If we take a detour, it will take us 3 more days, Zhao Menyao said, a hint of exasperation in her voice. However, the thought of spending an extra 3 days with Yi Tian brought her some delight. With a thunderous roar, the massive volcano erupted, spewing forth torrents of lava. The air was filled with dark particles, and the searing heat was uncomfortable. Yi Tian, pointing his fingers at the void, realized that his water-based powers were entirely ineffective here. The air was utterly devoid of moisture. If only I could harness fire-based powers, Yi Tian muttered. Don't even think about it, water and fire are incompatible. If you absorb fire energy, you will endure great pain, Xiao Bai interjected. I thrive on challenges that seem impossible, Yi Tian chuckled. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath their feet, causing everyone to halt, incredulously gazing towards the volcano. It erupted again, releasing a colossal stream of red lava, and within it a flicker of flame shot skyward. Its fire energy, heavens, we stumbled upon a treasure. The crowd erupted in excitement. Fire energy, a rarity for millennia, was unexpectedly present in this volcano. Whoever could absorb it would see their power soar to new heights. This fire energy is mine, Matao declared, rushing forward with uncontainable enthusiasm. Don't go, it's dangerous, Zhao Menyao shouted, but it was too late. As Matao approached the volcano, a ferocious beast leaped from the flames. It was a towering creature resembling a chilen, engulfed in blazing fire, its claws turning the surrounding rocks to ash. The heat was palpable even from a distance, making Matao's face turn pale. He had not anticipated a beast guarding the treasure. However, the mystical beast ignored him, leaping directly toward the fire energy. Metao collapsed in terror, wetting his pants. The commotion attracted many powerful figures. At around several hundred of them arrived. Its fire energy, this volcano hasn't erupted in over 3,000 years. Who could have guessed such a treasure lay hidden here? Let us hurry and seize it. Whoever obtains the fire energy will see their power multiply tenfold. The crowd grew increasingly exhilarated, rushing towards the volcano. Yet the beast was formidable. Its flames cast the entire area in a crimson hue. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of fire surged forth, incinerating anyone who dared to approach. Just then a mysterious expert intervened, tearing through the void and delivering a crushing blow that sent the beast flying. After a furious roar, the beast expelled its core and launched a frenzied counterattack. With each earth-shattering explosion, terrifying energy erupted forth. Obliterating countless powerful figures, the expert who had torn the void lost an arm in the process. The beast, severely injured, collapsed to the ground. The fire energy then inexplicably landed at Etion's feet. Yes. It simply fell right there. Why Etion was momentarily stunned. What incredible luck was this? He hadn't even moved, and the fire energy had just appeared before him. Quickly Etion picked it up, but the fire energy surged uncontrollably into his body. In an instant he felt a searing heat, as if he were about to explode. He realized that if he didn't find a secluded place to meditate soon, he would perish from the overwhelming energy. Without a moment's hesitation, Etion hurriedly departed. Where is it? Where's the fire energy? The strong individuals trailing behind were dumbfounded. The treasure they had fought for had vanished right before their eyes. I know where it is. Matao suddenly pointed in the direction Etion had fled. That brat took the treasure. He's just ahead. You can still catch him. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately pursued him. Matao, what are you doing? Why are you betraying young Master Yi? Zhao Mengyao exclaimed in anger. Matao retorted, that little brat is blind. He dares to snatch something from the seniors. Aren't you afraid we'll incur the wrath of the seniors? I am doing this for everyone's good, Matao insisted. You can't blame me. Zhao Mengyao was furious. She had never expected Matao to be so hypocritical, addressing his betrayal in such grandiose terms. Chapter 73, The Supreme Emperor of the Five Elements. No, I must go save young Master Yi. Zhao Mengyao declared, her concern for his safety overwhelming her. After all, with so many people pursuing him, escape would be difficult. Mengyao, are you out of your mind? Matao shouted in frustration. That brat stole the fire energy and is being hunted by many powerful figures. If you go looking for him now, it would be tantamount to walking to your own death. Don't be foolish, Zhao Mengyao replied. He just helped us win first place. How can I stand by and do nothing? You all go back. I will find him myself. You are insane. You are utterly mad, Matao exclaimed, his face turning ashen. He had long harbored feelings for this woman, yet she had never looked at him kindly. Instead, for the sake of a man he had known for merely a day, he disregarded his own safety. He was determined to personally eliminate that despicable creature. At this moment, Etion, harnessing the power of fire, had dashed into a desolate area. After casually entering a cave, he began his seclusion. At this juncture, the fiery energy was on the verge of incinerating him. His entire body felt unbearably hot, as if it were about to explode at any moment. I warned you not to be greedy. Look where that has led you now. At this rate, you'll end up self-destructing, Xiao Bai remarked with irritation. That won't happen. This prince is not so easily extinguished. Why? Etion forcefully held his breath, his face flushed red. Eyes tightly shut as he began to exert his true energy to suppress the heat. With a thunderous roar, flames erupted across his body. The fire illuminated the cave brilliantly, and Etion trembled. Forcing himself to endure, time seemed to stretch on, and his skin began to char, the acrid scent of burning flesh filling the air. Xiao Bai lifted her eyelids slightly, pondering that this lad possessed quite a talent, or perhaps it was merely luck. In this dry atmosphere, devoid of moisture, the water element within him was entirely suppressed. Normally, water and fire could not coexist, yet now, the fire energy had completely commandeered his being. The water element could only cower helplessly in the corner. Too intimidated to stir, helplessly it witnessed the fire energy dominate Etion's body. Boom, the violent flames swept through the cave like a tempest, reducing a few meager blades of grass to ash in an instant. Moments later, Etion opened his eyes, flames dancing around him as he stood tall. With a casual wave of his hand, a fireball erupted. He was truly a moving source of immense power. It was said that in ancient times, there was a man who, through his mastery of fire, became the supreme fire god of the world. When the fire god emerged, who could rival him? Xiao Bai commented nonchalantly, you've struck it lucky. This fire energy is extraordinarily potent. Remaining dormant in the fire mountain for at least 10,000 years, whoever possesses it can significantly enhance their strength. You are indeed the chosen one. Why? Etion could not help but burst into laughter. Isn't that just stating the obvious? Who do you think I am? I am Etion, a person guarded by the aura of the true dragon. Why would I be foolish enough to let such an opportunity slip away? Suddenly, Etion's expression shifted as his keen senses detected an approaching presence. In this arid region, he could perceive various entities through the temperature fluctuations in the air thanks to his fire energy. Outside the cave, nearly 20 individuals had gathered, many of whom were formidable opponents, all heading in his direction. As Etion slowly exited the cave, those who were preparing to force their way in momentarily froze. You brat, you're still alive, so you were hiding here all along. An emaciated elder's eyes glinted ominously. Hand over the fire energy, and I'll make your death more merciful. They had no intention of leaving Etion alive. Etion flashed a wicked smile, raising his arm with a flicker of flames in his palm. Are you referring to this? The elder bellowed in rage. You fool, hand it over immediately. Etion chuckled. What makes you think I would comply? If I don't, then you shall perish. The elder's face turned murderous as he stomped his foot, and a flying sword shot from behind him, plunging towards Etion with incredible speed. Swish, the sword erupted from the ground, aimed directly at Etion's brow. While Etion concentrated the flames in his palm, seizing the sword. Under the intense heat, the sword melted into a pool of molten iron in the blink of an eye. The elder's complexion paled in shock. How is this possible? The onlookers gazed in disbelief, unable to fathom that someone could absorb fire energy in such a short span of time. For them, it would have taken at least half a year. This youth was extraordinary. He absolutely could not be allowed to live. If granted 3 to 5 years, would he not become invincible? They harbored cold-blooded intentions, relishing the thought of extinguishing talent. Let us strike together and kill him. With that incitement, the throng of dozens rushed towards Etion, brimming with murderous intent. While Etion had no intention of lingering, with formidable force closing in, he needed a swift resolution. Boom, flames erupted from his body, coalescing behind him into the form of a divine bird. This divine bird now possessed power exponentially greater than before. With a piercing cry that echoed through the heavens, an infinite wave of flames enveloped the heads of the crowd. The searing heat incinerated them to ashes in an instant. Dozens of masters perished in the blink of an eye. How powerful! I feel as if I could slay even the terrestrial immortals. Etion himself was astonished. Xiaobai clarified, we are still near the fire mountain. Your fire energy has been significantly amplified here. If you were to venture elsewhere, you wouldn't wield such power. Why? Etion smacked his lips. Irrespective of the amplification, the thrill of dispatching foes with ease was undeniably exhilarating. If I managed to collect all the other elemental powers, wouldn't I become terrifying no matter where I am? Etion mused. Don't get ahead of yourself, Xiaobai replied wearily. It's already implausible for an ordinary person to possess 2 different elemental powers. You think you can gather more if the 5 elemental forces converge within you and your body isn't robust enough. It could obliterate your very soul. Why? Etion asserted. Then I shall strengthen my physical form. I believe there must be techniques within the academy that can fuse the 5 elemental powers. What do you think? Xiaobai's gaze flickered for the first time as she responded, are you perhaps aiming to become the legendary emperor of the 5 elements? That ambition is perilously ambitious, young man. Chapter 74, The Treacherous Betrayer. What is this emperor of the 5 elements you just mentioned? Etion asked, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The title sounded immensely powerful. That figure is a legendary existence, the only individual in this world to have fully mastered the 5 elemental powers, with the elemental forces within him. His soul and body underwent a transformation. To put it simply, he could tear through the void, move mountains, and fill seas. Those were merely his basic abilities during his lifetime. Who among his contemporaries dared to claim invincibility or immortality? He was so formidable that he unilaterally influenced several eras. Ultimately, this led to his tragic demise, betrayed by humanity. Xiaobai sighed softly as she recounted this. Why? Etion's gaze shimmered inexplicably as he listened to these tales. His blood felt as if it were boiling point. One could only imagine how extraordinary that era was should he ever have the chance to become such a powerful being. He vowed to be invincible for millennia. You'd best abandon any thoughts of gathering the 5 elemental forces. A single person cannot withstand the most primordial powers of the universe, Xiaobai remarked flatly. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, the 5 elemental powers. Just acquiring 2 has already placed you leagues above the ordinary. 3 would allow you to annihilate 99% of people. I aim to eradicate 100%, Etion declared with unwavering confidence. Xiaobai rolled her eyes, too apathetic to respond, and resumed her slumber. At that moment a figure was searching the surroundings, repeatedly calling his name. Why? Etion was taken aback. Why was Zhao Mengyao looking for him here? The two soon met, and Zhao Mengyao exclaimed with excitement. Yuri unharmed, that's such a relief. You are incredibly lucky to have evaded those people. Etion smiled faintly. Having merely eliminated them, Zhao Mengyao sighed in relief, then grasped his arm, saying, let's out, leave this place quickly. Many are still searching for the fire energy. Losing it is inconsequential. Our safety is paramount. Etion nodded in agreement. Just as they prepared to depart, suddenly hundreds of others appeared from all directions, encircling them. Faced with this unexpected throng of formidable opponents, both were taken aback. The fire energy is on you, a masked woman inquired coldly. No, it has already been taken by someone else, Zhao Mengyao hurriedly explained. Do you expect us to believe that? The masked woman's voice dripped with malice. Mengyao, come back, Ma Tao called out from the crowd. They are here for that brat. This has nothing to do with us. We are from the academy, and the elders want to trouble us. Let us leave quickly. Don't get involved. You can't protect him. Zhao Mengyao was utterly shocked. Did you summon them? Ma Tao did not deny it. And upon seeing this, Zhao Mengyao trembled with rage, thinking how could he betray his own friend like this. A murderous glint flashed in Etion's eyes. This Ma Tao had betrayed him twice. He could not allow this scoundrel to return to the academy alive. Mengyao, you should leave. I will be fine, Etion said calmly as he pushed her away. You all return to the academy and wait for me. I will come back shortly. Zhao Mengyao did not wish to depart, yet Etion resolutely pushed her away with a single palm. Witnessing this, Ma Tao hurriedly seized Zhao Mengyao and led her away. With no one around him, Etion felt considerably more at ease, finally able to unleash his full potential. Having just absorbed the power of fire, his body still harbored a surge of unspent energy. Conveniently, the hundreds of individuals before him served as his practice dummies. How foolish to think one could remain behind, believing they could contend with us all. A mocking voice rang out. Indeed, that is precisely what I thought. Etion stated calmly, even if I cannot best you, you will not be able to kill me. After all, I am in need of combat experience. I might as well use you all to hone my skills. You insolent fool, someone scoffed with barely contained rage, subsequently unleashing a torrent of potent toxins towards him. Why? Etion summoned a defensive barrier of true energy before charging forth, wielding his broken sword. This time he opted for close quarters combat to enhance his on-the-spot reaction capabilities. Not far away, Zhao Mengyao continued to argue with Ma Tao. How could you betray your own friend? Are you even human? Zhao Mengyao seethed with fury, unable to restrain herself from striking him. Ma Tao, infuriated, retorted with a mocking laugh. Mengyao, have you been bewitched by that scoundrel? That fellow's origins are dubious. He approached us with ill intentions. He could very well be a spy sent by the demon clan. Such a person could never be allowed into our academy. Moreover, the power of fire is a fundamental force of the universe. Who does he think he is to deserve such a gift? The elders will undoubtedly intervene and eliminate him. You shameless wretch. Zhao Mengyao trembled with rage. Ma Tao's gaze turned crimson. Mengyao, you know very well that I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. You have never initiated a conversation with me. You have known that scoundrel for merely a day, and yet your eyes shine with admiration, eager to cling to him. How disgraceful! You dare to insult me. Zhao Mengyao retorted angrily, I simply believe that young master Yi surpasses you. You are petty and consumed by jealousy. I would never be drawn to someone like you. Very well, Ma Tao, thoroughly incensed, shouted, go ahead and seek him out. He is already a corpse. It is too late now. If you wish to bring your wrath upon our academy, then be my guest. My fellow brothers will all suffer because of you. Zhao Mengyao was momentarily speechless. Ma Tao continued, saying, he is already a dead man. Let us move on and return to the academy. We shall consider this matter as if it never occurred. Zhao Mengyao glanced back, an unsettling feeling nagging at her that Yition would somehow survive. He cannot possibly endure, Ma Tao asserted confidently, faced with the onslaught of over 100 elders. If he manages to survive, it would truly be a miracle. This statement would soon come to fruition. Boom, the battlefield was intensely fierce. It was Yition's first time being besieged by such a multitude of masters. It must be said that his survival was undeniably arduous. Hundreds of disparate forces struck his body simultaneously. Even with his true energy being several times more robust, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand. You arrogant fool, seeking your own misery, Xiao Bai remarked. Reveling in the chaos, gritting his teeth, Yition stubbornly replied, I merely wished to experience the sensation of being surrounded by 100 adversaries. This feeling is truly exhilarating. Next time, I must refrain from posturing in front of beautiful women. Looking impressive in public but suffering in private is quite the irony. Chapter 75. It was you all along. Though Yition professed to be struggling, he effortlessly dealt with the assault of the multitude. With a resounding boom, flames suddenly engulfed him, and two arms erupted with searing fire, incinerating a dozen formidable foes to ashes in an instant. The onlookers were left in shock, although they too possessed means to ignite themselves. None could wield fire as casually as Yition did. Did that boy absorb the power of fire? One of the strong ones realized, his expression darkening to an extreme. To absorb the power of fire, a typical individual would require at least 10 days to half a month. In slower cases, it could take 6 months, yet they had only taken a few hours to arrive here after receiving the news. This boy astonishingly had completely absorbed it. It turns out his physique is the greatest treasure. We must eliminate him and uncover the secrets that lie within him.